and now we can prove that we improved.
Okay, good. And Masu was saying in an interview with Sheep Esports that when it comes to these moments at the end of the season, you can't really fix things. So it's more about like band-aids and the more urgent issues. What were the most urgent things that you guys had to fix coming into today's matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Masu's right about that. And probably one of the most urgent things is just when we're in the game, understanding what's important and what's a risk worth taking. And when it's not in the proper place, just to sit back and do the standard thing. So basically, we just have to read the game states better and make sure we're playing properly.
I think it's fair to say that you guys maybe, and you echoed that as well, right? That you haven't been playing at the expected level, especially thinking about what you guys have been achieving last year against Genji. What is going to be something you really want to focus on today when you think about CFO?
I just want to make sure we're focused on the game and not thinking too much. Just play naturally. Don't get excited. Also, don't be scared. Just play well. Yeah.
Okay, one player to keep your mind on.
On our team?
No. On the opposite team. Yeah, of course.
I don't know. Definitely, Doggo's been getting a lot of hype.
Okay.
But yeah, we shouldn't think too much about the enemies. Let's just think about ourselves and the champions in the game.
All right, focus on yourself. Thank you so much. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
True. It's the only thing you can do. Also, rightfully calling out Doggo. He's going to be in the lane versus him. It's really interesting to me, this matchup also, Azale. We had a lengthy discussion on the shuttle ride home the other day, because for me, I feel like for both of these teams, they're on the brink of something. And I actually put them on the same level currently. I'm not saying that maybe FlyQuest last year at this time was definitely better. Perhaps that's true. I don't think that's true today.
Yeah, I think coming into this tournament, I would have had them, on a similar tier. I think based on the games in the tournament, CFO is definitely better. I think you can't really argue that. FlyQuest has not showed up thus far. But, when you talk about bright spots, Busio has been that for me. This guy has been stellar. This is some of FlyQuest's recent international history. A couple of the ones that really stand out, obviously, went 5 games against Genji, went 5 games against BLG, 3-0 against G2. Those were the kind of series that gave a lot of hope for North American fans that, hey, we're on the precipice of something great. But it's also very reminiscent of a similar run that TL was doing, where they were going, close series against T1, almost taking series, almost taking games, and then the roster's gone, and all of a sudden no one cares, right? So you have to take advantage. You have to strike when the iron's hot, because you don't get very long in modern League of Legends. Rosters break up. They don't last forever.
And for both teams, this might be the final opportunity, right? As you were highlighting, we don't know if the team's going to be able to stick together, if these players are going to play in the same configuration. And I think that even though what Busio was saying is what I think every player is aspiring for, right? You want to be in that flow state, you want to be able to trust blindly, you want to be able to follow up together without overplaying. With all that pressure coming in and this being the final series of Worlds for these teams, that's a lot to ask.
That's a good point. It would also be whoever loses is the one region that's not represented in those quarterfinals. So let's dive into our predictions. I can kick it off. I'll hold the best for last, which is usually Azale. But I am giving it to FlyQuest a 2-1. I just want the dream draw of G2 versus FlyQuest in the best of 5s. I'm just going to say it. And I think they can recover, because I don't believe that the FlyQuest we saw versus G2 was the level that we should expect from them. I think they're better.
I am going to choose to trust Junja in particular. That guy for me has been crazy this tournament. And I think if Hongkyu gets closer to the level that we've seen him throughout really the entirety of the year, because I think he's been struggling compared to expectations, that between Junja, Doggo, as well as Hongkyu, I think CFO have got it. I think they're going to be able to make quarters.
Where's your prediction?
So I prepared a lot for this. I went back, I watched the games, and I watched the games in 3 different ways. I'm going to give you my predictions. So first, I just watched the games. And based on the games I've seen at Worlds, let's be honest, it's a 2-0 for CFO. I didn't really like what I came away with. So then, I only watched Busio. I started to get a little bit more hyped. It's 2-1 Fly. Then I realized if I just don't watch the games at all, I can just say it's going to be 2-0 FlyQuest. Let's go!
Let's go! Woo!
It really takes a lot of maturity and self-reflection to reset quickly.
It was going to look like North America could deny them one more time, but it's G2 as they look to take down these Nexus turrets.
This is our last chance to qualify for the bracket stage. There's no more room for regrets.
以往我们赛区打世界赛都会打得绑手绑脚，然后被碾压的感觉。然后今年的CFO带给大家越来越晚，感觉都是军事的样子。
CFO smacking down the LCK T1.
both of us are at a point of no return. FlyQuest won't be leaving anything behind.
Genji made quick work of Top Esports. A lot of people will wonder, could this series have just been an email?
目前我们来说，现在成绩是2杠2吧，然后最后一把机会嘛，所以说我们最好把握这机会吧。S13和 S14 标机都在瑞士轮打到了最后一场。我们会去成都拿到最后的冠军。我们的故事还没结束，我们会赢下这次生死战。
These worlds have been really challenging. It's the first worlds I really have a chance to win it all.
Mkoi find themselves one series away from being able to make it to playoffs.
I want everyone to remember these worlds as the introduction of Mkoi.
저희가 4시드부터 지금까지 많은 경기를 했는데 아직까지 좀 제대로 된 기량이 나오지 않은 것 같아서.
When we started, we were 0-2. Then we lit a fire.
These hounds are hungry. A triple for Elliot.
Now we are 1 win away from greatness.
엘리오야 선수 고장나다가 큰 코 다칩니다. 저희의 유산은 돌에 새겨져 있습니다.
T1, the winningest team in the history of the game, will not be stopped here.
그리고 저희의 여정이 끝나려면 아직 멀었습니다.
Yo no me voy a dar una que fin, ¿no? Que por mí que gane T1.
¿No crees que sería torísimo de que pierda T1 contra Mil, güey?
No. Yo no le voy a dar un gramo de tierra lindo. Sí es.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk of Worlds 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe, who is not nervous, right? We're not nervous?
I'm glad that you are joining me today, Atlas, because this is an elimination series. It is elimination day, the final day of Swiss, and nobody is nervous at all.
Nope, no one's nervous. We're all safe. Everything is just fine as we introduce the teams. It's FlyQuest taking on CFO here to see who is going to make it to the top 8. It'd be historic on either side. But my heart, I'm sorry, Kobe. I feel like the Oysters have kind of stolen it this Worlds.
No need to apologize. I think a lot of fans will agree with you. The Flying Oysters, making every international event of the year, have really impressed and gained a lot of fans. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, they have built up so many expectations, and now is the time where they have to live up to them if they want to keep those hopes and those dreams alive.
Yeah, and things looked a little bit rocky the last time that we saw them. It was theoretically a close series, but I was just kind of baffled during it. You know, normally I have pretty good attunement to the tempo vibes of the game. That one, 2 Barons, and then the game was over. And it was G2 that was heading to the top 8 and not FlyQuest. Feels a little bit like they could rectify some of that, but I think mentally it's going to take a lot.
Yeah, I really liked the interview with Busio, you know, ahead of the match where, you know, he was talking about how they really have to clear their minds and how they think about the game, focus each game one at a time, and do not make any more mistakes. Both sides. I mean, the tension is always crazy on the last day of Swiss because the rewards are huge. You can see huge elation on stage when they win and they get to move on to quarterfinals, or your entire year coming to an end and you will be eliminated if you lose.
And also all of these teams are coming off the back of best of 3s as well that they've had to win, and so it's a lot more that you've had to prep for and be ready for in previous days, and then to immediately come back and do it all again. It is a big expectation, and it all starts in the draft, Kobe, because there have been some mishaps perhaps if we look towards the very first game that FlyQuest went into when it comes to making sure they get rid of the pocket picks.
Are you perhaps
alluding
to a certain Bard player's Bard that was let through by FlyQuest? Okay. Yes, FlyQuest, they let Bard go through to carry a cardinal sin. The question is, will they let Sion go through to CFO? Because I feel like that is almost equally
el huevón
as
se fue a una
horrendous of a
comisaría y no
draft
estaba el
mistake.
que
So hopefully,
hijo de
you know, we'll
puta.
see the respect given between these two teams. And for
XD,
CFO
sí,
themselves, they started the
No
tournament
me da risa el
with
presidente. Yo prefiero que sea un hombre que una mujer. O sea,
into the
Solo
upper
ahí.
you know, bracket there, and then having to play the best of threes versus AL and then HLE, and getting now knocked down to 2-2.
Pero es un
and
personaje,
all
pero
coming
¿qué va a
down
hacer?
to this
Así.
final best of 3 really does bring the rest of the pressure home.
Yeah, and
Pero
it's
yo he visto a
kind of
los
cool, right?
policías
Because it is
por
the
ahí, está
reverse
bien.
sweep
Que
mentality.
salgan los
Once you
policías.
get to
Nada,
that
huevón.
fifth game, if you're about to get reverse swept, it is quite difficult. And let's see how this one's going to go as we get into the picks
Que
and
más
bans
que
for
si
game
se
number
tira
1.
piedra, que se le bajen
This
a
is-
los.
You mentioned this already. Wasn't
Que
this
se
a
bajen
scene
a
in the
los tirapiedras.
stars? This
Yeah.
Mordekaiser situation?
Yeah, so Bwipo, again, you know, he showed early on in the tournament, he really likes Mordekaiser. He wants to pick it into people's Scions. So, since you blue side, ban that Mordekaiser. Atlas, all the
weón,
North
eso
American
weón
fans
tiene
breathing
su
a sigh
bomba
of
molotov,
relief
esa
as
vaina
the
que te
Scion
prenda.
is then answer banned.
Everyone loves a bit
Te
of
mato,
character
no
development
he
in
visto esos
illegal it's
lanzallamas.
gonna be
Ni
a
siquiera son
right
lanzallamas.
here. One
Te
more man come on
lanzan
through,
cohetes.
and then we'll see what's going to be left up. But there is a certain pigeon and a lady that does pirouettes with an orb. And I'm a little bit worried about. Never mind.
No,
She's still
weón,
up.
es una mierda que te
That
puede
was
matar, no me
fantastic.
jodas.
Absolutely nailed it. Aurora though, and the Rye is going to be a big deal. But instead, I think Pigeon Man might get snapped up here by Honky. We'll see where they do decide to go.
Yeah, the power of the Azir is definitely worth investing in. It does mean that you have to play a little bit slower and invest in that Azir and get money into it. So I want to see if CFO want to grab that early and do a scaling composition around an Azir. It's definitely a tried and true strategy. Some teams have been hesitating a little bit if they want to do that, or maybe a more early game focused setup for themselves. But FlyQuest knowingly give that up to CFO. So this will be interesting to see the response here from FlyQuest. You know, what kind of counter do they have to the Azir? Typically, Quad will just answer with more control mages. He has not this year, you know, played like that Kali spicy pick into it.
I was thinking this because you've got Talia Pantheon up if they'd like to pick it. And I know Talia Pantheon, a thing in the past that we may have been waggling our finger at, but this is not a bottom lane duo. This is very powerful mid-jungle.
100%, and Inspired has really loved that. There's also the Vi that also pairs really well. Point and click CCs with it, so one of those combos, and the Vi does get locked in, so you have that guaranteed setup for the seismic shove for sure. We'll see if they can actually punish. Now on CFO's side, let's see the response here. Obviously,
Zin's our Rumble. Are we just going as stock standard as possible?
At least the Zin for Driver here. Do they want a bit more structure to a scaling 5-on-5? Maybe Driver they probably still want on a like frontline CC heavy champion, and he doesn't have to pick it early on, but very well could.
Well, they do it.
Okay.
Sometimes if you manifest things, then they happen. So I need to be very careful. I'm going to stop doing that, Kobe, because I didn't really want to see it. But we do see it anyway in the end.
All right, well, this makes me think, is Bwipo just going to go the Ornn or the Galio then? Bwipo has preferred the Galio as far as those super common answers into the Rumble. But he could spice it up a little. You know, he always does have a very deep champion pool for counter picks. And because he has a deep pool for counter picks, he could actually let the pick for Bwipo drop all the way to 4-5 here.
I think Busio has been absolutely amazing on this Alistair. He played so many games on this champion, managed to pick that one up in a lot of the best of ones that they were in earlier on. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here. And I think if there's ever a way to get back on the horse, or the cow, I guess, if we're going to stick with the metaphor, then this is the way to do it, right? Because he's been so reliable.
Get right back in there. Yeah, I mean, he has been a huge playmaker for this team. Really has been the star for the team, honestly, in summer, in the second half of the year. So Alistar never likes playing into Poppy. Neither does Vi to some degree. So the Poppy ban is very well deserved. Support Poppy has really been crazy thus far at the tournament. For CFO, they could just ban the standard Rumble answers of the Ornn Galio that we talked about, and then force Bwipo to do something a little bit more
Te
creative.
decimos sí. Le dije para crear cuentas en
in the
En
composition.
la casa de apuestas, el
So
weón
we'll
se le
see whether they
prende.
do decide to get rid of something else. They take away the Ambessa first.
No, así no.
Now we've got one more band to come on down here.
Sí,
I think Kaiwing wants to play an engaged support, because otherwise CFO aren't going to have very many reliable ways to start a fight. I believe it was Skewmon that was playing the engaged.
Sí, lo más probable es que lo haga
which
para
actually
sin selecciones,
worked
para no
somewhat
tener
well,
un problema.
but I don't know whether I'd recommend it. So maybe a little bit of another option. So they don't need to worry as much about there being like a Siva Karma coming in.
Yo voy a ir allá un fin de semana y
Pretty
voy a
smart,
votar y
in
ya
fact,
está.
they've already locked in the Alistair, which can leave your bottom lane a little bit susceptible.
Me atesora la plata,
Take
bro.
away, though.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they definitely need something to keep people on a Rumble ultimate. And that's going to be Kaiwing's job.
Yo sí quiero votar,
It's
bro.
Leona, isn't it? They're just going to play Leona.
Tengo
Definitely a
mis contactos.
possibility there. See about the protection bans here again for the Rumble. Is the Ambessa all that they're really worried about Whippo going to? Okay, so they
Galio comes in. So is it just on for Whippo? Does he do that? Or are we going to see Urgot? Like, what's happening here? I mean, we're electing to cook, or whether we're just going to keep the kitchen clean.
I would prefer the Ornn because Ornn plus Vibe plus Talia, has a lot of combination possibilities there. But Whippo probably prefers something a little bit more mobile. K'Sante is more mobile in middle ground. K'Sante has not had a lot of success at the tournament thus far, though. So definitely is a little bit contentious there. And it doesn't really it's not a hard counter or anything to Rumble, so it's not it's not too much spice.
I feel like it just exists in a lot of these drafts. You don't feel good, you don't feel bad, which, knowing K'Sante's past, maybe that's a good thing. So let's see what Doggo's going to be playing here. Just need to round out the bottom lane here for CFO as they've basically just taken away their top side and will now just lock in some picks for Doggo and Kaiwing. There's that Leona that I was talking about. See, I'm not going to make a suggestion for what Doggo's going to play, and therefore we can keep up the suspense.
You've manifested the whole draft.
Yeah, it's
for CFO.
problematic. It's really problematic. If they lose, I will have to apologize to everyone. Benjamin's going to be in my DM saying dude, please stop.
No, I mean, honestly, this is the meta, though. This is the straightforward meta here for CFO, and that's a good line to take for game number 1 of a series. Doggo, of course, I feel like just has been such a star here for CFO. He's been playing very aggressively, and I've really liked what I've seen from him. When he does have advantages, presses them really effectively.
Double equalizer comp. I know package isn't there anymore, but Valkyrie still kind of works and got buffed since the removal of said package.
Sigan online, voy a tener que regular, lamentablemente.
Coming in, but it's the right era for a Corki matchup.
Yeah, I want a high DPS champ here for Masu. I think we really do need more of a hyper carry style champion for Masu here, since we are running K'Sante, Alistar, and Vi. Those aren't. Jhin is definitely not a hyper carry. Okay, well...
I mean, there's no true tank, but Leona is kind of a true tank at the end of the game.
Exactly. So Jhin has a lot of playmaking, and FlyQuest do have a lot of playmaking. They don't have a lot of damage for super later into the game, though. Like you're saying, though, Jhin can have really good damage versus non-tanks. It's just sometimes it's hard to work around. Like a Xin ultimate, hard for him to deal with. Leona can be very hard for him to deal with as well. Jhin doesn't necessarily have his own dash.
Si quieres contra un Jhin, contra un Jhin tienes que ir. Quieres un Jhin casante, te están regalando el draft ahí.
Thanks, Kobe. I guess I can try.
No creo que pierdas contra los dos campeones más débiles de este
I will not
parche.
take credit for it though, because obviously this has been pretty standard on this current patch. And seeing a Jhin is pretty standard for me too. So just understand that even though I groaned,
¿Y dónde está el daño, huevón? Ese Jhin que va a hacer, un papel negativo, este va a durar 43 minutos, que va a ser mierda.
Pero no hay mucha opción ley.
Feel like it's working.
So I'm ramping from 1 drops to 2 drops.
Bueno, y el Xin Chao que es, y la Leona que eso va a aguantar.
4 drops is probably what I should have said because it's Jhin, and that would have felt a little bit better. But they do have a lot of setup. There is a lot of CC. Like, if you can get an accelerated Jhin in this game, he will still do work. And I still have nightmares. It was T1 that was at the front of it, I'm pretty sure, earlier on in the year. Or was it last year? I'm not entirely sure. But it wasn't a great time. Anyway, let's get onto the Rift here for game number 1. CFO on our blue side to start us off. First Dragon going to be that Infernal. And Fly going to see whether they can get off to a good start.
I love Gyos, by the way.
Man, this is so cool that it's also like, there's not a, like, it's not an LPL team on the Rift right now. And we're still getting the Gyos. It's just super cool.
Yeah, you can actually feel the energy, feel the excitement. Last day of Swiss, making or breaking dreams. And we are going to get the makings of a Raptor Ward.
Well, we already audaciously charging on top of Quad here. Does get taken down to half health, but he doesn't drop. And speaking of drops, a reminder, the drops are active all worlds long, so be sure to log on to your accounts at lolesports.com for a chance at earning some digital loot.
250 HP lead, Atlas, in mid lane. Yeah, that is a pretty good level 1. I like that. Now it's 300 HP lead. Hongq here on the Azir having a really good early start. Even small things as going for a Raptor Ward and Jinja camping there with Hongq, so once you get vision of the enemy mid laner just jumping over for that early trade, can have huge ramifications for how this lane does play out.
And it used to be such a contentious lane matchup, even when the champions were in different positions, right, as far as power level was concerned. I think Azir taking the most recent nerfs, but Taliyah really lost a lot of power. And so I think Hongq's going to be pretty happy about how this one's going, because a lot of our Azirs really learned how to play this matchup.
Yeah, and I also like how CFO are going with the Doggo topside strategy again. Doggo has proven that he is very good at the AD carry, 1v1 situation on top side of the map, and Corki is a very powerful 1v1 champion here into Cassante.
Yep. You just saw there that we had a look at Hongq and Quad as well. Their shared champion pool, a lot of control mages that both of these players do like to play, but it feels like Hongq has been allowed to have more fun this world.
He's got the Aurora and Akali, which are kind of missing from Quad, So the fun of the mobility of those champions definitely can be on stage later in the series. Currently, though, Quad going for the early recall, so is just going to have the early tier purchase. Now, he didn't have any extra money, it looks like, for any potions. So this will be a Taliyah with no sustain versus Azir with still Biscuit in inventory and both potions available.
Oh dear. Well, that is an aggressive Valkyrie here from Doggo. Remember, he's already done this to Doran. So it is going to be Bwipo able to walk his way out, but you know that he's always going to be aggressive. In goes Kaiwing, speaking of aggression, as Quad, you mentioned the lack of potions. I think that was a poignant thing to talk about there, Kobe. Well done.
Yeah, and it gives value here to all these ganks towards mid lane, all the extra pressure.
Well, Ebapov does come on down here as Masu. Decent deadly flourish. His driver stands still for a while, but does have the scrap shield. He'll be all right. We'll just be convinced to go home.
Okay, so we have teleports available for both Driver and Bwipo. Bwipo did cancel his Rico, and he's sticking around, though, on 50% HP. As Jinja decides to call off the long play there. Leona was still coming over.
Still seems to be making his way up as Jinja is going to, at the last second, cancel that recall. Still looking for a way in.
Yeah, I think if you delay it too long, though, the defense gets here. Vi is on the way. Busio's actually not coming up here, though.
He cancels another one. Another audacious charge goes in. Wind becomes lightning, connects, but hasn't seen Inspired. Finally does now. Looks like they were still considering it. That was very CFO of them, but they are going to back away in the end.
This is going to significantly cost.
We've paused. FlyQuest are like, no. CFO would go for that dive. These must be different players.
We get the sepia tone view of Summoner's Rift for a while. Nice calming view. All right, we'll update you on whatever caused that issue. But since we just saw them stick around, see, the cost of sticking around and threatening a top lane dive like that for Jinja is going to mean that he's pretty far away from second respawns of his camps. Since he actually cleared from bottom side up towards top side, he now should probably just recall so he can get his purchase off and then go re-clear from Krugs up. But he's going to lose a few seconds of tempo, and Inspired never loses a few seconds of tempo on his second respawn. He is always as soon as they respawn, I am up there, I am re-clearing. This guy is always trying to keep up his own farm. So we'll see if that ends up, actually deciding anything in the game, because sometimes you'll get second respawns of Scuttle Crabs. If you're there a little bit early and Vi does have brush advantage, it means the difference of a Vi getting a full charged Q, in which that actually does give you a chance to beat a Xin in an early scrap. Whereas otherwise, if they're just staring at each other on even timings, then you usually favor the Xin in starting and creating a lot of the plays around those early objectives.
Yeah, and I don't know whether it necessarily matters. The whole time you were talking, I was like listening and then trying to work out what this means for later on in the game, right? Because we look at these compositions, I think we've seen CFO's comp played by a lot of different teams many, many times, and we know that it does scale quite nicely into the late game, but you don't have like a true tank necessarily outside of Pseudo the Leona. Corky's more of a mid-game champion. You don't have like the hyper carries there apart from, I guess, the Azir. But I'm looking on the side of FlyQuest, and I just don't know where the damage comes from later on in the game, unless Quad has like an incredible performance and lands a whole bunch of shoves. But we're gonna, I'm just not gonna get your opinion on that, because we're gonna get the opinion of the analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. We'll give you an update momentarily, but this does give us a little chance to hear what you two thought about the draft. We were talking about it. Do you agree with the casters? What do you think?
I mean, my main takeaway is I just didn't really love the Alistar on 3. I do think picking Galio there would have made more sense, because I think since it's a game 1, like in my mind, Alistar is not so critical that you have to get it that early. That's not so much stronger than the other engaged champs. And also it would have opened up more of an opportunity to go for support counter pick on 5 and try to get a winning 2v2 bot, you know, something like a Bard angle or an Enchanter angle if it is there. So that's kind of where I was at, is, you know, if you just go Galio on 3, Galio doesn't get banned out. It's a great answer into the Rumble. It's something that Bubba is super comfortable with. And then you go AD on 4, support pick on 5, and I feel like that could have set them up for a potential better draft. But this is not like a bad draft by any means. I don't think that they can't win or anything like that. I just would have preferred a different order.
Yeah, are you worried about the damage at all?
I think because they're pretty squishy on the other side, I don't think it's that big of a deal as long as Quad doesn't get put really far behind. Like, Vitalia is decent damage. Cassante is like... Cassante hitting a tank is nothing, but Cassante hitting squishy champions is something. Yeah. And Jhin is actually pretty bursty against these types of champs.
Yeah, I would agree. The only thing, because I think there were a couple of draft traps. Obviously, I think giving over Sire would have been a huge mistake, regardless of counter pick. We didn't see Fly do that. For CFO's end, I think their draft is just, as Atlas also ended on, we've seen this exact draft a million times. Like, it really does kind of everything. I think it scales decently well. Your front to back is solid. You can play for a couple of early skirmishes as well with that Leona and Xin Zhao combo. So I really don't got no notes on their draft. For Fly, though, the one thing that I was talking about with Azil backstage as well, I would have loved to see Sivir. I think that Sivir is one of those champions that would alleviate not necessarily damage issues if you stay even or ahead. I think the comp on the right is fine. Also, I have watched Gen G pilot way worse. But
yeah, you're talking about Gen G.
Well, okay, I was going to say it myself. But I do think that does influence how you look at drafts, right? Like the teams that you watch on a daily basis. But I do think that this is the type of draft where as long as you don't fall behind, the amount of damage will be susceptible. If you have Sivir, though, it's a really good matchup in the Corki.
As long as you don't fall behind.
Well, yeah, but that's what this comp screams to me. You do have good tools to find picks from behind.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as I was going to say is that you do have Fly. Your two best players are on playmakers. You have Inspired on Vi. You have Busio on Alistar. I think they're the 2 stars of the team. They can find picks. They can make things happen. And I do like that they have agency here. Not that there was anything wrong with Sejuani in the game, against G2. Like, I think he's great on Sejuani. He can play these things. But when he is on these types of picks, you just kind of have that feeling that he can make something happen for your team. Similar to when Busio was playing Soraka. Soraka, I think, was great there. I think he's a great Soraka. But when he's on Alistar, it's just kind of hits different, right?
Yeah, paint the picture a little bit for me, because I've become a little bit addicted to his Bard because it's so good and I always want to see it. Do you think that in terms of Alistar, who of course can be a super playmaking support as well, that he's going to be able to really put a stamp on this game?
I definitely think so. I think he sets a really good Alistar game so far. He's very creative with his angles. He uses Hex Slash really well to try to circumvent vision. He's very good at tracking that. So I definitely think he can play well here. The reason he doesn't just go Bard on 3 is you're really worried about some of these lane counters that can be very difficult. I do think, if they wanted to go for a Bard angle, it would have had to be what I was talking about, where you leave it for 5th pick. But then CFO might have just banned it on their 4-5 bans, since in that world we're having like the top lane already picked.
I also think with the opening, like Azir to me doesn't really scream a champion that you really struggle playing into as Bard, because he has so much innate mobility. I think even Rumble we've seen be able to dodge a lot, and then with a lot of mobility carry still being open.
But it's the Bard CO.
Well, you know I love me a good Bard.
It's so great. When we look at stylistically the strengths of these two teams and the fact that for me, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think CFO is tremendous in finding the correct skirmishes and pushing their advantage forward. I wouldn't necessarily call them as good as FlyQuest usually at kind of setting up for objectives and getting those objectives. And I say that only, Isaac, because in LTA, they are the best team at that completely,
Yeah.
and they almost never drop the ball. So how do the comps work in that regard?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just going to be about like who's getting early advantages, what sides you want to play to. Obviously, they did lane swap level 1. Kaiwing, you know, not Kaiwing, I'm looking at the Corki, but Doggo went top, obviously. You know, so are we going to see them actually just trading? Are we going to see them contesting on the objectives? I do feel like FlyQuest absolutely wants to be first to objectives. You know, when you are playing pick comps, you want to be trying to control vision, forcing them to walk in, and then having them scared that Alistar's in a brush somewhere. You know, having it be really difficult for Azir to walk forward because you don't have, like I talked about at the top of the day, you don't have a Sion just like walk in blind and tank the engage. Xin Zhao can't do that. Like, yeah, you're kind of tanky. Leona can't do that. Yeah, you're kind of tanky, but if you just walk into a full combo and get flipped in, you're going to die.
You're dead.
Yeah, to go towards the CFO win conditions, I do think that we saw their laning phase already started really well. Obviously, Doggo in the 1v1 was doing a great job, as you would in the range versus melee matchup. Then Junja was also able to find very early damage onto Quad, who actually has, as a result, not really, I think in this matchup, neither player should die, but not having lane prio does make that Junja is freed up. And I do think that CFO's comps leans into their strength very heavily in that every single member of this team is able to go in very consistently or able to assist in case of
And
rumble.
they do. I think the
They
cool
will.
thing is
They
that,
will.
and they will. They very much will. I think also for Junja, we didn't get to talk about it that much either. I think I've seen some huge Xin Zhao games the last couple of days, like absolutely super carry performances. I think in that last game versus G2, FlyQuest also went for the Xin Zhao, but just didn't get, oh no, in the Soraka game rather, sorry. But it didn't really work out the way they wanted. Do you think Inspired has to somehow adjust how he plays or not at all? I'm just thinking about him in the sense of he was the one who was most downtrodden in that series after G2. Is he going to change what he usually does? Because I don't think he has to.
I don't think he will. I mean, I think Inspired is very consistent. He's going to prioritize his goals. He's going to prioritize his farm. And then generally, he's really mechanically proficient and he plays team fights well. And I feel like that's kind of him. He kind of does the same thing every game. But he believes that is the best way to play League of Legends and to play it really, really efficiently. And it's enabled by Busio. You know, this is something I talk about a lot in NA, is that Busio is kind of their jungler often in the early minutes, right? Busio is often going to roam. He's going to leave Masu by himself to help Quad push out a lane, to help Whippo be protected on a dive. You know, not that Inspired never does it, but Inspired is going to prioritize camps, prioritize objectives, and really try to put himself in that way ahead so that he can really kind of pay that back later in team fights.
Yeah, it's true. We don't have an update yet for you. We are still in this tech pause. I think something we didn't talk about yet, and maybe we can now, is that Whippo didn't have a good series versus G2 specifically, right? A lot of situations where he got caught out or made the wrong decision, and I thought that was out of character because for me, Whippo is a player who sometimes does tremendous in lane, but even if he doesn't, he'll always find something to lift the team up or a positioning or a moment, and I just felt like maybe his mojo was a little off, so if he resets today, it's going to be super important, and on the K'Sante, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, I was just surprised that he played Rumble. He's not known as a Rumble player at all. And actually, when they had subbed Gakkos in a couple times during the regular season, it was to play Rumble, right? Because Whippo traditionally doesn't play the champ. He only has 10 games on it his entire career. It is, yeah, and it's just kind of like not his style. He has his own kind of unique Whippo picks, but there's a few meta picks that he's always kind of stayed away from, Rumble being one of them. In the Renekton game, it felt like it was a bit of hubris, like he was proxying a lot, got caught out a lot of times. But yeah, Whippo is an up and down player. He's hot and cold. If he can come out and have a really good game one, like Whippo at his best can challenge the best top laners in the world. Whippo at his worst can lose to the worst top laners in the world. Like, you just have to see what you're getting.
Broken Blade bad?
Hey, come on, guys.
I'm also not saying that the champ is too difficult for Whippo. I just think I think Rumble is really, really difficult.
It's a different play style
to play, right? And specifically when you have these important fights, it is a split-second decision. It's hard to do that ult. I think so. So I'm sure pros don't think it's as difficult. But we've seen a lot of weird lines in professional Rumble games sometimes because it is difficult.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working alongside the self-declared best Rumble of all time in Huni.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Finn.
No. In Huni, who always has extremely strong opinions on Rumble. For anything ranging from builds to equalize. And I think Rumble to me is an interesting champion because it feels like he is kind of like Xin Zhao currently, like Lee Sin was a couple of years ago, at least in the LCK, where you need to be able to play this champion. He has just been a meta staple. He will remain a meta staple because of the innate power of his kit, no matter how many mini reworks we have. What I wanted to talk about for a little bit when it comes to CFO, particularly with the Azir, which I think has been a crazy power pick, is that Hongq, to me, thus far hasn't been able to live up to the expectations that were set for him by his previous tournaments.
Yeah.
Both MSI as well as First Stand. And Azir, to me, is kind of, as a champion, the ultimate test of this. Because Azir, the line between having a great play and having a struggle can be thin, and we'll see if he's able to clear that line this time around.
Oh, thanks, Chronicler. And here we are. We're back in. And it is just the game as we saw it before. We just got to have a little bit of a timeout and a little bit of a chat to our lovely analysts.
Yeah, and I think what the issue was is that Kaiwing went a little bit early to the top lane, thus triggering the lane swap detection punishment.
Yep.
And CFO were contesting.
We had the same pause in the LCK. Don't you worry.
Yeah, so
happens to the best of us.
Kaiwing just missed out on a bit of extra, experience and support quests there, but
ultimately
I believe
it will be okay.
Yeah, I believe we're just resuming. So they just explained the lane swap detection.
Yep. And because it's now a little bit later on this patch, we are going to be paused once more. See whether it's going to be comfortable clarification or whether this is going to be something deeper. We'll make sure we keep you updated as quickly as possible. Should be over the CFO side, assuming that they feel like the issue has not been resolved.
Yeah,
they expected.
I think all the explaining about the lane swap went down smoothly. So this probably, I would assume, is something else.
It'd have to be something else, right?
Yeah.
Unless they're like, no, but like, look, there's this thing. That's what I expected. It went, as soon as the pause came in again, I'm like, no, they're failing to accept that that's how it worked.
And now we are well past 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So
it might be that it was the fact that you like get the debuff and then it lasts afterwards. Maybe they were still a little bit confused as to, but I still wasn't getting experience immediately after. Okay, never mind.
That's not a good sign right there.
It might have been bathroom break tech pause situation. Oh, another one.
So, I mean, sometimes if there's something more meaningful, then they're like, okay, this might take a while. You are allowed to get out of your seats and then go to the bathroom, and like the cause of the pause isn't necessarily the bathroom break.
Yeah, it's more like you now have a window to use the bathroom.
Because we just started, guys.
Yeah. yeah. I'm thinking like, when you're nervous, sometimes it can just, and maybe you just forget to use the bathroom, Make sure, maybe a bathroom check, guys. For everyone watching at home, take care of your kidneys.
Yeah, honestly, I think everyone should take this moment.
Yeah.
Except for us, of course.
And if you don't need to go, maybe think about the other side of the spectrum, which is hydration. And perhaps we should all have a drink of water. You know what?
True.
We should all do that. Kobe, pick up your water bottle. It's time to have it. Just drink the water.
Yes, sir, Atlas, sir. I would like some electrolytes with my water, too, please.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
that's how you truly hydrate,
Is that really how it works? I thought electrolytes was just a cool word.
Kadriel once told me a story when we were a couple years ago streaming, the lead up to Worlds, which was basically like Worlds Champion Q.
Yeah.
And so it was like super hype, and everybody's watching and stuff, and we're streaming for long periods of time. And I was streaming and with him on Discord.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, I really have to go to the bathroom. And then he was like, don't go. It actually really increases your focus. It's better if you have to go to the bathroom. And I was like, wait a second. I mean, it does increase your focus because you're thinking about it and you're worried.
But you just focused on needing to pee? What?
It also could cause some long-term problems if you do it too long. That's for sure.
Yeah,
so
definitely don't do that.
Maybe don't take health advice.
Yeah, no, let's steer clear from that.
But it did increase my focus. I was alert.
Maybe you were too focused on not what you should be focused on, though.
He recommended
definitely focused.
He recommended that and matcha. It was really, really big on matchas at the time.
Okay, well, I'm not really all that big on the matchas. This is by the way, guys, just to update you, this is a different issue. This is more of a peripheral-based one. We should be back to the game very, very soon. Peripheral issues, we love those. They're solvable. You can see the thing, and you can say, I'll get a different thing, or we'll fix the thing. Very, very easy.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about stuff going on inside the computer.
New mouse, new keyboard. We'll figure it out.
Yep, whatever it needs to be. So now we can talk about hydration and stuff like that. And by the way, I do know what electrolytes do, but I have always thought that the word is good. Like, you know, I just liked it. And whenever I like looked at the bottles and they had it all in like really big letters, I'm like, they made that up.
Yeah, like you're gonna get some sort of superpowers.
Yeah, that's what I always thought. Maybe I'll
like it'll turn you into Raiden or something, shooting electrical.
And I would have been playing Mortal Kombat at the time.
Raiden was always my favorite Mortal Kombat character, that's for sure. It's because of the electricity that like snaps on his eyes.
Yeah.
That's Mega Aura.
And he also just looked really unassuming when he was walking around, and then he just zaps you.
Yeah.
It's
the old guy that still beats everyone up.
Yep.
That's what I'm gonna turn into.
It's beautiful.
As we progress towards our Unk status.
Yep. And the Unk status is purely it's epitomized by the fact that we're excited about the remake of the movie, and everybody else is like, that's dumb. Because I know I am. The first Mortal Kombat movie, oh my god.
Quality movie.
Extraordinary.
Quality movie.
Your brother's soul is mine. Oh, it's just so quotable. So many brilliant moments. And we really are deep into this pause. That's what we've decided that we want to talk about.
Honestly, though, Alice, that's what today is all about.
Yeah.
Which of these teams will deliver a fatality to the other region?
Oh, see, you can always tie it back in, Kobe. That's why I love having you around.
Fatality is, one of the earliest and coolest, calls for a finish of an entire
Do you think it got a little bit too much when they started moving on to like babalities? And the weird things. They should have just probably left it as fatality, I think.
But it is huge. I mean, this is a momentous series here for both regions, for both teams individually, but also for both regions because.
I mean, it's massive on either side, and I think FlyQuest wanting to make it back to that former glory, being able to get to the top 8 like they were able to and got so close against Gen G. If they can't even get there, it doesn't feel very good. But this does, because now we can see the video game. And it's all in color and everything like that. We don't need to worry about the sepia mode that we had before, and everything is all good.
So after all these pauses and after all the swap, let's evaluate what went down with the experience. The biggest thing to me,
battle level.
Yeah, the biggest thing to me is top lane. Top lane having a full level advantage for Bwipo is huge. Kasante ultimate definitely very, very threatening, and Driver suffered more heavily in the CS. With the lane swap, with the 2v1s.
Oh, Emperor's Divide does get the flash out of quad here. Nice little attempt from Honky. That means that another visit, and they should be able to get a kill.
Meanwhile, Inspired got to the second Scuttle Crab, getting him to the level 6 breakpoint as well. So they are going to have experience, slight experience lead for the jungle, much larger experience lead for top lane.
Nothing a few pedals can't fix, right, Kobe?
True.
We'll need to get a couple of those as Honky does avoid the seismic shove, but he does so by hoovering up a whole bunch of rocks, so that doesn't exactly feel fantastic. This does, though, because these Sand Soldiers are really starting to hurt, with the recurve bow and blasting one now completed.
Yeah, Inspired also showed here. So every time you show, then you give a lot of information to your opponents in the early game, because CFO know that Inspired cleared up towards that side, and so by showing mid, they can now guess, all right, presumably for the next like 30 seconds, he's going to be clearing the rest of his red quadrant. Your red buff, your Krugs, and then re-clearing down. It's not the biggest of deals because they do know what your jungle path was from the beginning, but it just makes it certain so they can.
Getting the confirmation is, I think, a big deal.
Yeah, especially when you finally have your level 6 on Vi, and you want to use what we were talking about in Champ Select. The Vi ultimate guarantees you a seismic shove play onto Azir. And so that extra threat is something that they want to kind of keep hidden in the fog of war if possible.
Yeah, I also think that fighting around now is exactly what they want to be doing, right? Level 6s are a big deal for this composition. FlyQuest do want to get themselves off to a good start to make sure that their damage is enough moving later on into the game. As Bwipo, this seems to be his new thing. It's just farming behind turrets. Doesn't look like he's going to have too many issues, though, doing it. As you can see, still retaining decent experience advantage. Also tempo advantage now, and we'll be able to move into the fog of war. Could be a little bit dangerous as we do see CFO going for these grubs.
Yep, we're going to get the objective trade for the early game. So CFO, they're going to have the extra pushing power of the grubs for these turret plates. We'll see how much extra money this does result in the early game especially. And if FlyQuest's focus on the dragon stacking will pay off. Of course, this FlyQuest, squad is looking a lot at these mid-game fights. They want to focus on Dragon stacking so that they can put that pressure onto CFO in the mid-game.
And the unfortunate thing is, 2 of the best souls are now removed. So we'll have to see what is going to be the soul moving later on, as we do get that second Drake going down. But it's not going to be Infernal or Hextech. They could have just won the game, right? If you get them with this composition, if you can make that snowball work, it doesn't quite matter as much what the composition is if you can keep rolling that one down the hill and grab that soul early. As Busio taking a lot of damage here. Pulverize onto 2 as Masu trying to get that follow-up damage. Doggo does just use the barrier to make sure that he stays as healthy as possible, and it's a good trade for CFO.
Yeah, it certainly is. Get that Alistar fairly low, healing back up with the passive. A little bit of sustain there for Busio. And Inspired is trekking his way over here on the Vi. So we'll see after Krugs if he just goes back into another re-clear and heads up down towards the other side of the map. Most probably he'll just go Raptors and Wolves, but there's possible options for them to get a little bit fancy with it. They have, of course, swapped their solo laners as well, so Whipple comes back down here, since he does have plenty of magic resist with both solo laners being AP threats.
Yeah, feels a bit good, doesn't it, to be the K'Sante in this game as far as itemization?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to lane a melee into a mid lane matchup, into one of these mages, having the early phase start out pretty smoothly and getting a bunch of money to just buy a bunch of magic resist, and especially the extra regeneration that you get off of the cowl is so nice for laning. Because even if the Azir is attacking you with soldiers and stuff, you just move on up there, and K'Sante has so much survivability with the extra shield and the early itemization. But here we go, we might get a little bit of a scrap as Jinja heads up towards the FlyQuest duo.
Yeah, we do have level 6 finally hit for Kaiwing as he's waiting in this brush. Doesn't look like they really want to find too much though, and especially with the Unbreakable Will there. Busio isn't really a target. Masu's hard to get onto because of the range that he does have. So just got a little bit of a snare coming on through. Jinja is going to walk over that captive audience, and out he will go.
It is interesting because the experience leads still hold for all the places that we talked about for FlyQuest. Whippo's still with his. Bottom side, Driver is going to be the target, though.
This could be really dangerous, right? Because he's already behind. It could get even worse. The Equalizer goes down just to clear out the wave, and that looks to be exactly what FlyQuest wanted. Now they're going to slink back towards the river, and Inspired going to see what else he can collect. Looks like it's going to be Scuttler first, and then possibly just Gromp into clearing out as much jungle as he possibly can to continue getting himself in a good position. But so far, everything has been pretty quiet.
Pretty quiet. A little bit of extra efficiency, I would say, on the FlyQuest side.
Yep.
Namely from Inspired with his jungle farm. Jinja, we've seen a couple times where he hesitates around top side, kind of wants to make a play, either calls it off himself or gets interrupted. And so Jinja is slightly behind in the jungle. But that being said, the carries for CFO have their own leads here, both Hongq and Doggo, with some slight extra gold to their names.
Yep. Hongq, of course, very comfortable on this Azir as well. His record is pretty impressive. They do a lot of winning, so it is hard to really gauge exactly what it all means on the international stage, but I think Hongq's proven himself well enough for us to be able to trust it.
Yeah, it is actually crazy how much winning this team does. I mean, Jinja has won 7 regional titles in a row. Everyone that he has played in there in the LCP/PCS. And we'll see if they can continue on the international stage. Again, in the early game, experience is valued a bit more than gold because the small gold differences don't usually result in a full item breakpoint. And so the extra value of a full level is a lot of...
stats are much more important.
Exactly. That's the guaranteed power that is going to be there. But we haven't seen anyone use it yet, really.
Oh my god, the burst damage out of Doggo. He's got that Trinity Force, and yes, now we definitely know it.
So the item breakpoints definitely do hurt when one of them is a Trinity Force.
Maybe this is one of those lessons, like AD carries really like items because they can do that with them.
Yeah, especially...
Oh, Soulflare double slow does come on through, but that's not quite enough to go for too much. Oh, I say that. Hongq's Sand Soldiers, they've been training hard.
this could be problematic for FlyQuest. This is CFO really making a good effort to interrupt the Dragon stacking. Inspired is on vision.
Yeah, and Doggo saw him, immediately clicked towards him. As Inspired is going to wrap his way around. Looks like CFO are going to get off this Dragon as Teleport is going to bring Bwipo in. Junja actually just going to waste no time, flashes away, but Bwipo might be able to get on top of him. The ulti not going to work out because Bwipo ate the CC, and that is first blood over to Inspired here. FlyQuest on the board. As the turret plates fall, a 14-minute first blood is not exactly the earliest, but the fact that they get a second Drake is huge.
They could teleport Quad to go answer the top wave as well. If they don't want to drop the top wave, send the Talia over there.
As the flash out, Curtain Call comes on in as, Masu's just going to be able to pick that one up because Bwipo is not scared of turrets.
And again, it's such a critical timing for FlyQuest because they have to keep Dragon stacking. So because bottom wave was pushed in, they don't teleport Quad to top side. They keep Quad on bottom side to catch that minion wave. And it is going to cost FlyQuest a lot of damage on the top turret due to the Void Grubs as well for Driver. It barely stands. But again, it's so critical for FlyQuest, with this comp to actually keep the Dragon stacking. So I do really like them contesting on it and forcing the play, using Bwipo's teleport there. That plus the CC from the Jhin, and now...
Oh, Quad could be in a little bit of trouble because Kaiwing does have... Zenith's blade does connect, but through the exhaust, Quad will be okay. Busio comes in, just says, get out of here. Not too much else to worry about. But CFO, they've been so good at being able to actually make things stick in the early game. They haven't been able to at all here so far. Still don't think it's end of the world. I still think their composition is going to feel just fine moving further on. But with all those experience hiccups, things like that, the fact that the gold is now well and truly sitting in FlyQuest's favor and those two dragons, man, like everything is coming up FlyQuest here in this game so far as Quad might be the first sign of it not quite working out. It's just still able to pick him up. The redemption comes down as well, as we do see picture-in-picture that it should still be this Rift Herald going down. So they will be able to collect that one, and that is also going to be some feats of strength almost gotten towards as well, as Busio could be in trouble. Level 7 here, so he does have the Unbreakable Will, but he is still taking a lot of damage. These Sand Soldiers, man, they are really hurting. Not quite enough to get the kill onto the cow through the ulti.
Really good early flash from Hongq. Preemptively flashes to gain the...
Two turrets immediately?
Yeah, they take that one down. Topside's going to go to Hongq as well. But really good early flash from him to create the play. And Quad still flashing and dying is really going to put a bump here in the FlyQuest path. I think CFO, huge gold injection into those solo laners is going to be exactly what they want.
Yeah, and have a look at Hongq's lead now. 1.3k, 1.4k. That was FlyQuest's lead prior to that play. And it is now just on their superstar mid laner, a young man that has been the talk of so many this whole year, as CFO have been there every single time, no matter what event it has been. Still, this is only going to equalize things, right? Like 300 gold, not something that we're going to be too worried about. And there is still feats of strength on the table. Whoever makes it to that third one is going to be able to collect it here. See whether FlyQuest can just get one more kill to get some better shoes.
Yeah, Hongq, such a promising young talent here. And he always just plays with so much confidence on the world stage. We'll see about the next Azir play, as there were a lot of people converging on mid.
Yep.
But after the wave gets cleared out...
I can see you were tensed up. You're like, hang on a second.
Both sides, you can see almost immediately, both of them kind of spread back out to go catch their side waves. And those side waves are going to get a little dangerous for FlyQuest. Both outer towers are down, so CFO using their extra advantage there to get the early push.
Yeah. Does mean that there's some standing gold here for FlyQuest, but unless they're able to take these turrets down, they're now just helping make sure that CFO has as much control of the map as they can at this stage of the game. Man, this next dragon fight is going to be such a big deal. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock for that one. FlyQuest Soul Point in their sights. Mountain Soul is a big deal. I mean, I don't know how you kill Bwipo after that one comes through. So, a pretty important one to fight for here. See whether CFO have any plans for it.
I think Hongq might have some plans, because he's 2 item Azir already. We were talking about, oh, how meaningful is gold versus experience? Well, when gold is 2 items fully completed on your Azir, then gold is massive. So
Hongq went back and bought a Leandri's, and Quad went back and bought a little book.
Ooh, would you rather have a book or a cool mask?
The cool mask, Kobe, every single time. Although some of the books, you know, are cool as well. There's a lot of them that you can buy.
This is a short story, though.
Yeah,
that's like a little picture book.
Yeah, this is the first. This is like baby's first book. You know, like it's not quite the fiendish codex. It's okay. Driver could be in a little bit of trouble here as Quad throws a whole bunch of rocks into his back. The seismic shove connects, and I think Quad wanted to let us know that the book's pretty good. Actually, it's not too bad.
Yeah, and he rides that one all the way to the pick. CFO though, with 4 people. They're also going to answer with the last remaining outer turret that FlyQuest had standing.
Yeah. And Doggo is, of course, Valkyrieing forward into Busio as the slow comes through. Masu is in so much trouble. He has to get out of there. Does have the curtain call to follow up if there is going to be anything more, but takes the cannon. Will now be able to head back home. CFO, though, they are just tearing things off the map over and over again. And now, with the outer ring dead, the map is so dark. FlyQuest can have a real tough time at making their way over here to contest this dragon.
I think that one is gone. That is an oyster dragon.
What does an oyster dragon look like? Oh, like a mountain dragon. Oh, sorry, yeah.
You
just told me what it was.
Very similar to a mountain dragon.
Except you have to know that inside the mountain, there is indeed an oyster.
Exactly. You crack it open.
Yeah.
Or some delicious meat.
It sounds kind of sinister. I don't like it anymore. I'm not going to mess with the oyster dragon. That's all right. Doggo and Masu back here in this lane. I think Masu knows now that if the Corki goes anywhere near him, it could be problematic, but he hasn't bought in quite some time. It's okay. Driver back in lane, maybe back in trouble again as Whippo. We're going to try and take him down. There's the all-out. Can actually survive this one. Deadly Flourish will be avoided. There's the curtain call as Driver desperately trying to get out of here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. The last bullet doesn't connect, but Whippo does have a Q. Manages to take that one down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, because they were 2 that showed top, CFO have decided that it's time for Otacon, and then they decide it is too dangerous. Not a decision they often make, to be perfectly honest, as Rift Herald is going to be thrown into mid lane. Shelly a little bit confused about where she is. We'll be able to wander towards... Okay, never mind. She is just going to be herded back down the river once again. Inspired will be able to just...
My favorite part of this...
Driving.
My favorite part of this were the blue flying oyster question mark pings that were going down on it. They're like, where is he going with this? Regardless, though, the best thing that this FlyQuest comp does is make picks on the map. CFO, though, they're starting back up the Otacon.
Is this just gone? I mean, Honkyu does need to be there if they want to have the DPS, but things are very, very dark on this map right now. Busio is going to rotate his way down. CFO have all the information they need. This is just gone. And you were talking about the great experience crisis of the early game of this series. That might be mitigated as Doggo does get himself over the right side of the wall. Driver desperately wanted to do the same thing, but there's a little bit of rush, and FlyQuest realized that I think their only real option here is to try and push down mid.
You can tell FlyQuest were so confused there. They had no idea where CFO were because Whippo just teleported to his own secondary tower when he was split pushing on top side and had finished up that top tower. FlyQuest had no idea. They were completely bamboozled by that play from CFO, and then they saw them and they got the Otacon, announcement even. He still panics.
Yeah.
He thought people were coming for him.
I mean, they do have a gold advantage. There's at least that. I'm trying to figure it out, Kobe, because it feels like CFO just kind of got away with murder.
Yeah, FlyQuest, they are confused.
Well, Kaiwi might be confused now, because Whippo is just going to come out of the brush, but Driver comes in. We're going to slow him down with a couple of harpoons, and that should be enough. We did manage, like, the feats of strength did go over to FlyQuest. They at least managed to lock that one in. So it's not end of the world or anything like that.
It is concerning, though.
I would say so. I think this was one of the issues when we were watching them just a couple of days ago as well, is like fully understanding where to be to make sure that things could happen. But I mean, FlyQuest did manage to get 2 Barons in their last game, even though they lost, right? Like, I
don't know.
This is a weird moment. This is a very weird moment.
Because they had already started fighting them by the Otacon, seeing multiple members. Technically not all of them.
Maybe it's just like the assumed reset.
They also, yeah. All right, well, good plays from Flying Oysters, though.
Definitely worked.
In the last few minutes, they stopped the Dragon stacking, got the Mountain one first, then they got the Otacon, and they were able to get a teleport off of the Cassante here.
Maybe it
the
was
split pushing.
there was like a vision bamboozle that we missed, and there's a really clever vision bamboozle that happened as the wall is going to come on down here. Kaiwing just flashes over the top, and it's going to be able to keep him safe, but that is a big investment as far as Summoner Spell. It is going to be employed, so CFO without that to engage some fights could be a big deal, as under a minute until this next dragon.
Incómodo, para mí este juego lento no le conviene a Fly.
If they get back on track here, because CFO have got to be so happy with this game state. Already having the Otacon with 22 petals, plus having the first of the mountain dragons, taking that one away. It just gives them so many luxuries here. And Honky was already doing well in this game. The Azir is just so comfortable split pushing. Has an arm guard. I mentioned the 2-item power spike, but this champion with flash up, he's so mobile.
Pero el Azir le mete una buena ulti, gana Teamfight solo.
Well, Sundisk is going to come on up here, and that is going to mean that Inspired will take a little damage, but not too much more. It does have the upgraded Merc Treads. The CFO looking to move up and protect their mid laner. FlyQuest moving over as well. Teleport to bring Mkoi down as they just want to take this inside track, move over towards this dragon. And they should be able to get this early setup. Also already 50% of his health bar taken away as Doggo's rockets are really starting to hurt Quad. Wrapping around the side, doesn't have the Weaver's Wall up just yet. There's now Driver on that flank angle, checking for Inspired, who should be able to get himself in here. We'll see whether they want the turn or whether they want to get themselves the dragon. FlyQuest moved their way in though, Inspired biding his time to make sure he gets in at the opportune moment. So play goes entirely wide as Inspired gets his way in there. Junja having to flash his way out though. Seismic shove gone wide. Equalizer is down. Not doing too much though, as we can see. As the Drake already low as well. The exhaust comes on down. Whippo gets into that backline. Kaiwing's in a little bit of trouble. And down goes the Xin Zhao. That's going to be the Drake going over. FlyQuest pick up the soul point. Have they found the fight? Driver still wanting to try and burn them. As Honkyu gets on in there. There is Whippo looking for the angle. Will be shut down. And it's Doggo that picks up the kill. Look at these health bars. Doggo desperately wanting another Valkyrie, but he will not be able to get in there. And FlyQuest gets soul point. And they get relatively out of there.
Yeah, they do. Whippo turns around to go after the Azirs to try and put a stop to that chase. And is the sacrifice. One for one on kills. Critically, as you say, though, Inspired able to secure the dragon. Let's look at the setup here. Junja does get focused. The Leona ult going wide there is actually quite big. That being down, Kaiwing also misses his E. Thankfully for him, he doesn't get shoved in by the delayed seismic shove, but they back off from the equalizer, reset with the redemptions. Inspired with Whippo inside the pit here is actually quite close because Junja there, they focus him down, get the kill, and then Inspired can smite afterwards. So they cleanly are able to focus down the enemy jungler and then get the objective. Here's where it gets very risky.
Qué mentira sacude.
As Honkyu dashes in though, Whippo goes in, he dies.
Well, you can see Whippo not feeling too happy about it, but I think it was a worthy sacrifice for what they were able to pick up. 3.5 minutes until a potential Mountain Soul, which will be a huge deal. Not to mention getting the Elder onto the map, which certainly does help, closing out.
El montaña, esa montaña para mí gana
I think there's a lot of pressure
se come la pija ahí, cuidado.
Well, Solarflare going to slow down Inspired. Doggo is, of course, Valkyrieing over a wall, as he will be able to blast going his way to safety. Doggo only has one mode, doesn't he? He's just
I love it.
going
It's attack mode.
Yeah.
It is so fun to watch.
Every champion can be Draven, as it turns out.
Especially when he has double summoners. He plays so aggressively with them. CFO, though, once again, they start up the Baron. They're trying to force FlyQuest into this early.
My god, Honkyu is doing so much damage to this objective. FlyQuest is going to have to make a decision. Teleport is going to come through from Whippo as they get a nice knock up. He's going for the shot. Equalizer goes down, though, and Quad is just dead. An overextension, as we can see, is now Junja goes in. Busio, the next one to fall, paying for his mid laner's sins, as Doggo is, of course, flashing forward. It's Whippo to go down one more time as he tries to all out his way to safety, but that is not going to stop CFO from taking this Baron and getting a big lead. Never mind, though, it's Kaiwing that's going to go down first. Inspired collects that, but Emperor's Divide pulls him back. and they'll trade jungle for support after the end of that fight. And CFO should be able to get the purple worm as a reward.
Huge for CFO. They turn around on Quad and immediately punish him for taking that wall so close to their team. Quad goes in, he jumps up right into Kaiwing here, gets stunned up, and immediately deleted. So CFO are very, very, very happy with the start of this fight. And then they just run down FlyQuest, chasing every last member here. Huge critical moments at the Baron, and CFO destroy FlyQuest.
You can see CFO pretty happy about it as well as far as the coaching staff are concerned. That is going to finally even out the kill score here in this game, but the Baron is the biggest deal. And keep your eye on that Rebel Baron power play. Currently at the neutral setting, which is 1500. The more they can get is going to be the use of the buff. As Doggo back in this mid lane once again. I feel like whenever he's on screen, I tense up. You know, there was no one else on the screen, but I was like, is he going to solo kill that nothing over there?
He just might. That dog definitely has bite. So does Honku as well, by the way. The bird also has bite, and Honku still has his flash. He didn't have to use his flash in the last massacre that we just witnessed. And so it's a level 17 Azir with a big lead. Jinja, though?
Yeah, Jinja is in a little bit of trouble, able to flash out of the way of the seismic shove, and there's not a whole lot of damage available to take him out when his ultimate's running. As now Busio likely to just die. Driver will be slowed down, but it's Quad that's dead again! Oh, it's a disaster for FlyQuest. It's into the backline, goes Inspired, but I just don't know whether that was a great idea, as Doggo is going to be able to take him down while he's trying to ult him into the sky. And CFO, this could be them just marching up the mid lane and taking out the first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, I think they might destroy quite a bit of the FlyQuest base here with the Baron buff still on for a long time here. They get to continue pushing in. Inhibitor down. You also see Jinja pushing in on the bottom side wave, but he's going to run right past it and look for the end.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it right here, right now. There are 2 siege minions making it so difficult. The curtains have been called. I don't know whether they're for CFO. They will be able to stay alive. So FlyQuest, they do survive the push here, but CFO have broken open the base. They take an inhibitor turret on the bottom side as well. Honku deals with that one, and now on their way out, they'll be able to collect another Mountain Drake, meaning that that soul is ever further away once again. And I would say 6K is a pretty good Rebel Baron power play. We were talking about keeping your eye on that one. Yeah, that's good number.
Yeah. CFO here just looking dominant now in game number 1. Let's take a look at this as they try and pick off Jinja for FlyQuest side. And it's a good equalizer from Driver. Quad then, you can see on the Talia, gets nailed. Kaiwing, ulti him, immediate follow-up, and they just delete that Talia once again. Nice ult there from Kaiwing to snipe him. Inspired then goes in the end. They know they're just kind of throwing their bodies at CFO at that point, because having given over to this team comp, the Otacon as well as the Baron in that last fight, and all this gold adding up, CFO have a chokehold on this first game.
Now, Inspired, it's going to have to be these Hail Mary plays. And I actually like this. We've seen this from a lot of players in the past. Inspired himself has done it before. When you're feeling down and out, just find a spot to stand as Vi so you can kill the guy that does the damage.
This is what...
This is the pure shit play.
This is solo queue. You go and get an enemy.
Well, this is going to be an enemy team that CFO are looking for. Busio does have the unbreakable will, and he's going to need one if they want to stay alive in this game. And, oh, not just a camp, that's a crab!
I mean, Alice, people call it different things. To me, when I do that, it's a bit of rage.
Yeah.
I'm rage clearing enemy camps at that point.
Oh, rage clearing is the rage counter jungle clear.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I think just rage clearing. I'm going to use that. I'm definitely going to use that. As Doggo Valks over the wall, will be able to keep himself alive. But now the wraparound has happened. It's not only a rage clear, it might also be Driver going down, but he does spot him here. Inspired, not quite with the surprise play that he wanted, but it's the all-out to bring them underneath the turret. Jinja is going to be the first one to go down, as Doggo is, of course, over the wall. Honku goes golden as the solar flare is going to interrupt that curtain call. As, my God, how did Doggo do that much damage? That was disgusting, but still, he is now dead. I think Fly is still alive.
Atlas, rage clearing is a viable strategy. It turned into the flank of all time for FlyQuest, what they needed
The thing was, like, it set them off. And then they just went. They flew underneath the inhibitor turret. Inspire didn't even really have to do anything. It was mind control. It was extraordinary.
Mind control is the best strategy. Here we go, though. You can see on the minimap, Inspired approaching, and Bwipo is able to get the kidnap basically under tower.
Yeah.
And they basically create chaos. When you are down like that, you want to create some more chaos. And so they're going to continue to do it.
Yeah, Driver could be in a whole lot of trouble. The wall comes down. I don't think this Rumble is going to survive, and he doesn't think so either as he ults the wave to make sure that he can at least get something. But these little picks, all of these dents in the tempo.
Qué rara la partida, no sé qué está jugando Fly, güey.
Continue to try and make picks across the map.
O sea, tienen que hacer para hacer el skirmish, pero no sé, es rarísimo. O sea, creo que luego no va a tener Ángel Goya Ninja para este fight. Tienen que seguir peleando, güey.
As the knockback from Bwipo, there is another kidnap, like you said before, but it's going to be Flash this time. Blast Cone makes things problematic. Oh, the rocks go down Honkyu! So much trouble, but still the damage is there because Doggo shows up! Massive amounts to go through, but it's already too far. Doggo trying to survive against Bwipo. He flashes over the wall and picks up a double, but Fly still able to win.
Ay, para qué divertido. Qué partida más rara. No puede, no puede.
Driver is turning up as well, but I mean, Doggo's health bar is not exactly high. Something there. It's looking like they're not going to go for this Baron, but FlyQuest, I mean, I was writing the obituary, man. Like, this is not what I was expecting this game to look like.
They have to keep the chaos going. They want to keep the chaos rolling here, forcing and forcing. They're definitely going to turn off the Baron, but CFO are doing a good job. They're not taking the bait here very quickly. They know it takes FlyQuest way too long to do the Baron, so they're not running into it.
Weaver's wall goes down. I mean, they left a control ward there, but the Equalizer is still going to do so much work because the Baron, they're still on it. The spikes are really hurting. It's still lower and lower, and Doggo wanting that wraparound. Driver gets in there with the flamethrower, and there's Doggo, and he's going to be the Baron secured by FlyQuest, but can they keep anyone else alive? The Empress Divide comes in, it's a double in the end for Doggo, and so there are a few Barons left up here for FlyQuest, but there's no people.
Yeah, there's only an Alistar and a Cassante to defend the base. CFO are going to come, and they're going to try and finish.
All right, let's see whether they can make that one happen as Honkyu shifts some sands.
Bwipo no tiene balón, pero Bucio, ¿qué hace Bucio? Bucio va a buscar la oleada.
Looking for the flanking Busio, and Junju's going to catch him. He's walking up mid lane to get back to his team. He's holding the wave. It's the Mars strategy again, but I just don't know whether it's really going to work. As CFO, they're going to move back. They're going to get themselves their own soul point. But it doesn't, never mind. Maybe it's just, oh my, this game, it's just ridiculous.
It certainly bought them some time,
It bought them some time. They might have been coming back to the Dragon anyway. However, it did look a little bit. I got flashbacks to go to that Mkoi standing stalwart to stop the end of the game.
Yeah, it does buy them some time. Triple Mountain Dragons now picked up for CFO, but FlyQuest live a bit longer here. Again, gotta clear out some of this vision and continue to try and make some picks. They have so much CC to try and do it.
We're not able to stop the back here as Inspired. Wanted to try and catch Driver once again, but not going to happen this time around. And yeah, this game is quite crazy.
Yeah.
Is that a flame horizon for Bwipo?
Lo que le decía, Coste de juego va a ser llegar a 43 minutos y
that's valid. Over 100.
Por lógica, Coste va a explotar a una.
The right number. I was like, surely not. That's a rumble.
The second question is, does that flame horizon matter?
Probably.
Or does Doggo being
Pero era obvio, weón. ¿Qué iban a pretender hacer un varón?
A full extra item.
He does have 9
o sea, lo van a buscar a Deliver XD.
All right, well, FlyQuest have to continue to be scrappy here. They're trying to play in the darkness here, but the Flying Oysters are flying safe now, staying on their side of the map where they have vision.
And the problem is I feel now, if you were FlyQuest, because the game is basically over. And so it feels like the tempo has kind of moved back into Fly's favor because they're like, well, the enemy team just won. We've got nothing to lose in this game. Like, it was a done deal. And so now every opportunity they get back in this one is kind of like a freebie. And let's see whether CFO can keep themselves in it. because they have almost thrown it away.
Biggest problem to me for FlyQuest now is when you try and make a pick, there are 2 Zhonyas on both solo laners for CFO, and then the Guardian Angel on Doggo is already available, and Jinja's is close to being available.
Yeah, so 6 items on the Azir is problematic for the... Yeah,
for everybody.
Yeah, everybody. Like Doggo wants to get a pentakill, he can't, because his mid laner does way too much damage. I mean, it's not just FlyQuest that have issue with it. So let's see. Yeah, just clearing out this mid lane wave. Thankfully, it is mid lane, so it's the easiest one to cover. But we have synchronized timers between these 2 objectives, Kobe. So, quad stack Mountain Soul or a Baron might be the choice they'll have to make.
Let's track Inspired again, because Inspired is taking another long venture into the other side of the map.
I feel like he's feeling better though now, so I don't think we can call it the same thing.
I mean, it worked last time. He went for Raptors and then topside Scuttle, and then they saved the game. So now he takes Krugs.
Surely he could grab some Raptors as well.
I mean, it is golden experience that they wouldn't have been able to get before. This time, they had confidence in CFO not pushing for the end. So he is able to steal that one away. Kind of deep.
Actually cancels it here as the control ward is going to be taken down. Junja, no idea that there is a Vi lying in wait. Might get word of it. Will the back actually go through? It will. Nicely done. And emotes on his way out. That's clean.
¿La habrá visto? No sé si la habrá visto.
It's weird, Kobe.
Honestly, I'm having fun.
I love it. Weird is good.
No, yo nunca he visto un juego así de rancio, ni me gusta.
It kind of distracts you from the fact that this is the last day of Swiss. And this is elimination promotion.
And you can tell like there's so much more layered on top, right? There's so many reps of playing out these like set plays, right? But then there's also the terror of having to go over here and missing out on that top 8 for both of these teams. That is a huge deal. CFO, an incredible year for this team. And FlyQuest wanting to make it back to that knockout stage once again. See whether they can get further. CFO looking to try and get a little bit of siege happening. It's not a massive amount of range for this squad, so not working just yet. Solar Flare once again, just going to be a pretty circle and not much more. And Junja get knocked up. Oh my god, look at this. As soon as Honky does anything, someone almost dies. So they have to be so incredibly careful. Going to be coming back up very, very shortly. As driver, possible flank angle here, but there is a teleport back. There it is, thinking picture in picture. I feel like this game has almost 100% equalized.
No, no está igual, weón. CFO la tiene más fácil en una teamfight.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even want to do it.
I know, it felt like you had to.
Deberían travear. Yo soy flaco y digo, a la mierda, lo que hagan pero van a encontrar.
Biggest difference though, of course, extra full item on both CFO carries. So they have so much power here, but FlyQuest...
Whippo going in, there's the wall as well. Quad though keeping himself relatively safe this time as Honkyu goes golden. Seismic shove is going to be avoided with the flash, but Whippo picks him up and he's not going to be able to withstand the Emperor's Divide. Into the backline goes Inspired, there. They need to kill Honkyu and down he goes. Quad's getting flashed on though by drivers looking to burn down Mazu. Doggo's still alive as well, and the rest of CFO have dealt with the other onslaught on the other side of the fight. Down goes Inspired as Junja with full health is going to be able to make his way out. Now they're being on the mid lane, but I think a Mountain Soul might be coming in first.
That's the Soul for sure. Quad and Masu were at the very least able to take down Driver. So that is both solo players that have been killed on the side of CFO. Now though, there's a ward behind Baron that saw FlyQuest go over to this. So this desperate play from Quad and Masu, it is no to CFO, and they're not going to let him get away with it.
Yeah, Doggo will be able to spot them out here. There is the Mountain Soul to come on in as Doggo walks on forward. Sees Quad at extraordinarily low health. They're going to see whether they can get themselves out. It is just one auto, and Quad will die. Gives him the thumbs up, but isn't able to kill him. And the blast cone for the disengage. But still, CFO, they don't lose the Baron, and they should be able to take it themselves here. And with a quad stack Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, and an open door on the base, they should be able to finish this game. But I've said that before. This time feels a little bit more true.
Well.
3 holes in the ground.
Now we Now we'll approach the FlyQuest base one more time for CFO. As you said, they have everything in their arsenal just ready to finish this game.
Do I think that they are going to? No idea. Still no idea.
FlyQuest, they really need the magic now. Can they come up with something spectacular?
Oh, Inspired was going for it again, but this time was spotted by CFO. Kailing and Junja together. Ready to try and collect him. I think he's out, so it should be all right.
I will say there is now no Guardian Angel on Doggo, as well as no Flash. But I think that CFO, as long as they just play safe with their battle lines, and they don't have both carries right next to each other, then they should be okay to just slowly move it in.
And now we've just broached 10 seconds over the longest game at Worlds, which we did just have yesterday.
Great job all around, everybody.
51. The games are getting longer, as we're seeing as
Puede llegar a 45 minutos, mientras tanto, Inspired pajeándose.
certainly going to go down as Whippo looking like he's defending this. Whippo comes lightning, comes through, man, that health on Sante is so massive. But these inhibs are still going to go down. The flank angle there from Inspired. He still wants to look for it as they're under Nexus turrets now. Driver wanted to see what's going on. They spotted him just there. The first Nexus turret going to be lying on the floor. They need to pull the trigger if they want to stop CFO from taking this. But you can see they're playing so carefully as CFO not wanting to take any undue risks. As Seismic Shop will
qué lástima. Qué lástima. Nah, ese comentario
They're still desperately trying to get on top of him, but it does not work. The young player is able to say no to FlyQuest and will now be able to take down the Nexus. It took a little longer than we may have expected, but the Oysters strike first.
CFO finished the job in game number 1. FlyQuest scrambled and made them work for it, but in the end, CFO are victorious.
What an incredible game, and what a long one as well. Now it's time to hear from the
era, si no ganan con ese draft
figure out what just happened.
Como dije, la partida se iba al minuto 43.
This is what elimination games are made of. Blood, sweat, and tears, equalizers, missed positions, turnarounds, comebacks. Oh man, I've seen it all.
We have lived eons from the beginning of this game till the end, from the draft to now. Mountains came up and down. There was so much.
I'm gonna give you some space for a crash out, if you would like to take the space.
Can we watch Quad int the entire game at Baron? I just want to watch it. I felt my soul leave my body as Quad Talia
ese van en el necesario. No podían haber seteado el drag y tener armas.
A Leona in melee range! Brother, what are you doing? We're on Soul Point. It's a 3K advantage. This was the game. Like, that is the game. You just can't do that at the international level.
Tenían que haber vaqueado y podían haber seteado el drag.
Yes, there's 100 other things that happen. Yes, there's 100 other things that could change, but mistakes are not equal in League of Legends. A mistake like that at that moment in the game by the Baron is just horrible. And I mean, I think Quad had some tough moments where he wasn't able to flash abilities in other games and other series here, you know, that he would be unhappy about. But this one is just straight up unacceptable. And I feel like as soon as I saw that, I'm like, well, that's the game. You just lost the game. And the rest was kind of just waiting it out.
But then
it did get crazy.
They didn't lose, actually, from that point. You gotta give them credit. But the thing is, it feels so bad to now go like, hey, you kind of came back in that game because you didn't.
And they never were actually like on the front foot, even with after all those comebacks. I mean, I think Inspired played an incredible game. He was really, really clever. Him and Masu were the standouts to me. Yeah. I think really did well. I think Buppo, you know, he was always up in gold, but there were some head scratchers like that teleport to his own tier 1.
It almost hurts.
Super dizzy.
That play from Inspired here, the fact that he's able to knock Doggo over the wall, like, speaks to the quality of the game that I think he played. Obviously in a game as long as this, everyone in that moments that made you scratch your head, but really, what is kind of insane to me is that it feels like we had a flip of what we praised both teams for, because I was expecting Fly to be way better at objective control. I think CFO ran the early game here in tempo, even not taking into account the quad play.
After the Dragons, I think, the first Dragons.
There were multiple occasions where Fly would get a pick, yet CFO would get the objective. And that's something that I think normally I would expect more of from this team.
I mean, we got the first 2 Dragons, we were up in gold, and then we were super late for the 3rd Dragon, kind of gave that way uncontested.
There was the one pick.
Then the Otacon play where we were just kind of nowhere to be seen at the Otacon. So yeah, those to me were kind of head scratchers, and that is like, maybe you're just sweating too much and you're thinking about all these things and you're losing track of like what is the obvious play you should be doing next.
That's an elimination game for you, right? It's like all these things that sometimes in the LTA you would have done 17 times per weekend, you cannot do here because of the circumstances. And then if we have to look, or if we're gonna look at CFO, I think it is very impressive that they had the presence of mind to be ahead on those plays. Let's say the Arakan. Also, to pilot a game where it is incredibly close and they can feel it. They know they cannot take one step out of order or they will also lose the game. I have to give them tremendous praise for that.
And I wanted to see more of Hongkyu. I think we saw it in this game. I think he really stepped it up compared to what we've seen so far. Giving him the Azir was a gamble. We've seen this champion, when piloted well, completely take over games. I think this was a really good example. You could see the importance that FlyQuid put onto trying to take out one of these extremely fed carries. But Hongkyu, even though sometimes I was holding my breath for him, I think was able to have tremendous impact in this game.
He really was. And though FlyQuest made some really clever plays to like make sure the game didn't end after that Baron play, the problem is when you're playing this style of composition, you know, Vi had an incredible early game, but when you lose that Baron and when you get this late into the game, you look at the people you can ult. There's 2 GAs and 2 Zhonyas and a Leona, right? Yeah. Who are you supposed to be diving? Like, it's almost impossible at that point to have a successful play. And I was going to say, Doggo, this guy just plays with no fear. We already saw an incredible Corki game from him. This one, again, he's playing in the face of FlyQuest. He's getting chunks before the fights that are dissuading FlyQuest from even being able to take the fight. And I've just been non-stop impressed by Doggo. It feels like he's rarely stepping a foot wrong.
He keeps impressing, and he might have one more foot to go, and then he's in the quarterfinals. Azael, a rally cry for your boys.
I'm not going to lie, after that, I think it's a 2-0 for CFO.
If you don't even have faith?
I got no faith after that. After the last 2 series, I feel like this team is mental boom. I'm sorry to say it. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that they can pull it back. But
if there's
the looks on some of their faces on the player cams after some of those plays, to me, it was like, I think it's over.
If there's one thing I've learned from G2 versus FlyQuest and Mkoi versus TSW is that I'm not going to be a game 1 Andy. We'll be right back.
Teleport is going to come through from Whippo as they get a nice knock up onto Kaiwing. He's thrown back with the shove. Equalizer goes down though, and Quad is just dead. An overextension, as we can see, as now Junja goes in. Busio, the next one to fall, paying for his mid laner's sins, as Doggo is of course flashing forward. It's Whippo to go down one more time as he tries to all out his way to safety, but that is not going to stop CFO from taking this Baron.
Bonjour, merci à tous. On fait voir champagne. 여러분 같은 분들께 행복한 감사합니다. 즐거웠어 보여. 谢谢美心，这感恩上开见。Thank you, Beijing fans. See you guys in Shanghai.
An update is required. Financial system updated. System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Very much.
Papa Smithy, thank you so much for joining me during this series. Actually, I want to talk about the preparation you had coming into today with the few little time that you had. What did you guys focus on specifically?
Yeah, obviously at Worlds, when you're this deep into the season, you're not going to be picking up a whole load of new champs. You're not going to be able to reinvent yourselves. I think a lot of people saw that the loss to G2 took a lot out on FlyQuest emotionally. So I think a reset there was important. Now that the Best of the West side story has kind of like been shelved for now, it's very much about focusing on our opponent today. And obviously we didn't know until the last minute, but CFO is a team that we've been kind of like eyeing for a long time. They've obviously been going to internationals and performing just like we have for the better part of the year. So this is definitely an exciting game for us. And so I think our heads are on right today, and now it's about performing.
As you said, from being the best of the West to a bit more struggling situation as you're in right now, how did you readjust your players' expectations?
Yeah, it's not all me. Obviously, it's like the whole group coming together, but I think most of it is just when you're in Worlds, when you're in this like time chamber of being in one place for a long time, being in a foreign land for a long time, scrims against tougher and tougher teams than you have domestically, it's easy to look at things you can't do, like, oh, we can't draft that against a good team. We can't do this against a good team. And you start to lose the things that made you special domestically or at other parts in the year. And I think it's always good to take a step back to reassess those things and to remember what the good times look like. And I think we've been able to do that very, very well.
Great to hear from Papa Smithy, of course, as articulate as ever. And we miss you here on the broadcast, Papa. Anyway, let's see how they're going to adjust, because they're going to require a lot of that pep talk, because, of course, that interview was done during this game that we just witnessed. And it was messy. I'm going to go with messy.
That is one descriptor to go with.
Yeah,
yes.
That's what I went with.
It certainly
Feeling good about it.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, you know, trying to refocus after a game like that does take a lot of work, but you have to be able to do that at the pro level. You know, sometimes, especially even just as a normal League of Legends player, there are games that I play and I need to immediately cleanse my brain of what just happened. So they need to be able to do that. Sometimes you just have to be able to cleanse what just went down. Of course, you still need to have takeaways from the previous game, like the mistakes that were made. from honestly both sides. It was not clean from either side, but CFO obviously looking way better and performing individually as well as a team, much more cleanly.
Yeah. Kaiwing making up for the lack of experience in the early game with all of the experience he's had in his life, which is was enough to get them over the line. But there were ups and downs on both sides, right? Because, of course, not quite figuring out the lane swap mechanics effectively on CFO's side, putting themselves behind early. But I still think that the draft was problematic on the Fly side as far as where their consistent damage was going to come from. I think now we can see what's going to happen as we head towards Champion Select for game number 2 and see where the pivots are going to be.
Yeah, what I would do is just go for Comfort Champion so you can focus all on your gameplay. Just focus all on your gameplay so that you can reduce the amount of mistakes and, you know, go back to basics of tracking enemy champions, calculating the next possible move for them, taking into account what their next big goal is. And for CFO, they've got to feel very confident, I feel like, heading into this one. Now with some extra room to work with.
Yep.
I think CFO are in a very, very good headspace as far as progressing this one. Of course, they did have a very good setup, but they also just performed way better in the actual game.
Yep. Speaking of setups, we have a slight peripheral issue. And so we are just delayed a little bit getting into Champion Select, which hopefully is going to give both of these teams some time extra to settle.
That's what it was. Peripheral issues.
Yeah, we couldn't see out of our peripheries effectively. Something like that. There's certainly some humps to get over here for both of these teams. I think FlyQuest putting their best foot forward until the one big whoopsie that we did see out of that gentleman on your screen right there. But I think that they're going to have to rally if they want to stay here, right? Because if it is one of these situations where, you know, mentally you're not necessarily as in it, then, I mean, it's only going to get worse from here, right? I mean, the semifinals, the quarterfinals, the finals, they are all the most mentally strenuous things you can do on a League of Legends broadcast. And so, therefore, I mean, if you can't handle this, what are you doing?
Exactly. Then you don't deserve to move on if you're going to lose. So let's see who will be able to perform under pressure. Always talking about the poise on stage here. This big stadium that we have here, compliments of JDG. Filled with cheering fans, putting the extra passion into the day that we are seeing. And it is going to be a long day, by the way. Remember, this is just the first of 3 best of 3s we have in store for you.
Yep, and we're going to be casting all of them because it's kind of like...
He's a liar!
I'm a liar. We don't do that here. Because we know that if you get to a 3rd best of 3 and that it's been all the way, then you get very, very silly commentary. And we do not want that on the world stage. He says after... talking about oyster in the last game.
Straight from minute 1.
Yeah,
baby.
I was like, I have to make up for this. I'm going to pretend this is the 3rd best of 3. As we can see, Chowie starting to get a little bit animated here, so I think that's telling me that we might be getting closer and closer towards a draft starting. And you have some confirmation because there might be a little bit of a spoiler here on the stage. So getting very, very close to it. And looking forward to seeing what the adaptation is going to look like. They don't need to worry about a whole bunch of the champions, though, that we've seen already. I think the Talia and Azir are going to be big ones as far as things that are being taken away. Vi's been banned a whole lot this Worlds as well. And so a lot of things are going to change as far as the ban list is concerned. I think Oriana's still going to stay there and things like that.
And I think in the last game, CFO had a pretty good read of FlyQuest. You know, just deny them the Oriana as well as the Wukong.
Yep.
Those are 2 not only just power picks in the current meta, but also something that FlyQuest really do create their own structure around. This FlyQuest team, they're at their best when they form some like nicely scaling into mid and late game 5-on-5 team fights, you know, front to back structure. I feel like they do other strategies, of course they do, but I simply feel like that is their most comfortable approach. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, unless you, I would still ban the Scion because
unless you want to first pick it, but then I guess
then they can trundle you. They can trundle you, and Junja is a really good trundle.
Ban Trundle. Force the Scion ban, and then get yourself something that would otherwise not be banned. Okay, they're looking for a rise angle potentially. Of course, Quad is just a really good Cassiopeia player regardless.
Yeah.
But I would expect that's more about trying to get your hands onto a rise.
Interesting. They remain perma-banning Doggo's Caitlyn as well. He did perform very well on that one, but Doggo's performed well on a lot of champions, so
yeah.
Let's see what is going to be their final choice here, because this discussion between the Scion and the Rumble it gains more priority here. Like, Scion looks so good, not only because the Trundle proposition, but Ambessa is banned, and Ambessa has been the go-to, answer into the Scion. So that puts a lot of pressure here on first pick Scion if CFO don't ban it.
The problem for me is if they don't first pick it, then, I mean, if Rest picks that up and they get something else, because like you leave Wukong up, I imagine Wukong would also be very high priority.
If you are banning Ambessa right now, you got to first pick the Scion, even though they can Trundle you. I think you still do it.
And we have seen the Trundle picked, even though it's Trundleable. Trundleable, fun word. As we'll see whether it is actually going to be the decision. Obviously, the Kaiser Hover is going to come in first, but then Whippo, will it just be... Okay, the little grin is worrying,
you know, okay, yeah.
It's like, enough funny business, enough funny business.
I was sweating a little, they did give the carrier Bard to T1, but let's see what the answer. Okay, here the cheeky hover.
Imagine if he did it, though.
Yeah.
Imagine if he did it.
Right back into Bwipo, who has been a fan of this champion.
Isn't it ridiculous? They're not even smiling, Yeah. It's like...
I mean, should be Rise Trundle, right?
I mean, Rise Trundle feels pretty good. Going to be a lot of, pretty short range, so might be an opportunity for Fly to be able to capitalize on that. Let's see. Expecting the Troll King.
Expecting it, but what would they then be worried about Inspired doing? Like, theoretically here. Okay, yeah, just do it no matter what anyway.
Zed.
Yeah.
The Zed into Trundle angle. I don't know. Inspired, of course, has a lot of other things that he could do if we go back.
I mean, he could Ivern. So if I'm thinking about it theoretically, he could Ivern. Ivern is quite good into Trundle because you make it hard for the Trundle to move around the fights. And it would be a FlyQuest classic of doing the front-to-back team fights I was talking about, where they build for just a crazy 5-on-5. Okay, Kiana is the other way. You can go for the extra mobility here, try and dance around him and burst him instead.
This is a pick that I imagine LPL commentators would be like, oh wow, this is such a really good Kiana angle. I, on the other hand, and I've been talking about it all worlds, I'm sorry if I'm a broken record, I'm terrified of Kiana. I think the champion doesn't necessarily work all that well, but let's see whether Inspired can teach me otherwise. As Quad going to go back towards the Annie, certainly a lot of comfort here for him.
Yeah, I feel like if you're not Kanavi or like Tien or Tarzan, then it does reduce a little bit of the excitement. But we've definitely had other good Kianas as well. So,
Inspired pretty good at the video game too, so I think that we could probably trust him to make it work out. Honky, let's see what he's going to be picking up here, whether it's going to be something for Rest or whether it's going to be something else. Rest looking for his Rek'Sai license. There have been only a couple of players that have made this work, as Keen did manage to pick up another win outside of just Flandre.
Yeah, I mean, Keen was brutalizing that lane. Like, Keen got massive tower plate advantage, absolutely made the Rek'Sai counter into Scion really worth it, got huge extra gold value. Played the lane really well, so we'll see if Rest can replicate that success into Whippo's Scion.
Now some bans to come on through here. I do feel like CFO want something with a bit of range, something with potentially a bit of safety. Like, I'm thinking either you go like max range artillery type style, like a Varus or something like that, but you could also Ezreal this if they would like to. But first going to be focusing on banning away some support so that Busio isn't going to have anything that he likes. Of course, Annie Rakan, fantastic combo.
And FlyQuest already have like really straightforward, explosive engage. You know they're going to try and quickly engage on you. So the other possibilities of counter engage for CFO are things that you also have to worry about. But the Kai'Sa possibilities no longer here. FlyQuest will deny at least that from Doggo bottom lane. Maybe they were thinking like a Kaisa Nautilus or something was going to show up.
Kaisa would also actually work out for FlyQuest here, actually, if they did manage to get their hands on it, because they don't necessarily have the most magic damage with this composition, and Qiyana does have a fair bit of damage herself. Does make you less incentivized to build armor if you're going the full hybrid build, but the Ezreal actually going to be banned on CFO's side, so maybe my manifestation has actually turned into champions that are going to get banned rather than what's actually going to get picked up. As FlyQuest with Braum takeaway, going to get rid of so Doggo, what's it going to be? I expect he's going to lock in an AD carry here.
Yeah, and then you're looking at the supports like Rel. Some of them have been whittled down here. Rel looks pretty good because there's no more Braum or Alistar or Rakan. So we'll see, maybe Bard counter engages as well. Extra safety there if you don't want to like pick a Xayah or something. But
Nico's still up. That is kind of crazy. This champion has been picked or banned throughout most of Worlds, but kind of slipped under the radar in this one, but I guess that does make sense. A bit of a shapeshifter.
Jing está, imbécil. Jing está baneado.
And they have the radar on their team with the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, true.
So they control the radar as well as the one that will slip by it. Okay, here we go. Elimination your entire year on the line. And we get North American Lucian Nami. Backs against the wall. Elimination game for Worlds 2025. The entire year for FlyQuest here, such high expectations. They are going heavy engage, and they are going Lucian, Nami, must win into CFO.
There is so much follow-up as well from all of like the CC that can land, right? You get an unstoppable onslaught. Supreme display of talent, Tibbers, Wave, everything comes in as Doggo's Draven. Okay. Oh no, if I'm Busio right here, I'm like, oh, Nami, Lucian, such a powerful lane. They're going to be great. And then you see the Draven, like, those axes, even at Fields level 2, take half of your health bar.
Yeah, Doggo Draven is fearsome. All right.
Well, it's probably going to be a lane swap again. And that makes me feel even more worried because we saw what he did there on the top side of the map. We'll see whether it can be another early cash in here for Doggo. As CFO, they are not messing around. They want to finish this up 2-0 so they can focus on the best of fives.
Oh man, so much extra pressure too on the scouting for level 1 to play the guessing game of who is going to go top and are you going to guess that they're guessing that you're going to implement the lane swap.
Yeah, how far deep do you go on guessing if the guessing is guessing?
Plus, then Kaiwing, don't go top before 4 minutes. Do not get detected.
He may have had some discussions with the coaching staff in between the series. So I think that one will be shored up. And that's if indeed we do get a lane swap scenario. It could just be that they're willing to go toe-to-toe and see whether they can win in the early stages of the laning phase. But I kind of like FlyQuest's composition a little bit more than last time around. I think I can see where the damage is going to come from late game. I can see that there's 3 threats that are legitimately terrifying on this squad, and then a lot of CC to back it up. And here we are. Onto the Rift for game number 2. Fly desperately trying to stay alive here at Worlds 2025. CFO looking to knock them out right here, right now.
And the lane that might determine it could very well be that mid lane. 18-year-old Hongq, massive year for him, so much hype behind him, and you can see the progression from him over every international event that CFO have been to this year. Meanwhile, Quad really had some really bad plays, honestly. I'm just gonna, in the previous game.
I was waiting for you to sugarcoat it. And
yeah, I was thinking about it, and it was just bad, but we'll see if they can clean it up here. Doggo is deep. Doggo's behind enemy lines.
The axes are spinning as the Blooming Burst comes on down. This is a flash, definitely. Does have a blast cone there as the rest of CFO. I mean, if you knew that they were looking to get as much information as possible, maybe you weren't expecting all of CFO to just be hanging out here in the jungle. But now, Busio's coming back to lane with 1 potion. Does have, of course, the ebb and flow, so he's going to be able to heal himself back up again, but that's going to eat through a lot of his mana at this stage of the game.
And it's just what you want to do when you have a Draven lane for bottom side. You want to split jungle pressure That's a huge reward here. They're trying to go for invade and splitting jungle, all for Doggo and Kaiwing here. You want to isolate this lane, especially with the early damage that you're talking about, burning through both of Busio's potions and summoner spells already. This is just set up so tremendously well for CFO in their bottom side of the map to snowball here. Inspired on the Kiana, is he just going to accept the split map here? And Masu and Busio, you just have to defend for yourselves.
And right now, they do have a lot of vision around this area, so no dive is going to come in. But as you say, it's not about the dive. It's about just making sure that this 2v2 will always exist without CFO needing to worry about any sort of way down. Yeah. Looks like it's going to be the case here as Doggo and Kaiwing continue to lay down pressure. Inspired now on those Raptors and is at a decent clip as far as clearing out the jungle.
Yeah, and you kind of just have to accept it because it is a Trundle. So Trundle is king in the early stages. Both those junglers, though, have really dominated their regional leagues. As you can see, Junja, we talked about him, 7 in a row.
And Inspired, I mean, he's been talked about as the Western GOAT for a really long time. I think he's had a decent Worlds as well. I don't think it's necessarily going to be on him, right? But certainly they need to come together, and we'll see whether they can utilize some of the aggression from Inspired to make things happen. Because Kiana, if she's going to work, she needs to do stuff. You know, you need to get that ball rolling. As Blaze, with a little bit of a double tap there, is going to soften up Doggo momentarily, but Junja still here towards the bottom side after taking down that crab.
And it's always interesting, too, with split maps. Okay, Honky's going to roam over really early.
Oh, dear.
Inspired's here. They know that this is a possibility. They're going to try and counter.
You can see they can actually see the rise as well as the bubble is going to go wide. CFO, I don't think this is a dive angle. As they did want to utilize some of the cannon tech, but it's not quite going to work out. Inspired, good defensive play to make sure that his bottom lane stays alive. But as you can see, as far as the CS numbers, it's almost 2 waves that Doggo has in advantage. As now you can see Rest actually going very aggressive onto Bwipo. The Soul Furnace is going to be there, but not for too much more than just keeping himself alive.
Yeah, Rek'Sai sustain really, really advantageous up there in the isolated lane.
Ooh, Tangle Bob's going to miss. Probably keeping Masu alive there, as we can see. Doggo not off to as good a start as he got last time around. As Quad taking a lot of damage here from Honky. Landing that last Q was actually a big deal. As level 6 is ticked over here for Quad. And CFO, I feel, just riding the tempo of their victory in the last game.
They're going to try and spill their advantage over the top.
Nah, ya estoy la pelota, pásame el tweet.
Here, Honky helping with the invade. Junja at least going to steal away Gromp. Just get guaranteed value there.
Yeah, Pella goes down, Inspired, trying to dance his way out here. Going to pick up some terrain. Reset on the
Se le puso algo, amor, el imbécil este.
No sé qué le pasaste acá, boludo.
For Smite Bites, Rock Q for Kiana is very good.
Dear, here's the dive, 2v2, the flash forward from Doggo, but
¿Qué? ¿Cómo estuvo el mono?
Pero ¿por qué no se está con... ¿Por qué no se está con...
And there's also a kill in the mid lane. What the heck is going on? It's another one as Rest gets the feats of warfare and CFO just won
El cañón acá, este tipo.
It's a 1,500 gold lead for CFO. Once again, then Nico can always just turn into a cannon minion and tank tower shots for days.
It was actually days. It was ridiculous the amount of time that he ate.
No me costó 10 años ver una...
Yeah, you have to knock him out of the cannon form. You've got to get like a bubble or something on him if you want to put a stop to those dives. And so Doggo does get the kill early on before it goes down. So he got the kill before losing stacks. So he was able to cash in on those. Draven getting...
Con mi bebito quería, ¿no? De esos ojos de pureza que tiene. No tiene mala actitud, su actitud fue mala con él. More, Dios. Juan, son muy malos, creo. ¿Dónde nos traerá la sexta comidita? No, Mormi, no debo apoyar, amiga. De 30 no. Dios, muy mogólico eso.
With the heal, and good dodge of the bubble, by the way, from Kaiwing.
¿Cuánto aguantó la
I actually
Nico,
stopped counting because
6 turret shots, I'm pretty sure.
Busio, though, he does finish the job, so he gets the kill afterwards, but critically, the Draven already cashed in. You don't have a tremendous amount of stacks super early on, but you have some, and so is really nice there for Doggo. 700, over 700.
Che posta, ¿qué le pasa a Costa, boludo? Que se lo escucha así.
No sé, se metió a un campo de concentración.
The adoration stacks came up as far as the amount of money, but that is Feats of Warfare
Estoy
also
alternando.
over to CFO. We haven't seen a dragon taken just yet, but you can see junglers are towards the bottom side of the map. Might be somewhere that we're looking. 50 seconds until the grubs are up as well, but Fly well and truly on the back
Me voy a
foot
caer de
in
risa
this
si
game.
clipeo esta parte.
They're going to be
Imposible,
swapping
¿verdad?
Masu towards that top
Me da
side.
risa Champi que dice que si no descubren le pegan un tiro. Es exagerado.
Out a turret.
So CFO winning every single lane in this game.
Es increíble cómo puse 2-0 FlyQuest, boludo. O sea, ya triple, no, boludo, es increíble.
Map as well, so constantly having priority there to move in and make the extra move on FlyQuest.
No, nada que ver, puse 2-1 FlyQuest. Ojo.
So this is kind of the
Miseras de mierda. No sé, para mí se limitaron la primera parte y hasta.
Scion, but no ultimate. As you called out, the ulti was used to get back to bottom lane, so Bwipo's actually just using his time to walk up as FlyQuest started this out.
He visto mejores custom,
That the Scion is here.
He visto mejores culos.
Should be able to guarantee these grubs, and that will be exactly what happens.
So they're going to sacrifice bottom side
Tengo la verga dura,
money to the Rex side then, and Junja wants to come in and use his smite.
Well, they're looking for an angle. Supreme Display of Talent does come down as Junja keeping himself alive there with the ulti. The rest of CFO move over, and that is going to be all three of the grubs in the hands of FlyQuest. Nicely done, standing their ground, making sure that CFO don't get anything that they're not allowed to have. As you say though, Rest is able to answer with that cross map in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that was 2 turret plates that the Rek'Sai is able to earn, as well as minions that were denied as the tower killed them off with nobody around. So FlyQuest investing decently heavy into getting these Void Grubs.
Well, Doggo still trying to fight here as the Blooming Burst comes on down. Tangle Barbs is decent on Busio, but Masu throws down the culling. That is going to allow FlyQuest to stay at least within touching distance of the amount of health that CFO does have.
They could do a roam from mid. Honkyu has Realm Warp. If they Realm Warp over, that could be 4 people diving FlyQuest, and they're going to do it.
Yep, the Realm Warp is going to come in. Junja looks to turn up. Honkyu, that's so much damage already. Why is this Ryze doing so much work? As Masu in so much trouble, the Pop Blossom is going to connect onto Busio. Another cash in, and it's a double for Doggo. 5-1 the kill score, and with 3 of those kills on it's looking real good here in game 2 for CFO.
Very successful play. They're able to make it before Busio can soak level 6. Busio on the Nami, still no ultimate, so he didn't have that to create the extra time for the teleport from Quad to come in. Quad's teleport gets nothing. Inspired trying to finish off the dragon in time, but
yeah, it's a 2v2 here. And Rest against Inspired and Bwipo.
No.
Inspired to get him to safety. Rest just feeling like he can do anything that he wants here in this bottom lane on this Rek'Sai. Tunneling around. I really like this skin, by the way. Full party Rek'Sai.
Como siempre, el Gen Rogue es el único que no trata.
That is the best one. Regardless,
no siempre era juego mal, pero ha sido
CFO, invested a lot in money, whereas FlyQuest are scraping together some of these early game objectives that don't give you much power outright. So CFO are really well positioned to just steamroll over the rest of this game with keeping up the pressure on every single lane, and they do just that. They're going to push in towards this tower. More turret plate money.
Oh, no.
Stop the recall for extra tempo advantage. It is just so well done here for CFO in the early stages.
And that should be this outer turret falling down here on CFO's side. Unless Quad is going to be enough to deter them. It's a large wave coming on in. Might be able to deal with this, but Doggo gets another 2 X's. I mean, he's got a Bloodthirster already.
Literalmente van a ser 3-2-0.
Voy a buscar el teléfono de tu familia, Champi, y le voy a decir que te quedaste despierto, ¿eh?
I think on this wave, this turret is going to be dead, and I don't think you want to push your luck, and that's exactly what... That should be the first turret falling. The last plate picked up as well here by Doggo. And it's already a 2,000 gold lead. Make that about 2.2. Just for the Draven alone.
Alright. I mean, they're just getting turret plates.
Yeah, I think it's a garage sale or something like that. All right, there's another one here, but maybe they can kill Whippo at the same time. He gets knocked up. Junja turns up as well. And now Killer is going to be put down, and the ulti comes on through for Rest. Tries to get himself out of the way. Junja was tanking the turret. Whippo is pretty tanky. So they're not going to be able to kill him. Great Bubble is going to catch the Rek'Sai as he tries to flee. And this time, Busio has the wave and takes down the Rek'Sai. Likewise, answering back.
Putting a stop to this snowball that CFO had been creating. They do get the extra money countering the dive here after it is unsuccessful onto Whippo. Also allowed them to push out on the rest of the match. They gained a little bit of breathing room from the onslaught that CFO had been delivering. That takes care of the Rise teleport, but it is still a extra teleport back and available for Rest as well. So they catch the mid wave as well as the bottom wave.
The one good thing is that it's Masu that's able to benefit, right? And so that gold lead that we were just talking about has shrunk about 500 gold. It's probably going to expand again.
Still big,
we're still at the Garrosh sale, as it turns out. There's just team fights and stuff like that, and Summoner's Rift at the Garrosh sale. And Doggo wants to collect some more plates. He's got a very busy dinner party coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we're also seeing one of the reasons why, if you're a team like CFO that had all 3 winning lanes, you are fine when FlyQuest basically sell out, sending everybody to get Void Grubs, because they're not going to get much money out of those Void Grubs.
Quiero va a ganar la sexta antes de que Juan saque el cuadrado amarillo.
CFO are the ones with no Void Grubs, and they've taken complete towers in addition to turret plates on all of the other towers.
That's right, dice el otro cipayo de mierda.
30 seconds, right? So it's just mid lane that is really still with a whole bunch of them there. Doggo is, of course, now parked in said mid lane. Looks like the defense is going to come on through. Stand aside comes down. The wave avoided. Doggo able to press W. He flashes the Flash Wolves sign as well, as it could be on the 10th year since it was the LMS at the time, but an LCP team has made it to the top 8. It could be CFO making it back. It would be such a huge thing, because in that year, it was AHQ and Flash Wolves. They were both there, as the culling is going to come on through here. Now with no turret plates, this turret is under a lot more threat, and especially with the big old Draven there, they will be able to put down a second turret here for CFO as they keep this snowball a-rolling. Whippo.
Para mí este flex lo puede mejorar si cambian al mid.
And the defense going to continue as Whippo is just clearing out all of these holes that Rek'Sai is digging.
Yeah. Well, he's also digging the graves of FlyQuest, it feels like, with this massive lead. And I do love that Doggo is showing, you know, the history here of this region, and it's being so proud of Flash Wolves. Wait a second.
Yeah, the flash in from Inspired still gets the stun onto Honkyu, but the phase rush as he gets out of the way. Some great display of talent is what he was looking for, but he fails to do it. Shutdown money goes to Inspired.
FlyQuest scraping together some mid-game kills. Some money to work with.
And the door was opening, and now at least they've moved it into the direction of starting to close. As Rift Herald immediately going to get started up as well, trying to snowball the play into something else. Without Honkyu, it's going to be difficult for CFO to fight, but of course they are going to fight, because they have a very large Draven and the will to do so. Should be this Rift Herald going down, and that is the eye collected by Inspired. So there we go, the pendulum swings once again. Now back towards FlyQuest.
Me parece arriesgado.
CFO, I feel like they are just, they know what this comp wants to do, right? They are playing with so much gusto. Everything needs to be, we're moving into the enemy jungle, we're ready to dive, we're ready to try and get kills. Understanding the longevity of the comp isn't necessarily thinking about, as that is going to be Junja, able to even out these dragons. This is, you're in a turret, that is so much money. Over to CFO, it's a Cloud Soul this game as well, we love to see that. FlyQuest unable to defend. I'll just leave Whippo to deal with the rest of these minions.
Keeping up the pressure. Nice rotation from them, seeping into the bottom side. Again, the Rek'Sai answer this time around. Constant harassment, constant pressure on the Scion. We'll see about FlyQuest's response for the other side, though.
Are you sick of seeing stats that come up like, oh, this player
Con una
has
ulti de
great
Draven, con una ulti de Lani matan al Draven, sí, sí costa ahí, pero ¿te acuerdas que Lani es squad y
so good at Trundle? How about
te
this
vas a dormir tranquilo?
Doggo's Draven, 4-10 over his
Te vas a dormir
career.
tranquilo.
Guess what one of those 4 wins was recently? And he looked pretty good on that one against a team that I think are pretty good as well, if I remember correctly from my job.
Yeah, he did get that win over T1 with the Draven, and it was in spectacular fashion. Solo killing multiple people in that game. We'll see this time around. It wasn't a solo kill, or they haven't been solo kills for him so far. They were assisted, but it was constant pressure from the opening of the game, and that has been true for CFO as we see them take another tower here. Again, pushing with all lanes. They are not relenting.
Yeah, it's the power identification from this team that is pretty impressive. This, not so much, as a supreme display of talent and just a cheeky Q from Inspired, and he will be able to just kill Honku. That was a choice.
Another quick kill for FlyQuest. While CFO
Bueno,
have
y
kept up the
después
pace
se está
and have
federando para
cashed in,
decir,
taking
no,
all of
sí,
these
por mi culpa no
towers.
perdimos.
4 towers for CFO, 0 for FlyQuest. FlyQuest are, well, now Bwipo is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Kaiwing is going to be able to find him here, but it's a fight on multiple fronts. Pop Blossom invested, and the flash and ulti will be in exchange as Bwipo is able to make his way to safety. The fight didn't eventuate anywhere else around the Raptors, and so we are going to have a bit of a stalemate. But still about 4,000 gold to lead for CFO, but they need to keep their foot on the gas.
Yeah, I mean, this 2-item Kiana. Inspired does a lot of burst damage. He has no more ultimate now.
I've seen this movie before, the one that's happening in the top lane, so we are going, no, we are back here, and he's dead again. It's the same movie. It's on repeat.
Profane Hydra, baby. 2-item
Buena
power.
wea, está agarrando picado, un cabrón Inspired, es
Plus
muy
the
bueno.
Humble Glaive. I mean, these are some cheap items. Profane Hydra was reduced in cost, so even though
Parece Carlos vendiendo humo.
have been behind, Inspired individually as the sole gold lead for the team. Level 12 on the Kiana as well. And if you make these quick bursty plays, is exactly how you want to try and abuse this champion. Of course, they also have the Rift Herald to work with. So next time they make one of these quick bursty plays, they could cash in on their first turn of the game. And start to
El factor diferencial es Wipo. ¿Qué puede hacer Wipo con ese Sion? Porque aguanta bastante. Si entra bien, lo puede burstear al Draven.
Mira, por favor, miren la foto de esto, Juan Abril. Qué hijo de puta.
To get themselves a soul or anything like that, but having a
Hay que
dragon
pegarle un tiro a todos.
is always so incredibly valuable.
Sí.
CFO though, all grouping towards his
Bro,
top side,
están esperando, están pensando que le van a agarrar a Wipo entre 5,
he
ni
just wants some
amor.
bodyguards, and I do not blame him based on what has happened over the last 6 or so minutes of this game. I think his Azir was absolutely phenomenal in the last game, but this Ryze has been targeted.
Ahí ya no existe la sororidad.
With this is once again they're just running towards him. Does get stunned up.
Buena ulti, pero por la hueva.
Well, there's a great knock-up flash out of the way from the bubble. That is still Honku once again under a whole lot of threat as Masu with the cleanse.
Necesito Masu. ¿Por qué Masu va a estar clean tan temprano? No lo
I don't think
sé.
this Otacon is going to be an option for them as Masu dashing in. Supreme display of talent
Que de
goes
esa ulti
wide.
bueno,
also able to get into
le pegó a
stealth.
Junja del otro lado.
Able to keep him alive against Doggo and
Wipo
Rest, but you
entra,
can see that
Wipo.
CFO, they want nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, that is flash on both
Bueno.
Honku and Doggo. So FlyQuest actually get value out of it.
Bueno.
And it wasn't actually the dragon that they were looking for, it was the Otacon instead, down to 50% here, as Junja puts his own pillar down as they want to take out Tibbetts before this fight is going to break out. But I mean, there just aren't very many people here for CFO. It'd have to be a steal as now Rest, looking for that angle, trying to find the knockups here, as out he goes, as Doggo just takes down Quad! They're all starting to explode! And now he presses W, runs forward, trying to get out of there, the X from downtown! And he gives the thumbs up as he looks to chase out Masu here. There it is! Grabs the triple!
No creo que Flynet gane esta
This
mundial.
Draven looking like it won't be adding to that 10 column.
The Realm Warp Nico ultimate, beautiful Beautiful engage from CFO. Hongq is able to get Kaiwing right on top of FlyQuest, and they take down every last member. Clean ace.
Oh my
De hecho, es un muy buen
goodness.
resultado para PCS.
Busy trying to count them out here, and it looked like with that rip turret they might be able to make the play, but it wasn't the case, and CFO now move to an 8,000 gold lead as we have a look at it again.
Here it is, Realm warping in, the Pop Blossom. Here comes Skywing, they get the lockup onto the front line. Inspired gets killed before the Otacon is within stealing range. And Dago's just chasing down all of the extra members. Once again, he did go with the same experimental Hexblade build that he did versus T1, and he chases them all down.
Okay, well, we have been in this situation before, Kobe. It was the last game. This is CFO with a huge advantage here. 7.5 thousand gold. They're going to grab themselves this next dragon as well as Hongq. Going to try and get some revenge here as Inspired is lying in wait. Looks like Hongq's not going to be pushing too far forward. That's a lot of gold there for that Draven. Now with a 4.5 thousand individual lead and the most money in the game. CFO, let's see whether they can cleanly close this one out or whether Fly is going to miraculously find themselves a way back into this game.
Yeah. Historical game this is going to be for CFO, as we have mentioned. You know, for the region, 2015, the last time LCP/PCS/LMS made it to quarterfinals, and it just seems so right for this CFO team. The progression that we have seen from them at international events over the year, really impressive stuff, and it does seem like Hongq and Dago really deserving these carries for the team to move on and to try and impress.
I think it's so cool that we've got such a mixture of like veteran talent and brand new players, and then players that have been some of the best over the last few years. It's not like you've got one age group, then an old guy, or just a few veterans and then the young gun like carry. Like it's, you know, you've got Genji with Duro as the little baby, but then everybody else is old, and then you've got T1 with Faker as the old guy, but everyone else is young. This is, I feel like, a mix of a whole lot from CFO. But all of them just work so beautifully together. All 6 of the players on this team, as Rest has come in now on the right side and looking to play a little bit more of that aggressive style. I've seen a few different builds. Sojin seems to be the one that is a little bit more popular as far as a second item, but we did see more tanky options. You kind of like being able to just try and assassinate your target while still being a bruiser.
Yeah, I think it is important to have that extra damage threat to really be able to threaten lethal on the back line. Definitely a big fan of the Sojin on top. FlyQuest going to do their best to withstand the onslaught.
Hasta mi sábana debe tener una enfermedad no descubierta aún.
At this point, you are so outgunned just due to the giant wallet difference.
Que se me otra vez me duelen los ojos. Tengo.
And it's a Mercurials that was picked up here by Doggo as well. So it's not, and people say this all the time, right? It's the defensive items that you get to build as a luxury item can really be the difference maker, because you already have the damage. We saw he already has the damage, and now you can't CC him anymore. And that's going to make things really, really rough. Obviously, they have a whole bunch of knockups as well, so it's not just like any stuns and things like that that you do need to worry about. But I don't think Doggo's going to be too concerned about that one.
Yeah, and he's very tanky with this build, with the like bruisery build, with the Bloodthirster and the Hexblade. So we'll see.
They're taking it very slow.
Yeah, the split push is correct here for CFO. Keep your bottom side pushing. They've got teleport ready on Rest. So the rest of them going to apply pressure towards this Baron. 4-1 split push, and top lane's already going in their favor. So FlyQuest are getting kind of trapped in their own territory at the moment.
And it's just looking difficult to identify what the next play you should make is. As Bwipo was trying to find a little bit of an angle, the pillar comes down, Tangle Barbs as well to hold him in place, but he's not exactly a priority target. Rest seems to have found Quad here, who's looking to clear out this minion wave underneath the turret to avoid that one falling down to the Rek'Sai. And CFO just moved back towards this Baron. Cheeky forward there is actually unseen. As now the pillar is doing great work against Whippo once again. Good double knock though, as he finds the ulti onto two. That is going to be another block blossom connecting the one to Kailing. He finds the double. As Whippo able to make his way out, but Doggo finds that last axe. Previous play of talent doesn't work at all. And Doggo keeps himself alive because like you say, this guy's a tank on the Draven. Bussio's turned into fish food. It's another multi-kill here as the ace comes in for CFO, and it is clean once again.
They are looking to finish their 2-0 and move on to quarterfinals.
And I've made a lot of ending calls about decades and things like that before. Here is another one as CFO are going to do it after 10 years, making it to the top 8 here at Worlds 2025 after their extraordinary years so far. It only gets better for the Oysters.
Me parece que Inspire no estuvo inspirada.
Look at that. Deserved celebration.
Tranquilo, Costa, eso revive a Misfit, tranquilo.
This team has been an absolute breath of fresh air, and now it's with some trepidation we throw it back to the analysts.
No trepidation needed. No trepidation needed at all because we are going to start with the celebration of CFO. As you said, a decade in the making for this region. And not only that, as they take their bow in front of this crowd, I think you could see the improvement from every tournament they attended. You could see their grit and their resilience, and it has all led to this victory.
And I mean, they just played an incredible series, you know, especially game 2, so dominant. I love the early game plan, the confidence for Doggo to bring out the Draven. They forced into a split map situation right off the bat, get the summoners, you know, off of Busio, pushing him out. FlyQuest going to take their final bow, but to me the story is all about CFO and their incredible tournament because they've taken down FlyQuest, they've earned themselves this berth in the quarterfinals, and now they have a real opportunity to deal some damage here, to take someone out in the best of 5 and show that they deserve to be in the conversation among the very best in the world.
And the poignancy of both Rest and Driver getting their win, right? This team,
I
know the best example that we've seen of a 6-man roster actually working. Both these players clearly full of respect for one another. So many close calls for CFO, but finally, and I'd say decisively, they actually make it work and are in the quarterfinals.
The first LCP team to qualify for quarterfinals since AHQ and Flash Wolves in 2015. Some of the newer viewers might not know this lore, but this was a region that everybody was afraid of. We used to call them the OG Korea Killers.
Oh, there it comes.
And now they're back.
Dance.
Let's go!
I don't know, is that like a champion dance? I'm not sure what that was.
¿Qué hace? No, ahora More lo odia de por vida porque baila.
Maybe
it's a death animation or something? I'm not sure, but that was fun. Yeah, fair.
Who knows? And here, the casters from the LCP, I
Mirá, los de PSG tal, posta, no pueden ser tan putos, boludo, no es tu equipo.
We're gonna see that for them because you know what it feels like, right? As someone
Welcome to North Korea.
That watershed moment finally comes.
Absolutely. I mean, we live and breathe this stuff, and
chupa huevo los chinos, dale, tiene una moneda que pase.
Moments like when I watch a series like this and I'm feeling heartbroken, I know that someone on the other side is feeling that opposite emotion, right? That is the beauty of competition, is that FlyQuest failure is the success for CFO, is the joy for CFO, for these people that live and breathe the LCP, that have dedicated their lives to covering and sharing. It's just a beautiful moment.
It's beautiful, and what is also monumental is the way Doggo stepped into this game. I mean, he just
jamás apoyé por Mkoi, ¿qué dices?
Strutted into this
game. No.
His career, mind you.
No.
Nico is cheap. Let's just get that out of the way. But this is a great play, and they played it so well. I mean, honestly, a lot of people would even going for this. They use the Nico cannon trick, which you can tank 10+ tower shots. He uses heal for the move speed to dodge the bubble. If you don't get CC'd, it doesn't break the cannon. So that allows Doggo to basically just 1v2 them under the tower. And then it was just off to the races. In the realm more pop blossom. All the key cooldowns were missing from Fly. You could tell they knew they were so far behind. They're like, you know what? We just forced a bunch of flashes. This is gonna get. Let's just
definitely so. A huge result here for Doggo and for CFO. It's honestly Not that I want to dance on anyone's grave, but I'm really happy to see it because it was
You
kind
can leave that to Driver.
Hay que embarazar.
He just did! Exactly.
It was the story of the year for me, and that discussion of can they really do it that step further, and I think on their minds it's just like, let us get T1 again, let us get to that game 5 again, perhaps a job we could not finish. I'm not saying their play was perfect here, they have a lot to work on, but now they've given themselves a chance.
Yeah, they've given themselves a chance, and they've given themselves, a couple days here to try to polish up exactly what they want to polish. No one is going
Puede ser que las ostras en un mundial hicieron todo lo que vendiste 5 años de PSG.
Gets FlyQuest at the very least with that.
It's true. Final words of FlyQuest.
I'm sad for FlyQuest because I have this feeling this is the last time we're going to see these 5 players.
Es verdad, boludo. También tuviste mala suerte.
I want to remember this roster. I want to choose to remember some of the incredible series that they've shown us at MSI and last year's Worlds. They couldn't bring it together here, and it's definitely a huge disappointment. No one is going to be more disappointed than them.
Yeah, on the other side of the break, I'm going to try to talk to one of them, and then after that, we will have TES GLG, which is going to be an absolute banger.
El máximo ganador de todos los Worlds. Mi T1, no T1.
Looking for that angle, trying to find the
No solo le ganó a cualquier jugador, le ganó a mis niños.
Doggo just takes down Quad. They're all starting to explode, and now he presses W, runs forward, Masu, trying to get out of there. And he gives the thumbs up as he looks to chase out Masu here. There it is. Grabs the triple.
Porque cuando pierdo mi quinta arranque seguida y me ahorco a mí mismo, no aparece una mina y me defiende.
Metieron otros dos taiwaneses en esa mierda, ¿dónde trae gente? Parecen cubanos.
Parece me falta.
Che, una preguntita. Recién que terminó el World, ¿ya empieza el otro partido o todavía no?
Sí.
Y viste que Mkoi con T1 empieza a las 8 supuestamente. Si termina rápido el de BLG Test, ¿empieza enseguida también?
Sí.
¿Por qué pusieron 3 horas de diferencia?
Y por si se llega al Game 3, pajero.
¿Por si llega qué?
Por si se llega al Game 3. Esto empieza cuando termina la serie, es un video 3.
O sea, bueno, pero el Game 3, o sea, no es nada Game 3, o sea, ¿por qué
Bueno,
3 horas de diferencia?
Yo no soy red, preguntaré a ellos. ¿Y cómo? ¿Cuántas horas quiere que haya diferencia si se alarga un Game 3? 3 horas justamente, 1 hora por game, entre que descansa.
1 hora por game.
Sí. El game te dura 50 minutos, más los 15 minutos de coso, ya está. Es más, dura más.
Decime cuántas partidas duraron más de 40 minutos en este mundial.
No, ayer hubieron varias. La de Vivo. Ayer hubo el segundo game el primer game de Siente con T1 duró más de 40 y el segundo game de Vivo K con Bilibili duró más de 40. Así que ayer ya hubieron 2. Así que cerralo el tito.
¿Dos de qué? ¿2 de cuánto? ¿De 70?
No, menos, pero bueno.
Bueno, dale, boludo.
Está bien, Fonta, está bien. Está bien, enojate conmigo, está bien. Enojate conmigo. Está bien, me lo merezco, está bien. Dale, no pasa nada. Yo te voy a besar la mejilla.
¿Qué le pasa? ¿Por qué me enojaría, boludo? ¿Qué tengo 2 años, bro?
Está bien. Golpeame la otra mejilla, está bien.
A ver, que ustedes tienen 10 años cada uno que se enojan, amigo. No me había dado cuenta.
Está bien, hermano. Tus pecados son expiados. No sé, Fonta, ponle 1 hora y listo, deja romper la bola.
Tienes que darte cuenta, Fonta, que el anterior game duró casi un poco más de 1 hora, pero este tuvieron como 2 horas.
Banealo, sí soy yo, chao, Juan. Se acabó todo.
¿Hoy pierde T1, chicos? ¿O no pierde T1?
Ojalá. Sería un graciosísimo. Ya perdés clavo hoy.
En realidad ya nada está gordo.
Canso.
No, yo le puedo dar el gusto a Costa, pero no a Fig. A Fig ni pan ni agua. A Costa le doy mi pijita, así que.
Vengo, me cargo a comer.
Yo no le daré la felicidad a ese gordo de mierda. Vamos, T1.
No, amigo, no puede, o sea, la gente que hincha por T1 se tiene que matar con la mejor igual. O sea, no puede hinchar por T1, no puede ser tan fracasado en la vida para hinchar por T1. Con la mejor igual.
¿Quieres hinchar por Koi?
No, yo no he hecho por Koi, no he hecho por ninguno de estos.
¿Te parece?
La verdad. No, yo sí tengo equipo, pero ninguno de estos.
Escoge el mal menor, escoge el mal menor.
GG, amigo. ¿Qué? Sí, preguntame a mí la fácil de 800 años que no vamos mundial. No es fácil, dice. Bueno, Shenji no, pero yo antes también hinchaba por Samsung. ¿Me entiendes?
Samsung ganó
Ese Carlos es un independentista de...
Welcome back, everyone, to the Verizon post-game interview as I am joined here by Masu. Masu, my commiserations for the end of the run of FlyQuest this tournament. Let us start maybe by the match today, that all-important match versus CFO. Where do you think it ultimately went wrong?
Sí, que sabe cómo la agarro de eso. De ahí la parto al medio.
I feel like in game 1, they messed up their swap pretty badly and we got a decent early advantage. And I feel like we just didn't
Muchachos, ¿ustedes bancan la última canción de LoL?
Yeah, I mean, our team fighting was just not very good.
Acá son Team Canción de LoL 2025.
They got too far ahead, and then it was pretty hard to beat them.
A mí también me gustó.
And then game 2,
pero lo que me viene pasando con las últimas es que me gustan, pero ninguna pasa, no sé, el 8, por ejemplo, para mí, ¿no?
Because they picked Draven, so
tipo como que todas cumplen, pero hasta ahí.
I will lose pretty hard. So we thought we could fake that we're swapping, but
nah, tiene que ser una locura, boludo, no tiene que cumplir, boludo.
Actually gonna swap, and then they walked into our jungle.
Yo como el triple que tiré el año que viene va a ser top 3 mejores canciones acá.
So it was pretty hard for us to win, and then they also split them up, so it was a pretty hard game.
Yeah, both of the games seemed pretty rough. You did have a quote about kind of the mental of the team overall, and that's what we got from the Inspired interview as well. Do you think the recovery after your previous match maybe didn't go the way it should have in terms of how you mentally
pero antes también sin Lore había canciones zarpadas, boludo.
Perspective, because I don't feel like I saw the FlyQuest that we know and love here today in this match.
Literalmente en 2019 Phoenix Lore, o sea, eran 3 chabones nomás. Que obvio que había Lore, pero en la canción de World no se sentía representado el Lore, eran literalmente los 3 chabones.
And I feel like we carried that a bit into today, and we weren't able to fully reset.
Finally, maybe when you look across the whole year and the lofty goals that were set.
Bueno, pero es que había tanta cantidad de Lore, o sea, era ese el Lore, ¿me entendés? Tipo de ellos tres. Obvio que era Lore, pero tampoco era que, ¿cuánto Lore tiene que ver? No.
I mean, this entire year has been
por eso digo.
fun to play.
O sea, no es que tiene que haber tanto lore, o sea, ya con que de algún lore como por ejemplo Ambition me dio, que estuvo todo eso, ya de ahí pueden sacar terrible cinemática, boludo. Y hoy en día también podrían hacerlo y no sacan.
And as for expectations, I feel like sadly
sí, ya sé. Y me gustó, pero para mí no se compara con Rise o con cada uno de otro.
Yeah, it's just that's the end of the road for you here at Worlds. Thank you so much for being so candid and taking the time. I really appreciate it.
No, si se hace la difícil era muy puta, boludo.
Back over to you.
Thank you so much, Sharks and Masu, and shout out to the rest of FlyQuest. And now let's focus on the second matchup we have coming into today. It is going to be BLG taking on TES for a rematch of the LPL Split 3 finals. So the expectation here is that these teams, they should know each other pretty well.
Yeah, they know. They're somewhat familiar, one could say. I mean, it's an exciting matchup for sure, and it feels like that yesterday when we heard the reactions, we weren't sure if the LPL fans were ecstatic or if they were disappointed.
Yeah, we couldn't really
really read the room in terms of where their heads were at, but you already pointed out, Betty, BLG and TES, we've seen this matchup before.
Yeah, once or twice. Throughout the history, you can see that these teams have matched up so extensively, but I wanted to focus in on this year, where you can see that BLG has kind of had Top Esports' number. It was only really in Split 1 where we saw Top Esports representing the LPL at that first stand tournament, where again, those allegations of their international performances resurfaced because they didn't meet the expectations that the LPL had of them. But as BLG kind of took the mantle from them, was the international representative alongside AL, question marks still surround Top Esports coming into this tournament, even though they made the finals once again in Split 3.
And something to keep in mind, though, is that no matter regional results, usually things are really different when it comes to all the preparation, the nerves coming together, and the LPL especially is really familiar with region kills. LPL versus LPL teams battling at Worlds is something we see pretty often, Emily.
Yeah, so I wanted to investigate this just because sometimes it does not go as planned, and it feels like, especially when two LPL teams face each other at the World Championship, everything kind of goes out the window. They get really, really, really comfortable because they are already comfortable with each other. So some of those nerve issues we've seen both teams talking about actually might not apply when they're facing each other. You can see some of the results swapping back and forth between regional finals and Worlds. Some results going to chalk, as we already talked about with BLG versus TES. BLG has been able to get the better of TES more recently. However, based on their gameplay for both teams here, which I think has been kind of disappointing for both teams, I would still favor TES in this matchup, which I feel horrified saying.
I mean, that's the scary thing. We really don't know who is going to show up today. All we know is we're looking at specific players individually. Knight is a man that is still a star for this BLG roster, and I know, Emily, we've been eyeing up that top side of the map for Top Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of 369, and I also think Bin has been underperforming a little bit, unfortunately, at this
Uy, me dieron ganas de jugar al LoL viendo Worlds. Me metí a una, me trolearon todo el game y apagué.
His career. So we'll see if he can step it up. Again, these two top laners, super familiar with each other, so I can't wait to see what happens.
A lot of nerves from both sides, and we know that it's gonna
Encima yo que no juego LoL me toca esta gente que son todos guayados y son horribles. Mira. Mira que manda acá el chat de Voice. Esta fue mi partida ahora.
See what is the Chinese fan sentiment surrounding this matchup. So let's take a look. Candice, thank you so much for joining me ahead of this game. BLG versus TS. What do the LPL fans think about this matchup?
I think most of them are kind of happy because
Bajete ya como me troleó,
LPL team in the quarterfinals.
All right, yeah.
Make sure.
Yeah, we saw that the fans were actually cheering when these teams drew each other. Do they have any preference on who they want to see advancing here? Both teams have been struggling so far.
Yes, both of them struggling in this kind of stage. So maybe we will wish the better performing team can get into the quarterfinal and make it farther.
All right, let's see who performs the best on the day.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview.
And let's get into it. We are back for Top Esports versus BLG as we have a rematch of the LPL Grand Finals, where BLG managed to pick up that 3-2 win, forcing Top Esports actually to go through the regional gauntlet to make it here to Worlds as the third seed. I think a lot of people look at the battle between these two teams as BLG
la cogida que le van a meter a Mkoi hoy.
do their solo lanes, and Top Esports have some great players, but are much more macro-oriented, setup-oriented as a team.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I mean, the surprising thing, I think, for a lot of people has been, not just at Worlds, but specifically at Worlds, Bin has not been playing to his standard. I think this year in general has been more of a failure for Bin. He has obviously had his moments, but still, even for a down year for Bin, you're expecting him coming in Worlds, and against a lot of the competition that they've had, which is lower level competition, you kind of expected him to be stalling, or at very least be competitive. He's been getting solo killed, he's been having a lot of these shocking moments, and it has become less about the stars on BLG and more about the star on BLG, which is Knight, because this guy, I felt, was dragging his team, kicking and screaming yesterday.
Especially in that second game.
Everyone wanted to go home, and Knight is like, no! We've got Worlds to play!
The LeBlanc game, he just gets that quadra kill down towards the bottom side jungle. The question is, will Bin step up? Will both these teams step up? Because both of them have been underperforming compared compared to the expectations that we had for them coming in. Both of them have been underperforming compared to how they played in the LPL, and perhaps having that domestic rivalry will allow them to refine some of that form.
That's what I was going to say, is this is often one of the phenomenon you see at Worlds, is that at Worlds, you are really out of your comfort zone, right? You're playing against teams and players that you're much less familiar with. You don't really have that level of familiarity. Now you come into Worlds and you could be having a really shocking tournament, and sometimes then you have these regional matchups and it's just right back to business as usual, and the teams seem to be right back in form because you have played each other so many times. Not only does the LPL play 7,000 games a year, they also scrim 40,000, so they've played each other a few times to be sure. And there's none of that fear, I think, and that kind of like uncertainty when you look across and you say, oh, you know, I'm playing against this guy, or oh, I'm playing against that guy. Like, it's, you know them so well.
You're not trying to recall what your coach told you the tendencies at level 3 are for a top laner that you've only played against once in your career. Instead, you know these guys, you've been against them through thick and thin. And for a team like BLG, who last year were in both of the international finals, now coming into this year have struggled to refine that power, to refine that glory. Perhaps this can be that stepping stone for them towards quarterfinals and hopefully for them further on.
And I mean, for LPL fans, they're damn well hoping it is, because the feeling for a lot of LPL fans really is that they are losing a step on the LCK, that they haven't been able to be as competitive, that it is becoming, you know, back to the old days where it was kind of LCK and everyone else. And then LPL had gone on a tear for a few years where they were really starting to pick up steam, winning a lot of internationals. And now it feels like it's going back the other way once more. So BLG, TES, both trying to find their way into the quarters here. Azir, Ori, both up. Wukong going to be banned out. Nico up, obviously some of the high priority champs. It feels like it's probably just going to be that potential trade of Orianna for Azir.
But then you also trade away the Yunara. Having left that up, BLG can grab Yunara and Azir here, which puts them in a really strong position when you get to those later game team fights.
It absolutely does, and I was going to say, I actually would love if they grab Nico here, because if you take Azir, it doesn't really matter. You can grab that later, and the worry when you go Yunara sometimes is that then they go for like a Nico and a power lane and really try to bully that Yunara early, but by taking the Nico, I feel like it's often the band-aid that allows Yunara to get towards the later stages of the game. But this is a great comp here so far for TES. Very clear way to play the game, right? Ball goes on Jarvan, he jumps on Yunara's head, equalizer over the top, shockwave over the top, and you're clearly giving, you know, yes, you are giving over that Yunara, but you have a plan really to deal with it.
It's also putting people on comfort, right? Like, Kanavi's most played in summer was this Jarvan, 84% win rate on it. Cream's second most played was this Orianna with 9 games on it in summer as well.
Yeah, and Kanavi, I feel like, hasn't really shown up at Worlds just yet, but to me, when I was watching him a lot of summer in the LPL, I was thinking he might just be the best early game jungler in the world, right? Like, he's clearly one of the best junglers, but in particular, his early game pathing, I thought, have been so intelligent. And so I do love seeing him on champions like Jarvan, where he can really affect the map, really kind of throw a wrench in the gears. And it's just one of those players that you have to always be wondering where those pocket visions are. Could he be there? Is he already behind us?
We'll note as well, BLG sticking with Shadow for the first game in this series. I wonder if we'll see Beishuan perhaps subbing in later in the series, but for now, the Corki and the Cassante banned away as we move into the second phase of this second round of bans.
Galio might be the next ban, is kind of what I'm expecting. I mean, Sion was already banned out, obviously, on red side. You can't give that over, but it does feel like BLG needs some sort of big front line right now to be able to kind of bring things together. You know, so Galio could be a potential option that they want to take away. I think that makes a lot of sense. Good matchup into the Rumble. So now you've taken away a lot of those key tanks. I would say, I mean, it's not a bin champ, but like Ornn to me feels like compositionally what would kind of make sense here.
Actually has become more of a bin champ
know,
over
but
summer. I don't think he's great on it. I think it's something he's put on because it fits the team, and he is playing it. And there it comes. I agree with you in terms of stylistic tendencies.
Yeah.
Not a bin champ, but it's something BLG have reverted to using this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing a lot more this summer. I think just compositionally it makes a lot of sense. It's also quite a good matchup into the Rumble, and it's just what the comp needs. Like, Ornn gives you the hard engage that you need. It's a decent matchup into the top lane. It's the only tank that's really viable and still available, unless you're going way off meta into kind of some of the weirder picks. So I do think it makes a lot of sense here. And now we just have to see what the bot lane is going to be for TES. Are they going to try to go for something really aggressive, look to punish, or is it going to be more standard, just try to match scaling for scaling? I think Lucian would fit the bill.
Lucian Nami does sort of fit what you want to do. It's a little bit weak into
Lucian
the Nico.
Braum.
Lucian
Viejo que todas coreanas pateadas, sí.
So there we are. Lucian Braum is where we will go. Allows you a bit more power later in the team. Shield from the Braum can stop the Core of the Forge God charging back towards the Ornn. BLG looking at their mid lane, giving Knight last pick, giving him counter pick. Azir's still available if they do just want to go for something scaling. For the moment, hovering that Aurora.
Yeah, where he does go. We already have seen him play Ziggs once. It was into the Azir matchup, and he did play well on it. And now this one's going to be into the Orianna. So Azir going to fall all the way through picks and bans. It will be this Ziggs. They're going to have not only some really powerful wave clear, but some good backline access of their own. You can throw out that ult to follow up. If Nico finds a good engage, Ornn starts it off with the ult. But of course, you're going to be having to play around that Braum, which is going to make things very, very difficult. You always have to watch out. With that Call of the Forge God, if Braum has shield up, it's not really going to be reliable whatsoever.
You're never going to be able to connect with it, assuming that Hung plays it well. And
which is maybe a dangerous assumption based on some of the things that have happened in this tournament. There have been some mishaps, including not even knowing the build path on Nico for Proto Belts.
Yeah, the Kindle Gem first item wasn't the best for that Rocket Belt when he was playing the Nico, but we'll see how Hung does coming into this team in summer, replacing Crisp, who went over to Weibo. With Hung coming across from Weibo, and after he came in, actually Top Esports started doing a lot better. In winter they lost to Hanwha Life in the first round, obviously, but then when they were in spring, they lost to WE, placed 6th even after they topped the regular season, and then the introduction of Hung got them into those finals. Weren't quite able to take down their rivals today, BLG, losing 3-2 in the end. We're going to make our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of this LPL clash.
And one of the big questions for me today really is how is Cream going to perform? Because I feel like he has played so far below his standard, his usual standard. And when you're looking across the other side of the map, Knight has just been such a monster. This guy's been absolutely on a tear, it feels like, here at Worlds. So if Cream is not on it, you do have that concern for TES that Knight could just really start to run away with the series.
I'm also concerned because he's playing Orianna into an early ganking Xin and a satchel charge from the Ziggs. You burn your flash early on, there's a lot of pre-6 ganks that can happen on that Orianna, and if you get Knight ahead, we saw how much work he can do on this Ziggs yesterday, went 5-1 in their first game versus VKS.
Yeah, absolutely did. Has been really strong. A lot of comfort, you touched on it, 16-4 career on Jarvan for Kanavi, 17-4 for on that.
¿Qué estoy viendo?
A lot of comfort being drafted.
Estoy viendo, pero
I do wonder if we'll see a possible dive from BLG with the Nico. You're already seeing the cannon minion dives.
Ahí mandé la foto acá.
It's really powerful early on being able to tank 6 or 7 tower shots with just the cannon minion Nico.
When you have heal, it can be like 8, 9.
It's let's be honest, it's incredibly strong.
It should not be in the game.
It shouldn't be in the game, has been left in the game, and people are abusing it properly, but it's really hard to abuse into a Lucian and a Braum, because even if you're trying to dive, concussive blows will just lock someone up for an absolute
¿Qué pasa, Niquito, mi amor?
It can be there as well, but if the Zing goes in, get out afterwards.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. I mean, I still think it's one of these things that is really underused by pros. Even if they have CC to be able to stop it, that means you're having to spend the CC on this cannon Nico, right off the rip here. And you can see the all-time head-to-head. Very close, 44-39 here.
44 for BLG, importantly, to 39. A few more LPL titles as well for BLG, and the last series was that LPL Finals just a couple of months ago, a month and a half ago. BLG were able to just close series between these two teams. And I think that's also partly why we expected a bit more of them coming into this Worlds, right? We saw them have a tight series, and so far, neither of these teams have really managed to impress. BLG on losing to 100 Thieves, who put on a great performance.
Que no me acordaba, estaba buscando...
LPL number 1 seed can do a little bit more as Jackula flashes
No sé si tenés, o sea, son fotos de chinitas cogiendo, ¿no?
We talked about a gank bomb, and it's Top Esports who execute it.
Yeah, really well done there. Navi on his Jarvan,
yo quiero que mostrarme también,
so successful on it. He's just such a strong game jungler.
Lo hice disfrutado, si no,
does get
fuese por
interrupted
contexto.
on the recall, so a little bit annoying for On. We'll see if Shadow can do anything with
Esa es la única vez que sufro viendo una chinita que le den por el culo.
Like a double scuttle or something to try to claw that back, but at the very least, I mean, you're pretty far behind now. You lost.
Cuando agarré esa foto y le hice un edit cuando ganamos el MSI.
Be playing in the face of your opponents, utilizing this range advantage that you have from this support. They do have this ward in the Pixel Brush, but by the time you see it, it just doesn't even matter. Hung flash forward.
Doesn't even matter.
That just meant Elk is kind of try to flash and no way out.
You just push so far forward in that lane. As soon as Jarvan shows up around the corner, you are pretty much done for. Didn't even need to get the concussive blows stuns off. The Scuttle Crab does go over to Shadow on this bottom side. You can see he's about 3 camps up right now over Kanavi, looking for a wraparound gank, because JackeyLove and Hung both use their flashes. They only have a barrier left between the two of them, but with the wave pushing in, Hung can step forward and always jump back to JackeyLove with the stand beside me, and Top Esports respect it. Put a ward in the bush, spot out Shadow. This will allow Kanavi to step up towards that top side Scuttle Crab if he wants, because you know Shadow hasn't taken it, looking at his CS numbers.
Yep. Surprised Shadow didn't just try to actually just kill the ward when it got placed on top of him.
Yeah,
but,
also true.
Uses the W instead, will just reset, and yep, at the end of the day, not going to get double scuttle, not going to get anything really at all. It's a good read from JackeyLove and Hung, knowing that they could be behind them. They push in the wave, they back off that dry brush, so Shadow can't do anything whatsoever. Elkanon
¿Qué clase de no son de esas? Son putas, lo que eran de los
trying to
tipos.
see if they can keep JackeyLove around, see if they can lane lock him something. But it's just going to be 369 moving down towards that bottom.
La linda,
so I really like
la linda viste
it was
dorado,
clever, from Elkanon. Shadow's down there. They had that wave held, and Jackie was low on mana, so had to base. But 369 just goes bot, pushes that out, and by the time the wave crashes top, JackeyLove's going to be there to catch it.
And Bin
Qué rico.
So if Bin does stay around on this top side, he's going to be dealing with a Lucian who has that AD. Don't expect it to happen. Expect to see bot lanes both swapping up towards this top side. But we'll see if Bin decides that the matchup needs to be in that Lucian. He is walking out that way. Possibility. No, now TP's down towards the bottom side. Okay, decides against it. So we'll have both our bot lanes going
Todos son una mierda, pero Shiria que les quede.
those top laners matching up in bot once again.
Ah, sí, Lili va a ganar la serie.
That matchup down there. Mid lane has been Knight, just kind of chipping away at Cream. Does have a slight advantage, but nothing too big. Very even game overall thus far. Just a couple hundred gold really off of that first blood from Kanavi. That is the only thing separating these two teams.
See if either team decides to go for that dragon. Still a couple of minutes before we have the grubs, so it would be a slightly undermanned fight down towards the bottom side. Call of the Fort God being used. Good brittle procking here from Bin. 369 might have to invest his flash to get out of this one. Scrap shield down. 369 down to 200 HP. Bin just walking forward. Now 369 has the equalizer. Gets a bit of health from the level up as well and forces Bin away. Shadow. Meanwhile, a Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't quite hit, as 369 is able to dodge to the side of it. On the top side, gets pulled out by Top Esports. JackeyLove gets the kill. Equalizer down towards bot to clear out the wave. Shadow trying to flank 369. Elk needs to run away. 369 flashes from Shadow's Wind becomes lightning. Elk backs away from the tower, and Top Esports come out on top on both sides.
Doesn't even matter.
King 369 absorbing the pressure. Been looking for a very good all-in off of that level up timer. But 369 survives it, survives the roam from Knight, the pressure from Shadow, and meanwhile on the other side they get the kill. They zone Elk entirely off this wave. Elk still has not been able to walk back to the tower, and they're going to keep staying here. He's losing so many minions to this tower. This is brutal.
Yeah, just a moment ago, you talked about the small lead in the jungle for Top Esports being the only lead that happened on the map. JackeyLove is now 700 gold ahead of Elk. Just going to keep forcing Elk away from this topside tower. Does now have his sums up, but he's only sitting on a cull.
I mean, Elk just watched about 3 waves down to the tower, right? And there's nothing he could do about it. You try to walk through there, you are dead. Especially because we saw Shadow show on the left side. We see where Knight is. There's no one there that can just kind of surprise and bail you out. So it's just really good aggressive play here from TES.
Puta, Jumpy, como estaba hablando así, me da mucha ganas de ir a tu casa y hacer un cago y empezar a explotar los daños y para que se escuche por todos lados, boludo. Literal, amigo.
Doing a really good job just kind of hanging on that bot side. He was able to bail out his bot lane, get them out of this tough lane where JackeyLove's out of mana, survives on the weak side, utilizing that rumble, almost has the equalizer back up, so even if you try to put pressure on him again, he's just going to be able to ult that wave and continue to chill.
It's been around for so many years, and there's always that meme, you're going to roll a 3, a 6, or a 9. Well, so far today, at least a 9. We'll say surviving the dive was relatively well executed from him all around. TP coming out from Hung as the grubs come up, and we'll see Top Esports trying to set up a bit of vision towards this top side to deny BLG their second neutral objective of the game. They did claim the Drake after the dive happened in the bot side. Shadow was able to walk across and peek that Cloud Dragon, but for the moment BLG not reacting to the grubs being started by Top.
Yep, On is in the area. Doesn't seem to have... Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any interest in trying to contest here. BLG
Por favor,
up, so shout out
que sea B1, lo que quede gane, dale,
three
me chupo
grubs win the
huevo.
way of TES, but that's a pretty big win for them. Have been
Sí, ¿no? Altas ganas de ver el próximo partido.
Sí, joder, que apure. El que tenga más ventaja ahora al minuto 15 gana la serie.
One is an auto or two away on that top.
No sabía cómo acordar.
That is standing gold that they're going to be looking for.
Elk has to be really cautious. If he uses his E, or even if he gets hit by the Winter's Bite, the culling just immediately comes out.
Me cago en mierda, Ctmr, por
And
favor.
as I say, it's Jackie Love and Hung show exactly why.
No quiere venir, boludo.
Now hits the level 6, does have that
Pero está
transcend
despierta.
oneself, but it doesn't
Sí,
really
por uno,
do a
obvio,
huge amount into an Unbreakable. If Hung just puts that down, you get some damage back. On still only level 5.
Pero para mí uno gana fácil.
Hung about 2
Espero que
minutes
no.
away from getting his
Pero-
level 6. Been trading
pero-
this bottom side again.
Been trading really well in the 1v1. And you are always in that really nice scenario when it's double AP soul laners. You just rush Kanik, and no matter what the lane assignments are, you're going to be chilling. So Ben definitely in his comfort zone.
¿Y dónde está?
We'll see how he can perform towards the later stages. I mean, not only do the
Viéndolo
solo
solo.
carries scale really, really well, the Unara, the Ziggs, but also you have Ornn items potentially coming through. So, you know, BLG, while they are behind, they do have some very powerful scaling options, some really strong team fights. So as long as they can stabilize, they should be okay.
Golden Forge shot down again. Bin flashing forward for the second.
Hello, Yolanda,
Well
Andres,
played
Yolanda.
by Bin. Gets the kill down towards the bottom side while Top Esports try to set up around top. The wave cleared away means that BLG will survive any possibility of a dive, and BLG are on the board.
Yeah, clean little Ornn combo there from Bin, giving no ability for 369 to react. He pops the R and then flashes forward to redirect it even closer. Elk's going.
Elk looking for it. Arc of Judgment coming out. There's the heal as well. Jackie Love still has the flash and the barrier. We'll just use one of
Qué
them.
cagón que son, que es
TP
el...
coming in behind. Elk still has a flash. Double TP, as you say, invested on. One more will be enough for the concussive blows. Cataclysm out. Elk flashes away from the flag and drag. On locked up in the cage as he will be chased down.
Cacha gol, lo ignoraron aún completamente y lo empezó a sacar
To get two in the top side.
What a play from the solo laners there. You know, 369 eating so much pressure down to that bot side, gets killed, and then double TP up towards that top side. 2 more kills going their way as they thought they had Jackie Love.
Mira, ese Knight con 6 medio,
But
boludo.
not only do they bail him out, again, they get that kill, and 369 just takes over the wave. He's going to push in, get a plate off the back of that. Yes, they are losing plates tonight, and they are going to lose a plate or two down to Bin, but still nice moves here from TES, who I definitely think want to stay aggressive and keep pushing this pace.
Satchel charge away. Hung going forward here on there in time with the tangle buffs. Glacial Fisher going
No, pero
Knights over the
sabe Nike que tiene que flashear en diagonal.
blows for the stun, and Top Esports find another out of nothing, really. Knight just thought he could walk away.
Hijo de puta, boludo. Vamos a flashear en
5 for 5
paralelo.
on the KP so far this game. Deadly duo just walking
Oh,
around
shit.
the map there. You know, in that initial flash forward from Hung, I was thinking, are you really going to be able to have enough to actually chase him down? But they knew their limits. They catch up, proc the concussive blows, and that is more than enough to get the kill onto Knight. And Knight has been playing pretty aggressive, pushing constantly. Now Ziggs with no flash is going to have to play a lot more defensive.
You talked about it in the draft. Kanavi's early game, one of the best early game junglers in the world, if not the best at times. Here, 5 kill participation out of 5, 100% for him and Hung. And they're just everywhere on the map. Now, BLG have been able to get a little bit of gold back into their pockets.
Yeah.
You can see Knight still relatively even, Bin still ahead, but that gold lead, 1.2k right now for Top.
Top is playing well, but they need to be able to actually convert this into some objectives, right? That's the big concern now, because these kind of games always make me nervous, where you're getting kills and you look at the gold lead, and it's 5-1, but the other team has a dragon, you're only up 1k, and they scale really well. So it doesn't really mean much unless you can convert it into something else afterwards. So now they're going to try to turn this into a dragon here. TES in the area. Knight pushes out top, and now he's going to TP mid to try to cover
¿Ustedes
that.
conocen gente que fue challenger en el LoL?
From Shadow, Jackie Love's gonna have to flash, but Bin's on the
Yo conozco a Renata Enjoyer que...
¿Tienen amigos o algo así, tipo, no sé? qué sé yo? O hablaron con gente que... O hablaron mucho con alguien que fue challenger en el LoL.
El amigo que más alto es Renata Enjoyer, ahí digo dónde está. Literalmente fue top 1 mucho tiempo y ahora es séptimo de las clasificadas. Lo alcanzó todo, no alcanzamos todo el tiempo. Me dice Choto y yo digo que me viola la vieja.
The objective, they get punished. Kanavi spotted in this ward, so shouldn't be any opportunity to actually steal this away.
Y un tipazo.
It will be the dragon, it will
Sí,
be
es un cago de
kills.
risa.
And now the gold lead is essentially meaningless, right?
Uy, yo todos los challengers que conocí son todos unos móviles.
Nah, este es un cago de risa.
Back dragons, it's going to be an ocean soul as
Me
well.
estuve poniendo a pensar y...
Ornn. That is always a concern here, so we can watch this one
son
more
todos
time.
mogólicos.
Shadow just full sends it onto Jackie, and Jackie flashes fairly late, doesn't really have a good angle to get away. And then when the Unbreakable is used, Bin says, great, it's a strike. Knocks them both up.
Es terrible como Shaquille Love le está troleando la serie a los muchachos.
Elk grabbing the kill is ideal.
Just gets
La gran
BLG right
Shaquille
back in this game. Elk only 500 gold behind now, has finished that Kraken Slayer, 35 stacks
No,
before.
amigo. Y hacía mucho tiempo que no me enojaba con un chabón que como me enojé con Supa en otra serie, boludo. No, no soy Mkoi, pero me hizo recalentar el mogólico. Porque literalmente le estaba troleando todo el game a los pibes, boludo. O sea...
Se reunió con la de Bane.
¿Qué?
Que se reunió con la de Bane y Fnatic.
It almost gets away, but Kanavi spear to the back finishes him off there. Maintaining 100% KP. This guy is everywhere. Feels like his most impressive game at Worlds thus far.
Agreed.
Definitely looking strong.
No, si fue contra las ballenas,
The gold lead
¿no?
on Jarvan, that's not going to be enough.
Sí, yo digo que se reunió con Fnatic. La de la ballena, vos decís que la que se quedó FK. No.
Jackie Love.
No, porque fue, o sea, fue la...
¿Ayer a quién le ganó? Sí, a las ballenas. Sí, sí. La que se quedó FK y Jarvan lo mató. Ese sí.
Esa, y también cuando se quedó en medio y la Yuna lo cogió.
Por eso. Pero ahora se notó la llama.
No. Puta, posta, qué bronca que me dio eso. Tipo, parecía yo troleando en un arranque, amigo.
Fan de lo de Bane, por eso.
Hijo de remil puta, boludo.
This early game has gone well if you have good split push threat. If you can 1-3-1 well, because you've got grubs, you have a bit of a gold lead, your solo laners are in okay spots, but
Y me hizo acordar a Shaquille Love haciendo ese tipo de cosas.
survives any push that is happening, and you can't push into it because it just puts that explosive minefield down as on, flashes forward for the double blossom, and they lock up Jackie Love. Elk will get the kill, Hung's gonna fall second, BLG collapse again in the mid lane, they're setting up for the rift out.
Jackie's not loving that. Elk grabs another kill, and now it's going to be objectives off the back of this here. BLG.
Si no hubiese pasado por 80 club y les chuparon huevo, se puede vender la narrativa de Knight contra T.
First over the game for BLG, they'll get the objective, as you say. That's the feat of strength, unless Kanavi can somehow steal this, but he can't get in range for the smite. TP coming in, as top esports are looking for a little bit more of a fight, but there's going to be a 3v4 in BLG's favor. And they just walk out. You used your teleport.
La ventaja la mierda.
You can just walk down towards the bottom side, so it's not too wasted, but still. A little bit of desperation there from top esports trying to collapse on that fight.
I agree. I think they're kind of feeling it slipping away from them here a bit. And Jackie.
Ay, qué lindo. Ojalá gane Mkoi, boludo. Quiero meterme a Twitter.
Disrespectful in the positioning, and On makes him pay. He has the flash, even able to give that kill over. Kanavi, though, he's not giving up.
369's here for the collapse. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down. Kanavi down to 500 HP. 369 looking for the Flame Spitter, but now On and Knight on.
Es que tiene razón, pero ahora estoy pensando. Sí, ahora estoy pensando a corto plazo.
Backline 369 put in the trash. Cream having to flash away. Jackie Love with a culling, but that is doing nothing.
Que a la larga es mejor que gane T1 porque nadie se va a acordar y a todo el mundo le chupa un. Si gana Koi van a estar toda la vida. Pero a corto plazo mejor que gane Koi. Y cierran el orto de T1 y nos mataron.
That's about it. We've had so many nice aggressive TPs in this game thus far. Both teams really making it work. But it does feel like BLG pulling further and further ahead here. Bin closing in on level 12, getting closer and closer towards those ornaments. And Elk now with a slight gold lead, but a slight gold lead on this Yunara, who had been focused very heavily. You know, Kanavi was down there early. They're utilizing 369 multiple times to get preferential lane setups for Jackie as well.
Tenía un pote de rocklets para ir comiendo mientras veo el LOL.
In the last 2 minutes, we've gone from 1,000 gold lead for top esports to a 2K lead for BLG.
Juan, ¿cuál es el mejor chocolate de Perú?
Is pushing in the top lane, but Knight is answering that with pressure down towards the bottom side.
But this is just such nice map play here from BLG. Of course, Cream doing a good job trading what he can, but you do not win trades like this against Herald and Ziggs. The tower is going to die here as well. On's looking.
On Pop Blossom onto 2, 369 the target, and Bin calls in the gods. Hung the next target, unbreakable no longer.
Y acá hay uno que es muy parecido.
And top esports are
que es de
just
coso.
left reeling.
Que de Milka, creo.
Right now, they even got the tier 2 tower in the midst of that, so it is getting worse and worse. Knight had this incredibly low. Great engage once again here from On. There's the Proto Bell, gets him in range. They have that Ziggs ult to follow up. Everyone piles in. They knew Cream wouldn't be here because he had been recalling on that top side. So they just full send it. They kill with tier 2. They knock down the players. They take the dragon. And BLG are really looking strong in this game 1.
5 minutes away from an Ocean Soul. You look at the other side, Jackie Love has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's, Cream has 7 stacks on a Road of Ages, and that's it. You got an Essence Reaver, a Nabori Flicker.
No era Milk el Roberto, ¿cuál era?
They're
No
not
sé
in
si
a
era
strong enough
Milk.
spot to fight BLG at this next Drake. They really need to get as much gold as possible, and they're trying to do it through picks towards this top side. Been the target yet to die this game.
Claro que si te lo pido muy bien, con mucho cariño. Sacaría la lechita.
To survive quite a long time in these, culling down. Bean's just going to charge his way away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Cream trying to defend against 4, but he's not doing it as well as Bin can. 1-for-1 exchange. A tier 2 in mid, though. BLG will look for more as they push down the inhib.
Exactly. Bin knows he's going to die, but he just wastes so much of their time. On again. Gets a wraparound here. Finds another.
Hasta yo quiero ver el T1.
And not only do they get 1 tower, they get 2 towers. And guess what Shadow is doing? He's taking your whole jungle in the meanwhile. So yeah, you killed Bin, congrats, but you lost everything else.
And this is much more what we expected from BLG coming into this tournament.
Capaz me sacas esto. ¿Cuál es ese chocolate que está ahí a la derecha?
Synergized on their goals. Everyone feels like they know exactly where they
No,
need to
no,
be,
Nico,
when they
porque
need
es
to be
un
there,
de
when
acá
they
de
have to
Argentina,
teleport,
mira.
when they can look
El de la
down
derecha,
bridges.
el que está al lado del 2000K.
Ongoing and the rest of the team running away.
¿Cómo?
Here BLG much more aligned on exactly how they want to play.
They really are, and it may just be that. Oh. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's that kind of game.
It's the reason he's won. Like, this guy's won the most titles of anyone in the LPL. There's a reason for it, and things like that just show how good he is. Because he steals red
That's what you picked
the
the Ziggs for. It's not about
Sí, pero este no es el que yo quiero.
It's the most impactful
Otro.
thing that we've seen this game.
Oh, that's a statement.
Es otro que es.
Statement, we can both agree, but it was funny in the moment as Shadow
Que tiene un paquete, una envoltura en morada.
Son todos violetas.
Que puede tener frutilla.
Ya me cogí el hermano de Costa.
Cream's going to be the one to step up, has that Horizon focus now complete. Articon is up. If either team wants to play around it, and BLG seem to want to take that bar.
Hoffler.
He's all the way behind them here as well.
No, es que ese Kaduri que tiene frutilla. Hamlet, no.
It's all the Zin on the minimap, and On's going to find a Pop Blossom here. Top esports.
Kaduri dijiste que no. No, es que sí, Kaduri. Hoffler no, no.
Got a eulogy for TES as a great
Flanqueador.
collector from BLG. They continue to flash forward. Cream trying to survive, but he just can't do it.
No, qué cogida. Ah, sí era Kaduri, qué pelotudo.
Por eso te digo, si pensás en frutilla, Kaduri.
¿Viste lo que pasó, Juan? ¿Viste el chocolate que mandé a
Ni idea cuál es princesa.
No, yo sé, no es acá. Yo digo que es igual a este. Que seguramente sea igual a este. El princesa.
Started off by these beautiful Nico flanks. This one was perfection. Started by On and finished off by Knight. TP's down. The flanking Ziggs to finish off the play. They grab the Otacon. Nearly a 7,000 gold lead now. This game started, and it felt like it was about Kanavi and Hong, but that was just the opening chapter. The climax is this play right here, as On finds a picture. Deep flank, never spotted, gets all 4. You die, who cares? Your job is done. You have won the fight for the squad. And then you think maybe Hong Kanavi can get away. But not even that will happen because an earlier ward placed by
Para mí es Orquídea.
Another assist for
Porque
him. Just
está
beautiful.
en...
BLG as well engaging just before On's in vision range to get the flashes out of top esports so they can't
Mira Costa, volvió de la cueva el cabrón.
That's the coordination you come to expect from the LPL number 1 seeds. Elk with 560 international kills. Surpassing another incredibly decorated LPL player for 9th.
Este rey, pelotudo, garchó de Fire.
And I think Elk today having a great performance on this United being well protected by BLG.
¿Revivió o qué? Tampoco.
40 seconds. Ocean Soul for Billy Gaming for top esports.
No, mira, ese está viendo, parece...
Pasa una cosa.
That is the question on your mind. I think the answer maybe you don't. When you're looking over at this massive gold lead, Soul Point, Ornaments have already been coming through.
Transicionó como Asuna, y Asuna tampoco decía.
Again, the Infinity Edge just got finished. Everything is so in their favor that even Kanavi's starting to look like paper.
Después sé dónde estás, Cote, estás en el espacio, estás en Plutón, ¿dónde mierda?
Estoy en el avión yendo para China a celebrar la victoria de la región superior.
No puede ser que todas las regiones tengan representante menos ni ahora, boludo. Dios mío.
Como una mierda.
Ya tocaba ya tampoco. Ya mucho, ya 2 años seguidos.
Tengo un poco de esperanza de que te saque un mapa, pero tiene pinta que 2-0 no es una paja y vuelo para el otro T1 Mkoi.
And you're trying to kill with your WP Soul Laners, the Koenig Rookers, so much MR, Ornaments coming through.
¿Quién tiene más posibilidades este uno de enfrentarse en cuarto?
Este uno se enfrenta a KT, le van a 3-0. Ah, la dinastía, esta Telecom War es el inicio de la sexta.
And then you see the fact they have 26 more petals from the Artican than their opposing team, and you say, okay, that's probably another 2K. So it's around the 15,000 gold lead. And the ornaments! 20K! Just
How
give
about
it
some scaling advantages as well? What else we got for us?
Just in such a strong position right now. For top esports, you're looking for a pick, you're looking to try and catch someone out, but it's hard into double TP, it's hard into Crescent Guard because he negates so much damage, it's hard into Pop Blossom. Hung tries to step up to get a little bit of vision, but it's immediately cleared by BLG. 7 seconds on the bound, able to push in these waves, and turn their eyes towards that team buff.
And it's also hard because no matter where you go, it feels like On just spawns in behind TES with a perfect flank ready to kick off, and here he comes again.
Venga, lo matan a Kanavi. Qué locura On el game, ¿Qué, Juan? No, se me activó un target, mono. La sexta me chupo huevo, boludo. Duele más una de KT que soy de tú, boludo.
¿Cuál es digamos, la rivalidad entre KT y Rogue?
Scaling. Give him a few minutes.
No hay Royal y Royal, ¿cuál?
No hay. Nunca me gustó KT. En 2017 hinché por T1, en 2018 hinché por Invictus, no, nunca me gustó KT.
Coming to the Rift next year.
No es de mi lado Royal, es de mi lado fanático del eSport.
Es como el arroz con pollo y mayonesa, es soso. O sea, te llena peso.
Basado, es una mierda la arroz con pollo.
They can look for a 1-3-1
Pero un calo por
no
tener.
Yeah, I mean they absolutely can, but I don't even know, if they will or if they'll play through 2 lanes and just kind of really try to ram it home when you're this far ahead. I feel like splitting up is maybe one of the only ways you could lose. And Knight even completing the Shadow Flame off the back of that, so the burst is going to be
tú sabes cuál fue el cambio, Costa.
Now. They really do feel
incluir CP en su liga, la liga del CP, por eso.
Fashion here.
Okay.
And in much more convincing fashion than we've seen them win so far out of this has to walk away from it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bin continues to push in, trying to sink these waves up.
Oye, poco se habla, pero con el Lucian se está comiendo varias derrotas.
The bouncing bomb not quite enough to kill him off. Elko can step back forward. Shadow diving in. Only a cannon minion here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bin has a couple of waves to help him push this inhibitor. Bot wave still a long way away.
No,
BLG needs to wait another 10 seconds or so before they have another wave to bolster their attack on this top side.
Fantastic shot by Cream, but they have Ocean Soul, so they're right back to full health, and Bin has already knocked down the first inhibitor. Second one is 2 autos and a satchel, and everything is just going to die.
When do you go? When do you attack as top esports? Because BLG are close enough now that you can't just pick off an isolated member. They'll push him with triple cannons, and now look down towards that bottom side. The inhibitor tower has already fallen, so
Shadow can just start whacking away at that
Vas a rapear,
10k gold, just the gold lead as Hung has to flash away just from Shadow. Mega Inferno bomb blocked with the Unbreakable Redemption down, not in time. Even with the Fountain trying to help him out, Hung cannot survive. Cream flashes out, but it's knocked up with the Q3 from Shadow and Equalizer down.
Porque le tiraron en Nexo.
Equalize this game at all. 369 gets the couple, but BLG get the base.
What a performance here from BLG despite the early game heroics.
Vaya violada.
From Kanavi and Hung, they got so many early game kills, it just didn't even matter.
Bueno,
From BLG coming back from that deficit.
métanse a mi stream. Otra mi tío, Juan.
Really after the 17-minute mark or so,
Otro mi tío.
just totally took over the game.
Those Nico flanks
Métanse a mi
were
stream.
absolutely insane. Desk, what do you
Vamos a
think
salir
about
que
it?
más divertido.
I think that it's LPL's history repeating itself here. We didn't know what to expect coming into today, but
Chinchado sigue
has been the
20.
best first.
Oye, Corky 74.
Dale, Juan Fonta.
Segundo muy bajo. And I wanna be French.
Se escucha una mierda.
¿No se escucha? ¿No se escucha?
Y no, se escucha.
Puta, transmití vos, Banquenselo sin sonido. No sé por qué no se escucha.
Se me rompe el PC.
No es opening. ¿Qué hacemos, Ani? Igual si quieren hacerlo por opening, tengo que...
Nah, yo vuelvo. Pues.
Pinchado, es un hijo de puta, Costa. Potential team. Despite the what the play, he can go, he can dejar no video with the many everyone feel can wait until the main the question the time we win. They're more consistent in a closing the gap, they're funny pain as a top team. Keep doing it fine if you guys are retired. Yo voy a intentar ser atrás y ojo debíamos ver chinchilla y algo. Bitu my cartín de los tuchitu. Buen Boneveris. Voy a hacer caca yo. Ahí.
Me pone triste que Mar no haya dado retweet a lo que yo puse.
Yeah.
Vamos, con.
Qué buena es esta, bro. Dios mío. Ting, ting, ting. Sí.
Ay, me está dando sueñito. Revivió mi feed.
The woman loved and hated by the K-pop fandom, world K-pop global levels, said in the Idol, she better fuck than me. Released high.
Uy, pi.
Uy, pibi, Nico.
to not only the players, but also the BLG fans at home, reminding everyone why this is the first seed coming out from the LPL.
And I also like that they did put Bin on the Ornn. Obviously, I feel like everyone at home is like, we don't want Bin on Ornn. This kind of stinks, but it fits so well compositionally, and I thought this is kind of the best we've seen him play, right? He looked really well coordinated. His ult's really good. You're laughing at me, Laura. I know.
It's crazy to think that that's what you need.
No one wants more Ornn gameplay, apparently. I do, though, because I thought it was great for this composition. That's been something previously in the past we've been a little bit critical of Bin on, right, where he hasn't been as strong on these tanks. So to have him come out and have this performance after being really, really shaky for most of the tournament is a good sign for BLG.
On the side of TES, though, seeing them backstage right now, they have 2 games to turn this around, but it has to come together now. What do you think they need to fix? They've been needing to fix a lot of things throughout the entire tournament, but what is the easiest one they can implement?
I mean, really, it was just that single moment that turned the game around. The good news for Top Esports is that they don't have to be worried about On getting Nico once again. Their early game plan was fantastic. They executed upon it well. It was just they weren't really converting those kills into any major objectives, which means that while they were about to be ready for that fight that was going to swing the game, the momentum in their favor, they just got caught off in the setup. And this is the one thing that BLG will do very effectively, punish you in that setup. So I think that coming into game 2, they don't need to change anything dramatic. They don't need to overdo it. They just need to be a little bit more aware of their positioning, and I think they're in good steading to bring us to game 3.
We have talked about the nerves coming into this series, especially home. The coach from TS was talking about the nerves from his players. Well, they better fix it now. They have 2 games to turn it around, but it has to come down to the next one. Let's send it over to break, and we'll come back and see if TES can clutch this series and bring us to game 3.
Top Esports, they don't know what's coming. Pop Blossom onto 4! The call of the 4's got a eulogy for TES. As a great collapse comes out from BLG, they continue to flash forward. Cream trying to survive, and he just can't do it. The TP behind. BLG don't want to leave a man standing. Knight makes them kneel. A double for him. A perfect flank. And that's what BLG are all about.
All right, guys. I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025, where BLG are on the brink of advancing to the quarterfinals and joining anyone's legend as the two LPL representatives that we have there. For Top Esports, it's an age-old story. You know, disappointment when it comes to the vital matches, when it comes to the crux, often they flounder a little bit, they fail a little bit. We saw it in the LPL finals, we saw it last year at Worlds in the quarterfinals versus T1, we saw it at MSI in the past against G2. Often this team, when the pressure is on, struggle to perform. And we saw that in game one. They managed to get out to an early lead through Hung and Kanavi having a great performance together. And then BLG bit back, and now we move into draft for game two.
Absolutely do. We'll have to see how they can perform here. And I mean, I think it was always that concern for TES. I kind of got that feeling when they had this great start. They start 2-0, you know, they got a kind of easier draw. They go up against KT. When they got blasted by KT, I kind of got that feeling where it's like, okay, it might be another TES kind of special. They draw Gen G, you're like, well, that's the headshot. So now you're 2-2, and now you've got to perform in this really high pressure moment. And they get BLG, a team that's so familiar with them, and usually gets the better of them. So it is definitely a tough spot to be in. Azir is still going to be up. I really do wonder, you know, if BLG would just leave the Azir up for a potential answer, bring out like a melee champion, something along the lines of that Yone or you know, even like an Akali or a Sylas, just like something from Knight to try to give that over, because that feels like their style. And yeah, they're going to leave it up and they're going to try to bait, I think, Cream into playing it. We'll see. And
if you're looking for someone who can just outplay their opponent on a champion that is meta and is seen as first pick, second pick worthy, it is Knight. Like, that's what he so consistently does. For BLG, we always talk about Knight and Bin as the two key carries for the lineup. I think last game on really stepping up alongside Elk, obviously, who consistently gets those kills. Trundle and Azir, the two picks here for Top Esports into that Renekton from BLG.
So now we'll see if we're going to get what I was kind of thinking, which would be something along the lines of Yone. It would mean they'd have to have an AP jungle, which could make things a little bit more complex. But it is one of those answers. Of course, if you want to go AD jungle, you can still go like Akali or whatever, Sylas, things like this. But that's kind of where my mind is at right now. But we have also seen, you know, more of these kind of different style of counters, answers like the Zig. So you can, you know, go that style too and play things like that are less common. But, you know, people think of Xerath, people think of Vel'Koz, people think of Victor to try to outrange. But I really don't like the Victor matchup simply because, well, you can, like, the thought process is basically I just poke him with the E-Laser and slowly whittle him down over time. When people play well post-6, often what happens is you just get the first ult from Azir, forces your flash, the second ult kills you. So I am expecting still a melee champ. Aurora would be another option, but he's hovering through all kinds of things, and it is going to be the Aurora, which does work really, really well as a pairing with the Vi. Of course, when the Vi came through, it also makes you think of things like the Ahri that he is very famous for. But it is going to be Aurora at the end of the day. I mean, Knight really can make anything work, and this is something that is going to put a lot of pressure, you have to think, onto Cream. That Vi-Aurora combo.
We've seen Knight actually bring out the Aurora twice versus Top Esports during the Grand Finals, which is the name for the entirety of the tournament, not just the finals of it. And he lost both of those games. It was Top Esports coming out as the victors, the second one going 1-0-0-1. 0-0, sorry, not having as much of an impact as he'd like. And that was Cream on the Azir, again, in that second game. So we'll see how much impact Cream can have on this pick.
Knight has played it a ton, though, this year. You know, 20 games on it throughout the year. You know, second most played behind just that Talia. So it is absolutely a comfort pick. 369 on tanks. We have seen this many times before. Just going to be trying to neutralize what Ben can do on this Renekton. All the roles have been matched, so now it is just about targeting some of these comfort picks here. Elk, Ezreal, one of the champions he is most famous for. Caitlyn, of course, was already banned out earlier. And I feel like, you know, if I'm banning as BLG, you either want to ban enchanters like the Renata, or you want to ban things that can absorb the engage that you're drafting for. Things like Xayah would be what I would thinking of. I think Xayah would make sense as a ban. There's another option, things like Jhin potentially, but I really do think Xayah makes a ton of sense here unless you want to double ban enchanters, and Renata's kind of like the king enchanter against hard engage.
Also, Xayah is the most picked for Jackie Love in summer, so it's his most consistent champion, obviously plays it incredibly well, as do most AD carries all around the world, so wouldn't be surprised if we see that Xayah ban at all. There's also something like the Sivir. If you want to make sure your Vi engage can definitely get off, you can smite the spell shield away if you're going in with a cease and desist, but there is the Xayah ban.
Yep.
So we'll see if Top Esports decide to go towards that Sivir, or if they want something like the Jhin that can stand a little bit further back, have that range, just use the curtain call to facilitate the start of a fight.
Yep, I mean, Varus can kind of do similar things too. If you want to go lethality Varus, you kind of just sit back and try to just poke in with that. But of course, Varus is very susceptible to dive. Can be really difficult if they do get in on top of you. And people have not really been a fan of the lethality Varus throughout the tournament, but it does seem like that is going to be the option. They are saving 5th pick here for Hong, so I'm curious, are they going to go what would be the expected pick, something along the lines of like Rel or just something, standard hard engage, or is it going to be, Enchanter trying to play for the 2v2? With Alistar there, it really does lower the priority on Rel, so instead they're going to go Poppy, so they're going to go more for the denial of the engage rather than having hard engage themselves. So now this composition from TES to me becomes really about kind of zone control and poke.
Yeah.
It's about, pillaring out the carries. It's about poking them down with the Varus, using the soldiers to kind of create this line. And when BLG goes for this inevitable hard engage where they pop the Sivir ult and in-flies everybody, well, that's when Hong and 369 need to come in with the Pathmaker and with the Poppy ult, knock you back and peel for their carries. So it's really two kind of diametrically opposed ideas in how to play the game. And I think that these make for some of the most fun games of League to watch, when there's such clear ways that you need to play the game and everyone is trying to best set up for themselves while denying their opponent's ability to execute on what they want to do.
Because you often find in team fights, there are so many different avenues you have to think about, so many different ways to approach. For BLG, they'll be saying, oh, can we get the Aurora on a flank? Can the Vi come from behind? Can the Renekton sneak around through vision? And for Top Esports, they'll be thinking, who do we mark with whom? Does the Poppy need to be on the Renekton? Does the Poppy need to sit on the Vi? Do we need to have the Keeper's Verdict there for the start of the fight? Where can the Azir position? It's great to watch. We'll try and keep you abreast of it through the entirety of the fights as well. But I will say, if BLG get ahead, I do really like what they can do in this as well. Because even if they go for that first initial engage, they have enough follow-up after it that if Top Esports aren't chunky, they can just mow them down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be one of these types of games that snowball super, super hard, right? Vi, Aurora, that kind of composition gets way ahead. All of a sudden, your Varus and your Azir are just dead at the start of every fight, right? It can become very, very difficult to deal with. That being said, if this TES composition can stay relatively even for a long time, then you start getting into these luxury items. Then you're looking at GAs, then you're looking at Zonias, then you're looking at all of these answers for what BLG's composition is meant to do. So there is some pressure. Of course, you do obviously have that Sivir as your kind of like, that's your fallback plan or whatever you want to call it. You always have that.
500, yeah, Sivir, power spike. As Knight takes a chunk of damage early in that mid lane. Jackie Love might be pathing up towards top. Looks like he's going to try and avoid On and Elk, who are waiting to catch him out. We do have 100 international games for 369 all time across his career. Congratulations to him. Looking to make it at least 101 here at Worlds 2025.
Jackie being pretty annoying here, actually. Gets his Mana Flow brand proc, got a couple Comet procs, and they're trying to keep them away from that wave a little bit, force them to walk the long way at the very least. Of course, they got a bit of chunk on Knight, but he had time to base. Cream wanted to base himself, but did lose just that little bit of health. And On going to continue getting this poke on. I mean, Alistar level 1 is just not a champion, right? And now you're down half of your HP, so
Siento que me limpie mal el culo.
gone. Of course, you can rely somewhat on your passive, so you're just going to pop the 1 potion for now and try to heal them back up as Elk is just on this expected W start.
Un poquito de chocolate. Ahí están hablando.
As quickly as possible. On will get the knockback with the headbutt.
Dame un pedazo
No
de
Pulverize to
chocolate.
follow it up, only being middle bush means that Hung can't push forward too easily. We'll try and use that ranged buckler and the shield from it to constantly trade in, but with the push actually coming out from On and Elk, they're going to get to that level 2 first, which means Jackie and Hung have to respect it. Heal coming out from On as they look for the damage with the Boomerang Blade. Piercing arrow out from Jackie.
Aprender a limpiar todavía no.
Tiny lead.
Tampoco que sepa mucho.
Well played by On. I actually really like the use of the heal, both obviously to get himself
Si queda sucio, no se podría decir que ya aprendí.
allows that combo to come through, follow it up
Pero
with
en
the Boomerang
Argentina no
Blade,
usan
a nice little
video.
chunk.
Sí, pero yo no me gusta que un chorrito de agua me toque el culo.
Uses potion. Elk's
O sea, es raro porque me gusta meterme el dedo en el culo mientras me pajeo, pero no me gusta
still sitting
¿Qué?
on 2
Pero me
potions.
gusta que me toque el chorrito ese
A little bit
CJ.
of trading. Both these laners, trying to play for every little advantage. TES getting the early chunk, but BLG just knowing how to play it out.
So important that you do it just before the level 2 comes out, because either the steadfast presence or the charge from Poppy would
Lo leí Juan, era Juan.
you're either getting knocked back as you go in for your CC, or you're getting knocked back
This
underneath
Juan.
the tower as you go in for your CC. Both of which not the best states to be in as a cow at level 2. 369 and Bin constantly trading up here in towards the top side. Both of them will be happy enough. Bin's actually on his most played this split. 12 games on this Renekton. Won about 8 of those 12.
You can see On took a early recall. Elk had to stay around here. Is just going to use a spell shield there for a little bit of a heal. Jackie Love trying to slowly whittle away on this tower. Kanavi has arrived, but because On is here, I don't really think there's a dive angle. I think they were maybe saying, hey, it's worth spending a little bit of time here. I'm slower to start the scuttle, but if Hong went mid lane or Hong was looking for something else, then that could have been a dive.
Night trading with Cream here. Shadow looking for it. Weirding out from Night. Cream has to flash. Respects the Q flash there from Shadow.
Yeah, I like that. That's well played by Shadow. Basically, Cream has to, because if he late Q flashes on you, you're just dead. So just don't even use your flash. You can kind of play that game. Sometimes people get really risky and then not use their flash either, but well played, putting that pressure on. Knight still quite low here, but wants to push in the wave, and I don't think Cream's going to be able to stop him.
Knight didn't know exactly where Kanavi was there, but kind of anticipated him having backed, hiding around the corner out of vision. You could see Kanavi stayed around. It's like, okay, a recall time is about 8 seconds. We don't see Knight in the lane. And then Knight comes around the corner to push out the wave. It would have been a really bad spot for him if both of them had just recalled and then the teleports had come back in. So Knight here will try and crash this next wave in with that 2-fold Hex. Hung coming across to bolster Cream as he TPs back into the lane, but Knight gets all the minions and now can just back away.
Yep, it's going to be able to hold that no problem. Both supports showing up mid lane at basically the exact same time. And the wave will just crash, so Cream is going to be able to farm that up, but the next wave will be pushing over into Knight. So not any major advantage created there. Bin has been laning quite well, though, in this 1v1, getting non-stop push, but also really being a menace on all of these range minions. As 369 tries to walk forward and farm these range minions, he's always getting harassed. He is getting stunned up and chipped away at, which is has put him down close to that 10 CS mark. There may be a couple more for him to farm, but still, really nice early laning by Bin on this Renekton.
Vamos el chocha, loco.
To really make this pick.
¿Qué pasó, pero no?
One full wave if 369 manages to pick up all of these, but he's also
Vamos,
got
porque
the
sí,
plate,
obvio.
so
¿Por qué no se iría
as you
bien?
say, you want this
Vamos,
Renekton to
Billy
get
G.
towards those 1 to 2 item power points. so
Yeah,
that when you
Juan,
get
en el
team-wise
primer mapa, Billy G, todos por matando un dragón cada uno.
on the back line, he can be another point of pressure. We talked about the multi-pronged approach, kind of a quadrant, really, coming out here from BLG. You have
¿Quién es
Big from one
Trimby?
front, you have Shadow
Nico.
from another, you have Knight from another, you have On from another.
Mataron un dragón en el
That spear trying
Dale, gordo pelotudo.
Deja de preguntar, ludópata, no rompa la bola.
Estoy preguntando bien, muteame si te molesta, guachín de mierda.
Bueno, chutea.
Sometimes, you get fancy with it, you do what you're talking about, all the finesse, and sometimes...
Muteame, gordo fracasado,
No,
¿qué?
pero que no mató. Topis no mató tantito.
Press all your buttons,
Nico,
and
deja
see
de
what
matarlo de la
happens, and
llamada.
sometimes that's the best way to play it.
No,
Knight hit 6,
pajeame vos,
immediately used his ult
chupapingo
on Cream
también.
to try to get a chunk, but Cream just got
Y
out
basta de disturbio, gente, paz y tranquilidad, muchachos.
A vos también mamámela, ponta.
Oh,
¿Qué hizo?
Flips it mid and knew with the power
Eche la bota, loco.
so had to use the flash. That's the frustrating thing about Cassante is he can just
No hay
hold
nada.
this wave just outside
Bueno,
the
de
tower,
hecho.
and you always have to respect that not only do
Ay,
his abilities
basta, en serio, ahora puede, tratamos chi.
And then there's the all-out follow-up after it, so you're just locked there.
Hay cuatro negros,
Is
boludo.
this going down onto Cream here? Shadow's gone so deep.
Ojo, Cream. Ah.
To flash.
Todo el mundo flashea la ulti. Todo el mundo flashea la ulti.
We see the swap coming out first from top esports. Jackie Love actually going up towards top pit.
You say we all did, but I don't think Shadow did.
Okay, I think he saw it as soon as
Es
he
para
got
pajear, man.
pulled back.
No,
He was
mentira.
like, okay, yeah, maybe not the best idea.
Yo recién vuelvo de eso,
Some time to think about
Ese
what you've
loco,
done.
falta toro.
Los dos
Sí,
son negro, adicto a grumear pibas en Valorant.
me recopé y me terminé viendo cómo le entraban dos chavales a un transexual, ¿viste? ¿Qué sé yo?
Ahí.
The 1v1 in the mid lane. Bin's still staying up
Este
here. We
loco
don't
la
actually
tiene
see.
clara.
I'm trying to find something
That
good
is very classic.
out of it, man.
Great gank. You gotta have Cream's.
I didn't say it was
Cream's
great.
ult.
It finds the ult.
No, I said it was great.
Sure, okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Ahora,
just
Nico,
like the
me
Red
metí
Buff
esta persona
steal was
recién,
good.
boludo. ¿Qué te pasó? No te quiero un member.
I'm interested
Es
that BLG are
que
keeping
está
the
bien,
here,
chico,
though.
que
See
estás
they
ahí.
want
Está
to
bien.
invest some
ok.
time in getting out some extra experience, some extra solo gold. Has only got the cull, and Bin is actually just staying in the 2v1.
This is going to be up here for now. He doesn't have TP, so it would be hard to actually, get him out of this lane unless Elk can push out bot and then move up top, something along those lines. So for now, he is just going to be chilling. Not really under too much threat. I don't think he's at any risk of getting burst down. You can see 369 has moved. Elk is bot, so this should be
vamos,
scrubs for
Nico, loco.
TES. A nice early bit of lane assignments here for them. And Cream will just go down bot to catch that wave eventually.
Yeah, and this was my thought. Right? You know you have a numbers advantage. You know the Sivir doesn't have teleport, so
Te dijo, si peleamos no gasta. Floje.
Y tú estás jugando a ser troll.
Nico, sentite orgulloso, Nico.
Uno de los dos que se garcha al transexual era vos.
Yep,
No,
doesn't have
no,
the season
mira lo que
6, doesn't
mandé.
have Splash, so he can't even look for that.
When did he lose that?
On that great gank.
Yeah, true.
Yo no creo que duerma al final porque se me hizo tarde arrancar la última partida mundial y lo voy a ver. ¿Cómo así? Es que están viendo quiénes son los últimos para clasificar a Llave Boa cuando partida nomás. De LOL, sí. Apareció la segunda serie y falta otra después. Es que, Dios mío, yo no entiendo.
¿Viste, boludo? Yo me voy a mimir, dice.
No entiendo. ¿Qué crees que me sienta qué cosa?
¿Viste? El LOL es más importante que una Minubi.
Ah, obvio, y que sí, ¿qué querés que te aplauda ahora del dominio? Mira Champi, boludo, no está con. Por eso, no está con ninguna mina para ver al mundial.
No, ¿y por qué quieres que no esté con ninguna?
Hacer una foto de la mina es una gorda fea, no hay chance de que vos le digas eso.
La verdad que no, boludo. Podría ser igual, pero.
The positive fruit and pairs the negative.
Cease and desist onto Jackulov, on
Ay, Fontita,
just
querido.
forward for the double pulverize. Jackulov stand up with a trample, the keeper's
Un poco tarde, Hank.
guilty.
¿Qué es la
Really,
Flor?
BLG will be
Loco,
happy with
todos.
their prize of the kill on Jackie.
How about that
Vale
engagement
80.000
on W
pesos,
the Poppy,
loco.
flash into the middle of them, Q, knock up on both.
Mentira,
That was
Nico.
clean. That's what you like to see from the Alistar. And going to be able to make that play work here. Said they had to kind of find some of these aggressive moves, and they absolutely were.
Gracias, potato.
But it's also one they shouldn't really have been able to find, because Steadfast Presence exists. Unless we saw
Un
Hung
verdadero
use it
loco te no
earlier
deja
on in
nunca
the
la
lane
puerta.
as they were trying to push it up.
Es el loco, este loco sabe.
Porque hablas ¿Sabes qué me di cuenta, Arca? Nunca hablaste así cuando nos vimos en persona. ¿Te hizo
No,
un
ni un
cagazo
pedo,
de que te
amigo.
arrebate la cara de una trompa?
No, amigo, porque no soy tan para hablar a 100 personas, amigo.
¿Pero por qué? Ah, pero en Discord.
Porque no, amigo, ni por Discord sí, es otra cosa.
¿Y por qué hace una le da para ser puto en persona?
¿Y por qué a Gos le dio para chupar bien la pija como siempre su en persona?
But on hangs around, and Knight again, as always,
Yo
just always seems
no
to
sé por qué
find a
no
way to
aproveché
come
para
out on top.
cogerme en el baño mientras estaba bañando,
When it
boludo.
is
A Gos.
down to the slimmest of
Qué hijo de
margins, it is always Knight that seems to win out.
Ew.
Makes the roam happen here. The Ghost actually being pretty critical here for On, as he popped the Ghost pretty early.
Sí,
Kinda
sí,
just
sí,
headbutts
sí.
him away,
Estuve nomás,
runs
¿viste?
away, and then Konami here flashes
Yo,
into
encima, son re putos, boludo, los pibes. Yo le dije, chicos,
all of a sudden, it's this
si usted está bañando y yo me estoy cagando, yo voy a entrar al baño. Si total hay una cortina, no es que lo estoy viendo, boludo. Bien, si por ahí se me escapa la mano y le toca la cola. Sin querer.
Stay around and finish off anyone. They
Cogete
juggle the
un
health
nombre,
bars
boludo.
there so well. Just use
Es la que
it
va
as a
Champi.
resource. Everyone just
Allá en Perú se cogen todo contra todo, ¿no, amigo?
are up and ready. And BLG just play that skirmish out beautifully and come
Le
away
calenté
with
de
a
Champi.
1.3k advantage. But it is TES coming out of that replay with two
Te amo,
dragons.
Champi.
From game one, a Shadow looks for Cream. Cease and desist down. Knight
¿Por qué se ríe? No se la por Fonte Champi.
weirding out, not enough. Shadow dies to the soldiers. Just not
A ver,
enough.
que me hubiera gustado conocerte en tu prime.
Kill and Cream happily accepts one. Knight
O
now
estás
needs
en
to
tu
run
prime.
away. TP
Ya.
out as he knows with the pillar down, there's no more CC that can interrupt that cast.
Hola.
Done by Knight to escape, but Shadow Not some of the best ganks we've seen here in the mid lane.
The guy's 2-1. He just needs to
Champi,
avoid mid.
pasa una página porno de Perú,
Wanting
amigo.
to get Cream behind because he's got the Nash's Tooth and his ear scales really well into the game, but
No sé, una que hayan buenas peruanas pendejas de 18 años.
Yeah, goes
Nico, vos que sabés cómo para el porno infantil sí que me mata.
No, para, no, para, es nada.
Abrí WhatsApp y te paso videos.
Dale, por favor.
No, para, no. Nico, ¿cómo tenés ese hijo de puta? No.
Te tengo WhatsApp, Nico, pasame tu número.
Ahí te paso.
Nico, pasame también por WhatsApp.
No me pongas nunca Nico en WhatsApp así no descubro que soy yo.
Nico, pasame también a mí, loco, por favor. Prima de llave. Y loco, me prima el de llave.
Tengo alguna niñita. A la de un recién nacido.
No, para,
eso ya es un montón.
Pero una niñita de un año no.
De un año no, pero no. De 10.
De acá que le gusta. Tiene 6 meses, pero gime la puta.
Está con el sonajero.
¿Cómo? Yo creo que no es el sonajero, pero bueno. ¿Cómo para
Viste que hay buscado porno infantil que te dice que no se puede.
Obviamente, pelotudo. Pero en YouTube, boludo, loca.
So hard for them to actually get through him until Sivir gets to like 5-6 items and then Shadow looking for Cream doesn't have that Shadow dashes away for the Vault Breaker more just to clear the way than anything more, but still 2 plates over to top esports on the
¿Se pasaron? No, se pesaron.
Antes se podía, boludo. Casi podía.
Vino Alexis.
Gliding his way away.
Clavo y lo pelotudo.
Loco, se cagaba si quieren, no, color de piel.
Play for the first tower if they want. The plates have just fallen
Vos esclavo, estoy pasando CP, ¿te pasa vos también?
No.
No, gracias. No, gracias. Te molesto.
Fue que pensé que me iba a un número posta, boludo, me re
cuando va de Mad Lion
Uf, esa Kitty, por Dios.
Really was anticipating it, right? He
No,
had
¿qué
the
dice?
soldier ready. He's
Maybe at your service.
comes in, Cream just barely gets out of range. Good stuff from him.
Que puta, cuando vaya a Japón voy a ir a un puticlub y me voy a coger, voy a grabar un video y se lo voy a mandar a ustedes, boludo.
A un tranqui. Te está mirando la verga, ¿no?
Puta, loco.
Que no se ve nada, igual.
Por lo chiquito, porque va a estar oscuro.
Por lado. Y porque yo voy a Japón para, viste, como la tiene más chiquita ya.
Yo decir la pijita en
Que es la
Japón.
clave. Eso lo voy a dar a las asiáticas, boludo, que siempre cumplís. ¿Qué cosa, Clau?
Que pones la pijita ahí en Japón, te la sacas y se lee automáticamente.
Imagínense ir a Japón, cogerse una japonesa que nunca estuvo con un extranjero que te diga, pasa que la tiene re chiquita. Es pegazo, te diga.
Nunca estuvo con un extranjero.
Nashor's is here, you hit this, and you just start doing so much damage, and Ben knows he had to clear out the wave. One of the Cream's just gonna keep pushing here, and he has the gloves. Every time Ben steps up, he's
Tipo, yo tengo un máximo respeto a los peruanos, me quedan muy bien. Pero ser moreno y chino es terrible, bro.
And if TES do get this Herald, you have to feel like that's going to be feats going their way with the tower as well.
Should definitely be the first tower if they manage to get that held. Get the charge off. Shadow looking for Honk. Goes in for just a little chip damage. Heal out from Honk. And BLG.
Lo corre empatada esta partida, la concha de mi madre, no termina más.
Cream steps forward, knowing there's no jungler on this side of the map, knowing that Elkanon are up towards that top side. There's the beats for top esports. BLG feel like they're trying to scale for second items at the moment, just accepting waves rather than being able to do anything.
Tienes que poner el divide.
Yeah, they are, and I mean the game is still close, but it does really feel like one of these games that is maybe one fight away, like one bad fight from BLG and they're kind of out of it.
¿Qué onda Enzo con que se fue cogido con Fnatic? ¿Qué dijo?
Soul point without even a contest. So instead they're just going to try to trade for Herald, they're going to try to get some more gold. But the other team,
Pues si no, sí, la primera del cartón de Yushei. Te vale que se le haya muerto un jugador por cáncer.
That's one of the worst, if not the worst, souls to actually see as an opportunity for TES.
Especially when you talked about the Cassante just being able to build armor as well, right? It's getting buffed up 5% per Mountain Drake you have, will be 10% if they get the soul, and then you have the shield on top of it that scales off bonus health, AD, EP. It's so tricky for BLG, and we talked about it in draft. This is one of those games
Se pausa el tiempo ahora mismo. Te dicen, pum, tenés que entrar por Han a jugar. ¿Vos sentís que no hay diferencia? Tipo, no cambia mucho.
Se pausa el tiempo, puede violar a cualquiera.
Ah, pará.
Ya está mentalizado. ¿Qué está jugando Han? Poppy. No, sí, se nota la diferencia.
Bueno, Alistar con...
Alistar, ahí sí que no se nota. Pero con Han soy mejor, con Poppy yo. Se nota la diferencia.
Come up here in about 4 minutes. BLG is going to show up, and if they win that, then they can maybe turn that into something more. You know,
no por mi culpa.
You get that dragon, you get an Otacon, all of a sudden you build a big advantage, and maybe you can start to really push that in your favor. But if TES are able to win that and get Soul,
no, Shaquille sí se tira.
Pero ¿quién era ese Junga? Que Carlos se lo violaron, pero ¿cómo te haga pero un Silas?
Yo pagaría para que ponga... Yo capaz, cuando me vuelva multimillonario, voy a ir a Corea y voy a hacer que Faker se ponga en 4 desnudo y lo voy a grabar todo. Voy a grabar todo y voy a subir la fe,
pero lo va a hacer por el placer de agachar, de puta vida.
Ese es el sueño del pibe, Fonda. Yo sé que yo te animo a que continúen. Es así.
That's always the thing, right? That's the thing, Knight, and he does it so often. This guy, in my opinion, probably the best player to ever come out of the LPL. He's the most top player to ever come out of the LPL. He does that.
No, yo no a veces partir mal line, yo voy a dormir el partido.
Está recagado el globo que gane mal line.
No, es malo. Que me chupe, no. Y ese el Heraldo arranca o no arranca, no arranca el Heraldo, Dios mío.
Nico,
qué gordo.
Es que esta dinámica de hacerte preguntas me está copando, boludo.
Me está copando masturbando.
¿Qué te iba a decir? ¿Qué darías por cogerte el idol que vos quisieras?
¿Y qué puedo dar?
Todo.
Ahí está.
Todo. O sea, tu familia, la muerte de tu familia, cosas así.
La muerte de tu hermano. Hablando.
Por eso pregunta tan bien.
Hablando en serio, sacando a mi familia, o sea, si se muere usted, me da igual, si se muere Cloud también.
O sea, si te rompen el culo, si nunca vas a poder controlar en tu vida.
Para. Si me cojo al dedo que quiero y me tiene que romper el culo, ¿dónde está lo malo? Ya fue, full lujuria.
Pero pará, nunca vas, o sea, siempre vas a ser, o sea, no vas a tener nunca plata en tu vida, siempre te va a faltar.
Ahora no tengo mucha plata y no me estoy cogiendo ninguna. Para eso.
Si le tiene miedo a la muerte, valora mucho su vida. Yo, como no la valoro, por mí que no.
La puta gana.
No,
pero tampoco será el idol que quiero. Lo graban, se lo mostramos a Suna. Yo, posta, al instante, puedo darle la mano a un tipo y que me pegue un tiro. Le doy la mano como a los árbitros.
Es verdad, aún no pienso morirme porque sería darle gusto al hijo de puta de Suna. Entonces yo voy a hacer lo posible para vivir, para morirme después de que se muera.
¿Quieren eso?
369 trying to block, weirding out, knock up onto him with the headbutt. Shadow trying to get
una Daniel, por favor.
Navi and Top Esports. They haven't given a single neutral objective over to BLG.
Flaca, obviamente Soda, pero hoy el día está para venir.
And now we have to take stock of all the resources here because it's 20 seconds until Soul. They just got Otacon. You're looking at flashes. The flashes on all the playmakers except for Shadow are missing. Jackie Love still has his flash. That is really big because the Varus is the most susceptible to that dive. So that is going to have to keep him safe in this next fight. And TES have got to be feeling like they're about to tie up this series. They just have to win one more big fight 369 also has his flash, so that's a big playmaking ability. He could potentially get in onto Elk. They're first here.
Quiero ganar T y me mando una de LOL.
Pide leche fresca cada rato. Uy, esa ulti. Alto. Pide contacto.
Nico Pide no se lo dudo. No sé.
Yo no sé.
No sé.
¿Quién lo sos, pajero?
Ahí me fijo, no sé, ahí me fijo.
¿Cómo no sabés?
¿Qué sé yo, boludo?
Y en mi prime, ¿qué hace Shadow? Efectivamente, no hizo nada. Le vi en el P.
Amigo, Nike casi se los viola a todos.
Casi.
Su mamá se ve esa serie, yo voy a
As Knight is going to head out, he knows they can't give Soul. It's going to be a total prayer over the wall. And it was pretty darn close to being answered. It was your MasterCard priceless moment of the game. TS claimed the Soul. But
¿Dónde me dice que soy, boludo?
Negro.
Soy Esmeralda 1.
Se puede, creo, sí. Andaba, vamos buscando, sí. Clasificatorio solo, ¿cómo te llamas vos?
No te tengo ni amigo, sos un hijo de puta.
Ah, sí, borras todo. Ya, soy un ser justo. Erré a todos. Chato. Fonta, hashtag.
TBF. TV alta F.
TBF, man.
Wow, okay. So it was a perfect smite from Kanavi.
Auto smite at 970
No.
is enough damage to get
¿Dónde decía? Sí, TBF, Fonta TBF.
By Top Esports to secure that Mountain Salt.
Ah, creo que me llegó. ¿Confirmó?
No, Nicolás FL 4200, hashtag 4200.
No, espérate un tiro, ¿por qué no me lo escribí, boludo? Acá y yo.
Nicolás FL como mi nombre, 4200, hashtag 4200.
Nicolás FL 400.
4200.
4200 y el tag.
4200.
Ok, añadir amigo. Se ha enviado.
Sí, ahí te acepto.
It does feel like two pretty controlled games on opposite sides, you know, when you think through. I do feel like even though the gold has been closer in this one, I feel like the last game was maybe
Nicolás FL 4200, 4200.
ever got any real advantages, and TS has kind of felt inevitable because of the dragon control.
Se ha enviado tu servicio de usuario. Si lo acepta, lo verás conectado.
BLG do still have some pretty good wave clear with Elk.
Mira, te estoy compartiendo.
The problem is, TES I think are strong enough now.
Capaz ya no tenemos de medio, no hay Mkoi.
He can just take it up forever. And that's exactly what they
Claro, lo tenés de amigo, mira.
Ah, no, vos me mandaste sólida amistad, no, yo decía que. Ah, ahí está. Yo te decía de. Ahí está. De partida, no llegaba.
¿Qué sé yo? ¿Qué mierda es eso, boludo? ¿Qué vas vos?
Jungla. No, vos qué vas.
No, a mí me da igual. O sea, jungla o medio. Uno de esos dos, por eso digo. Vos qué vas.
Ahí dame un
by Kanavi. TP coming back here as 369 is going to join Top Esports on the push. Surprised that Elk was able to survive that. The tower helping out a lot.
But the fact that Shadow's down, the fact that
is
still up, this Baron is up and available. If you can't dive them, force them to come to you, and that's exactly what TS are doing.
Sí, mandá, gordo.
Ben doesn't have that ultimate. 369 looks for Into first. Hung's looking for that flank position. The Baron down to about half HP. 369, the disengage. Cream goes in. The Emperor's Divine fights too, but not Elk. Kanavi's going to chase him out though. On trying to protect his AD carry. Get there in time. It's a sweep for Top Esports as they claim two and will turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
It's just a beautiful run of play there from top. They go mid, they force the dive. They can't fully make it happen. So then, with that kill on Shadow, they know we are just going to bring them to us over at the Baron. They immediately turn off that Baron, and Cream is able to find a great ult. They chase down Ulk, they kill him off, and now feel like they have full control here.
La vi moviendo la concha.
And then they decide, all right, just wait for Hung. As soon as he arrives, we are going to
go.
Navi goes in, the pillar comes down, flash from Cream. Knight does respond, and the spell shield was there from Elk, but he gets the other two. Elk is chased down by Kanavi as well as Cream. Knight can do nothing but watch.
¿Cómo van a ir tercer partido? ¡Qué hijo de puta! Mira la puta esa.
Great job there, separating the AD carry from the
Bien.
means of protection in the form of
Nada, que había
Odd
una
and
chaboncita en
Big.
el público.
And as soon as you do that, you can just chase him. Like, he doesn't have the damage to get through a Trundle who is sitting at Spirit Visage Triforce, the upgraded plated steel caps. He is
Yo soy de
in such a
Faker.
strong position.
Ligan las sectas, ¿sabes cómo me desnudo y no me enfrente del escenario?
Prime control of this game right now.
Es completamente todo por ahí.
I think this is part of the difference between how BLG win games and how top esports win games as well. Top esports, the most macro, most objective setup
Imagínate
team in the LPL.
esta secuencia.
BLG, they love to
Te
get
haces
pulled into
pro
a
player
situation from time to time.
del
Sí, las viola todas. Sí,
No, no, no,
estaría-
no,
estaría
no,
todo.
te lo pones, te haces pro player de LoL profesional. Y la final del mundo se la ganaba el T1 de Faker, vos siendo medio. Y lo matás 3 veces, se lo killé 3 veces. Y lo haces concha. Y termina el mundial, gana, levantá la copa, y después vas al medio del escenario, te bajás los pantalones y tenés tatuado en la pija Faker. No sé,
Dame el micrófono. Me entrevistame. Después de la final que me garcho Faker.
¿Qué? Sí, buenas tardes, Nicolás. ¿Cómo estuvo ese cartel de medio? ¿Esa partida? ¿Estuvo bien coordinada? ¿Ganaron? Felicitaciones por ser campeones del mundo. ¿Qué tenés para decirnos?
No, muchas gracias por las felicitaciones. Me hubiese gustado que tener un rival en la midlane, pero bueno, jugué solo a la línea. No sé si soy jugador o trabajo en un geriátrico porque estaba con un retirado enfrente. La rebardeada.
Beautiful bounce back here from TES. So many top fans. You have to know we're worried after that game
Le digo a mi novia Mayu, que me está esperando en casita con poca ropita, me dijo.
Loco, ganó. Yo me ganaría el odio de la gente muy rápido, porque tipo, yo sería el típico que por ahí está en el suizo y nos toca contra T1.
En Suiza.
Y capaz Faker me garcha, pero nosotros ganamos. Y yo voy y digo, fácil, medio, obviamente, bro.
Mundial en Corea, Fonta en Suiza. No era acá.
En el suizo, gordo, puto.
What do you have? I feel like this was a great
Mira lo que son esos muñecos, mira cómo se pegan a un tiro. La del medio tiene. Ah, es trans.
No, es alcohólica, es la peruana. Pero la rebota de Lauri.
La de la derecha. La de la derecha no puede no tener un video filtrado porno.
Qué rico.
Es que no puede ser, algún jugador de LoL se la tuvo que haber detonado.
Various different points, we were highlighting different members and debating who really wants to
Yo
start.
digo ese jugador de LoL profesional como me detonaría todas las enfermas que juegan al LoL.
Every single player had key moments throughout the game. They slowly control it through good objective control, superior team fighting, and an overall big bounce back.
And we saw the opposite scenario, Emily, compared to game one, where here
Yo
it
me
was
parece
BLG getting the early
se me va a salir un tornillo en
kills,
algún momento.
while TS were the ones
De
taking
la
those
cabeza.
objectives.
Si no se me salió
I
ya.
think a little bit it starts in draft. I wouldn't say necessarily the game itself was decided in draft, but I do think the most important thing here for
Nico, si yo pienso que todas las
that
mujeres son
R5
putas,
copy
putas,
when
putas, estoy
many
mal,
were both
boludo.
looking at this
Posta,
draft,
hablame
we were like,
posta, decime en
okay,
serio.
BLG have drafted something they're super comfortable with. I wasn't
¿Qué?
surprised to see the
No
first
tan
pick
equivocado.
Renekton come through. I'm not gonna say I
No puede ser, boludo, no puede ser.
was not surprised by it, right? Was not surprised, especially by the
So
these
you.
first 3 picks
Pero
coming
bueno,
out of
depende de cada
BLG.
caso
But
igual.
TES have a lot of really good champions to deal with what BLG
La única
wants
que
to
no
throw
están
with
locas
them.
por la pija son las madres que ya le dieron pija durante 30 años. Por eso no le quieren más pija.
About creams
Pero,
this year, across
pero
the
antes
year and
pedían
across
pija
last
grito.
year as well. The Trundle deals really well, and then this is
¿Quién
such a
sabe?
great
If
poppy angle,
this
and you
love
can see
is
at times it seems
over.
like BLG kind of forgot that a poppy was in the game, or could be in the game, right? So
¿Cómo
and I
no
think
ves, Nico?
this
¿Cómo
poppy ended up
te
being
gustó
a really strong pick for TES.
Absolutely.
la canción 2005 Worlds?
When we
No.
look back at how
O sea,
things
está bien,
were
pero
early
nah.
game, I was really
No
worried.
me genera nada, posta, me está haciendo que este mundial no tenga gusto, boludo.
Run away with it because as you
Oh, para este
highlighted,
mundial está piola,
the early
boludo.
game
Nah,
kills were
es
going the way
flojísimo.
of BLG, but as you also mentioned, in contrast to game one, BLG weren't converting that into early dragon control, into a snowball. And when you have a composition like this,
Tristísimo, sí, amigo. A mí todo lo que es el resurgimiento de KT, los pandas, las ostras. Cine, boludo.
Top Esports played their own game, and as we see these early objective controls, the only one they lost was Herald. They were able to stop that with the Trundle pillar, right? So BLG couldn't even get the credit for that. They also were able to clean up
Antes que
Avaton, and
empiece la
I think
partida.
it's another
listo,
example of just,
tranquilo.
I keep telling people like, man, guys, like I swear,
Te gustó mucho la
Top
trans.
Esports, they're a pretty smart team. I remember telling you this at the beginning of the year, and you're like, okay, whatever, Emily, like you're trolling. You watch them at first
No,
stand.
pues te cagué, boludo. El pelo, me vací todo.
Exactly like
La
you
chona
said,
esa tiene
where
ojos
it's kind of a
azules.
clash of these two
¿No?
play styles, and this is
Bien.
exactly how I expect Top Esports.
La que dije que era trans.
Point of criticism does go towards Shadow. He was in such a fantastic spot, and under zero pressure, he felt the need to force ganks mid. And twice we saw him trying to kill Cream. Twice Cream got the better of him. And I feel like because he got so many of the early game resources, he had to be that driving force. And so when Cream turns around and gets the solo kill onto him, all of the win gets taken out of BLG's sails. And then that's just where Top Esports slowly but surely take full control.
Miré una secuencia que estaban enfocando el coso de BLG cuando cambian de cámara. Tipo a la de BLG se estaban cogiendo todavía adentro. En el cuartito ese.
But even that doesn't work out the way they want to.
Yeah, this didn't end up working out at this point.
qué buena
TES
ult.
are just so far ahead, right? Like Jackie Love kind of goes untouched, is able to kill off on here, and then you see BLG think they might
No,
be able
acá
to do
casi la
something
Aurora
with this,
lo hace concha.
as it plays out.
Creo que fue
when
acá.
TES, I'm just waiting for it to get there. Here we go.
Yeah, they just have to wait.
Yep. So Ben just sees an angle onto Jackie Love, right? And he's like, okay, maybe we can take this. Honestly, at this point in the game, it was still a little bit doomed, where as soon as Shadow goes in, he falls, and Ben isn't really able to have that kind of great... He was never able to have the impact on the Renekton that I think he was thinking of when they locked that pick in first.
And I think for BLG, it's back to the drawing board. Because when we move towards Game 3, what we've learned is that red side is very valuable. We were talking about it prior to the game, that it felt like Top Esports wanted to be on red to deny some of these counter-pick abilities from the side of BLG, giving those solo laners the agency to run rampant on the Rift, and now moving back. We've just literally been told that BLG is not only moving to red, but they're subbing in Beishwan as well.
Do we like it?
Well, here's the thing.
This is what they do,
Yeah,
right?
that's what they do.
It's also like, as Vedi already touched upon, Shadow had a few really
¿Cómo conseguiste ese título, boludo? Simplemente mejor es buenísimo.
talking about. Knight didn't have his ult up. He'd used it elsewhere. At one point, Knight was all the way back under his own turret.
El título que tiene en el LoL.
Tried to go in onto
más vale.
Cream. So I think like
Simplemente mejor.
in terms of these two junglers, I think he's
¿Qué lo
coming
tenés
in
vos?
because
¿En
of the
español qué?
performance.
No
Also
tengo
making a
idea,
breath
bro.
of
¿Qué
fresh
sé yo?
air.
En
He'll
verdad.
be playing for
Porque
the
mira, dice
solo
más vale.
laner specifically.
Mira lo que mandé acá al Discord. Tipo, me hace como simplemente mejor.
Than Shadow.
Puta aura, boludo.
Amigo, acá dice más vale.
Puta mierda, terrible
Lo
parguerito.
tenés en gallego, hijo de puta. ¿Cómo se puede saber si está en gallego? Buscá.
In the elimination match, where they're like, no problem,
¿Qué
buddy.
cambia, boludo? ¿Cómo puedo decir si está en gallego?
You've got this.
I mean, yeah, the pressure cannot get bigger.
A ver, andá,
And
abrí,
honestly, BLG
transmitime.
on one side, they were the world's finalists last year.
Voy.
They want to
Mira,
prove
te
that
transmito yo,
quarterfinals is just the beginning for them. And on the other side, you have Top Esports.
Mira.
They want to beat those
Él dice más vale.
international chokers. Allegations. Let's see who comes
A
out
ver,
on
el
top in this
tuyo.
LPL versus LPL matchup.
Abrí LOL ahí. A ver, le damos el de Aram. Disfruta tu modo de juego favorito. Disfruta tu modo de juego favorito como nunca antes. Lleva aumentos a Aram. Consigue los mismos. No, ahí dice lo mismo. Ah, ya subo. A nadie se le ha prometido mañana. Ya poner en el santuario. Mañana no es una promesa. En el Santo Sactorum, nada, lo pones en gallego, hijo de puta.
¿Y cómo lo cambio?
Y tiene que cerrar todo y cambiarlo de base, tipo en el paso.
En los archivos del juego.
No, creo que ya no. Cuando pones tu cuenta.
Ok. Sí, me cae todo, boludo.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
Quiero esa publicidad.
Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he went by 9! You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Tener como Knight es muy feo. No se afeita el hijo de puta. Y es más feo todavía.
Cánones de belleza.
Nico.
How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
360 Hz. Un punto con a ver.
Bueno.
Bro. Gracias. Ay, Nikki, ¿por qué eres tan Nikki? Ah, yo me tengo que matar.
Bueno, yo voy a hacer pis. Volví. Tirando chambos
Nico, ¿cómo es el partido? ¿Tess o Billy? Por lo que viste en los dos mapas.
No sé, amigo, te está viendo lo fachero que son. Por lo que vi en los dos mapas, Billy, creo. Pero no sé, larga.
¿Pero por qué decís que parece un mapa Billy?
Y porque tiraron en Nexo.
Si no trolea Billy, gana Billy. Si trolea.
Arca, no me rompas la bola, boludo. Deja de preguntarme para apuestas, boludo. Ya te dije, Billy, ya está.
Y va a ganar Top Esports, entonces hazlo.
No pone Top Esports. Por encima me pregunté y no me hace caso, así que toma.
Loco, sí, vos sos burro. Yo soy Toto.
Arca, ¿estás apostando ahora?
No, iba a hacerlo, pero tengo miedo.
Entonces no sos un buen ludópata, así de miedo.
No sos un buen ludópata.
Loco, tengo miedo.
No existen los buenos ludópatas.
¿Voy tanque o voy carry?
Y no porque se mueren. Nada, tanque. ¿Qué va?
Para. Ah, voy contra 20 top.
No, no, simulación, bro.
Sí, ¿y quién es ese supone entonces?
Winter 2025 and Summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
It's a mount.
Acá venimos a jugar, papi.
Se viene contra capilla. O sea, yo te hubiera dicho que tenés un tanque y la dividábamos, pero...
Divear, vamos a divear, vos que no vas a tener.
Hola.
Fontaba también te cae mal, Nico.
No me cae mal nadie a mí. Siento que alguien te caiga mal es porque te sentí inferior a él.
Decí la verdad, Fonta, te caes para el culo, te gordo puto, amigo. Tirásela, amigo.
Pero mira, gordo puto, me gustan.
Uy, amigo. Y mira, ya me maleto por vos. Me maleto la decisión que has tomado, tío.
Un palo de punto tiene.
¿Sabes qué más maleta, amigo? Tenemos un amigo que se llama Nico.
Ya es la segunda vez que me toca un chabón con el nombre del campeón. O lo tienen oculto.
No, boludo, lo tiene oculto, es el nuevo modo streamer.
Se tienen que matarlo.
Son unos putitos, boludo. Ni mierda se creen que son.
Literal.
But yes, we do have a small delay on stage because Beishwan is subbing in for
Martulok.
BLG. The last time Beishwan won on BLG was actually the first game of the series.
No, son dos minas. Tenemos dos minas en bot. Me quiero matar,
No desplegan a
Y hay dos minas en bot y hay un chabón que se llama Pussy Destroyer, que es el super del equipo.
La cabra.
Literalmente es su partida.
Nico, pasámelo, Nico, a ver la CD.
Me salgo rápido, metete. Nombre.
Marta, ya conozco, amigo. Ese Fonta es re malo, amigo. Salite.
Ese Fonta, sí, la verdad.
Lo peor es que no se equivoca.
Loco, no. Yo jamás me equivoco. Me lo jala, empieza el game. Voy a volar. Voy a recibir así viendo Kutoto Basket.
Qué mierda de vida.
¿Viste Kutoto Basket?
Kuroko, no, Kuroro.
Kuroko, go!
You have been watching the series alongside the coaches. You are getting a different perspective. You're getting to see the pathing that your opponent is going for. You're trying to look for tendencies that maybe you could actually take advantage of. So we'll see if Beishwan can have a good performance here.
Qué cabrón que el pecado, amigo.
Just make it work for this team because the pressure is on. The #1 seed here, of course,
El
for
gordo
the LPL, and at risk of going out in Swiss, and especially with the draw that they have, it would be a colossal disappointment to see BLG exiting this early.
Completamente
The
worse.
same is true for TES on the other side. You know, the LPL does expect to get all their teams through each time, you know, but generally there's that reputation of someone from the LPL kind of going to the worlds, and no one wants to get painted by that brush. It was supposed to be IG. They're already gone. They had the excuse of, we had to play T1. Come on, guys.
Yeah. And for Top Esports as well, going 2-0 up and then losing 3 best-of-3s in a row to get knocked out is pretty devastating. Having only won 1 game out of 5.
¿Quiere que yo lo indome?
In fact, I can count that high.
No, vos juega tu juego, vos juega tu juego.
They played in those best-of-3s.
I get the thumbs involved in that.
Yes, I do. That's very important to me. Sion, Rise, Karma banned away by BLG, who picked the red side. LeBlanc and Bessa and Caitlyn banned away by Top Esports. And it is first pick Kiana for Kanavi. Now, I am of the opinion that Kanavi is one of the best, if not the best Kiana players in the world. The problem with it is, you rarely get to see it on him because it is banned away from Top Esports all the damn time. So I love him.
¿Quieres jugar con Fit? Para mí tiene que jugar con Fit.
We've already talked about how strong he is in the early game. Gets himself ahead and
then snowballs into flash la casi.
Yep, and we're gonna have to see if he's gonna be able to perform here on this Kiana. Of course, the Kiana, much less about the early game generally. It is more of one of those junglers that really just kind of power farms and looks to take over in these, you know, post-level 6 fights, generally speaking. But there is another powerhouse on the other side as far as those team fights are concerned. You're looking at the Wukong, you're looking at the Rakan. That is a very strong start to any team fight comp as the 1-2 over on the BLG side. And Karma has been banned out. Nico was already played earlier. So some of these really kind of like lane dominant supports that you might punish a Rakan with are already off the table.
Yeah, you could look for something like the Renata if you wanted, like just a bit more range. Go for a Corki Renata, look for that range damage. We already have the Corki locked in for top esports. Looks like Cream might be going towards the Annie, which is not something he impressed on too much in the LPL. Instead, maybe a little bit of engage potential with the Leona coming out for...
Yeah, Annie has yet to win so far at Worlds. Wow. Has not looked impressive and has been losing all of the games, so definitely can be tough. Leona was kind of like that old school Rakan answer where it's like, oh, Rakan goes down, you know, goes in, you lock them down, point and click CC, try to burst them out, because Rakan has always been so reliant on being evasive, really. But it doesn't feel like, for a long time, I don't feel like...
El turno que puede estar yendo está para allá arriba.
I feel like all it tends to do in the 2v2
Debe estar haciendo el
is really kind of make it passive, because the Rakan is not going to look for any sort of hard engage. You're just going to maybe give up the push, you know, and fish with those gleaming quills, just try to keep your health high, and it kind of just becomes a bit of a farm fest. I do like when you've already seen Leona Kiana, Xayah early. We saw it got banned out last time, so I think grabbing the Xayah early does make a lot of sense. Of course, you can kind of like draft range in mid lane with Cream, but let's be honest, when you're pairing alongside the Kiana, like you already are kind of deciding you're going to go in. Like there's got to be something to dive alongside that Kiana. So I feel like regardless of what we see the soul laners be for TES, the Xayah should be quite effective.
Talia and Cassio, the next two bans, see that mid lane pool being pinched. Both the teams have their junglers and their bot side of the map already locked up, so top and mid is where we are likely to be. Wouldn't be surprised if Bin gets counter for top side here with Knight picking something blind, but you can of course do it the other way, say, oh well, we think Knight can dominate Cream more than Bin can dominate 369, who's been having a pretty good series so far.
I would tend to agree with the Knight getting the counter pick. I feel like he has been by far their best player at Worlds. I don't think it's even remotely close. So to me, if I'm going to go all in on one player, it's got to be Knight. I mean, even in the losses, I feel like he has been the guy that is the hope for the team. So I really would like to see them just index into him. I also feel like, let's be honest, what top lane matchups are even that abusive anymore? Like anything where you pick an extreme counter, you just get lane swapped on.
It's very true. Yeah, because in the past you could look for something like the Smolder and say, I'm just going to stack up on you a bit and you're playing AD
Ignite
carry.
Quinn, now you're laning against another AD carry and you're like, you know, it's just like the counter picks in top lane are very uninspiring at Worlds, thanks to lane swaps. So I feel like it's not an issue whatsoever. Galio is kind of interesting here. So Galio, of course, could go mid or top. Does follow up really, really well on the Wukong as well as the Rakan. We don't know what the matchups are going to be. I mean, if it's Mordekaiser, I think that you're probably just going to have to be sending it mid. I don't think you're really going to be wanting to play into that matchup. It does feel pretty rough. The other thing is, I mean, you can potentially pick two champions that are pretty good into it, but then you do risk getting really blasted by a counter, because one of the things that pros do sometimes like, if you're thinking about playing in mid lane, is things like Smolder, like you actually called back to, is just kind of free stacking off of it. But if you go Smolder, and then they move it top, and then you're playing into, you know, a Knight LeBlanc or something like that, then it's probably go home fast. So I don't think you're going to do that. I think you are just going to take this Mordekaiser here, assume that it's going to be going top, and then probably go for a more standard mid lane pick.
I mean, Cream could still look towards his Annie, although I wasn't too impressed. He does have a 66% win rate on it across the LPL summer season.
Are they going to do this Smolder? Wow, they are.
That's the Smolder, yeah.
So this is, I think, a lot more risky. But maybe their read is that there's no way that Bin's going to play it, right? You know, if that's your read, you're going to be able to get this mid lane matchup. Bin, though, of course, does get his choice of the counter. Jax is his iconic pick. It is the matchup that I definitely think can outscale and eventually start to win out against that Mordekaiser. But I also just kind of like the Mordekaiser in isolation when you're thinking about the team fight, because there's a lot of different ways you can actually have success with this. You know, Wukong goes in to throw down the cycle, and as Wukong's engaging, Mordekaiser just ults it, takes it out of that fight, you know, kind of remove the ult from the fight. Similar things can happen to the Jax. Jax hops in with Counter-Strike, ready to get in on your backline. Ulted, taken away.
Rakan, Galio. If you're in the lane with the Galio and he's trying to hero his entrance in, you chuck that Death Realm on him and he's unable to join up with the rest of his team. I love it. I think it's a really solid pick. It's whether or not it can be as effective as you want, because you do need those quick trigger reflexes if you're going to
yo no sé qué hace mi equipo, es terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so interesting because it does feel
qué aburrido con un tipo tan malo. No puedo hacer nada porque en bot están perdiendo. El FIG retrasado.
You have these things that are supposed to be answers. They're kind of trying to put Knight in a difficult situation.
No puedo escribir en el chat, me quiero
really like in isolation, but then you have Smolder and Corki paired with this Kiana. That kind of feels like you're a bit of two different minds. Of course, Corki can still poke, and Smolder can like ult over the top on an engage. It's not like it can't work at all, but it does feel a little bit disjointed to me. That wouldn't be like, if you knew this was your other 4, you wouldn't pick Kiana, I don't think, right?
I agree.
And so they are sacrificing something as far as how cohesive the comp is to focus on the lane matchups. So now you have to get something out of the lane matchups, in my opinion. Otherwise, you look over at the other side, and Knight may not be a hard carry, but the comp just is so easy to see what they're going to do.
So nice front to back as well. With the wombo combo, you go in, you look up the backline, Hero's Entrance on top of it, Counter-Strike on top of it, Quickness on top of it,
Baja, boludo. Siempre se queda uno ahí.
BLG's comp is stock standard. Top esports comp is, maybe we can burst a guy and kill them and win the lanes, you know?
Yeah, and also, it's not like you just have to, but we have to get through everyone to get on the Corki. No, you can go on the Kiana. You can go on the Corki. You can go on the Smolder. You can really just like press your buttons. Any of them is fine. You can lock them down, burst them down. So is a lot of power there over on the BLG side. We'll see. Can TES really create some
Está terrible porque ellos.
I also feel like those Smolder, of
No
course,
sé por qué vuelvo a jugar al LoL, amigo. Está terrible que siguen siendo tan autistas como siempre.
And the scaling is nowhere near. I think people still have not adjusted to like the nerfs that happened forever ago, where you used to be able to actually increase the threshold for execution. Now it just increases the true damage burn. It doesn't actually ever go up as far as the threshold for the execution, and so I don't think it's just like auto win late game like people used to talk about it. But of course, especially if you go through some of the more aggressive builds, like if you go Essence, Reaver, Rapid Fire, IE, when you're on 3 items and you're on 225, you just press Q every time Rapid Fire is up, and you are poking them down. You become a real threat, and you can force bad engages by putting on that pressure.
For the moment, we don't see any of those major lane swaps coming out from either teams. Both the junglers starting on the bottom side of the map as they'll work their way
Vos cuarto un poco más, boludo, que va a aplicar la pasiva de Dragon Ball al toque.
See if BLG can continue that form on his Rakan as well. 79 and 29 on this pick. Rakan has just been ubiquitous with great supports over the last few years. The heal and the Gleaming Quill have to be used. Hung and Jackie getting the early push. A good phosphorus bomb at the end there from Jackie to get Elk down below half HP.
Yeah, Phos Bomb at level 1 is just Zigzal. That thing you cannot get hit by. That feels like it just absolutely cooks you. So now On going to be trying to hit some of these Qs. Hopefully we'll be able to help heal up Elk to just keep them comfortable in this lane. Of course, you touched on Ana Rakan, but Bin on his Jack 68 and 29 career, and 369. Known for his Mordekaiser as well, 17 and 4 on the pick.
Yeah, last played it in the grand finals against Bin though on
Vamos, loco,
game. So in recent memory, 369
calibrating.
Oh yeah, sure.
369, loco, corta
I just
bien.
need one game in a month and a half before we meet again at Worlds, which is a randomized draw.
Yeah. You're baiting him into a false sense of security.
That's smart.
Run it down in the LPL finals to knock him out in Swiss of Worlds. you got a couple steps ahead here, Medic.
Yeah, I'm not as giga-brained as 369. Damage though coming out from the top esports bot lane. Jackie Love with that level 3 first. Cream just stacking up. You get to that 225 is the mark you really want to look for the Smolder.
But honestly, like I play a lot of solo lane Smolder. I think it's a lot of fun. To me, it's like obviously the 225.
Tiene que buscarla, si no explota.
That you get so much faster into these melee matchups. So,
Barrier coming out from Jackie Love. Elk looking for the blade call, doesn't quite land the route onto Jackie Love. It does.
Se te perdió algo.
Breakpoint actually accelerates the next breakpoint so much, right? Once you get.
Vamos a tirar primero torre, boludo.
Nico, te amo.
But he can be in trouble. Flash away, base one looking for the chase.
Okay.
Buff slow, not enough. Flash for flash exchange.
Que amable los objetos a veces.
Yeah,
Creo, ¿no?
Thought he might have had enough damage, didn't have the calculation correct there. As it's 369 down. This is what they did in the Lucian game as well, to kind of bail out, Jackie and give him
todo lo malo merecido, loco.
¿Qué hacen estos tipos, amigo?
That is, a flash, kind of for nothing from Base One, because he had already gotten the flash out of the Smolder. Couldn't
Esto es terrible, esto es terrible.
Juan, ¿qué estás stacking all the minions so fast? Then that really speeds you up towards the 125, and once you have 125, it's kind of unavoidable, because you're just getting splashed through the minions. Anytime you go for any last hit, he doesn't have to queue you anymore, he's just queuing the wave, and you're going to get stacked on. So every little bit you get really accelerates that next breakpoint, and 369 being very annoying with that.
Really nice timing as well, because Bin is already TP'd down towards the bottom side, just so he's collecting this wave, which means there's going to be no one on the top side for a while. As you say, Jackie Love might just be able to pick up a solo plate. Could do vision. This wave It is a cannon wave. You're going to lose 1 minion, probably the cannon and another, maybe even 4 minions on this wave.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. He's even going to Valk the wave to be able to get a fast reset off the back of this if he wants. So not only do you actually get the wave, you deny the cannon, you get the play. So like, that right there is almost a kill worth of gold that you just earned for your team. So it's one of these things that doesn't seem immediately obvious, but that's 300 gold ahead now for Jackie Love. And I think that's often earned by 369. Like, he deserves credit for that.
He did a huge job in that bot side. It's a whole level of experience lead as well for Jackie Love. Elk is hungry. Na'Vi here team up to try and steal away these Razor Beaks. You talked about the power farming of the Qiyana. If you can get into the enemy jungle and take away some of these camps, it just makes you scaled up that much more quickly. Na'Vi running the first strike here on the Qiyana, something he loves to do for that extra acceleration towards his lethality items.
Ojalá Mano se agarre toda la comida de su cumpleaños, mío. Como gratis.
Is, something that's going to help accelerate, but also the upfront burst, so much of your damage comes out during that first strike window, so it's not just about the gold. It really is a powerful damage rune later on in the game. That percentage damage amp can mean quite a lot. When all of a sudden your combo is doing 1,000, 2,000 damage, a couple %.
Hazme caso, juega para Comau y Brown. De Comau, si se pone adelante, es una boludez también.
Loco, para las minas.
Yo lo estoy intentando.
Sí, te digo. O sea que no, ni me mires a mí.
No, no, pues esquiva un toque, flaco.
It's off to a smoldering start.
Good one. Bin lands the stun onto 369. Not really much going to happen down towards this bottom side. Goal basically even between the two teams in the early game. There is a Drake up. We saw a ping coming out. We'll see if Beishwan decides that is his first objective. Has push in the bot side. Won't be able to get it in mid because there's a smolder on the other side. On's going to land a knock up here into the blade. Call of the damage on Jack Love is massive. Flash shield of Daybreak from Hong into the Eclipse, just trying to walk his way away. Saves his AD carry's life, but Jackie Love now sitting at 200 HP. Does have Kanavi coming across, and Cream could
He's level 6.
Flap his way in as well. As you say, Elk not yet level 6. Doesn't have that Feather Storm. Kanavi's going to cut the wave. Cream wants to call in a bit of assistance. Has Mom on the end of a telephone. Meanwhile, Knight moving across with that Hero's entrance. Drake secure for base one. Now Top Esports know they have a man advantage, a numbers advantage. Here's the Hero's entrance. Supreme Desires talent flashed away by Elk, and Hung is hung out to dry underneath the tower. Good double taunt as well. They'll look for Kanavi. He's down. Knight makes them kneel, but the turnaround from Cream is huge. On jumps in the Gleaming Quill. Elk will fall. Cream takes a tower shot. The Winds of War not enough to blow him over. Top Esports initiate the dive. Lose a 2-for-1 and lose a Drake.
That's no Knight. That man is a king. Moves up to the top side to turn it around. But honestly, so bold from TES to go for the dive. Knowing that he was coming, he walked across vision. They knew that Galio was going to be there. And it felt like they kind of overestimated how quickly they would be able to get this kill. BLG's bot lane delayed it for so long.
Flying from town
they started off, with the smolder up, but the Galio ult is there at the very beginning, and you can only get in onto the recall, and he kites it really, really well. Then Knight flashes forward. Elk is there to follow it up. They do get some kills back here, and you have to remember, Wukong was taking the dragon in the meanwhile, was stealing the enemy camps in the meanwhile. So it's not an even number play, even though it didn't look like that bad. It's everything that's happening on the other side of the map that really makes it hurt.
Ven acá, me viene el Sion por atrás.
Top Esports got one. Bin jumps in with the counter strike, does get the stun onto Hong, on down to half HP, flash away from Bin, death grip onto base one. They're going to be able to get a kill at the mid. Strength warfare, in fact, goes over to BLG, they're off for the grub as well. In the end,
3/4 acá, si está atrás del otro.
Jackie Love has to Valk across the
Sale
wall.
este ulti del Sion.
Will be a 1-for-nil exchange in favor of BLG.
And look at Knight, early Sork boots on the Galio. This man wants to get aggressive. The team on the other side has so many squishy members. You can do a lot of damage on this Galio. We often see kind of like tanky AP or one AP item, into full tank. So we'll see exactly where he wants to go with this build, but Knight is definitely not afraid to go full glass cannon if he thinks it is appropriate.
He's the guy that builds Darkseal into Medjay's at every opportunity, right? This guy knows exactly how much damage you can put out on every champion. At the moment, the only lead for Top Esports is down on Jackie Love in that bot lane. 120 gold, his advantage, but BLG ticking over to about 300, 400 gold in totality as their lead. He's going to be able to farm up his own jungle as Hong looks for a little bit of vision. it's much ado about nothing. You have
Okay,
no neutrals to fight over, no camps on this top side to fight over. They might look for a dive onto Bin, who has no flash, no Grandmaster's Might for him either. The plate's going to go over to 369. Hex flash forward from Hong. Bin needs to find a way to escape. He blocks the shield of Daybreak with the counter-strike. Perfectly played from Bin. Now needs to run away. Zenith Blade tickles its toes, but doesn't quite connect.
I mean, beautifully timed by Bin, but I feel like as TES, you're a team that has time on that. You don't need to stand on his head as Leona and wait till he presses E. Then once it's down, the dive is free, right? So you have to play around that counter-strike. Kind of play that dangerous game where it's a bit of a flip.
De Kog'Maw se tire un poco.
Jackie Love under pressure on this bot side. He's looking like he's going to be the one getting go.
Posta se fidea y ganamos. Dale kiss, dale kiss, dale kiss.
Coming out, they decide against it. Hung got off the unsealed spellbook. He'll TP in. And because of that, and with Kanavi backing him up, should be just BLG backing away.
Green now farming quite well, and also over 100 stacks. You're already at 10 minutes, so he is at a really good pace. Of course, this does generally accelerate again as you get further and further on into the game. Once you hit Ctmr Reaver, you are just trading infinitely. Been a nice little trade, but Cream still gets some more stacks and should be A-okay with Kanavi here to cover.
Interesting to see Knight's the one who's matching into that Mordecai. So on the top side, Bin is actually going to match into the Smolder.
I think the idea is just that you don't want the Smolder getting free stacks off of Knight, and he's going to have less threat. You know, that's at least kind of my read on it right now. So you're sacrificing Knight's lane, but trying to really keep down Cream. I think probably the main concern is like, all right, how does the other team win? Maybe it's Smolder getting super accelerated. And Cream does have his Essence Reaver now, still working away on that 125, but he's going to be there very, very quickly.
Bueno, flashó la Casio y todos.
Dentro de todo, pasa que no tiran ni...
Flashó la Casio, flashó la Vayne.
Some games he is BLG.
Hasta como se toda la leche.
Nico, ¿viste cómo estás jugando bien? A mí está retorno.
Sí, Arca, porque estoy viendo mientras juego una raid.
Good Ruben, but going in with the Cyclone. There's the hero's entrance. Supreme display of talent, and the flash used by Knavi to get away. But Cream, the next target. Cyclone secondary.
Mira lo que saca el bucón. Carajos.
Able to survive through the winds of war a couple of times in a row now.
No, bichona, amigo.
The Drake is up for BLG.
Soy el único que no para de sacar el leche de troll.
The jungler's trade of ults, and then you also got Knight's ult. And you got a really nice chunk of HP down onto Cream, so they're going to try to utilize that to turn into the Dragon. Because cooldowns-wise, they did lose out, but HP-wise, they definitely won. And that is going to put a 2-0 Dragon lead here, which is starting to feel a little bit like Game 1, you know, when you're starting to think back. It's been a lot about these Dragon stacking games, you know, control, forcing your opponents to take these fights they're not necessarily ready for. And they're going to see if second try works better here against Bin.
Yeah, no teleports to support Bin here. On does have the quickness and he's on his way across. Kanavi caught out. There's the counter-strike. Solar Flare. On coming in. Gets the quickness down. But Bin's already dead. Hung has to flash away. Meanwhile, underneath the tower, 369 is chasing on out. Obliterates him. Shouldow's enough. It's 2 for naught for TS.
Nicely done there by TES. This time they make it work, and not only do they kill Bin, they're going to deny a lot of CS. They're going to knock down this
tower as
well. Try to play for this first turret. They kill off can't even get there. So a lot of resources committed to this side. You can see Cream down on the bot side knows he's going to be on his own. So he's just sitting in that coming behind him. And now a lot of question mark being over by that red buff, but it is already gone. We can see this dive one more time.
Pelea que perdemos, pelotudo.
Kind of softening up before they really fully commit into the dive. He's already missing a third of his HP. Kanavi goes in, really big damage, even though the Zenith Blade misses, even though the Shield of Daybreak is counter-struck once more. Hung can flash out, and the extra members do allow them to finish off. Jackie does have to spend his flash, so does 369. Secure the kill, they get the tower. And as a result, it's going to come down to these objectives for feats because BLG already won the feat of warfare. They're only one of these objectives off, whereas TES would need to get the next 2.
Herald up in 50 seconds. That'll be the first point of call for both of these teams. 2,000 gold lead now though for top esports. Blue across the board. Down on the bottom of that scoreboard. Perhaps that game in Grand Finals was just the bait. Set him up, now has the Rift Maker 1-0-1 on this Mordekaiser.
Inflable el culo que tengo,
Did get the rocket pellet here for Knight, so Definitely looking for a very aggressive option, whether or not he'll go into just like Zonia from here, or if he'll go into more traditional tank.
¿Cómo es el Juan? Contame.
Probably just going Zonia second, and you're just really putting that upfront damage in, which can be quite a lot. Also, like that On did go for the Mikhails here. I do feel like when you look over, it's Hong and then no one for the engage.
Juan, vos también.
So if you're
Yo no
just
te
pushing
deseo
with
el
that
mal.
Leona ult, and you can just be able to have
Pero ya sabes lo que yo te deseo a mí.
The quickness follow-up, Supreme Display's hand coming out, but the counter-strike from Bin is enough to get one. They'll look for Hung as the second. Knight teleports in, Hung falls 2 quick kills for BLG. The Rift held there for them, that will be feats.
Nicely done. BLG, really quick play, nets them a couple kills, and gets them feats, as you said. And even though they are down in gold,
Burro, Canavi, loco.
their position here once again. I feel like
Me
they're in a good
parece
spot.
a la
Feats is
quichena de
going to be
Nico.
a decent amount of combat power. They're going to get the Herald, which is likely going to result in a tower. But Cream is getting farmed here, just continuing to try to scale up. 163 stacks right now. Bin going to be looking for him, though.
Cream does have the flash and has that flap. Counter-strike out.
Intenté decirte que sí, hermano.
Masters might coming. Where you going, Cream? Back to your teammate. Mom there for a bit of a heal. Bin slapping him as he gets the solo kill. 369 here to join Elk, trying to bolster the defenses of
Nico se dio cuenta cuál era el problema de la partida y no yo.
down on dashing around. Bin
Medio
knows he's
tarde.
going to die. He's in the death realm, and 369 will hit him across the face with a mace to even it
No lo
out.
bajamos ni en pedo.
Still great play from Bin. The red buff, I believe, finishing off Cream there. And you get the flash off the Smolder, which is critical.
And you get the Rift Hold in mid lane because all of top esports were dragged down towards that bottom side to try and react. That will even out a bit of this gold deficit the BLG found themselves in. Is down to 1k from about 2k a minute ago.
Yep, really good moves here. Now you're just going to use the Escape Herald, try to drive it down towards bot, but it will be finished off by Kanavi. But you can see Elk already pushing towards that tower. Assist from TES as they want to try to defend it, but feels like they're probably just too late already because the BLG members are hovering.
Está inganable de que nos tocaron esos
Knight
shones.
who has to flash respects the fact that 369 was coming across. His jungler and his top laner are all the way on the top side of the map. On here can Grand Entrance and make a quick exit with the battle dance.
They got all 5 down here, so TES needs to get something because Bin is going to be the inevitable problem. There's no TP, so no one can answer Bin.
On gets the flank onto Cream here. Elk looking for the damage. Death Grip not going to connect. Solar Flare down, lands the stun onto On, but Rakan not really the target that you want. He still has the quickness. Meanwhile, top esports continue to push in for the tier 1 on the bot side. Redemption being used. Supreme Display does catch onto Elk, and he cleanses and Featherstorms away. The charm from On under the tower means absolute destruction for BLG. They find 2. They land a taunt on 369 as well. The tower still stands, but 369 tanks it up. In the end, a 3-for-2 exchange, but Bin continues to push in a side lane.
Yeah, Bin wasn't even there. It was a 5v3 for a while, and then the Wukong arrives. It's still a 4v5. Meanwhile, Bin is just getting so much gold up on that top side. TES kind of painted themselves into a corner. They all moved down towards bot to try to prevent Elk from taking that tower, and then they realized, all right, we've got 5 members here. We've got no TPs. We need to force, but there's no objective, so it had to be a dive. And it's BLG, again, first towards this dragon. 369 is in the air.
You've got
to try and fight it, but Bin comes in with a counter-strike. Now 369 isolated. Kanavi's going to try and jump across this wall, puts down the control wall for a little bit of vision, but On goes in with the Grand Entrance, looking for that knock-up, hits the Gleaming Quill. Kanavi jumps in, Kanavi gets it, steals it, pays for it with his life, but he delays the soul, and that is what top esports needed from him.
Yeah, that is well worth it for Kanavi. I think that is a massive steal from him. Cloud Soul is insanely strong, especially for a lot of these champions in particular. You cannot be giving that over.
Loco, hiciste tu play, Juan, me pasaste la apuesta.
Away here from Knight, who is going towards that Zonias, as I expected, has the
Sí,
Seekers
loco,
ready,
postá,
so that big playmaking tool. Now all of a sudden, Beishuan or Bin throw themselves in the back line. Galio comes over the top, can do so much upfront damage, and then go into the Seekers and really create this zone of control, buy the space for Elk to do his work.
¿Por qué no me pasaste, loco?
By Beishuan there just to make sure that he walks away from 369 safely.
Es una basura, Juan. Me puede haber hecho millones por tu culpa. Soy pobre todavía.
Kiana, but dying there at the Drake loses his entire bot side jungle. It's a great steal from him. Waits out the Grand Entrance, uses audacity to jump across the wall, and then manages to land the smite. But after you go in there, you know you're done for.
Yeah, absolutely going to be giving your life, but at least he didn't have to spend his flash or anything like that. And just goes in, trades his life for the one.
Juan.
Still in a really difficult position. BLG, I feel like, are definitely the ones in control here. But there is playmaking, and there is hope because you've delayed that soul. You've bought time. Cream is going to have 225 by the time you fight Dragon. So maybe you can take a real fight then. He has gone for Shojin, which is kind of more that like a little bit bruisery or a little bit more tanky. Of course, if you can continually get out spells, it starts to stack up, works pretty nicely. People go Shojin,
Siempre te emociona cuando tiran un detalle eso.
and you're kind of consistent as a result, but it is a faster spike than the IE.
Juan, basta hablar posta, eso es muy peruano.
Cream's still going to be
Eso, loco, bien dicho, Nico.
next wave.
Nadie se choca.
Humanicemos a Perú, coño.
Humanicemos.
Put a lot of pressure on your opponents because you kind of just start having your team
Que se
stand
siente
around
Juan
you. You walk up every time rapid fire is
ser
there.
tan
You use
débil.
someone, splash through the team. Exactly. And you start to really rot them down. You force them to look for engages.
No sé,
He's
Gordito.
trying to do just that. I wonder if they had vision of this Wukong recall because no one's here.
Es increíble, pero Tess va a perder la partida. Digo, Billy G va a perder la partida.
Cream standing on that front line. His hit 224 needs one
No está como la para smitear. Ya lo paseando eso. Qué hijo de puta, ¿qué estaba haciendo?
Has to dive onto 369. The heroes engines coming out as Kanavi secures the Archon. 369 standing in the middle of them all. Elka with the Venom Storm trying to pull back with the Blade Caller. Base one almost down. 369 falls first, but Cream is flapping his way onto the backline. Has to flash away. Bin dives forward with a flash down into the pit. But Top Esports are coming on top. In the end, though, Bin Cream now it's all Jackie. The bot lane's the only ones alive. Top Esports will claim the fight as they
Loco, si Billy no tendría a Vin amigo, no serían nada.
damn even through it all.
It was an insane
Por su bien que siga estando.
369 to me was a real hero. Look at this. He forced out the
¿Y por qué no se fue todavía?
into an ult of his own,
Por su
completely
bien.
immuning it.
Ay, ¿por qué se fue? La pregunta, yo se queda con nosotros. Hoy se van a un mundial.
And then Cream just goes all the way in, but this stasis from Knight plus the CC means Bin can flash in and finish him off. And then Bin very nearly had the 1v2. Jackie
Anímate a decir que no ganaba alguien
help
con
him
ese.
there as Elk and On are winning out on the other side. This is a game of inches. Absolutely insane fight there.
Quiere ir por un vaso de leche.
The time to hex splash across the wall when you have a Blade Caller and a Grand Entrance from the Slayer Rakan that had been used, couldn't get the knockup.
Que la agarre y la
The
maltrate.
difference between the two teams. A Cloud Drake and an Archon for top.
Mira, sin-
Ahí moviendo la cola.
A Mountain and an
Eso es
Infernal
loco.
and the Feats of Warfare for BLG. A 12 petal difference equates to about 700
moviendo
gold
la
or so.
burra.
Nothing too
No, la
consequential
cola, Nico.
yet for top esports.
Yep, and we saw that Seeker's being used, but no problem, because Knight has the Zonias. He bought it right after that fight, so it is going to be up and available, but
Vamos,
definitely the
vamos,
danger
con
of using a
loco.
defensive
Yo
ult
confío
on
en vos.
369.
Pacho
He
Pan.
really can't go for that because he'll just press R of his own. He's going to avoid that completely. You kind of want to be using it aggressively, you know, with On or Beishuan onto Cream or Jackie. That's really what they are looking for here. So I didn't love the way that BLG played it out, but still, it's going to be about this next Dragon fight here. TES taking position in the river, pushing up mid lane first, clearing out these wards now. And they are going to be pretty tough to walk into.
That's what top esports do so well. Their objective control, their setup, some of the best in the LPL. We saw it at the Archon pulling BLG to have to force those double TPs. 369 looking for the damage onto Beishuan, but he's going to pop the decoy to get away. Death Grip out as well. Won't find its connection. BLG playing for this mid lane wave. Jackie Love coming across towards Knight, puts down the Gatling gun and hits a few autos. Cream still stacking up 250 now on that passive. Bin trying to clear out a bit of control, but can't get rid of that control ward. They do still have a ward in the pit. BLG pushing further forward here, looking for as many flank positions as possible.
Yeah, neither team having the confidence just started up. Knight now getting very chunked.
Beishuan just has to flash away. Han flashes for the Soul of Fire. Nimbus strike from Beishuan onto the minion wave, arriving just in time to save his life. On dashes from the Zenith Blade. You feel it's starting to swing. Top esports, they're finding that rot damage, that poke damage, and it's BLG who are being pulled all ways to Sunday.
Yeah, I think that's earned up the Dragon. You can see
que tengo una hamburguesa cuádruple
he could be in some trouble.
viendo Cody de uno que paja que esté todo cerrado. Concha de mi hermano.
They will have time for the Wukong to maybe get back in the area, but Knight has no TP. I don't think there's any real reason to try to contest this, but Finn is still sitting in a dangerous position, and maybe they're going to start afterwards.
Si no es mal igual, tengo una tarta de pollo para calentarme igual.
I like it because you also have
Hay una puta,
top side here. There's the TP. They go into Cream. Cyclone down. Bin can't get in range for the counter strike. Cream's gonna flap his way.
Una que me saque toda la leche.
Display of talent doesn't find
¿A quién tío Canavi?
Now his outfits is Cream up towards the top side. 369 on base one in the death
Claro,
row.
Canavi
Will
one.
get him. El's gonna get one for one exchange so far. As Bin dives onto the backline. Hung
Oh,
trying to
mejor el
retreat from
Mordek,
Knight, but
güey.
369's there to help him out. Knight's gonna flash into the pit. Kanavi
¿Cómo es
caught
que
out.
todavía
No range for them, but the counter strike just short. Kanavi, can he escape? Knight has that flank. His team has given up the ghost on him. He tries to dive onto Elk, but for it, he just
¿Cómo es que
dies.
fightea tan mal Billy G igual ganan, amigo?
But how
Sí,
close
anoté.
are these fights?
Pues el otro fighteando.
Really crazy. These fights are so intense. Bin just waiting around for
Con la boludez, el problema más grande de Bilibili es el Smolder, boludo. No, ni...
But Cream honestly has a really
Se le
great
llega a escapar el
collapse
Smolder.
over the wall, avoiding pretty much everyone except for the flanking Elk. Zaya comes in.
Sí, igual
Pull back
369
on
está
the feathers to be
impagable.
able to finish him off, but at the same time, 369 has already beat down your Wukong, taking him out. And Jackie Love, he's the backup 80 carry. He's still alive and still firing. And it does mean Kanavi is kind of hung out to dry.
¿Por qué
But it
opinas
is
eso,
still the
chaval?
Dragon going to
Porque no lo está
TES.
bajando, pelotudo.
Another close fight. The
tiene
gold
sentido.
remains practically dead even. We are just in for such a treat here. This final game between two of the best teams the LPL has to offer is really delivering.
And you're really seeing part of what Top Esports are trying to do in some of these fights, which is pull them around, try and separate them, because we talked about it in draft. They don't have this traditional front to back, we stand behind an all and walk forward and let our Smolder do all the work. You've got Maud putting someone in the death realm, you've got Leona looking for a stun on the other side, you've got Corki flying across.
Pero
Kanavi
garcharon
trying to
6 veces a
stop someone
Canavi y sigue
Whereas
ganando, ¿no?
BLG haven't quite found that more traditional front to back. You don't just have the Wukong engage into a hero's entrance, which is what you want, and you have to give
Yo
credit
no,
to
no,
Top
no se
Esports
agarra.
for not
They find
allowing
it here,
that.
they're surrounding
looking
him.
for it now. On's going to get caught up towards the top side, dashes away, has that Gleaming Quill TP in, as well as Bin goes in for the counter strike. He lands it onto Kanavi. Supreme Decided Talent's going to get him stunned. The Cyclone from Base 1. Jackie Love's already killed off on. And Top Esports just immediately turn it around. Base 1 trying to swing around with a Cyclone, but it's a Tempest for BLG. Now 2 for 2. Elk on the back foot. Knight gets caught in the Justice Punch. Elk flashes, finds the root, finds the Feather Storm. Jackie answers.
Creo
Jackie
que está jugando
flashes
muy bien.
in. Jackie Love for Top Esports pulls it from beyond the grave.
Jackie Love finds the moment here in the mid lane. Bin goes for the massive engage. Look to try to find a multi-man counter-strike here, but TES are able to hold on here. There's just too many threats, it feels like, on TES. Look at Bin flashing forward into the midst of everyone, getting that counter-strike down, but he's pushed back. And Jackie and Cream, they are free-firing. And from here, it looks like it is absolutely cooked for BLG until Elk finds an incredible fight, knocking down multiple members, and then here on the side, goes forward, flashes for the pullback onto Cream, knocks down the Smolder, but Jackie still has resources. Barrier there, flash forward, knocks them both down, earns TES the Baron, and the first significant lead, and look at the heartbreak there on the faces of the BLG members. Shadow distraught as his team loses what could be the game-deciding fight.
It really could. The Baron's secured for Top Esports. Hung, Jackie Love, and Kanavi have it. I'm not sure if 369, yes he did, came up in time.
Y Nikito, ¿qué tenemos aquí?
Now with the Red Bull Baron power play 2K already collected by Top Esports. Looking for vengeance.
Volví a ver la verga un minuto recién así.
Where they went down in 5-2-3. For BLG, the story's the same. The book has been written. The engagers, if you find them onto this backline, it does work. You have a Cyclone, you counter-strike, Hero's Entrance, Quickness, you have all of these tools. But Top Esports' ability to split, ability to scatter when that engage comes out, has been sublime so far.
And I have to give so much credit to Kanavi, 369, and Hong, who are making that job so hard. They're saying, yeah, you want to engage? I am walking into you. I am hitting you as you are trying to get close to my carries. You cannot just walk up for free and flash on them. You will take damage. You will get punished. And if you try to go for that engage and you fail, even just by a pixel, Cream and Jackie will make you pay for it. They are just destroying them at this point. As the third item comes through for both of them. Now that rapid fire I talked about is there. The game is 10 times easier to play, it feels like, as Smolder. Once you have that third item, you get the rapid fire. You are just laughing at him.
No, no está el fraude, no está el fraude. Es que mira la imagen que literalmente acabo de encontrar.
No, boludo, pasó a Gala y a Perks en la misma partida. Ah, no, en lo anterior fue lo de... En la misma... Creo, el cuadro de ni sé cuál es, boludo.
Loco, hincha por Billy G, dale, loco.
La Deo, nada, es verdad, no está Game 1, bueno, Game 1 por el otro Leo.
Por eso, lo tengo que... No, qué rica paja me hizo.
Eso no es peor que me pasó en la vida, Dios mío, este día es una basura.
Uy, ¿se puede? No, no se puede, un test Fly no estar en primera. Los dos son 3-2, bueno. La verdad, sería hermoso.
Le pegué un golpe al televisor, tomé la silla, pateé a la gata. El día está buenado.
La Michi no, loco.
Para mí los gatos son como las trolas.
Jim, eres un fracasado, un limitado. Knight, moriste.
Moriste en Los Ángeles.
¿Dónde fue el mundial el año pasado?
En Londres fue la final. Moriste en Londres.
Moriste en Londres, ay. Con... literalmente son...
Billy G va a perder, me es increíble.
Puedo decirte 3 bowling de China que menos pena dieron. Beichuan, literalmente cabeado por la opinión de Doin, bichado, italiano con demencia.
Meanwhile, on the top side, 369 the target for Elk. Hung's already down. Bin looking for a re-engage. Dives in onto Jackie Love. That's 2. Bin's doing it. Knight flashes away, but Kanavi dives in. On with a battle dance. The counter strike from Bin will get 1.
Yo se lo digo. Puse que gana FlyQuest, hace Fly Knight. Puse que gana Billy Billy, casi seguro pasa 3. Puse que pasaba T1.
La paga, digo. Tampoco la paga, no son milagros.
Naito seguía,
already low. Bin just forces the issue, goes straight in. Beishuan as well as Armor threatening Jackie as Knight TP'd in.
¿Te das cuenta que Seiya es un caballero zodíaco, un Knight?
Siempre
la verdad
369 only finds
vencerá todo el mal.
and he can't even hit him during it.
Y si tú quieres ser guerrero, vencerás con todo el poder.
As Elk gets pulled in,
llegarás hasta el final.
¿Lo te viste en Seiya, Nikita?
No, o sea, sí, hasta que me quise sacar los ojos. Si los sueños se van en cosmos. Es muy malo todas las versiones, no hay un puto Sensei bueno, es una mierda. Lo único bueno son los diseños de los personajes. Pues todo el resto es un SIDA. Si tú quieres ser... Ay, pasa que es un clásico, me chupa un huevo. Lo que salga antes no significa que sea bueno. Como la mierda de Supercampeones, como la mierda de...
Dragon Ball.
No, respeta a Dragon Ball, Mólico.
Sí, es de esa época también.
Pero no significa que... Pero...
And Elk has just been playing stellar in these team.
No estoy diciendo que lo dijo malo, estoy diciendo que por ser viejo no es bueno.
Champi, ¿culo peludo o concha peluda?
He is the consistent damage for the team. It's up to the others to create
me da mucho asco que haya pelo, boludo.
Aguante depiladita porque nos hace pensar que es una limpia.
Pídele a la mina que se depile, boludo. A mí que me cuente.
A mí que me cuente.
La cara.
Ay, no te puedo creer, amigo.
Lo ha ganado LG, amigo. Es terrible.
Yo digo que bien tratara de piquear Jax da puta pena y perder las partidas vencer el mejor jugador de la historia.
Ojo, espérate.
Perfecto. Tiene que poner huevo.
Como Vin es mi puto padre, amigo.
La partida de Vin.
¿Por qué desapareció?
It's been just juggling it so incredibly well. Going forward with the Counter-Strike into the stasis. Counter-Strike back up again. Creating incredible amounts of space for his team. Bin is showing why. His name is synonymous with Jax.
Ctmr,
No champion, the best Jax in the world. This guy is just insane when he is playing at his
¿Algún
best.
streameó la bolsa alguna
And he
vez?
is stepping up in the
Posta.
moment when BLG
Haitiano,
needs him
Pero
within
Alexis.
seconds until potential
Sí,
Cloud
posta.
Soul. TS is
Haitiano,
going
Alex.
last 3 Cloud Dragons
Haitiano se
in
quema,
a row.
Alexis ponele que está ahí.
That is going
Y
to be
después
the
todo cosas especiales, tipo torneos y esas cosas. No se podría decir. Sí.
Cloud Soul.
Eso no cuenta.
Never finding the
La
engage
serie está
and
muy
never
buena,
getting away after a failed engage.
Ah, bueno, esa es un hijo de puta.
Los VTubers no cuentan.
You can see what the
Entonces Arca tampoco cuenta.
catch out the engage with that death realm.
Ay, loco, ¿por qué me tira de persona?
The corgi in the smolder to spit out damage to engulf their opponents.
Ayer que no te das cuenta que gusto de voz.
Stepping back and once again,
Matate a mí.
flank position the Cloud
Voy para
Pensé que tú estabas la gorda,
que fuera un partido tan de mierda.
¡Ojo! Qué bien Canavi, bro. ¡Ojo! ¡Sale Navi! No, top hijo. Cojita de culo. Qué bien Canavi, boludo.
Qué mal es
Dios mío, que de verdad.
Posta, Billy con los jungla, top por con los top. No puede ser que Roya con los top también. ¿Qué otra posición, boludo? Así.
Ese quita como perdí 1500 pesos, ¿no?
¿Qué dijo ahí? Lo vi 550 kills.
Que lo pasó a Maple.
¿A Maple con kills era?
Sí.
Igual tranqui que en cuartos si Maple mata, me lo pasa de nuevo a mí.
La puta madre, no jodas, que Billy no sido con coño.
Bueno, Billy se quedó.
Dios mío, Billy me jodió las predicts.
El campeón chino fuera en grupos.
Bueno, campeón de LATAM ni fue.
A ver, no es la primera vez que el campeón chino se va.
Y no, si existe Edward.
Ni la segunda. Ni la tercera. Ah, no, sí, la tercera.
La tercera.
LGD. Edward 2000 pasó, Edward 2017 no pasó, ahí van dos.
Y ya.
Edward, no, Roger 2018 pasamos, Fumplo 2019 ganó, 2020 pasó.
No volvió a pasar, no volvió
La de contar, 2020, claro, no, es la tercera. Qué hijos de puta los chinos. Ya lo quita.
Qué asco, boludo.
Mira, bicho casi se cae. Anda, ya a la cara.
Dale, que se
En 2014 no se quedaron fuera los pendejos Positive Energy, vos te cagas.
Positive Energy. No fue, es que ni fue. Y Positive Energy le salió, fue de Spring y. O no. O fue la Summer y porque fue el mismo año con OMG. Creo que ni fue.
No. A ver, en 2014 el campeón fue Edward. Y en 2013 el campeón fue. No, fue Royal. Bueno, sí.
2013 no ganamos nosotros, pelotudo. 2013 ganó Positive Energy. ¿Qué? No, nosotros ganamos una boludez. Nosotros no, la Summer la ganó Positive Energy. Nuestra primera Summer es 2017. Ni siquiera. Nuestra única Summer es 2018. Tenemos una sola Summer.
Entonces, bueno, ganaste, yo qué sé, lo regional de.
Sí, pero.
Ahí el mundial.
Pero que cuenta es Positive Energy. Que no ganó, que ni siquiera fue el mundial, tipo de caso único. Ganó la Summer y no fue el mundial.
Really showed up today, but again it also just shows the resilience of top esports, the caliber of these players. 369 Bringer, his signature Mordekaiser, basically making it impossible for Beishuan to ever work with Bin to get onto the back line. But these fights were so neck and neck. God, watching Elk in these fights, Jackie loves positioning.
Por favor, llámalo More.
We know that the LPL is known for their team fights, but this is just a beautiful
diría irnos al server superior donde está toda la gente.
¿Quién está?
Pero eres un cogido.
¿De quién está?
La tiro.
No. El pobre Dennis no tenía con quién verlo y se fue para el server de Corea. Perdimos a Dennis.
¿Pero quién está en la bolsa ahora?
No, ahorita nadie, pendejo. Sí, todos estamos aquí.
Sí, por eso, entonces.
Igual, ¿cuánta gente hay en este servidor?
Más que la bolsa.
Un montón de aleatorio. ¿Quién coño está de?
this game, even on the Smolder. However,
La cabra.
hopefully people believe me when I say this is someone who has been able to contest Night
Te deja
here.
salir
Like,
del
he
cerdo,
has
mal
improved
cogido.
so much as we see that damage coming out of the Smolder in this game.
¿Qué
And
pasa?
so I
¿Te molesta que te haga
really
esto?
hope that he can kind of brush off the nerves now and have a better performance going forward.
And this is a huge opportunity for Top Esports to finally change the narrative. They finally returned to the quarterfinals. We heard the elation of the fans in the arena.
Cagón.
Love back at another
Dale, deja de
quarterfinals.
moverme a segunda, ni que fuera Goya.
Play like they did today.
No, porque te subí de
they're a
nuevo.
scary opponent to go up against.
Vintage Jackie Love has entered Worlds 2025, but it doesn't stop here. It was
A ver,
absolute
¿quién juega
cinema
mañana?
in this best of 3 series, and we have one less team yet to qualify to quarterfinals. It's gonna be
Nadie,
Mkoi
hay otros 3 días de
playing against the
descanso.
world
Pero esta gente no
champions
merece
T1 right after
descanso.
this. Speechless. Absolutely speechless.
El resplandor su champi. Vos, Costa.
As well as Bin goes in for the counter strike, he lands it onto Kanavi.
Pero del martes hasta el domingo hay todos los días series de fucking Go.
Just immediately turn it around. H1 trying to swing around with a cyclone, but it's a Tempest for BLG.
¿A qué hora es lo de las series? ¿De cuarto en adelante?
A las 8 de la mañana. 8 de la mañana, o sea, 3 de la mañana para ustedes.
3 de la mañana.
Beyond the grave, Jackie Love finds the moment.
¿Qué cosa? 3 de la mañana?
Si juegan los partidos de Worlds, de cuarto en adelante.
No, pero 5-3 porque es peruano, mogólico. Contá.
No sé qué sé yo que me dijo Costa.
Ah, ni siquiera a las 4. A las 4 horas Argentina, 2 horas Perú.
A las 4.
¿Pero 4 de la mañana o 4 de la tarde?
No, de la tarde, boludo.
Qué lindo que sería de la tarde igual.
4 de la tarde.
4 de la mañana.
4 de la mañana.
¿Qué hora es ahorita ya?
Ahora son las 7.
7.
7, y van a ser las 8.
Ahí te lo digo, para hora. Abrí Wikipedia, Costa, ¿qué tanto preguntar?
Es que eso, estoy en Wikipedia y a mí me sale a las 8.
Y por eso.
Lo único que me da bronca de amor es que sea tan trolazo. No puede no venir no puede verlo solo y no venir a verlo acá.
Cuando nunca da la cara, pero que habla así solo normal aquí puro cagón.
Literalmente tiene un 95% de probabilidad de ganar, chavo.
Estoy seguro que si T1 pierde, Moro dice: perdemos porque estaba jugando 2 horas.
¡Uy, se viene! Boludo, no puede ser que le erran todo. Soy un hijo de puta. Siempre me tiro la formidable, boludo, y siempre pasa lo común. Ahora que me tiro lo lógico, boludo, pasa lo formidable. La concha de tu hermana. Y el momento en el que cambie empieza a tirar formidable, va a pasar todo lo común. Gánate uno, gana este, gana el otro.
Voy a decir que la otra es. Nada que ver.
Nah, el otro fleco te lo doy, pero acá era favorito, no por juego, pero por coso, Billy, boludo, salió campeón.
Sí, obvio. Pero venía re guache.
Ya sé, pero bueno. También viene Watch T1 y va a salir campeón.
Llega a salir campeón de uno nuevo y no veo mal el competitivo.
Y ahora sí, la serie que todos esperaban.
Al fin, boludo. No, el último, boludo. Amigo, hace 3 horas estamos acá, me quiero matar.
Yo estoy hace 4.
Te puse. Te pongo. La cábala. Che, Juan, quería jugar al Dota, pero desistí, boludo.
Ahorita me voy a pasar a la computadora.
Ni empecé. Imagínate. Nada, porque...
¿Creen que Tijuana maña el sorteo o no?
¿Mañar qué es? ¿Qué sería mañar?
G2.
¿G2 y nadie más?
Sí, nadie más.
No lo va a mañar. Va a mañar la partida, que distinta.
A ver. Fuera de broma, todos los universos apuntan a un Genji Hanwha. No veo universo donde no haya un Genji Hanwha.
Genji Hanwha, T1 KT. Animal Legend Top Hipor y G2 cosa.
Y G2 Ostras. Uy, ¿tú te imaginas G2 Ostras y que el ganador vaya contra KT? Cine.
Ostras, final del mundo.
Yo viendo cómo las Ostras van a una final del mundo contra... No, Beastballs. No, yo me mato. Ahí sí yo fallé.
In just 16 minutes and 47 seconds, T1 crushed Mad Lions at MSI 2023. Now Alyoya returns stronger as the rebranded Mkoi charge toward their first Worlds quarterfinals.
Yo viendo las semifinales, G2 Ostras y Katie Koi.
Haven't finished below semifinals since 2012. They may not look dominant this year, but history says
con la realidad completamente alterada.
T1. Will Mkoi's tenacious hunger rewrite history?
Si Koi quedó final, ya es más grande que fuera.
Once more into the fray at the Swiss stage of
¿Quién dice que hace la primera kill en esta serie?
team to close us out than T1 as they take on Movistar Koi. It's true what they said in the video.
Le da un puñetazo a alguien de...
Lo ahorca acá negro.
I think it's going to be a hard battle for them, and they are trying to very much conquer their internationals. You heard it there. 2021 for Alyoya.
Voy a armarme la comida de mi vida. Necesito silencio. Adiós.
Mátate.
I don't know how hard or difficult it's going to be today, but I wager, Maurits, very difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't want to break the news to you, but I think we can all be honest about it. I know when it comes to T1, the plot armor is just insane. This team always clutches up, particularly at World, so as we take a look at Mkoi, obviously I think have been a really interesting org to me in that they've both been fairly consistent in being able to make it to internationals while simultaneously struggling to really make a mark.
Do you mean Mkoi's been consistent or Mad Lions and getting 17th, 18th? What are you saying there,
But they made it.
But they're there!
Voy a calentarme la comida igual.
They're there once again. We know it's going to be an uphill battle, but I do want to give them the time of day, Emily, in terms of their story, because I want to remind people of spring in the LEC. It was a similar situation to today where nobody believed that they could take the title. Nobody believed that they could take the games and that they had grown enough to show that promise. Well, I think here it is a story of can you do that again and overcome that even if you want to take down the world champions.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing for watching Mkoi this year for me is you see they have the absolute ability to kind of punch up and do super, super well, like you said, against opponents that you wouldn't necessarily pick them in those matches. However, we've also seen them fumble a bit at this tournament against opponents that aren't nearly as strong as T1.
They had the reverse sweep versus Team Secret Wales, but it left a lot to be desired. They're up versus T1 Maurits, and now I gotta say, do you agree they've gotten a fraud draw, and why are they in this position?
Okay, that is a loaded question that I will not answer as such. Leading question and loaded question. What I do want to highlight is that for T1, it feels like a retread of the last 2 years. And I keep bringing this up because I think there's a lot of people that will only tune in for Worlds and they'd be like, I've seen T1 win the last 2 times. Why do I keep being told? It's because it's important to know this team, even though they're the 4th seed, brought Gen G to 5 in the LCK playoffs. And I think we're seeing some underperformances compared to domestic performance, which I don't know if they're going to be an issue for Mkoi, but if you're a T1 fan, you want to see them fix those today because it is an important tempo in going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge thing for T1 as well, right? Coming out of that 100 Thieves lineup, or 100 Thieves match yesterday, I think they would have wanted to look a little bit stronger in that match.
And something that I want to talk about is Keria, because Keria, to me, when he's good, and we saw that for multiple glimpses throughout this year, obviously many times in the last year, is the most impactful support in the world. It's really hard to put into words how much this guy does for T1, and I just don't think that thus far we've really seen that level of impact from this player at Worlds.
I'd make a case he can be the best player in the world. I think you can break it outside of that support role, and if he is not playing up to his usual level, of course that's going to have a great add-on effect onto this team. Is that where you nail it down also, Emily, the support role, or is it because the whole team isn't working as such that then of course support also suffers?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, I don't think Carey has had the performance he would have wanted. I also think a lot of it is a team issue. I think someone you want to be looking for to kind of start having a he has such a rock-solid mental, I think, in a lot of these cases, is Gumayushi. I thought he had a really strong performance yesterday, even with Carey sometimes being a little bit behind the rest of the team on some of these engages. And this is a huge meta for AD carries, right? They play such an important damage role in so many of these comps, as we've seen already. And we saw him clean up in so many team fights yesterday.
He's always incredibly consistent, and he steals all the objectives.
Exactly. He can also be a jungler.
Yeah, and that's actually the biggest criticism we had of Owner yesterday, was that he got a little bit too used to having a third smite. But for me, Guma and Owner both. I know that Owner smites yesterday weren't necessarily the best, but for me, the team fight setup is coming from him. The knocking down is coming from Guma. And we still have some of the clutch moments for Faker. We still have some glimpses of domestic Doran, but I think that T1 is going to be looking today to see everything kind of come together. And again, we go back to 2023. There were also questions going in. They had a nice walk. They all came together, and the rest is history.
It's true. It's true. I do want to bring up some, not counterpoints, because that sounds like I think Mkoi is going to 2-0 T1 or anything like that. But I think when it comes to talking about Guma and his consistency, for me, Guma is a really, really big question mark. I think he had one of the worst series he's ever played versus Team That's not the Supa that I know I've come to love in the LEC. And whenever we've counted him out, he's had better performances, and I know he's going to want it today. Alvaro, on the other hand, is someone who I've always found incredibly consistent for the side of Movistar Koi. And I think, Emily, even in those runs that weren't that good.
Juan.
¿Qué pasa?
¿Cómo me querés?
Cree lo que quiera, gordo.
¿Qué?
Cree lo que quieras.
¿Qué? Creo que quieres quedar en tu.
Ahora silencio. Ahora está verdad, silencio.
Calma.
Tranquilo, abuelo, no te pongas nervioso. No te pongas nervioso, Abu. No te pongas nervioso, Abu. Por favor, Faker, no te pongas nervioso.
Oye, Reven tiene que estar viniendo, ¿eh?
Reven viene.
¿Qué hace Reven cantando con el taxista? Llámale a Reven, que ponga el altavoz con el taxista.
Conectad con Reven, por Dios.
Pregúntale cuánto le queda, Quentin.
Hostia, 1000 comentarios el Twitch dejando huella digital.
¡Vamos, hostia!
1000 comentarios.
¿Cuántos RTs?
Más de 5000. Es una
Venga,
locura,
vamos. Falta la mitad, hostia. Venga, pollo.
La fan prediction, ¿cuánto nos dan? 20%.
Bueno, un montón. No, me lo dientes de esa china.
Dice uno y es verdad, 26. Me sobran 25 para mí.
¡Hostia! Para que yo tenía un 1. ¡Mellado viene! ¡Joder, qué señal!
¡Ay, me tiré un pedo, salió con caca!
Estoy comiendo la concha.
¡Protégenos, por favor!
No, soy naco, bro.
Dios, sí o sí ese chabón de la izquierda se cogió la rubia de la derecha, bro. Sí o sí.
Antonio en el taxi. Tenemos llamada.
No, ahí vi a la china, qué asco. Tiene más encía que.
¡Vamos! ¡Venga! ¡Vamos, hostia! ¡Vamos, Mellado! Hay que tener fe.
La muchacha.
El Joya sale sonriendo. El Joya está feliz, Mellado.
Hay que hacer historia, chavales. Día para creer, día para confiar en los chavales, que salgan, que disfruten.
¿Se imaginan que era Mkoi, amigo?
el mal momento de forma que tiene T1 y a salir con el…
No viene Juan. Juan, Dios, no viene More.
5 veces campeones del mundo. Parece imposible, Ander. Parece muy complicado.
Si gana Mkoi, a mí
a ver, a mí se da.
Es lo bonito de los retos, ¿no? Que parecen imposibles hasta que los consigas.
¿Por qué no creer?
Uy,
¿Por qué no creer? ¿Por qué no creer?
¡Ese!
Un asiático intentando Mkoi.
Y vamos a ver qué ocurre, chavales.
Venga, draft histórico, por Dios.
Apoyando el tweet, que la gente se entere, porque a lo mejor hay mucha gente que a lo mejor se ha levantado, está todavía en la cama y dice, coño, que va a empezar ya. Es que pensaba que empezaba a la 1. No, que se ha adelantado 1 hora el partido, Se ha adelantado 1 hora el partido, así que por favor, avisen a todo el mundo que arrancamos en nada.
Claro, porque en teoría era la 1, pero son 12 y 10.
Exacto.
Es importante, gente.
Estamos preparados.
Que lo compartáis, que aviséis a todo el mundo.
Vamos, venga.
Vamos, venga, va, hay que confiar. Es difícil, sí, calma. Pero calma, Mellado, calma. ¡Ay, Dios mío, que jugamos contra este tío! ¡No me jodas! ¡Mellado, no me jodas! ¡En el Mundial!
¿Quién lo diría?
¡No me lo creo!
Y encima, sobre todo, por pasar, por eliminar. O sea, es que es aquí
a morir o matar. Es que no es un partido cualquiera. Es que no es un… ¡Vamos, draft! ¡Vamos, draft! ¡Vamos, alquimista! ¡Hazlo, coño! ¡Vamos, alquimista! ¡Cocina, Heisenberg! ¡Cocina, Jesse Pinkman!
¿Cómo que 2-0? ¿Quién es ese hijo de…?
¿Quién es ese?
¡Fuera!
¿Quién es ese?
Mira, Movistar Koi, Big T1 lo pone uno a la derecha.
Yo, confío en ti. Confío en ti, José. Confío en ti, Joselito. Vamos, Joselito, qué bueno eres. Y atención, porque está llegando al plató. Está llegando Antonio también, Está llegando Antonio, Está llegando Antonio Pino. Está llegando don Antonio Pino. Va a empezar, Mellado.
Sí, no sé lo que tiene que faltar para que aparezca ya los Pixie Vans, pero tenemos que estar a punto, De hecho, fijaros, en el staff técnico con la libreta ya preparada. Vemos por ahí también a Cef, incluso también a Merced, con los apuntes listos. Muchos fans de T1, el equipo más visto de momento en cuanto a audiencias en este mundial.
El equipo más laureado, el equipo más apoyado, 5 veces campeones del mundo.
Hasta el día de hoy,
más de 10 veces campeones de Corea, 3 veces, no Quentino 2 o 4, las que sean de MSI. Han ganado eSport World Cup, han ganado los Asian Games, han ganado la Korean Cup, la Cookies Cup. Han ganado la Cookies Cup.
No han ganado la LEC. Es lo que
¿Qué son esos teclados verdes, boludo? Son verdes.
Vamos. 26% nos han dado la fase.
No está mal. Venga, ponme el punto.
Todo T1, todo T1.
No, todavía no.
Todavía no.
Mucha bronca China, boludo. Me da mucha bronca cómo vendieron toda mi vida. China vive el deporte de una manera distinta. Mueran, boludo, que se mueran.
Pues yo ya tiene que estar pensando ese momento.
¡Epa, mira esa! ¡Mira esa! ¡Mira esa!
Disfrutar ni hostia. Ya os digo yo que por mucho tiempo que sea…
No, Mogórico de la izquierda. Ahí le saco el screenshot. ¡Es una bomba!
Menos ha sido Tiguan.
Estaba medio loca, me parece.
Porque no siempre se llega a estar a 2 nexos de poder eliminar a Tiguan. Es muy difícil llegar hasta aquí.
Una fumada en un roster, ya lo hemos dicho muchas veces, con 4 jugadores españoles. Con
es su segundo año
juntos. Es algo, y os lo digo aquí delante de todos vosotros, que igual no volvemos a vivir en la vida.
Por eso
estamos viviendo.
Por eso es importante que lo compartas, que vengas.
El amor de mi vida.
Porque nunca se sabe cuándo va a volver a pasar esto. Mira esa imagen, Ander. Mira ese logo. Mira esos nombres. Mira este equipo. Quitamos Bardo. Me gusta. Quitamos Poppy. Me gusta. Quitamos a Ambesa. Me gusta.
Hay muchos picks abiertos.
Oriana, Quillana,
Oriana, Quillana, Nico. Vamos a ver el tradeo por decir. Quitan el Trundle. No hay Sion, o sea que esa parte no está preocupante. Personalmente, yo cogería la Quillana.
Quillana va a decir Quentin. Sí.
El problema es el siguiente. Una de las cosas que tiene T1 es que a ellos les da igual tradear siempre la Oriana por el Azir. Juegan los dos del matchup.
¿Y qué timo?
Es lo mismo que tienen que elegir. Entonces,
Wukong abierto también,
ellos pueden cambiar ahora a la parte del top con el jungla como Kencrow.
Wukong, Shinzao, Quillana abierto, Esto se ha visto muy pocas veces en el primer mapa del mundial.
Sí o sí, el Yo ya va a tener un jungla. Si quiere, vamos.
Sí, tienen la opción de ir a Azir si quieren cubrirse la zona de medio y no tienen que enseñar ningún pick para hacerle counter. Pueden elegir Azir en el pick 3. Ahí tenemos el Casante, que además se lo quitan a Mirwin. Y para mí, junto a Shinzao, es una rotación muy fuerte de este metajuego. Otro de los personajes históricos de One, lo hemos dicho, tienes Lee Sin. Tienes el Jarvan.
Surimeño.
Chavales,
ahí tenemos
podemos hacer Nico jungla, Nico y un jungla, me refiero. Nico Wukong.
A mí personalmente creo que esta rotación nuestra tiene que ser el Chinzao
con Nico.
Junto. Yo es que priorizaría el pick,
que Wukong.
El pick de bueno,
Wukong con la Oriana
es que
la hostia,
el asunto del Chinzao
déjenlo la
le
cuenta,
genera mucho
muchacho.
espacio contra la CIR. Y luego el pick contra Casante, a mí el Orn me mola en ese aspecto. Creo que tiene la opción de Renekton, lo que pasa es que Renekton no es uno de nuestros picks. Quillana, por supuesto, ahí está Chinzao, se lo quitas a Honor.
Me gusta. Chinzao, Orn, estaría bien.
Muy probablemente.
Nos está gustando mucho hacer los dos solo líneas y el jungla en esta ronda del lado azul. La cosa es, si tenemos la única abierta, ¿con qué le contestamos? Porque ellos van a poder banear sus cosas.
Ya, el tema
No, no, Juan, sos un retrasado mental. Sos un retrasado mental. Sos retrasado mental.
Muchachos, para gusto colores, muchachos.
Lastimosamente retrasado.
Me encanta,
7,5 de 10.
Me sorprendería mucho.
Tiraba puntaje el chat.
También lo hemos dicho antes del Lee Sin. Si quieres ir a algo metajuego del mundial, el Wukong. Creo que el Corki también te defiende bien, como decía, mellado por la Valkyria, la Nico. Van Varus. Ok.
Varus para Gumayus. Tiene rango. Bueno, lógico.
Califiquen el draft de Mkoi cuando termine.
Aquí que
Un
se
10.
fuera.
Yo qué sé, Jambi, califícalo.
Wukong, como hablábamos, cuidado
Yo
con
no
la
sé de
Quillana,
draft.
cuidado con el
Yo
Jarvan,
tampoco.
cuidado con la Nico, ¿no? Yo creo que
Banear a nosotros la
lo
Nico,
más
yo creo, ¿no? Yo
a
banearía a
señalar.
Nico, ¿no?
O sea, a mí nuestro bloque de
Si no
tres
la
me
vamos a
mola, ¿no?
coger.
Si no la cogen ahora,
¿no?
yo creo, ¿eh?
Está muy bien, es muy sólido.
Yo creo
¿no?
que estamos muy bien de momentos.
Yo creo que está muy
Y el
bien.
primero siempre suele ser
La
bien.
cosa es, se puede venir cocinada la top lane, ¿eh?
Yo piquearía un Garen porque ayer me ganó uno en un arranque.
Quitan Rek'Sai, están
Creo-
baneando cosas normales.
Creo que el Corki es top.
Darius le gana a Casanta, ¿no?
Pues cuidado, ¿eh?
El tema.
Bien.
Bien el ban de Nico.
Sí.
Si no le íbamos a jugar.
Vale, es que era justo lo que yo decía mucho. Apetece poco
Timo.
con Nico, ¿eh? ¿Verdad? Es como que te va a hacer ulti a 5.
Sí, no. A la gente que es tan buena y que se sabe tan superior a ti, que vas a ser un poco
No,
cagado,
para
es
acá.
mejor que no tenga tantas
Y yo
herramientas.
creo.
Sí, para acá.
Y sinceramente quitaría Wukong. Y mejor Jarvan, ¿no? Pues muy bueno con Jarvan.
Nah, lo del Corki top me la fumó, yo creo.
Sí, te la has fumado.
A ver, te comes el Jarvan, pero bueno, el Corki está cómodo, entre comillas. Tiene la Valkyria, la Oriana no tanto. Bueno.
Va a ser Orn, ¿no? Algo así.
Quitan Rumble, campeones normales. Queda el Orn.
Oye, Faker tiene medio sonrisita en la foto del
Es
fondo.
que. No sé.
Sí, igual quieren quitar un support, ¿eh? Está la Alistar por ahí y tal.
A ver, si quieres quitar Karma,
Yo creo
es
que
un buen man.
Rek'Sai Rumble no lo íbamos a jugar. Bueno,
No sé si quieres quitar Alistar también.
Bueno, Rumble es probable.
a ver, ellos van a tener counterpick desde luego de su.
Yo gritaré en 45 minutos.
Así que quizás quitar la karma no está mal, ¿eh?
Ahí está
Pero
Brown. Vale.
Pues
Favor,
esto
Mori,
que
cagón,
decimos
vení.
una cosa, vamos a ir Engage. Quitamos Nico, quitamos Brown,
Y Yamal.
vamos Engage.
Escribo hace 10 minutos, estoy escribiendo, no viene. Cagón,
O
vení.
Rel. O Rakan.
Algo así.
Sí, tienes muchas cosas.
Algo así.
Ahora mismo tienes muchas cosas.
Se lo ha guardado
Bueno,
el jungla,
mira,
para-
Alistar, Rel no lo veo. Rel es más complicado. Tienen rango, podríamos sacar aquí el Nautilus, no estaría del todo mal, ¿eh? Nautilus. Leona también. Nautilus
puede
Or,
estar
¿te
bien.
gusta? Nautilus Or me gusta. Nautilus.
No, mogólico. Y Oriana, ¿qué haces?
¿Cómo lo veis? Me gusta más Nautilus.
Sos.
No.
Sí sos, Sí sos,
No.
Sí sos,
Es que.
Rakan, vale.
Ahora vemos.
Mucha movilidad.
Está Corki, cojo.
Mira como yo Oriana supo.
Me mola. Mordekaiser, primer Mordekaiser para Nirwin, ¿eh?
Ese dibujo, mira ese dibujo, me quiero suicidar.
Sí, pero me refiero a contestación al casante.
Sí.
Uy,
Me
no,
mola.
pone con Quillana antes que Wukong y Jarvan, ¿eh? Fijaos la prioridad que está ganando Quillana. Va a cambiar ahí. ¿Qué ha pasado con Wukong en este mundial ahora? Parece que ha perdido un poco, ¿no?
Es que ha desaparecido.
Bueno,
No sé.
desaparecido, ¿no? Pero.
Bueno, pero.
Quillana.
La prioridad ha cambiado. El Jarvan.
La Quillana me jode, no la
Oye,
quitan.
que
que
Quillana
quitan
para
la
Honor.
serie.
El Jarvan,
Ya,
hasta el día de
se la
ayer.
quitan para-
Hasta el día de ayer, 5 victorias
El Rakan es
Wukong
muy
sin
malo.
perder ni manera. De repente.
Han sido muy perros con la Quillana, ¿eh?
Ustedes
la verdad es que
el
sí.
lado equivocado de la
A mí
historia.
nuestro draft me mola, la verdad.
Sí, pero esto
Nautilus, mogólico, y no es
pensando ya en la
Nautilus.
siguiente.
Probablemente, sí. Bueno, es que en
Hasta
Freeride
la
siempre
Sora
tienes
que hubiera
pensar ya
sido
en
mejor
eso.
pick.
El draft de Tijuana es duro de
¿Sabes?
pelotillas también, ¿eh?
Le han hecho la de tu equipo a Pochipam.
El draft de Tijuana es duro de pelotillas
Mira,
también, ¿eh?
literal, aquí.
Y el nuestro también es duro. Es
O
que
una
hay
Renata,
muchas
no
cosas.
sé,
¿Qué piensas,
boludo.
Quentin?
El morde me parece ultra bueno. Porque.
Sí.
Sí, porque.
Sí, hombre.
Varus no
¿Qué
es un
pintas de
personaje-
millonario?
Califica el-
tiene, ¿eh? ¿Qué pintas de haber tradeado unas
Califica el draft.
criptomonedas esta mañana tiene este tío?
Bueno.
Siento que
No me lo
si.
puedo creer, ha vuelto.
Qué
Ha
aura
vuelto.
de vender.
Siento que si no hubieran sacado Mordekaiser en la anterior partida, Mirwin no hubiera jugado Mordekaiser en el pedo.
Ha vuelto el terror del LOL. Gafitas McFly está aquí, no me lo puedo creer. Sí, señor. No me lo puedo creer, don Gafitas McFly. No me lo puedo creer. ¿Has visto el draft? ¿Te ha gustado? Le ha gustado. Le ha gustado.
¿Qué pasa?
Le ha gustado el draft. Y tú callado.
Ya, Santañito, tío.
Y tú callado.
¿Qué tal, Revencito?
¿Lo vamos a hacer?
Tío, va muy rápido el ratón, no sé.
Yo si vuelvo.
No, me tiró un pedo y era la mierda que hay acá.
Sí, pero
yo iba a ser historia.
Reven, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué sientes? ¿Qué piensas ahora mismo?
Estoy feliz. Creo que.
Y bueno, ¿qué querés, boludo? No tengo control de mí.
Hay que vivir, hay que disfrutar.
¿Te quedaste en serio al final?
Hay que ser
Está muy dilatado.
consciente,
¿Qué cosa?
¿sabes? Es decir,
Ya,
¿qué
literal.
estamos viendo? ¿Qué está pasando?
Hay que disfrutarlo, tío.
Y tío, me huele a día histórico.
Sí, salió caquita, boludo.
Sí, le gusta mucho con el Varus.
Igual ahí pasa el dedo y me limpio.
Aquí la duda.
Y es Varus letalidad.
Pensaba yo que iban a mandar al Varus.
Hay un poco de dulce de leche.
Lo hemos visto mucho en el mundial, ¿sabes? De
No es
dejar
tan-
al top lane.
No es tan fea la caca como parece.
Va,
No es tan fea la
Pero
caca.
eso es normal, ¿no?
Vamos, Coisito.
Me parece que sí.
Raro, ¿no?
eso.
Oh.
Cuidado.
Vamos que ganamos.
Cuidado, Álvaro. Bien, le van a dar.
Vamos, Coisito. Pongan carpas, que
Uno
ganamos.
buscaba acción T1.
Oh.
No va a haber cambio de líneas.
Vamos que ganamos. Oh.
Oriana contra Azir, ¿eh? Vaya matchup clásico.
No me me.
Tenemos,
No me me.
Bien, yo.
¿Cuánto?
Está dando ya Faker a level 1.
Cuidado con el letal.
¿Cuánto?
Cuidado con el letal.
¿Cuántos mundiales resta perder esta serie?
A Faker en el 1 contra 1.
Yoyo está.
Esto muy igualado.
Para mí dos, eso te iba a decir. Para mí dos. Tampoco hay que matar a todo el mundo.
No cagoné, Yoyo, no cagoné.
Abandonaste. Tiraste pausa porque.
Casi 2-0 se queda con un mundial. El más grande de Corea Shinji.
Tiene el orto, amigo. Que me está haciendo 1-1.
Muy atento a las rotaciones, tanto de Honor como el Jojo, porque creo que van a ser muy protagonistas en la mid lane en el día de hoy.
¿Sabes qué hizo Shinji? Ganar liga, cosa que son Samsung.
Porque le ha permitido a Azir
Se nota, boludo, si no ganaba nunca.
sobre la wave.
Ganó
No va a poder zonear tan
Oh, una liga de rap. Sí, ya sé.
Pero aún así va a poder jugar por
Ganó
una nada más,
con la
Samsung.
Q y con rango. A ver,
Tiene que ir con la W. Vamos a ver qué
La
pasa.
de-
No, eso fue eso no es de Samsung, eso es de MVP.
Metralleta level 1. Y arriba.
Pero Shinji no cuenta como Samsung.
Interesante, cuidado con Doran, jugando agresivo ahora. Primer Mordekaiser para mí.
Mirwin,
No lo
¿cómo
había visto
mierda
nunca
ya te
con
están
Mordekaiser,
culeando?
Entiendo que lo ha debido practicar bastante. Hombre,
Y porque está contra Goto en top.
la verdad.
Te sacamos de la
Sí,
copa,
yo
te
creo que
sacamos
hayamos
otro.
jugado en Scrims.
Igual, hijo de puta.
Y como decía,
No,
lo sacó precisamente contra
tiraste,
Casante, es un matchup donde.
Tiraste, yo decía, nada, yo ya soy un idiota,
Tiraste
boludo.
pausa,
Su puta madre. La
tiraste
culpa del
pausa
nervio,
porque no tenés
¿De quién ha sido la culpa? ¿Del
aguante.
perrito? Su puta madre, hemos perdido 3 segundos ahí, Ander, un poco más.
Sube el volumen,
Te sacamos en el Dota, te sacamos otro,
Dios,
güey.
hostia puta.
Te
parece que
aguantar, hijo de puta.
Tiene que retroceder y luego tiene que volver a ganar el terreno. 7 segundos.
¿Qué está haciendo vos? ¿Qué está haciendo vos? ¿Qué está haciendo vos?
Te cago también que sí, Juan.
Oh, tan retrasado.
Me he puesto muy triste ahora mismo.
Porque lo estamos viendo igual.
Igual vino un.
Era que quería verlo Ibai, piloto.
A por Honor.
Está bien, es que.
Creo que está.
Igual vino un fan de T1, mejor así se lo culean.
Creo que está para
Le robó el blue.
Se lo llevó Honor, se queda la W, lo podemos matar último.
¡Gordo! ¿Por qué no pones como el mejor jungla de la historia?
¡Gana Yogi!
Ah, pero Valle de Caño.
De hecho, Joya, que era nivel 3 frente al nivel 4. Qué bien.
¿Cómo mierda? Lo mata el Yoya después de que haya perdido tanto tiempo, boludo.
Yo apretando a Faker, lo celebra.
Opa, mesa de rubia de mi amor. Yo también gano. ¡No!
20 segundos.
Ah, este hijo de puta.
Rodrigo.
El lindo de mierda.
Ahora volvemos y tiró en 4-1.
Es lo malo de Twitch. Es lo malo de
Cae el
Twitch.
inhibidor de Mkoi cuando volvemos. Como 20 kills iba contra uno.
Cuidado, yo.
Ahí está. La puta que me parió, Jojo Piu. La puta que me parió. Che. Oner estaba muerto ante la pausa.
Bueno, creo que no tienes capacidad de te vas a tunear.
¿Qué pasó acá?
Yo también lo creo. Yo creo que era mejor no flashear. Puto Honor, la madre que lo parió. Aparecía en medio Honor y nos la liaba. Decías medio que se lo tenía que intuir, ¿por qué? Por el timing, dices. Sí, porque no le quedaba otra cosa que hacer porque ya había hecho toda la jungla de arriba y toda la jungla de abajo. Solo le quedaba el cangrejo arriba. Entonces, después del cangrejo, la ventana es o gankear top o gankear medio. Sí,
Para Faker que está muerto.
Yo creo que se va a quedar por detrás Jojo con esto. Bueno, tampoco muchísimo, pero es verdad que creo que ha perdido el canon. Faker que le quiere buscar ahora en el tradeo también.
Pero sí, es verdad que yo creo que era de lo
a
poco
ver
que le
un
quedaba
peruano,
el W,
venezolano, lo que sea, que le pegue a los ritmos de las canciones de cancha, boludo. Son unos hijos de
Cuidado con la
puta.
Q. Le va a dar la Q,
Nah,
mayúscula.
eso
¿Qué ritmo no le pegué yo, pedazo de mamá?
Más o menos, vos estuviste bien, pero ya contigo, boludo. Hijo de puta.
No, joder, el único ritmo que conoces es el de la presión alta, gordo mamá.
Sí, se ríe, Fonda. Se ríe, en 300 kilos se ríe, boludo. Gracias por defenderme, Juan. Eres mi héroe.
Cójanse.
Muy bueno, cortando el back.
Juega con la
Le han
Q,
visto.
Bueno, sí, se lo ha cortado. Ya está, ¿no?
Eso es. Aunque da igual, tiene teleport.
Ay, Dios.
Si le forzamos a que lo
¿Cómo le saca 800 de diferencia?
En botlane estamos sufriendo un poco.
Aquí estamos.
Bueno,
¡Loco, mira!
Cuidado con el level 6 porque Mirwin es level 5. ¿Quiere pegar
Dale Mirwin. Dale Mirwin.
Ahí está, vale. Vale.
¿Tiene
¿Cómo que Koi? ¿Quién se opina de sangre de T1?
de esa zona porque ahí
Sí, me
casante
parece bien,
se te empieza a
No
revolver.
le conteste nadie. Dejen de alimentar a.
Caso porque incluso no sabes dónde está Oner, porque Oner estaba en niebla de guerra.
Fíjate que Doran se ha quedado sin el órdago también, por lo tanto ahora no puede hacer mucho casante. Va bastante bien farmeado Mirwin también. Cuidado en medio.
Vamos el chocho.
Ay, no, qué cogida que le metieron.
Ponen los dos juntos, boludo.
Amigo, pero Yo-Yo-Pion literalmente.
Porque es que es el típico
Yo-Yo-Pion no me joda la LeBlanc de More.
Son muy cabrones. Es el típico pick que te lo castigan una auténtica barbaridad.
O sea, esa ulti así se vio como 4 kilómetros de distancia.
Yo-Yo-Pion, Ruler, manito. Hoy Shadow ultió una ulti de Ruler.
En este mundial,
Por eso tú decías me
Ya
llamo
usa más que
de
Ruler.
pasear en medio, ¿no?
Sí, porque
de así, pero.
es muy flash dependiente.
Es muy flash
Yo confío en que Jojo está un poquito nervioso, pero ya se va a soltar y va a romper ojete. Yo confío.
Capure, boludo, es un B3, no me
Es
siento.
demasiado flash dependiente y creo que esto lo podemos echar en falta, ¿no? Es verdad que
Aquí
todavía
estoy.
quedan unos
Mira que me
segundos para el
tengo
flash.
como
Va a empezar T1 con este dragón. Nosotros no podemos tradear por nada, diría. Está súper en la top lane.
Culpa mía.
Vuelve otra vez Yo-Yo Pirámide, tiene ya la onda de choque disponible.
Mal.
Faker no tiene ultimate. Pero sí,
Koi, no se
No
ponga.
importa, chico. Somos decimosexto.
que de momento Mellado están por delante en este early game.
Sí, es cierto que
¿Por
son
qué
700
irse en
marcador de oro
grupos
bastante
también?
También es el campeón. Pusimos el arieta, tripa, corazón.
Ahora
Jugar a Kevin.
efectivamente.
Che, pero hoy se están rompiendo todos
la
los.
zona superior del mapa.
Los retos.
¿Qué le queda a Oner para el 6?
500 kills para Oner.
Pues
Qué
igual
feo
solo
que
es
son.
de campamento,
Álvaro
Eso se
lo tiene.
se lo ha llevado. El Joya que está llegando.
Unidos a este ritmo.
Vamos a por el rojo.
Vale,
Su
Por el rojo
campeón.
ulti por parte de Gumayusi. Que le va a
A ver,
dejar
esto
al
malo,
Está fuerte, subcampeón.
Oner, viene
Subcampeón.
Gumayusi. La Q que va a impactar encima del Joya.
Hinchada, está fuerte, subcampeón.
Nos vamos a dar la vuelta. Yo esto no sé si lo
Aunque yo sé que uno también es el campeón. Pusimos en la cancha, tripa, corazón.
Sin flash y sin ulti. Supa la Valkyria.
Ay,
Valkyria ayer una locura. No flash,
Sí, a tirar el enfermo.
Esto es positivo, muy positivo. Kevins, mínimo uno, ¿no? Quentin, entiendo.
Hombre, yo entiendo que son por lo menos dos.
¡Dale, Yo-Yo!
Por tiempo
Dale,
podemos hacer los dos.
A ver, uno,
A ver, a ver.
primero no ha gastado Smite, ¿no?
También es culpa de Mel. También es culpa de Melset. ¿Cómo mierda pones Oriana contra Sid?
Y aquí
Oriana, la fertilidad.
Cuidado el Joya, se tiene que ir para atrás.
Muy bien,
¿Y por qué dejas así de open?
por si quieren colapsar sobre el Joya.
Bueno, dos Kevins, me parece bien.
Ya está, ya está, ya está.
¿Podemos colapsar sobre Keria? Que no
Yo
se
pararía.
Yo también.
Buen engage de Álvaro, ¿eh? Buen
Vamos a
engage de
ver,
Álvaro.
¿Qué hace
Keria
yo?
level 6.
¿Qué hace el guay?
Buen engage de Álvaro. No, para.
No tiene smite.
No, tiene
No, pero tiene smite.
Smite a Jojo.
Y se va a ir en nuestro.
Nuestro.
Vale. Qué bien.
Nuestro, gente, bien.
Con cojones, hostia.
Soy algo va. Eso es importante. Eso es importante.
Nuestro, ¿cómo que nuestro Ibai? ¿Tú estás jugando?
Debería saber.
Le va a cortar el vaca a Gumayusi. Sí, se lo va a cortar.
Mira que si quieres puedes jugar la partida que.
Jugando muy agresivo. Y
yo estoy con Quentin, quizá puedes haber matado a Keria, pero
¿Con qué le ganó el módico este?
Independientemente de haberlo matado, ya solo
con Renekton. Saque Renekton. Que traiga la cosa, llama, Dios, no me sale.
sí que es necesario es que Álvaro sea ya nivel 6.
O sea,
Alex el Capo, ahí está. Que traiga Alex el Capo y va.
Tenía Smite, pero pegaba 600 porque no tenía mejorado.
Estaba a 1200.
Sí, entonces sí que si no iban a colapsar sobre ti.
Sí.
No, lo he intentado, pero bueno.
Qué bonito sería.
Pero como miedo Álvaro le saca 300 de oro a Keria. ¿De dónde sacó la
para eso
plata?
tenemos luego el Morde. Recordad que ahora mismo no hay ninguna forma de quitarse el reino de los muertos, de la zona.
Kaneka no sabe nada del LoL, amigo.
Ni.
¡Ligaba Kaneka!
Ligaba el cangrejo.
Si Ligó Kaneka. Esté en una buena posición para poder matar al Varus 1 para 1.
Ligó el Kronker.
Ya solo con eso.
Cuidado, que Canecro, de todos los de Koi, es posiblemente el jugador de Eco más exitoso. Así que
literal.
Jugar de casante es viable. Pero, como decía antes Mellado.
Ah, pero si Canecro quedó top 3 del mundo en Pokémon.
Canecro top 3 del mundo. ¿Cómo atracó con el. ¿Cómo sigue atracando con el top 3 del mundo?
La cara, como debe ser.
Y como vos, Champi.
Estamos denegando los picuchillos. Vamos a ver si lo.
No, igual, full aura. Imagínate, iría así en el 2000 a jugar un campeonato de Pokémon, pero es que. No. Ese volvió al colegio y. Ay, ¿dónde estuviste? Fui así.
¿En qué colegio? Si ya estaba. Ya había terminado el colegio en el 2000, boludo, este viejo de mierda.
Si es capaz de conseguir pasiva.
¿Dónde estabas? Te perdiste matemáticas. Fui a Cine a presentar a España.
Vale, muy respeta, sabe que se ha ido.
Level 6, Álvaro, ¿eh?
¿Cómo te fue? Perdí con Alemania.
Qué importante tener la premura ahora mismo.
O sea, pasiva into ulti sí. El problema, Mellado, es que si el Varus lo juega bien, no llega.
Cuidado con Quillana por detrás, Álvaro, cuidado, con esa piña.
Estamos a 300 euros, con Kevin.
No, sí.
No, la partida es perfectamente jugable, o sea.
Sí.
Bueno, la verdad que no tenemos ahora mismo ni un ítem terminado. Estamos en ese punto de terminar cerca de los ítems, que se va hacia atrás Mirwin.
Esta es la serie más importante de la historia de
Koi.
Nos falta todavía
para
poder jugar bien.
El contra este, la Cream,
Se está cogiendo todo el torneo.
Ha sido lo que ha pasado en medio, tío. El gankeo level 4.
Sí.
Porque el gankeo level 4 es el que te ha llevado después al segundo gankeo.
Estoy de acuerdo, pero aún así
está
es muy jugable. Fijaros, la diferencia en medio es mínima, la diferencia en la jungla es mínima. Y oye.
Lo vemos, ¿no?
Que solo haya esa diferencia entre la de carries me parece brutal, teniendo en cuenta que es un Varus encima de letalidad.
Lo vemos.
Muy bien.
Yo creo que disfruto más.
Todas las entradas.
Los tengo que es increíble.
Es como Ayusi.
Hostias. La metralleta de los muertos.
Ulti, no, Dios mío.
No,
Ha metido la garra, flashea Mirwin, quiere ir a por
lo
mata, solo que le ha dado. Mellado y Tifa, cuidado.
Vamos a ver, se tiene que echar por
Y no matan aquí, que sacan las 3 kills.
¿Por qué le sacan las botas?
Tiraba el fantasmal.
Tiraba fantasmal, el madre muerto.
Cuidado, su ahora, cuidado, su ahora. Vamos a ver si alguien puede matarlo, por Dios.
No, eso se lo puede matar.
Ya le dieron un básico.
Ya Oriana, ¿no? Claro.
Vale.
Va a pivotar.
No, que eso quería.
Está liando Keria. La que está liando Keria tiene flash. Tiene el pincho, tiene la ultimate. Bueno, Ander, al menos
está muerto.
¿Qué hijo de puta de Joya? Le da el pivot, duro. Es un idiota el Joya.
Ahí está, donde ha hecho que ir aquí para yo.
Qué bronca que le tiene el Joya. Porque es fachero.
Esto es la hostia. Esto es la hostia. Esto es la hostia.
Vale, llamo las botillas.
Bien, niños, bien, mis niños, bien.
Está ganando el
Ander, esto es de count. Mirad el oro, páralo ya. Páralo ya. 100 de oro arriba, coño, vamos, páralo ya.
100 de oro arriba.
Son extremadamente buenas noticias.
Es que el teleporte he dicho, espérate.
Me acuerdo cuando como somos tan diferentes y a la vez tan iguales. Porque nosotros cuando Extra le sacaba 100 de oro a T1.
A mí me encanta cuando.
Nosotros.
Ganas, o sea, su idea es ganar tiempo, pero ha ganado tiempo para.
¿Cuál fue el equipo que le está ganando a los Brazuca y la pechó el año pasado? Extra. Rainbow. Cuando Rainbow le está ganando a los Brazuca, yo estaba, vamos, Rainbow. Me subí último, me
Cabeza.
Que viene culiadita. Que viene
la cara de culo que viene culiadita. Se viene culiadita. ¡Ay! Ya ganó Koi, ya está.
Koi le está ganando, tío.
Todo esto.
Champi, gracias por decir.
Que va ahora mismo por delante.
Sí.
Supa va muy bien.
Placa en medio.
La placa.
Tenemos
aquí los Kevin, venga.
Lo que decía Keria también había gastado el fantasmal.
¡Leto la gap de Álvaro! ¡700!
Mellado.
Sí, un game es una mancha en el historial. Por más que gane la serie.
Se puede quedar en el mundial, boludo, no cuenta.
Alma de nube. A Raka le viene de perlas. A Mordekaiser le viene de perlas.
Sí.
Mañana después de que le hayan ganado el trampo. Casamina, te ganó Koi.
Casi se la clechea yo una Faker, boludo.
Casi se le
Estamos bien,
Nosotros ahora mismo, el plan.
Ay, qué lindo, mis niños, por favor.
Lavar lágrima.
Un K de oro arriba, mamá.
Tenemos exactamente cuenta.
El problema es que toda la plata está en el grupo.
Ya te saco un MS,
Que se vayan todos, boludo. Que vayan.
Hemos llegado Mellado a la Trinidad de Corki sin que pase.
Todos y cada uno.
Sacó placa, boludo.
La Muramana que la va a cargar poco a poco está de puta madre. Y no ha pasado nada, no ha tenido que pelear, no ha pasado nada. Me está pareciendo.
Bien, Koi, bien. Es verdad, tiene 2 ítems de.
Está ganando información, les está
de maná,
poniendo
los
todo
tipos.
engage perfectos. Es espectacular la partida de Álvaro de momento.
¿Qué onda? Guma está troleando, boludo.
¿Quién va a ser el que la peche y haga la. le dé la play a T1? Para mí supa. Supa. Me encanta, como ya asumimos que uno le va a dar el highlight.
Creo que estamos en una situación.
Cuidado, yo no tiene flash.
Era yo Piu, la respuesta era yo Piu.
Es yo Piu,
Que yo no tenga flash.
Supa.
Tranquillana a Cir. ¿Sabes qué? Te van a buscar.
Ya te dije, está nervioso, ahora va a empezar a fallar.
Hay que protegerle el Yoyo también por la zona, Álvaro también por la zona. Ayer Aldo,
No, pero confío.
Estamos 1000 dólares arriba. No estamos soñando, estamos contra Tijuana en el Mundial. Vamos, por favor. Vamos,
no hay que
equipo.
pelearlo, No hay que pelearlo porque
No lo peleen, no lo peleen. No lo peleen.
¿Quién apoyará a Bolivia este partido?
Mirwin está solo en bot.
Bien, inteligente, bien. Pensando.
Mirwin solo en bot y forzamos TP.
Tú te hubieras lanzado.
Muere Quería, no, que se va a morir.
Esta casa sí que me gusta. Esta casa sí
Se
que
muere.
me gusta. Ay.
No aguanta. No aguanta.
Torre de medio.
Locura. Mkoi le está ganando.
Yo se lo digo, Smash jamás perdió contra Koi.
Calma, por favor, ahora que no se nos vaya la pinza. Primera torreta y es la de medio.
Primera torre de medio.
Le pueden remontar la partida.
Sí, obviamente.
Se la van a, weón.
Ya ganó Teguro, ya 1-0 Teguro.
Sí, que es la típica que dices, si está ahí, sabe lo que está haciendo. ¿Qué vas a ver, tío? ¡Échale polla, Yoya!
A ver, ¿cómo Koi va a
Vamos a ver, porque la torreta
transportar
de
esta
medio mediado
ventaja?
puede tener mucho valor. La de bot también se ha quedado muy tocada. A Keria le han cazado en la
Qué puto
rotación.
motherfucking sí,
A punto de tanquear. Supa mide bien el daño. Esto a Supa como le viene,
¡Defiendan a su niño!
Forzar medio buscar alguna mala rotación.
Le acaba de flashear en la puta boca debajo de la torre de medio.
Cérralo.
Y esto nos hace llegar a ese spike que estábamos comentando.
¿Hay Muramana, Quentin?
La Muramana no lo sé.
No camina en la cancha.
Vamos a ver a Corki.
Jugadores de mierda, jugadores sin nada.
Buenas noticias.
El hijo de puta no viene la grieta.
Déjenlo cocinar.
Y también es abajo. Nos acordamos de que hicieron
No, yo no, me puso mi fichita.
Manera, pues está viendo al Yoya. Está viendo al Yoya y Yoyo no sabe que tiene que ir a la espalda.
Pero estamos
viene Álvaro.
Viene Álvaro, pero él también no tiene
Hay que
flash.
pushar la wifi.
Ey, sale bien a nosotros, sale bien para nosotros esto.
¡A nosotros!
Se resubí.
Cuidado.
Lleva media hora.
Se resubí.
Se va a quedar Yoyo, no vayas a por la oleada, por favor. No va.
Estoy jugando Colón.
Mira lo que están haciendo con el canon, para que pueda entrar a Orne.
¿Dónde está
Cabrón, para que no, Yoyo.
Chequea la hierba, chequea la hierba.
Bien.
No,
Bien.
No sé si bien,
imposible
¿Dónde ha
jugar
choque?
esto.
No, se muere.
Que saben que no tiene flash.
Es que
¿Cuándo?
Cagaron a ese. Pero piensa en todo el tiempo que tuvo Keria en el bule, ¿no?
También.
Pero, o sea, le sacaban 2.200 de oro y con una kill y una torreta, ahora son solo 800, o sea, 1.400 de oro sacaron Tijuana. No sé cómo.
Teleporta abajo, vamos a ver porque el cole es que queremos hacer algo. El cole es que queremos
Aquí lo pedo. Aquí lo
Efectivamente era Jojo Piu, que dio highlight.
Exactamente.
Pero Tijuana va a llegar tarde,
Para verdad, bien supa.
La vamos, pero la reventamos.
para defenderla, ¿no, Quentin?
¡Hostia, la tiramos!
¡Torre de medio! ¡Torre de medio! ¡Torre de medio!
Está buena.
¡Está tirando! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos!
Bien, boludo, sí, obvio que sí.
Es un ladrón que no importa absolutamente. Esto es lo más importante. Castigar ahora. Cuidado con Doran, Cuidado con Doran porque está ya está Álvaro también.
Molestar un poquito.
Venga. Torre de torre. Mirwin está contra Faker. Mirwin está contra Faker. Mirwin tiene flash.
Mirwin contra Faker. El bendito Wars.
Vamos, hostia, que es torre gratis. Mirwin sobrevive. Es un jugador en Reven,
Qué bien,
Es un jugador, Mirwin. Es un jugador, Vamos, hostia, vamos.
Con el teleport, Quentin,
Y como ellos van a tirar
no se están desesperando. Fuera de joda, están tradeando bien las cosas. Están dejando las cosas, están siempre sacando. Están muy bien,
Yo
Koi.
pillaría tiempo, ¿no? Yoyo va a crasear esto y.
Lástima la de Jojo Piu, como lo que.
El atacan, ¿no? Un minuto quizá, pero no hay nada más.
El atacan, mete miedo.
No hay nada más,
Chavales, ¿podemos llegar con el Muramana de Corki, por favor?
Es que ahora mismo.
¿Cuánto le queda, tío?
Ahora cuando tengamos spike de 2 ítems.
A ver, se estaba quedando Supa,
Tienen que llegar.
Muramana.
Casi
Esto es una puta locura.
O sea, Manamune casi Muramana.
Casi. 1000 de oro por delante, Supa. Me cago en mi puta madre, tío.
El atacante sale abajo.
Estamos muy bien en la partida.
Lo hemos jugado muy bien.
Puede haber un objeto con más aura que la Manamune y la Muramana.
Y ya está, tío. O sea,
El rompeovnio, ya lo dijimos.
Literalmente, no, el nombre es ahora el nombre, porque
hacia casante. No puede
el
hacer nada.
Splasher es una basura, está mejor de antes.
Personalmente,
Está bueno, pasa que sí, el de antes era
la primera es pelear ahora.
Yo ya tiene flash.
La segunda es aguantar 2 minutos, tener 2 ítems en Chinzao, Kaiser,
¿Saben cuál es el ítem con más aura? El más noble, el que tuvo ahí de Timo, la Warmog.
Ellos tienen una composición donde si no tienen…
Por favor.
Que te da vida. ¿Y qué más? Nada más.
Por favor, mínimo se lo van a poder que sea con una play de Doran.
Efectivamente, comprada ya por parte de Milpin.
Y el Corki
casi Muramana, tío.
Y está llegando Yoyo, ¿eh? Eso sí, Doran tiene teleport, va a seguir presionando arriba. Hay que forzar una pelea rápido porque si no, incluso hay que forzar algo más.
Lucas.
Doran que quiere buscar el segundo ítem.
Es una guitarra.
Pará, Blanco.
Cuidado, Álvaro, cuidado, no te se ve.
Controlar la zona de la jungla, me gusta esto, ¿eh? Me gusta esto, no tiene ningún teleport por detrás posible de momento.
Cuidado las oleadas ahora, ¿eh? Cuidado
hay que limpiar visión, cuidado.
Heraldo en bot, cuidado,
Pero
igual la empieza a cocinar,
Lo están alineando, medio raro.
Es un heraldo que está enfocado al objetivo. No va a llegar a ninguna torre.
Se puede curar tirando de la cola atacan, pero primero iban aquí el super de la escuadra española. ¡Ojo! 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 La pechó Supa.
¡Qué cuidado con Supa! Está zoneado. Se la
saca. ¿La redención? No, es que se fue Álvaro.
¿Qué manera de trolear?
Era Supa.
Vamos. Era Supa.
Igual estuvieron a nada de hacerse la vida y la play de su vida.
Pero ¿cómo va? Amigo, pero eso es Supa, boludo. ¿Qué bronca?
Otra vez FK Supa, boludo. Ayer le pasó lo mismo. No puede estar más
Yo no entiendo, pero de verdad yo no entiendo. ¿Cómo con 2 kills T1 gana 2000 de oro con 2 kills?
Ha tenido toda la pinta de que ha sido cold.
No, ya está de 2000 Supa ahí, ¿no?
Yo soy Ibai y a Supa lo cago trompada.
Boludo, ayer hizo lo mismo con las ballenas. Tenés que tiene que dar un llamado de atención a esa pelotuda. Son lo mismo. Mirá el tiempo que tuvo para verlo. ¿Qué hace?
Ah, seguro.
¿Qué hace? Ese es mogólico.
Por flash.
A ver, llega el Yoya.
El Yoya genera mucho tiempo.
Qué bien lo ha hecho el Yoya.
Ah, y se ha comido la propa.
Y Álvaro no estaba. ¿No? Ha llegado después.
El Yoya
no estaba Álvaro. Qué putada.
Se ha sacrificado para que no mataran al Corki, pero como la última popea.
Eso es, exacto.
¿Qué cosa?
Qué putada.
Igual obviamente no lo va a putear.
Es una putada porque es que.
No puede putear.
Era arriesgada, pero tenía sentido.
Tenemos 2 ítems ya.
Pero ese hijo de puta, ¿no?
Es importante. Esta partida que no va a ir Quentin con la vara de la seda.
Igual todo el oro lo tiene
Se ha
Ona.
hecho una build prácticamente de support.
Cosa buena.
Fíjate que tiene. Crypto
Hay que hacerlo con Chona, mogólico.
Serafín para sobrevivir mucho tiempo. Sellos curan para que consigas alguna asistencia o que se hagas un AP extra. Y
Pasa que el problema es que todo el oro de Mkoi lo tiene Álvaro. Toda la
torres.
Sí.
O sea,
Quizás full AP.
Oriana top, tiene teleport yo, pero eso sí.
Un pelea en toda la puta visión, macho.
Sí, pero así va. Ellos han renunciado al carril de top, intentan que recoger eso y nosotros con este teleporte…
Mira como vos espero que se ponga para adelante el T1 para venir, ¿verdad?
Mellado, no hay flash de Honor, ¿vamos a por él o qué?
Yo creo que sí, desde luego es el objetivo, ¿no? Vamos a ver aquí la cazada que puede ser bastante buena. Llega la premura.
Justo lo he dicho.
Lo tiene que matar Mirwin.
No, se lo va a archar.
Ay, Honor, qué ulti de mierda.
Álvaro está muerto. Álvaro
pero le sale bien.
Oner. Se va a acabar poniendo un importante, pero han pillado Supa.
Sí, han pillado Supa. Su puta madre, qué buenos son.
Qué módico que se Supita.
Mira que la cazada no era mala, ¿eh?
Puede ser cuadra.
Mira que la cazada no era mala. Mira que la cazada no era mala. Viene la bola de Yoyopiu, no. Onda de choque que ha llegado ahora, pero ya tarde. Qué lástima. Qué lástima. Cuidado Doran que quiere divear. Cuidado Doran que quiere divear. Tiene ulti Doran.
Doran ganó solo de nuevo.
Se le va la olla. Cuidado la Q. Cuidado Doran.
Se le ha ido la olla.
Muy tocado T1.
Doran volvió a ganar solo. Creo que el directo está atrasado.
Cuidado Faker, su puta.
Qué miedo hace Yoyopion, de verdad. Qué miedo hace Yoyopion.
Cuidado Faker.
Entre Yoyopion y Supa no hacemos una.
Nah. Yoyopion está haciendo el cago del día.
Mundial Oriana ahora mismo, Lo digo de verdad, Lo de Azir es un puto muñeco.
Yo diría que es Álvaro, igual.
¡El peor!
¿Qué ha pasado, tío?
No, claramente no.
Ya está viendo qué.
Tiempo con el índice,
Álvaro entró tarde 2 veces.
Álvaro no va a hacer nada.
Lo que le han hecho al pobre Álvaro.
Yo pienso es que…
Sí, yo es horripilante.
Hemos perdido mucho tiempo con la Quillana. A ver aquí, cuidado Álvaro. Álvaro está jodido.
Está muerto.
Bueno, pero…
Y ya no van a sacar.
Sí. Ahora es…
Ahora son 3 veces.
Va 4-0-3,
No,
Pero como 3 veces y murió 2, pelotudo.
Es que con Oriana no es lo mismo. Mira que Oriana estaba siendo el mejor mid laner del mundial, Pero Azir se lo está comiendo ahora.
Enferma,
Lo estamos
mira.
viendo
Mila, ¿no?
todos los días,
¿Para qué?
El tema es que.
Para coger, boludo. Vamos a un telo.
O sea,
mola
le suda los cojones.
Me hago un hueco.
Ellos cogen la Oriana.
Ahí pongo.
Sí.
Pago un telo en Brighton, ahí
Oriana
cogemos.
sí que ese típico pick que es de que.
Para ese partido, es que lo estoy viendo
Estoy con Ibai.
con mi hermana en la tele.
Para mí la máxima cagada es el draft, sinceramente.
Decir, están muy cómodos. Pero es verdad que Oriana.
Pero sí, lindo partido.
Inentendible el corte.
Como digo,
¿Quién juega hoy?
puede que
Y United Brighton en Brighton.
siendo Azir. Igualmente.
No, en Brighton no es en United. No es en Manchester.
Estamos viendo
En United.
Pues.
No, es acá, es en otra. Me confundí.
Acá, en casita.
No, porque dije el anterior lo jugamos en casa, no, era Nafi, parecía.
He soñado mucho.
¿Grealish te metió algún gol?
Ahora la veo, ahora la veo.
Seguramente.
Ahora ya a punto de armar 4K.
Sí.
Ahora ya es complicado buscar el
A remar, gente.
No queda otro.
Remar y pensar que Tiguan la va a liar. Oh, se mueve rico, sí, tanto que se mueve bien.
Vamos, esto nosotros.
¿Qué partida está haciendo
Sí,
Faker?
no metió gol.
Cabrón,
La del triplete, no sé qué partido será, pero.
A ver, hay que esperar
el
que
filo
se
de la
calienten,
noche.
¿no? Que la líen un poco.
Ya, a ver si son capaces de liarla en algún momento, ¿no?
Lo que pasa es que ahora mismo el Azir es un problema, ya no solo por una cuestión de experiencia y dinero, sino que yo creo que nadie le aguanta 1 para 1. Fíjate.
Bueno, esta partida ya claramente perdida, pero.
Por eso.
¡Qué paja, boludo!
Fíjate lo que pega como Ayusi también ahora mismo,
Tiene la torre.
Merecido, boludo. No puedes tener a Supa 2 años, boludo. Ya el primero tenés que bencharlo y poner a jugar, no sé, acá negro.
Cuidado, la W encima de Doran se va.
Buen daño.
Me cago de risa, boludo.
Sí, bienvenido.
A la guerra.
Bienvenido a Koi.
Bienvenido.
Todavía lo más grande, ¿no?
Pero de verdad,
no tenemos visión en
estoy convencido de que Tiguan tiene un buff de plata, porque no puede ser que ganen tanta plata por
la nuestra.
¿Cómo creéis que podemos ganar una fight?
Cerraron la plata.
Jodido, tío, no lo sé, tío.
Es que es aún peor, ¿no? Entonces.
Ya, es que es ir a
Es que la diferencia, Jambi, es que cuando ellos tradean y ganan ellos.
Champi. Tengo Champi contra.
Costa. Son los dólares igual, qué sé yo. Estoy acá.
Oigan, no me compares con ese.
Y cuando Koi saca, Tibón también saca. ¿Me entendés?
No.
Ponte, si sabés tanto, ¿por qué no gankeaste a nadie con Wukong en 15 minutos y te robaron todos los objetivos?
No pude tener ningún tipo de objetivo y tampoco pude ir a ninguna línea porque son horribles. Y trolearon y te diste cuenta vos al final del mapa.
Bueno, Honor también tiene bastante, pero.
Al inicio me cuenta que estaba con 4 discas.
A ver aquí.
Yo soy muy bueno y
Con
ustedes
4
muy
discas
malos.
cuando te solé la 3 veces. Terrible.
Cuidado, Supa.
Capaz si no hubieran pasado esas cosas.
Posta, la vara para saber si sos malo es si me criticaba, boludo. El que me critica es malo.
Pero vos no me paraste de criticar a mí, boludo.
¿Pero por qué vos sos malo? ¿Qué vos sos horrible?
Ojo, Faker viene.
No sabe entrar.
Buena Mirwin.
La ultimate.
Buena Mirwin.
Se la mete aquí.
No se la lleva para entregar el oro.
Hasta lo quería menos.
Pero si Mirwin no te tampoco, boludo.
¿Cómo?
¡La puta madre, Rodrigo!
O sea, literalmente entra.
Termina esto y están en inhibidor o en torre de Nexo.
Entra Álvaro y el Yoya, y el Yoya tiene la bola de Oriana y Yoyo no lanza ulti.
Me parto la sub para Ibai.
Date, mejor. ¿Cómo hace este uno, Milan? Le tenés que colgarme, ¿no?
Mató a Doran. Miren los scores, por favor.
¿Lo van a jugar 4 para 5 al dragón?
5 mundiales.
Bueno, claro, es que
Contita.
Ellos simplemente ni siquiera tienen que pelear
Y los
4.
Qué divertido.
Ellos van a hacer con la presión.
5 mundiales, el mejor jugador de la historia.
Y compartí equipo con More, Link, ¿quién más? Simo, Goss, Chuquirín, perdón, no, un mexicano.
Es como todos los demás son todos fracasados, boludo.
Pero yo creo que se mueve.
sea,
que pega el puto.
Ah, y bueno, y Costa y Juan en 2023.
Que ya lo sabe.
La premura.
Sí, me parece bien, Álvaro.
Le quitamos el ban.
Me parece bien.
La onda ha hecho.
No, no le pegó a Faker.
Buena de Oner, el Joya que se quiere curar.
No hubiera servido de
Hemos
nada.
gastado
igual.
muchos recursos.
La
mafia.
¿Cómo no le pegó? Literalmente, es la mafia.
Estoy de acuerdo.
Era la cazada. Había que
El
intentarlo.
peloto de Supa como entrega culo.
Sí, es de la torta abajo.
Hemos sacado el bounty de la torreta de bot.
Nah, es que toda
Hemos
sopa.
sacado
Ya que Garen Yumi así por lo menos si se tira.
justo antes del dragón hemos
Dios
intentado la
mío.
cazada.
5 para 5 no vamos a ganar. O haces esto.
Mi lo saca el timo y ya.
A ver, es que esas cosas. O sea, está Faker con el velo de hada para que no le puedas.
Mira, Winaldo.
Que iría para protegerle.
Para tener más movilidad.
No son
¿sabes? Es que,
gilipollas.
claro, te lo juegan bien.
Sí. Un minuto.
Siento que estoy perdiendo cabello.
Nos estamos
El
viendo,
alma
¿eh?
este van volando.
Sí, ahora
mismo.
Ay, Dios mío.
el alma es. Bueno, puede pivotar, ¿no?
Juan, ¿vos decís que te quedás pelado entre los 30?
Y abajo a ver si podemos defenderlo. Porque
Yo voy a ver qué miedo ha venido. ¿Qué miedo ha venido el de Mkoi? Porque
Ambesa, Poppy
Tiguan
y.
tiene.
Tiene la E.
Ambesa, Poppy y un super más que no me acuerdo cuál era.
Porque Tiguan.
Y quería ulti, ¿no?
Sí.
Porque Tiguan tiene al mejor soporte del parche, tiene al mejor mid del parche y al mejor jungla del parche. Entonces, ¿qué mierda va a venir Tiguan?
Ambesa, Poppy y.
Perfecto, amigo. Ya lo próximo que no los tienen.
Mucho, pero les queda algo de naso.
Excelente.
Igual
Todo
no van a seguir
puc
haciendo
de
eso.
Koi.
¿Para qué banea Poppy?
Y van a ir a medio, entiendo. Álvaro tiene ulti. No hay onda de
El
choque.
siguiente Eva es una locura.
Qué putada, porque estábamos.
Joder,
muy
¿Qué?
igualados.
la polla. Si vamos cuando un K y medio por delante, ¿no?
Un K nos hemos llegado a colocar.
Ha sido
¿Cae algo?
la jugada en la banana del dragón, tío. Qué putada,
Yo confío mucho en el 1-1.
Ahí se nos
Está
ha
predecible que lo puedo ver.
Mi abuelo en el 94.
Sí, todo o nada.
Faker con todo, pues que mira.
No, bueno.
Yo Pion es el
Qué
peor jugador de la historia.
No era FBI ayer.
Dios mío, es que ni sabe timear una ulti con TP.
El Nashor, eso sí, mellado se acaba. Pero claro,
Ya.
nos van a tirar.
No,
Lo que saca
lo más
uno era Ciente, el otro era de Vicinius.
Madre mía, lo que pega.
Lo
No le
que
hemos
pega
quitado nada.
Faker, la
no le hemos
madre
quitado
que me
nada.
parió.
A ver, déjame chequear.
Ya.
Sí,
Faker le está pasando la pija por la
Vamos,
cola.
¿Verdad?
Vamos algo.
Bueno. ¿Lo digo o no lo digo?
Dilo. Todos los que han ganado el primer mapa han perdido la serie.
Ahí
Todos los
está.
que han ganado el primer mapa han perdido la serie.
No,
Para.
Ojo la cábala.
Si jugó en Vicinius.
Sale el Joya en
Sí,
10.
sí, sí, compartieron
Todos los
roster.
equipos que hemos llegado a
Esos
mejor de
dos hijos de
3
puta.
y han ganado un primer mapa. Ya llega al tercero, han perdido.
Yo muy tocado. Sale el Joya en
De
3
Tokio.
segundos. Mirwin intentando defender. ¿Hacemos engage y que sea lo que Dios quiera?
Sí, claro, evidentemente.
Dios ya.
Garras, bien. Viene Álvaro.
Qué
Dando
buena,
el choque.
pero-
Qué bonito ha sido el combo y no, pero no tenemos.
Álvaro, era secuencia.
falló la ulti,
Aparte, es que ellos
yo
saben que es lo
Pion
único
eres
que podemos
horrible,
hacer.
Dios
Buenas
mío.
garras, se lleva el unstoppable. Doran que hace lo que le sale del nabo. Doran muy tocado. Doran tocadísimo. Oner también. Faker que pega lo que quiere.
Ojo.
Imagínate que lo va a hacer. ¡Ojo! Pará, no creo que acá se venga la
Es un
remata.
4 para 3. Es un 4 para 3. Con Supa y el Joya. Peleando hasta el final. Con orgullo. Van a intentar terminar. Van a ir a por el Joya. A punto de caer el Joya. Faker
Con
que pega
orgullo,
como su
dice.
puta madre. Van a ir a por el Nexo.
Escribile rápido en el chat. Esto es el MSI. Va a ser como la trobea.
Tiene demasiado rango. Va a ser. Va a ser GG.
Qué hijo de puta Supa, boludo. Qué imbécil.
La perdió Supa.
Ve una quillana con 800 kills y se le tira, boludo. A ver, entiendo.
La madre que lo parió,
Hijo de puta.
Es que siempre es lo mismo. Tiguan no hace una mierda. Tiguan no juega bien. Tiguan no hace coño.
Se le suicidan, boludo. Se le suicidan, le regalan que es increíble. Lo veníamos caleando. ¿Qué pasó?
No, es que Tiguan no tiene macro, no tiene mecánicas, no hace un coño. Simplemente dice, en algún momento
castigan mucho
la van a cagar. Y pasa siempre.
Chavales, voy a decir una cosa. Tengo fe por el segundo mapa.
Yo también.
Creo que hemos peleado mucho el
Me ha
primer.
gustado la actitud de
Copa peleamos. Bueno, bien.
No es la típica partida que puede jugar partida.
Creo que el único equipo en todo el mundial que no se cogió a Tiguan es
Segunda
FlyQuest.
torre de medio minuto 19, tío. Pero, ¿cómo teamfightean la madre que me parió? Puto Faker, cómo ha volado con Azir, tío.
Despide a Supa, despide a
La han
Supa.
neutralizado totalmente.
Sí, el gankeo de level 4 nos ha dejado fuera. Porque ha sido gankeo de level 4.
Pidan a Supi contra
level 8 y ha sido un snowball donde yo pienso.
Mataron a Laureano otra vez donde fue en todo, pues no me acuerdo. Como 2 veces seguidas, entre comillas.
Abajo. Con
¿Qué teamfight? T1 no hizo ni una teamfight buena en todas. Simplemente terminaron ganando por diferencia de draft.
Que es buscar engage.
Dios mío.
Intentar cazar a Faker, si no vamos a perder. Era muy difícil. Porque T1
Nah, el coach lo tienen que despedir.
Disculpa si te rompí el ojete. Así se juega a League of Legends, chapá.
Y bueno, ni modo. Y todo el año dando lástima hasta que papá vaya. Ay, vamos a poner un parche para que T1 no dé tanta lástima.
Yo honestamente te digo una cosa.
Y si contra estos equipos, Milan, después no te harán nada contra los demás.
Cuando ha empezado minutos
De 2016 que estoy acá, papi. No me rompa las bolas.
Vamos a nerfear a los ADC, que Faker dijo que le molesta.
Pies de canon. Pintaba muy mal. Y esa situación de mierda le hemos remontado.
2016 me hago equipo del que más ganó mundiales. Jaja, soy un bot. Literal.
Aquí ha sido al revés. Aquí no hemos empezado bien la partida. Primero, como dice Reven, 5, 6, 7 minutos.
Poca personalidad la gente fan de uno.
¿Cómo llorás, Fonta? Te encanta llorar, boludo.
La verdad, boludo.
Parece que ya te
hicimos la primera sangre.
No me gusta que los putos respiren el mismo aire que respiro yo, boludo. Ese es el problema.
Me aguanto. Voy a buscar Supa.
Bueno, balón.
Nico, yo le agarraría todo el culo peludo ese que tenés y te lo chuparía todo.
Sí,
pero
sí.
no ha pensado que le entraba.
O sea, vamos a ver, mínimo ves como la Q y la zona verde. Eso tú lo ves.
Si tuviera una moneda por cada vez que Koi estaba jugando bien contra un equipo coreano y la tiraron por un imbécil limpiando, tendría 2 monedas.
Y ahí es cuando flashea Honor cuando ve la onda hecho.
Si tuviera fe como un granito de mostaza.
No, lo puedo hacer.
Así de chiquitito.
Si tuviera una moneda por cada vez que Koi está ganándole un equipo de teléfonos y la pierde por una cagada, tendría 2 monedas.
Telecomunicación, módico.
A las montañas.
Eso, bebé, sácate la camisa. Entras tú.
¿Qué hace? ¿Qué hace? Sekina Yoyopyun vuelve la leyenda de Asus Rock.
Amigo, fuera de broma.
Va a ser gapeado.
Tú sabes que la cosa está mal para que el Joya y Milwin sean los que jugaron bien.
Sí, es increíble.
Yo Prime.
Igual, Álvaro es una locura. Álvaro es una locura. No puedo hacer tanto por estos malos.
Ni de coña. Ni LeBlanc.
Lo bueno es que ahora.
Señor Mirwin, recoja sus maletas.
Tío, estoy ilusionado para el segundo mapa, tío.
Sí, no, ha habido.
El migraje de coin no lo merece.
Castigando errores como el de medio.
Bueno,
a uno le puede traer una silla antes. Cuente.
Habiliten el FF y hagan el sorteo.
Y con un puto
Yo quiero ver el sorteo.
¿Es habilitado el FF?
No hay jugada posible, tío.
Sí. En competitivo, sí.
No sé, pero yo banco. Ponen que no está deshabilitado, pero yo banco que si lo tiran, lo suspenden de por vida, boludo. Derrotista de mierda.
Es mejor como en China. Jugar un game de 80 kills hasta que los árbitros te amenacen.
Calma. Sobre todo que yo creo que los nervios ya se te van.
No puedo esperar que el Valorant supere este spoiler de mierda para que no escuche más de los ladrones de T1.
Y ahora de verdad.
El miedo no lo tiene.
A por ellos.
Claro.
Virgin LOL. No, porque T1 es campeón de nuevo.
La partida del
No se murió nadie en la serie. Chad Valorant. Odín.
Lo peor es que T1 antes de 2017 los fans eran super chill. No había un cáncer. Llega 2017. Faker se vuelve. Le empieza la campaña de Messi Cristiano.
El problema
se vuelven inmamables.
A todos. Es decir, el Mordel me parece que está.
Qué bonito era Lola antes.
A este punto no te puedes acercar. O sea, iba a por el
de Milan.
4 horas y no puede hacer nada. Le mató a Gumayusi, de hecho, con un ultimate, ¿no?
Me ha gustado mucho la partida de Álvaro también. Creo que ha hecho una gran partida.
El único que no perdió una partida en este mundial es KT, boludo. Porque hasta en Iván Legend perdió. Dios mío. ¿Qué mundial?
O sea, no él, el equipo pierde mucha autoridad.
Tontería mucho, ¿no? Porque las herramientas para quitártelos son.
Uy, Envy le ganó a TSM. Le fucking go, destruyen a TSM. Equipo asqueroso.
De lejos a Faker, ¿cómo llegas a Faker?
Es que no había soñador.
Cohete de Corki.
Oigan, y 9Z.
Para darle un cohete de Corki a Faker que te va a pegar a ti.
Con alma de nube.
El que se ve más perjudicado ahí es el Mordekaiser, que tiene que ir para adelante, no tiene ninguna herramienta, no tiene movilidad. ¿A quién tiras la R?
¿Y Álvaro cómo inicia?
Antes le ha pasado lo mismo.
No, hijo de puta. Hijo de puta, Billy, ¿cómo no pasas un suizo?
ojalá ganemos la segunda, tío. No, no
A ver mis
Tío,
picks.
en la WC les ganamos.
Ya, la segunda.
Yo me acuerdo que lo dije que el piquen un chino se iba a quedar fuera, que yo creí que iba a ser top bis porque debió haber sido top
Hay que
bis.
salir ahora y estompear la puta partida, venga.
Luego, evidentemente, es un
Puse
equipo con
FlyQuest y
con
las
ventaja,
ostras.
con Nashor, con Alma de Nube,
Porque no creí que FlyQuest iba a
no
perder
estamos
contra
preparados.
G2.
Remontar, hay que
Y
tener
perdieron
todo
contra
muy
G2 los
bien.
impresentables de
6.000,
FlyQuest.
7.000 de oro.
¿Cómo me jodieron
La
el
partida que
piquen?
ganamos en el World Cup fue estompeando en early. Les reventamos y ellos ya no pudieron remar. Pero estando tú por
Decepción FlyQuest,
es muy jodido, ¿eh?
Pero
Ganaron a.
De hecho, Álvaro no ha podido.
Y de paso, FlyQuest lo tenía regaladísimo.
Hasta aquí
O sea, le ganaron a Vivo Katie a Team Seed, creo, bro. Posta, le regalaron el sorteo a FlyQuest. Puta, y Chad se feó, metió el 3-2 épico.
Qué cabrones, tío. Cómo buscan siempre a Oriana, cómo la encuentran. Honor level 4. Yo estoy con Mellado ahí. Nos ha faltado un poco de paciencia, Mellado, de decir.
¿Sabes qué? Si Oriana hubiese armado un objeto bueno, ¿no? Sé que por algún. Que literalmente lo anunciaron hace 2 años, hubiese concheteado a todos
Ha
ahí.
hecho a Keria perder un minuto, pero en medio ha faltado ahí un poquito, tío.
La jugada esa que te ha hecho Keria.
No, la League of Legends de Aram.
O la ves en la LEC.
¿Te está gustando? ¿Te gustó ese nuevo modo, Nico?
2 minutos, no
El Aram con la mejora.
Sí, pero Aram no me mata, a mí nunca me mató Aram.
Que él se va, ya tira.
Tendrá que ser como pelea. Aram tendrá que ser como pelea, más rápido, con menos cooldown.
Mira que lo ha chequeado bien.
¿Quién es la puta de tu foto, mina?
Aún así me ha gustado esa situación.
Liz.
Vale, lo hacen muy
¿Qué?
bien.
Come gorda.
Llegan a Yoyo, le matan, pero gastan
Sacamos
flash de
tier
Alistar,
sacamos tier
flash
2
de
ahí.
Casante y exacto. Contestamos
Hemos
con el tier
tirado.
2 de
Ay, por favor, qué lindo que está esto.
¿Quién es la puta de tu foto? Bro, así sonó.
Pregunta. ¿Alguien pegó el invicto? ¿O alguien pegó el invicto al 3-1 o el 3-2?
Yo puse Shenji, Hanwha, así que 3-1 le pegué y Anyone Legend, así que no.
Lo difícil.
Escucha, yo puse Genji, Bilibili, Anyone Legend.
Qué cagada.
No sé hasta qué punto.
O sea, literalmente todos mal.
Mecánicamente del 1 al 100.
Yo otra vez me olvidé de hacer el Swiss. Hija.
Y cuando.
La re bronca, ¿no? Tipo.
Yo te lo estoy diciendo todo, amigo, así que no te lo tomes personal.
Voy primero en la bolsa. De fucking go.
Aparte, sabes que te amo.
Tiene que haber gente
Y me gusta porque te rompo el orto en el Street Fighter.
Igual, ojalá los que se pusieron con Kitty presente. No la podemos dejar mal.
Mi amor, que no hay cosa.
De 2 torres de medio no se lo esperaban. Por el segundo dragón. Ahí para mí.
No podemos dejar mal a Kitty, el campo más bañado, hombre.
Pero es lo que dice Reven. A pesar de ello, las teamfights, por mucho que no haya 2 torres de medio, se siguen jugando. Es verdad que 2 torres de medio.
¿Y cómo van los win hoy?
Es diferente, pero hay que seguir yendo a los dragones.
Sí, y que ha jugado también con quizás el mejor mid laner del.
El que más ha jugado toda su vida.
Claro.
Bueno, dices, claro, el mejor mid laner del mundo que para mí está siendo Azir, se está convirtiendo, creo que la prioridad está cambiando y Azir es el campeón más jugado en la carrera de Faker.
Hace mucho espacio, pega muchísimo cuando…
No me jodas, Ibai, en serio, no, vale. Lo diste creo que 3 años antes, 3 años tarde, pedazo inútil.
La prioridad para mí, Carchece, en medio.
Que literalmente,
como está pasando la jungla.
Que literalmente Faker tiró una season entera a la basura para practicar así.
La Talilla se veía siempre en primer mapa, era lo primero que se piqueaba.
Y verdad que sí, este pendejo tiró la season 10 para practicar así, porque qué malo que era Faker con así.
Pero para cuál le sirvió.
Sí, la mejor inversión de la historia, pero qué malo que era.
Trabaja duro hoy y triunfará mañana, hijo Faker.
Claro, pero teníamos algún plan, o sea, sabíamos que iban a picar a Azir si lo dejamos.
Sí, yo creo que al final esta de Armid Laners, que no está mal, es muy estándar.
No me jodas, en serio, el personaje más baneado del juego se lo deja abierto, lo van a picar. Esta gente es que de verdad, como…
Igual. Pero si yo creo que un poco, la build de Oriana era la que se está haciendo todo el mundo.
Es que el
porque
anda la locura,
Hay varias, están las típicas de… Está la de la Roa, que no era esta,
Sí, por detrás. La vara de las edades por detrás no es injugable.
Porque no puedes hacerte la vara de las edades cuando.
No, la vara de las edades no, pero
Lo peor es que le van a tocar los pandas. Va a pasar lo mismo que pasó con el NG. Ojo, mira el NG, se va a coger a T1 Gala y Scout. T1 va a clavar un 3-0. Se vuelve a encontrar Genji en semifinales, le va a clavar otro 3-0. Y se va a volver a encontrar Bilibili, va a otro 2-1. Y de nuevo va a aguantar toda la final.
Lo que tenemos que hacer es agarrar y secuestrar a los padres de Keria y le obligamos a que se ponga una bomba en la panza.
No, lo de Bilibili el año, lo de Bilibili el año pasado tiraron la final más ganada de la historia,
Hay que
Dios
confiar hasta el
mío.
final en estos chavales.
De nada, Miller.
Hay que confiar.
No,
Estamos fuera
el
del
año
Mundial.
pasado yo apenas vi el
Estamos
Six.
fuera.
El Six
Si nos
Small
vamos
del
con la
dije,
cabeza
Dios
alta,
mío,
¿no?
no puede ser que
Si
la
nos vamos
tiraron.
haciendo un
A
gran
ver, si
mapa,
las
¿no?
partidas como esta, pues oye, están ganando porque son mejores, no hay mucho más.
Es que
Habrá que ver
¿Qué mierda comprado? No joda. Vamos a los campos de
Forzar un
concentración.
tercer mapa sería tan bonito. Es que ¿qué hay más histórico que remontar a T1 1-0-1? Eso ya sí que es historia por 200.
Estamos donde queríamos, chicos.
¿Por qué una poco a la manga?
Todavía.
Hay que empezar perdiendo el early.
Cuando la gente empieza a dejar
El
de
ser eres
creer,
un vago, Dios
cuando el
mío.
agua empieza a llegar
Si no fuera
al
pueblo,
cuello,
le estuvieras pidiendo
hay
monedas
unos
en
Vais-
Gran Vía Madrid.
Vais a
y
flipar.
otros que se quedan. Yo me
¿Con qué?
quedo.
Vais a flipar.
No, el DT de Koi había dicho, vais a flipar y le empezaron a agarchar todos.
Madre que lo parió.
Sí,
Vaya puto aura, ¿ves? Que se con los ojos cerrados. Joder.
Vamos a
¡Tora, vamos!
No,
Porque hay
sí.
un anuncio de
Hemos
Uzi.
sacado un-
No,
es algo de- que se está viendo,
Se
pero
quedó hace
afinadita.
8 años.
A ver, si vamos al lado rojo, yo espero que aprovechemos eso, ¿no?
No, mirá
¿Qué la panza?
de este chabón.
La panza de Irwin, boludo, es una bola.
Vamos para gente.
O
Avisa
sea,
todo.
Mirwin, ¿por qué
Muy
Mirwin?
gordo, Mirwin.
¿Por qué Mirwin no juega Graga? Seguro le
queda-
sabe.
Mira más gordo, Mirwin o Wolf Prime. Fuera, creo que Wolf.
Mirwin,
No, Mirwin, rebalsa de grasa, boludo.
Y hoy otra vez
Y Wolf Prime.
zona de confort otra vez.
Ahora
Zona
Ah,
mínima.
Wolf Prime no es tan gordo.
Estaba rechonchito, pero no tiene esa panza, boludo.
Es que no, pone Wolf.
A ver
2015.
si T1 hace un draft mal.
15.
Cualquier cosa, tío.
Juan.
No, a
Oye,
ver.
¿llevan una publi árabe?
Sí.
Sí, la llevan desde el Iceborne.
O Luguri. Bueno, pone Wolf 2016.
No lo alcanza ni en pedo.
Ya está metido.
Claro, hay que pagar.
Mirwin no se ve el pito, boludo.
Yo tampoco.
Pues si
Digo, Wolf
¿Hemos
tampoco.
lado rojo?
Sí,
Pero-
pues era el lado rojo. Pues
que
se viene
te-
una puta locura en la top lane.
Me gusta porque me encanta banear Bardo.
Nee, no hay
Seguro.
chance, no hay chance.
jodido jugar contra Bardo y
Sí, nada, es verdad, no, Mirwin.
Sion, Yonara y
Va.
Cuidado, a ver.
Sí, no, es horrible,
Me
Wolf.
encanta, que
Me gusta.
Bien.
Rice
Eso no lo hace falta.
Pueden pues,
Rice y
pues
nosotros
casi, fuera del otro, tío, me vale.
estamos contentos, con casi nosotros.
Si hace Rice first pick, yo lo firmo.
Yo creo que no sé si se va a hacer,
Wukong.
Wukong.
Vale. No, pues nosotros podemos hacer Rice
Aguanten
con
la
Jarvan,
puta.
¿no? Por ejemplo.
Pero queremos Rice.
Yo creo que quizás sí. Ya lo veremos.
¿Qué pasa, Costa?
Es que obviamente puede sacar a
¿Dudabas de mí?
Casilla, pero puede ser Rice.
Trundle mola.
Trundle,
Trundle
para-
mola.
Vale, me gusta.
Queremos counterpick en Jojo, chavales.
¿Sí?
Lo fui a llamar recién a Benjamin y le pregunto, ¿vas a ver a T1? Sí.
¿Te gusta Trundle?
Se vuelve a tapar los ojos, se da vuelta, se tapa y sigue durmiendo,
Bueno,
boludo.
está la mesa,
Viola, lo sé cómo se
Igual
dice.
lo que lo
Literal.
confort, loco, de verdad.
A ver qué picamos nosotros, porque ellos en la siguiente rotación
Yo
pueden
creo
meter
que aquí
Caitlyn Karma,
queremos counterpick.
Mira, el menor o menor.
Oye, le está masajeando.
Mira,
Está hablando mucho
¿Qué?
Mirwin,
Sí, sí.
¿Eres el menor o el mayor?
Le está
A
dando-
mesa.
¿Quién?
Ahí está. Es que es
Vos.
partida de verdad.
Sí,
tío.
sí,
Contra
Bien,
De
bien,
estar
bien,
con lo
bien.
que
El menor
es
o menor.
todo.
Sí, porque aparte si picar
Ah,
en Renekton está cómodo.
Claro.
Sion no está.
Puta cagada.
Y Casante tampoco.
Caitlyn Karma lo pueden piquear aquí.
Sí.
Hostias.
Caitlyn Karma. algo en bot jodido.
¿Viste el clip de
no,
Illy
bueno,
2 Milan?
pero bueno.
El del Irioja comprando para
De
tomar.
hecho, lo que te pueden castigar es esto, la mesa.
No.
¿Lo han visto?
Ahí te lo paso.
Mira, pues
Renekton.
Renekton. Oye, yo creo que está. Mira,
Rice.
Rice lo decía. Va a ser Casiopeya para nosotros ahora.
Sí.
Yo creo
Hey,
que
hey, hey,
Ellos
for
se
you
intuyen.
can jealous.
Oye, pues si es
Banco
Renekton,
la Casio del
lo
Jojo.
que esperaría
Lo
mí.
sabes,
Escucha.
sabes, claro.
Es un matchup esperado.
que te hueles.
Que no significa
Qué
fácil.
buenísimo,
Vamos a ver
Tecle.
si es Renekton finalmente.
Se han picado el
Veremos aquí si
Anibria,
queremos
no
la.
creo, eso
la-
no juego caos.
Me-
Está bien.
Sí, no, va a ser Casiopeya para nosotros.
A
Va a
ver
ser-
qué piquean ellos aquí. Vale.
Rek'Sai.
Ah, pues Rek'Sai top. Y Casiopeya.
Lo sabíamos.
Sí.
De momento no hay sorpresa.
Y a partir de aquí es
Para
para
la
mí
botlane.
banear supports que nos puedan joder. Ojo, cuidado con nosotros, sacar un Brown. No lo veo del
Exacto.
todo mal,
Last pick Brown.
Contra Wukong suele ir bastante bien porque te puede parar un poco ese
O
engage.
sea,
¿no? Cuando se tiran sobre ti, cuando te la carga
Bantalilla,
la
Dios
posición.
mío, qué
preferís,
gremio a los
Rek'Sai o
peruanos.
Renekton aprieta más en early.
Están marcando
Rek'Sai
la
es más
Caitlyn
completa.
ellos,
Yo creo que la Rasa es mejor luego, ¿no? Más en el late.
Sí, y Renekton al principio sería más
Hijo de puta, boludo.
Sí,
Es bueno, es
Ni
bueno.
Bardo, ni Nico,
Bien,
ni Karma, ¿eh?
Está bien.
Bueno, ya
Sí,
se lo
pero da
quitamos,
igual.
pues a tomar
Pero
por culo.
te lo han marcado con el Ziggs.
Ya, pero digo, ¿con qué juegas?
Moca, cómo la mira, boludo, mientras está discutiendo.
Me mola el bardo de Caitlyn, la verdad. Me gusta bastante, ¿eh?
Siempre el mismo chavo.
Si era descuento por puta.
Vamos a ver qué
Tiene
acaba
pinta
baneando.
de que vamos a picar una guarrada en botlane.
¿Tú crees?
Yo creo que va a ser algo nuestro.
No, yo creo que no. Creo que va a ser Rel.
Por favor, denle
Eso está bien,
Nautilus
pero
a
ahora no.
Keria.
Bueno, se quita la Rel.
está bien.
Es que pueden jugar
Lulu. Pueden sacarse mierda, rollo Renata,
Mira,
Lulu,
Qué mal que no juegue, qué mal que no
el
juegue.
Pike de Keria.
Esto es Brown Ferry, tío.
Sí, yo creo que es Brown y nos
Brown
vamos a guardar una guarda de
y nos lo vamos a
Tenemos counter.
La leona más obvia de la
Y no
historia.
me sorprendería
A
una
mí
Saya,
nuestro draft me gusta mucho.
¿Qué se va a jugar?
No me sorprendería.
A mí me gusta bastante,
Una Saya para
Lucian Leona. Lucian Leona.
Pica Lucian con un par.
Faker sacó Rice.
Puede ser Lucian Nautilus.
What?
Muy bien, porque
Esa da por culo,
No, porque aquí hacen Lucian
Pues va a
Nami.
picar
Y
Lucian.
Lucian
Yo
Leona.
prefiero
Pueden
Lucian
hacer
también.
Lucian
Y ahora te puede humillar en early, pero…
Me pican Shunara a Relvan ahí.
Sí, pero que la Sivir con el…
Bueno,
escudo
que termine
puede
rápido, me quiero ir a dormir, boludo.
a la
Sivir
mesa, tal.
Sivir no jode más. estoy de
Yo
acuerdo.
también.
Ahora contra Brown tampoco.
Chicos.
No.
Sí, pero Sivir en el momento en el que se ponga a rango de la miasma está jodido.
Con la puta.
Sí, viste, esta leona. La leona más obvia de la vida.
Que va a jugar.
A la leona de
De
ayer.
hecho, el Pike. Pero bueno, Brown va bien contra Pike.
Leona para Keria. Tampoco le queda mucho más,
Vamos a la Lulu, pero.
O sea, están Bardo, Nico, Karma, Rel, Poppy, Brown fuera, Hay 8 suits fuera.
Me gusta, yo lo firmo, Álvaro sonríe, Y para mí, esto es Saya.
Para mí es Ceri.
Para mí, Saya. Contra
Para mí
Leona.
es
Seri, qué mierda piqueaba.
Lo que quiera
Es verdad
Supa.
que la Chaya aquí es Dios.
Ceri o Shaya.
Drave.
Vale.
Bueno.
Me parece mal.
A tomar por eso.
Pues puerta
Ey,
grande.
ey,
Ni-
Qué risa de pa. Confío mucho,
Evidentemente rara, pero la gente.
Esa chinita, la de que. Oh, no, es Joy. Esa es Joy.
Para nosotros muy bueno. Es un draft.
¿Viste Milan?
O sea,
No, me distraje.
Mira, mira, mira. Ahí transmito.
Quita, esto ya es 2-0. Quita esta vaina. Pon el ascenso de Pacific. Quiero ver cómo se puede.
Mira, mira.
Estás Wukong, tiene Rice, Leona, Rek'Sai. Bastante.
Claro, nadie más ha jugado Bane que él.
No, solo Supa. Correcto.
Solo supo en el mundo.
Sí,
Contra Israel fue.
La que ha bajado muchísimo.
Dicen que Bane contra Sivir es buena. Es verdad, Bane contra
Sí,
Sivir.
mira, justo se cortó el pelo, parece,
La otra que también.
Esta también está linda, mira.
Nah, Nicolás, te perdiste el Haywatch de Arevalo en la primera partida.
Es injugable.
Esta es corrido,
estaba muy de
amor.
Arevalo nunca gritó tanto por Gober como gritó hoy por
Te
Fly.
pasa lo mismo. La Rek'Sai no te puede hacer nada y tú la matas muy fácil.
Lo peor es que no, teóricamente no me lo perdí porque está en llamada a dormir. Me despertó como.
Rice tiene un rango parecido al de Bane, entonces como que es muy fácil que el Rice…
¿Cómo que le dijo Rice a Rice? Reven, hijo de puta.
Ese paño,
¿Te
boludo.
gusta el draft, Reven?
Tío, a mí me mola.
Tan tan
Hay
tan
que
tan 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 take my heart.
objetos.
Denle un nuevo aspecto a
lo que le
Bane, Dios
protege
mío, mira ese
Cassiopeia y Brawl,
splash del
de verdad, Supa
2014.
revienta a todos,
Ya, y tienen, en solo líneas tenemos buenos matchups, ¿no?
Y el Renekton.
Rek'Sai, Cassiopeia, Rice. Yo creo que.
Nah, Renekton tiene aura.
¿Qué tal es Rek'Sai contra Rek'Sai? ¿Cómo lo habéis visto por Wolves?
No se ha visto tanto a Besa contra Rek'Sai.
El splash de Renekton es inmejorable.
Pero el tema es que solamente tiene un pop-up. O sea, el resto
Sí.
del combo lo…
La puta que me parió.
10 segundos, 10 segundos. Otra vez, Raven.
No sé qué es más pobre. Que te salga anuncio o el activar Windows.
El activado,
Vamos,
güey.
por favor, a confiar en el equipo.
Dale,
Vamos,
ofrezca,
por favor, a la
ofrezca,
tercera.
ofrezca tu
Mkoi
mierda.
Go,
Ponle pausa ahí,
tenemos
pausa,
China.
Juan.
¿Cuál era el pick del Joya?
Trundle.
Estaba.
Sí, ahora mismo es de lo más fuerte del parche. De hecho, no quedaba mucho más. Era Trundle o Jarvan. Trundle contra Rek'Sai está bastante bien. Con Bane para estamparle con el pilar.
La partida de Mirwin no es fácil.
¡Ay, por favor, Koi!
Mirwin tiene una partida complicada porque
Tráeme la copa, Koi.
nuestra setup es como front to back, ¿sabes?
¿Sabes qué me molestaría más? Me molestaría más que Koi pida 2-1 o que pida 2-0,
Tienes que proteger a la
sinceramente.
Bane y jugar un
Ya,
poco como…
a veces solo tiene una marcha, ¿no?
No, la mancha queda, si le gano un
Meten 5K de diferencia para arriba y me voy a dormir, boludo.
Entonces, a ver Mirwin cómo lo juega, porque a la mínima que se caliente se va a quedar solo en las teamfights.
Vamos a ver qué pasa. Metiendo la cabeza, Mirwin que lo ve. Ahora o nunca, gente. Recordad que si perdemos estamos eliminados.
No me sorprendería.
Si ganamos nos iremos al tercer mapa. Yo confío. Yo confío mucho en este equipo. Hay que
Igual
confiar
cuando
hasta
le
el final.
elimine
Nos han
igual.
hecho soñar.
Bueno,
En los
Fnatic que
primeros 20
tenemos
minutos
hijos.
de la anterior partida.
Prefiero que me elimine Koi antes que me elimine
Difíciles y ahí nos han reventado.
Genji, boludo.
Que estamos en el 20.
Tú literalmente acabas de decir una mentira.
Que cuando he visto dos de medio tiradas he dicho, Dios mío, yo hasta
Dos
este
de medio
nivel,
tiradas
nunca había llegado.
Y 2.000 de oro arriba, ¿sabes?
Sí,
O sea,
sí. Sobre todo también lo decía Cárchez, es que tenías a Corki muy por delante, un Corki 1000 de oro por delante con todo un
bueno, Genji.
Y ya habías pasado el peor
Y
momento.
después de la,
No sé, que como siempre a Tibón lo eliminó Genji, ya es costumbre.
Nos veía muy bien, tío.
El año pasado no pasó,
Que te gusta
pero
en
bueno.
Instagram y te ha contestado y te ha dicho…
Bueno.
Parecía que sí. Dices, ¿y ahora qué hago?
Primera vez que elimina segunda vez que eliminas a Genji de un mundial.
Cambio de líneas al final. Supa que se va para la top lane contra Rek'Sai. Y en medio Yoyopium, bueno, ha elegido el matchup. Yo creo que está más cómodo, en mi opinión, en Ryze contra Casiopeia. No porque con Oriana Azir no esté cómodo, sino porque es que antes le han matado al level 4 sacándole el flash. Y eso para una Oriana contra Azir es perder la línea.
¡Epa! Mandamos a Supa contra Rek'Sai.
Qué raro que se ve Supa.
Esto es la polla,
no puede jugar,
Esto es la polla porque se pone con mucho level luego,
Fíjate que estoy de acuerdo con lo que decía antes Mellado, que al level 4 era mejor no flashear. Si pasa esto esta partida, a ver si Yoyopium ha aprendido incluso, Porque es verdad que a veces es mejor quedarte el flash, porque ha flasheado para morir igualmente.
Espérate,
Muy bien, Yoyopium ahora en medio apretando a Faker. Yo creo que el canadiense debe tener muchas ganas después de lo que ha pasado en esa primera partida.
Bueno,
Está raro, Supa.
Como decía Reven, Supa en la top, en cambio de líneas ya típico del mundial. Mucha ventaja, evidentemente, para Supa contra Rek'Sai. No debería poder hacer absolutamente nada Rek'Sai contra Vayne.
Bueno, lo ha dicho Reven, ¿no? Que se juega.
Ojo, todos tienen ventaja en Mkoi.
Contra Rek'Sai top. Sí,
ese matchup para
Dije eso y reactivó el chi del oro.
Es una Rek'Sai coreana, Estos mamones van al límite siempre con Rek'Sai.
A 12,
Que no nos sorprenda, Ander, que se vaya Rek'Sai 100 veces a 10 de vida,
Son de Tego,
¿Viste?
decilo más
Lo dije Ibai, lo dije
Decilo más corto, Iván.
Está rotando ya, está haciendo
Me
ya
encanta Braum esta partida, tío. A ver si Álvaro está acertado. Creo que ha hecho un gran
Sí, tuiteó ayer. Jugamos contra nuestros ídolos. Gane o pierdan, me voy feliz. No sé, una cosa así.
Muy bien,
La verdad es que sí. Lleva 16 minions, No está nada mal, Está perfecto.
De puta madre.
La verdad es que sí.
De cojones.
Matate. Asterisco se pajea. Asterisco.
Nos estamos reordenando.
Vale, TP. ¿Y ahora dónde va?
¿Lo hemos cancelado?
Sí.
Si le pega un tradidos está bien,
Se lo hemos baiteado el cambio de líneas.
Pero si a nosotros lo
¿Y
queríamos
nosotros qué queremos
¿no?
ahora?
Sí, pero lo hemos cancelado y lo hemos preferido mantener así, ¿no?
Parece que queremos mandar a la bot lane arriba, Queremos ya jugar el 2 para 2.
Queremos jugar el 2 para 2. Bueno, ahora va a farmear toda la oleada Supa. A ver, no me parece mal. Oye, a Mirwin le ha salido bastante bien todo esto. Cuidado.
Una forma de arreglar esto, de que el ADC vaya todo, empieza a boludez.
Cuidado ahora es que Doran tiene las…
No hay manera.
Sí, sé que hay manera. Encima con el cambio que hicieron hace poco. Es que solo el top reciba el oro. Viste que ahora es por posición y es más.
Es que, sinceramente, esos cambios me parecen tan matar al LoL.
Uy, pero es la única forma de hacer que ya nadie vaya a top que no sea el top.
Hay teleporte en medio de Yoyopium. Invade el Yoya.
También de Faker.
Viene Faker a medio.
Ojo, ha caído la miasma,
Ha caído la miasma. Cuidado el Yoya,
No, está a mitad de vida ya, Acaba de llegar con el TP. Mira Supa. Mira Supa.
Tenemos ventaja de level.
Mira Supa. Mira Supa. Mira Supa.
¡Le están pegando los minions!
Madre mía.
Pero Mayo sí.
Qué bueno eres. Qué bueno eres.
Encima Super jugó mal también.
Pero ha dicho
Jugó bien, pero digo,
le han matado los minions,
Sí,
por eso, bueno.
Yo también, cuidado, el Yoya está dando la vuelta por Doran.
No, pues sacando eso, le jugó bien.
Está muy solo.
Doran tiene el túnel, se va a ir.
¿No le podíamos cortar eso?
Sí, con el pilar.
Primera sangre
vamos?
para Supa.
No me pregunto. ¿Quién la va a trobar?
Cuidado,
Yoya
tiene que flashear, hay que irse. Viene Mirwin, flashea.
No puede ser.
Aquí nos tenemos que ir. Mirwin con el flash, Mirwin flashea. Nos tenemos que ir.
Qué paja que sean tan trolls,
Nos hemos calentado, Nos hemos calentado. Después de que se haya ido Rek'Sai,
o sea, literalmente el Yoya es retrasado
Se ha
mental.
leído muy bien de todas formas el movimiento, Ha venido directamente Keria.
Sí, igualmente era un 3 para 3, ¿no?
Sí, era 3 para 3.
No, 3 para 3 lo digo,
pero estaba muy lejos. Claro, ha empezado 2 para 3 para cuando estaba muerto ya.
Sí, para cuando han llegado estábamos jodidos.
Bueno, recogemos aquí oleada, tampoco vamos a sangrar tantísimo.
Sí, pero
¿de dónde sale la plata?
Yo también entiendo, hay que jugar agresivos.
¿De dónde sale la plata?
Meter denuncia.
No van a ponerlo de Supa. Tenía ventaja de level 4 contra level.
Puede que haya flasheado porque Gumayusi tiene flash, como de Predict, ¿no? ¿Es por eso?
No, pero Gumayusi flashea.
Es que aquí parecía que
es la ha tirado para matarle, pero le ha quedado a 10 de vida.
Le han matado los minions y yo creo que Supa no ha visto que los minions le iban a matar ya, ¿sabes?
Bueno, es que es difícil en ese momento predecir que…
Nadie lo ha visto.
Porque él sabe que si flashea lo mata, ¿no? Al final. Pero bueno. Qué putada la jugada de bote. Ya, es lo que dice en el chat. Le había metido la W Sivir. No sé, es que es difícil ahí tener los cojones de decir. No hace falta flashear cuando estás solo kileando a Gumayusi.
Exacto,
o sea, ¿qué cojones? Estás solo kileando a Gumayusi con una Vayne. O sea, yo flasheo.
Y que él tiene flash, que a lo mejor, ¿sabes? Él si gasta flash y se echa para atrás.
Lo único que tenemos que tener cuidado es el level del Álvaro, ¿eh? Ahora mismo.
Le tiré mote.
Sí.
Que
Bueno,
eso es hijo de
le suele
puta.
pasar a veces.
Y que es nuestra win condition, que Supa se ponga por delante. O sea,
Sí.
que Supa al equipo
No, sí.
enemigo les meltea. Y luego con Casio, Brown, pilla la Vayne. A ver si lo haces. Bueno, a ver,
tiene
son
que
T1, lo pueden hacer.
Sí, pero tiene que posicionarse mal y
Es
tiene
los
que.
uno más cantado de la historia.
No les
así que-
retes.
Puta la jugada de bot Under, ¿eh?
Sí.
Es que
¿De quién?
encontrando el broma
De
PC,
T1.
esas
Claro, pero no han
escaramuzas.
puesto la
2-0,
repetición, no sabemos
Ya,
la
no
visión.
hemos visto
Sí.
nada la visión, hemos
visión
visto
que
Doran.
teníamos.
Ahí también con Brown Trundle te sientes seguro porque es muy buen 2 contra 2 en level 3-4.
Me parece mejor el draft de Koi.
El 3 contra 2 ha llegado antes.
No,
Llega Mesa level
Supa
5,
va a hacer cosas.
no, aporta entre poco y nada en este momento de la partida probablemente.
Ese game que. El game que Koi no tiene nada que perder, así que juegan al máximo, juegan así raro, lo gana, pero pueden meter en el 1-1 y dice, y si sí podemos, y ahí dudan y pierden.
Mirwin quiere lo ha perdido en la anterior jugada. Va bien farmeado, eso sí. Va bien farmeado, eso sí. Va a recuperar el flash Supa dentro de poco, ¿eh? El que ha gastado para la jugada. Bueno, Supa, de hecho, tiene mucha
le queda un
ventaja.
cuarto del tiempo.
Recordad que tiene preferencia. Bueno, también la tiene Gumayusi.
La
Por
tiene
lo tanto,
Gumayusi, sí.
va a ser preferencia por preferencia. Básicamente. Level 7 para Yoyo Pino ahora mismo. A ver si pillamos ya el subyugar del Yoya. Y recuperamos los Summons también que habíamos perdido.
Álvaro
Seguimos con los tradeos en medio. Álvaro level
Para
4.
que eso esté bien.
Sí, pero bueno, el level 4 de Álvaro es a cambio de que Supa tenga medio nivel más.
Exacto, también hay que entender eso, ¿no? Lo que no tiene Álvaro es flash, ni tampoco lo tiene Supa, de hecho.
Lo recupera pronto Supa.
¿Hay alguien por aquí? ¿Está por aquí? ¿no?
Sí, nos han puesto la niebla de
Sí.
guerra. Me
Eso
imagino
porque
que
está
es porque
Oner,
hay
¿no?
alguien, sí. Me imagino que es porque hay alguien.
No tiene flash, Mirwin.
Pero es
pero
que
tiene la ulti.
debe haber alguien, entiendo, pero
Sí,
¿por qué no
supongo
nos
que
ponen
sí.
la cámara?
Tiene que haber alguien, sí.
Bueno.
Sí, tiene que estar en el arbusto de la
Sí,
espalda.
tiene que
sí,
estar.
ahí
Vale,
está.
o sea, es que Ander, no sé por qué no lo pone.
Tiene la ulti, tiene la ulti, tiene la ulti.
Va a pivotar. Oner
No está tanqueando nadie
no
todavía.
está tanqueando nadie todavía.
Ah,
tiene
no
el
juega bien.
ciclón.
Claro, y ahora resetea el agro con la ulti.
Ojo.
¡Qué locura,
Sí.
Mirwin!
Sí, boludo, era obvio encima.
¡A tu papá!
¿Qué miedo hizo, qué miedo hizo
Lo han
Ona?
hecho muy bien, pero se ha muerto.
¿Qué miedo hizo Ona?
¿Por qué traje yo y
Porque pensabas que se había muerto.
pasó 3 veces lo mismo con Ambesa, boludo? Que lo debían entre dos y se mata mínimo uno.
¿Está Europa 2?
Está solo.
¿Qué ha hecho Supa?
¿Está jugando Europa 2 esto?
No, esto tiene ulti,
Hola,
ahora está muerto.
hola, Supa, tobiadita. Hijo de.
¡Ojo! ¿Han pensado? No.
Pero Gumayusi.
Che, puto Supa se tiene que matar, amigo.
Ya, mellado.
Eso.
Ya lo está
Boludo,
poniendo,
ya
mellado.
3 veces lo mismo en 2 días, este pajero de mierda.
¿Por qué
¿Qué
ha
ha
vuelto?
pasado
No sé por qué ha
aquí,
vuelto.
Supa va a hacer
Ahí
cositas.
Es que
¿Hizo o no?
Cositas hizo.
Hizo o no.
Son 2 para 1 literal.
Como un fanico, yo lo tengo que matar.
Claro, que quería baitear o algo. O sea, no lo entiendo.
Esa play me pareció sospechosa porque.
Es que 20 invita
Supachosa.
a múltiples, yo
Sí,
creo.
igualmente
Se ha dejado llevar por
Supongo
el
que
ritmo
Supa se
caribeño.
echó pensando que va a llegar yo
Porque
ya.
justo le ha popeado el escudo. y
No
la-
le veo
en
sentido
lugar
esa
de-
mierda.
En vez del mordisco.
Sí, a ver.
Pero
así.
¿Pero qué ha pasado?
Ah, esto es lo de
es que
Joder, no ponéis nunca lo que queremos que ponga.
Papá Mirwin rompiendo ese culo para que venga este.
Alguien troleó ahí, alguien troleó
aquí
ahí
ya
ya.
sabemos lo
Uno
que
de
ha
esos dos
pasado.
autistas.
Claro.
No sé
Bueno,
cómo
se fue demasiado rápido,
Escudo
¿no?
Y golpe.
Qué bien, qué bien.
Pues
Ya,
No,
pero
no,
ya.
que se fue Oner, es que Oner levantó.
No, es que aquí ya
tarde
empezó.
Se estaban
a-
haciendo los Kevins y Álvaro estaba
Ah,
controlando
pilla
la
el
visión
level.
porque no sabíamos dónde estaba, si
Y
me
encima-
equivoco.
y encima quería subir.
Estaban re lejos encima los compañeros.
Casi nos baiteamos,
Down de
El
mierda,
problema
boludo.
es que Álvaro y el Yoya estaban haciéndose los Kevins, lo que no sé es por qué Supa.
Nada, hay un fallo de comunicación ahí
Oye, ¿cuántos Kevins hemos
espantoso,
hecho?
básicamente.
Oh, qué cabrón.
¿Sabrá coreano, Dora?
La miasma te corta el TP,
Sí,
¿no?
sí.
Claro, se lo ha
¿Se
flasheado.
flashifica por qué?
También te digo que.
Para que no le pegue el miasma y poder tepearse.
No lo vi.
Si lo llega a tocar el miasma, le cancela la
Si lo llega a
ulti.
cortar,
Hay un
igual
fallo
yo
de
creo que
comunicación ahí porque en el momento que
¿Cuántos Kevins tenemos?
ultió,
¿Los 3?
el yo ya.
Sabe jugar el faker ese.
Supa la jugada buena, hostia. Hostia.
Sí, pero Supa ahora no tiene nada.
Es que vale de Leona,
Animal, animal.
Otra vez Supa.
Animal, animal, animal,
Ahora encima
animal.
lo único que quieren
Animal.
es esto todo el rato.
Otra vez Sopa.
Supa
Otra
la
vez
mejor, no,
Otra
Supa
vez
no
Supa.
Ese ha sido el problema.
Hemos tenido un error de
¿Qué
comunicación.
pasa los ADC contra T1, boludo? Ruler el año pasado.
Pensaba que llegábamos a.
Ruler el año pasado. FBI ayer. Supa hoy.
Va a llegar.
No, son 3 contra 2.
Dogdam en 3 días.
Lo matamos. Vale,
Ah, está loco.
Llega yo.
Llega yo, Piun, vámonos. 5-3 en el marcador, viene ahora el Yoya.
Bueno, va.
Tiene un shutdown.
va.
Tiene un shutdown muy grande Oner encima, por cierto. Córtale el back, por Dios. No, obviamente no le va a ver. Viene
Uzi hace 12 años.
Arriba Mirwin, quiere buscar uno contra uno.
Va muy bien.
Mirwin,
Mirwin va muy bien, Para mí, el único error de la partida ha sido la jugada de los Kevins, de verdad. El resto, si no…
O sea, es lo que decimos, o sea, si te ganan, que sean porque son mejores, no cagar estas miscommunication, estoy en los Kevins,
es lo que tú dices, hay ese error de comunicación.
Communication.
Sí, que me ganan porque me hacen la teamfight del otro día, Katie Rolster, en una combo a 3 personas, pero que no sea por estas mierdas, por favor.
Y yo además, Ander, si soy Supa, digo, si la partida va también y yo siendo 20.
Mirwin se está por llevar.
Sacar Bane contra Leona.
Claro,
mucho más fácil que hacer. Muy inteligente, no lo veo.
Se está haciendo Kevins.
Calma,
si tengo Kevins.
Uy.
Dios.
Uy.
Qué pena.
Calentada.
Estoy de acuerdo, jode porque ha sido raro. No es que digas, tío, te outplayean tal. Es que parece que nos hemos outplayado. Vamos a querer divear a…
No parece, se outplayaron ustedes mismos.
Eso pasa por la capa, ¿sabes? Que ha gastado.
Vamos a ver.
Por eso somos T1 lo más grande.
Se va.
Sí, lo único.
Madre mía, con la tira ahí liada tú.
Tiene aquí un Hyperloop.
Queremos tradear acá.
Porque Hopium le saca 20 millones a Faker.
Tenemos un Trundle con 3 Kevins. Es que esto no me parece nada mal.
Claro, hay que Faker que son 20.
No, estamos haciendo crossmap.
Sí.
Les das el segundo dragón, pero bueno, lo que hay.
Sí, lo que hay.
Dragón de montaña.
Dragón de montaña, su puta madre.
Pero
sí, va a ser bueno.
No la vamos a tirar.
Se ha calentado, ¿no?
Se ha calentado.
Ay, no, lo que va a robar Mori con esta mierda.
La mía se
Dios
calienta.
mío. Doran es muy buena gente. Doran es muy buena gente. Gana las partidas solo y después hace una play de mierda para que los T1 tengan algo para quejarse.
Para Mori, que es superior, dice.
Túneles, sobrevivo, pero no.
Se queda con los pecados para que no bardea los. Su boludo.
Sería acojonante. Está un minion.
Para que no guarden al hijo de mil puta de Gumayusi.
Es colega,
Sí.
O sea, esta partida de Doran encima…
Mori, no puede ser peruano y bancar a T1. Qué hijo de puta.
Cuidado con Faker. Viene Keria, va a tener que flashear, se da la vuelta, viene Trundle, viene Joya, se da la vuelta.
¿Qué tanto los pibes? ¿Qué tanto se armó una teamfight?
Viene el Oner, hay que ir a por Oner. Oner pega una barbaridad. Viene Joya, ascensor, su puta madre. ¡Shutdown!
¡Qué bien! No, pará. Pero Doran gana la teamfight solo.
Sí, está Mirwin. ¿Puede matar a Faker? No, su puta madre.
No tiene ulti, le falta muy poco.
¿Cuánto le falta para
pero es una locura.
Ha sido un 3-2.
No vamos a calentar aquí,
7.
Ahora. 6.
Eclipse.
Ya, pero está un
Nos calentamos.
No tiene ulti. Dale.
No.
Fuera.
Es que…
¡Ultia Mirwin!
Saber que le acaba de volver.
Sí, lo sabe.
¡Ultia Mirwin!
No te da.
No le da.
Ni tan mal.
No.
A ver, está bien. Oye, ha salido muy desorientado Oner de las
A ver qué pasó.
que no sabía en qué piso estoy.
Pero me encantó cómo empezó siendo un 1v1 de mi número.
Pero no te lo ha dejado, ¿no?
No, hombre, técnicamente deberías saberlo.
Sí, te deja la marca, pero…
Antes con ulti la que Leander es la fiesta del pepino, ¿eh?
Sí.
De verdad,
Qué pena
buen
esto.
glaciar de este, macho.
Creo que aquí Supa hace 2 clics agresivos. Fijaos ahora cuando se da la vuelta hacia adelante. Ahí. Eso.
Ay, es un pajero. Qué mal, bueno, es un hijo de puta. No
todo para atrás y el chabón se va para el otro.
Si él alrededor de
Alex,
con el Brown, ¿sabes? Y con la pirueta, el slow, la pasiva podemos jugarlo más lento.
Tengo cositas de Supa.
No ha sido a nivel de oro tanto.
Bueno, yo ya
Tengo
estoy
cositas.
por detrás ya está 200, ¿sabes?
Y la torreta de top está muy tocada.
Eso cosita de ellos.
Tira Yoyopium, pues.
Cliqueo como el orto.
Algo que no entiendo. ¿Por qué si solo T1 tiene 400 de oro daba bounties, pero contra 100 ladrones cuando llevaban 3K no daban bounty?
Con los túneles y tal.
Sistema corrupto.
Sí, es complicado.
Tiene que él calentarse como ha hecho antes.
Sí, ahora esta partida no se pueden quejar de la bounties.
Porque si no…
Qué bonito sería tirar top. Ojo la miasma.
Sí, me quejo porque no la reclama con.
Quería, Álvaro, bien. Leona tiene una partida muy difícil, ¿eh? Tiene Braum y Casiopeya delante. Por favor, Keria debe ser free kill ahora, ¿eh? Cuidado, Álvaro.
¿Salta?
Es verdad que está muy acertado con las putas ultimates que
ha
clavado 2 o 3.
Sorry, me quedé dormido.
No es la de antes.
Yo les digo que pongan pausa ahí.
Buen ha sido, no sé qué.
Buen día, Champi.
Kaiwin, sí, la del medio, ¿no? No les queremos dejar el heraldo,
Viene Mirwin level 11, ¿eh?
Pasa que Álvaro
está muy tocado.
Sí, otro 4.
Hostia,
Oh, Álvaro casi se muere y reboteó.
tío.
Es que
Una paintball.
Lo que ahora no podemos hacer es, si no podemos pelear, que no nos pillen.
Es una pena que Álvaro no pueda pelear.
Cuidado.
O sea, no está tan mal. Tenemos el Trundle para parar el heraldo.
de mi vida.
Mira, boomerang la Sibir ahí.
Ahora, lo que sí que debe de forzar es que el Trundle esté aquí.
Sí, pero el Trundle no está.
Vale,
Llega. No golpea.
No golpea. ¿Qué mierda está yendo?
Ahí está. Bueno.
No golpea. La mierda. No caí.
Ojo, ya va a solar, se sube otra vez. Está llegando Doran.
Qué carajo el Heraldo. El Heraldo levantó todo.
¿Quién es el mejor del mundo? Álvaro se salva.
Álvaro.
Cuidado con
todo bien, levantó todo.
Teleport, no sé cómo cojones.
Le mataba.
¿Y ese? ¡Qué cagón de mierda! ¡Qué cagón de mierda! Se te pidió para escapar.
Solo una, vamos a ver. Son dos.
No puede ser tan cagón, amigo. Está jugando
Sí, porque llega la rotación ahora.
¿no?
Está jugando en el counter, amigo.
Ni a palo, que se pone counter, es más bien a los bebés.
¿Qué ha pasado en top que de repente se ha ido?
¿Cómo que no? Si literalmente que Super no le puede pegar un veneno a Ice.
Sí, el Heraldo.
No sé si estaba escondido y luego ha dicho.
Bueno, 1v1 Costa con Rai y Juan con Casepo.
No da argumentos, solo dice no.
Pensando de forma positiva.
Por cierto,
falta mucho
están a 400 de oro, 1 todo, 0 kill, 2000 de oro. Atraco masivo.
¿Qué ha pasado?
Obvio que va a ser counter si sos mucho mejor.
Faker.
Está bien hecho, sabes que te.
Mira las cadenitas, como las que me muestra Nicolás.
Bueno, venga, Torre.
El 1 para 1.
¿Ganamos el punto alma?
¿Sabes que está infravalorado para comer? Las lagañas.
Ahora mismo, yes.
La respuesta
es las lagañas.
Para comer.
La basurita que te aparece en los ojos cuando.
Sí, yo sé flaco, pero para comer.
Estoy comiendo, saqué una, boludo, qué rico. El tier S, moco tier S.
Es otro de las modalidades que dice Nico, ignórenlo.
Yo he tirado cocodrilos.
El atacán pierde más partidas de las que gana.
Los hongos de los pies también juegan.
Al menos el level este va a llegar mucho antes que a Faker.
Uña tira.
El queso que se te forma en el pito.
Tier B también.
Estamos en situación de poder ganar.
Ricota.
Sí, pero esto es un no.
Se viene el trago. Bueno, trago no, porque
8:30 de la mañana.
Calma.
3 contra 4.
Los dedos.
Jugamos medio.
Hay ulti de Sivir, hay
la pelusa del ombligo.
Estás jodido. Bueno, vamos a tocar
Tier B, nada, muy áspera.
Cuando le tiran jugo de ciruela a Owen en el pupo.
Había que resetear para el atacán.
Se queda
Ya la cagó.
Igual saca 30.
Y el atacán está arriba, así que.
No sé, amigo. Acá el que no tiene cultura no se ríe.
A ver, un kill. Ya hay 2.
No sé si se llevó.
¿Cómo podemos ganar una teamfight, Reven? Di una teamfight idílica para nosotros.
En todos los games va a preguntar lo mismo, Ibai.
Tenemos que jugar.
¿Cómo podemos ganar una TF?
Claro. Como si fuésemos un único campeón.
Matando a los 5.
Y planteándola bien.
Literalmente, Supa.
Vamos, decirlo.
Son uno. Tienen que estar juntos.
¿Qué sería plantear bien? A ver.
Si tu equipo no tiene visión de macro, no puedes plantear una TF.
Pero ¿cómo se plantea? Contame.
Se basó.
O sea que nos ha dado cuenta, como Yusi no es malo.
Sí, como las customs.
En base a objetivos, diría yo.
¿Sale una custom?
El Faker no se ha muerto. No, de coña. Luego en otra partida 0-5.
Al único que no lo hemos matado todavía.
Yo dije con 105k de ventaja me dormí.
Ciclón, Álvaro lo para con la ultimate de Keria se la quita Supa con el limpiar y a partir de ahí una buena ultimate de Mirwin y de Yoyo.
Va a tirar Doran bot.
La escoliosis está en su prime, la puta madre.
Lo va a tirar y se la va a pelar.
Sí. Anda el quiropráctico.
Mira lo que es que de verdad, a Rek'Sai hay que. Se tiene que calentar un poquito Doran, que lo matemos y ya jugamos 5 para 4.
El problema es que
cuando
jugamos la siguiente teamfight, Reven, creo que
ahí te planteó la TF que necesitan, boludo.
Tenemos una cosa positiva,
Que Doran entregue el orto, básicamente.
Minutos tenemos el level extra en Yoyopion y Faker no lo tiene. Justo es el momento del alma,
Estamos ahí en esa diferencia de 2000 que estamos. Sí. Es el momento de ganar una teamfight, no queda otra.
Pero ahora mismo necesitamos una genialidad.
El atacante sería clave para nosotros,
De hecho, ahora mismo veo complicado pelear. Acaba de pillar el filo con Mayusi. No sé yo hasta
Oye, ¿y a Supa cuánto
pierde más de lo que gana?
Pues no sé cuánto le queda, pero no le puede quedar.
No debe de quedar.
¿Está chequeada esa data? Para mí, que hace atacan gana la partida.
Ojo, llega el teleport ahora.
El objetivo más crucial es el Nexo. El 100% de los que hacen el Nexo.
Es cierto.
Estudiado, mirada petrificante, lo mejor del mundo. Se tiene que echar para atrás. Quería que gastó la hoja del Zenith.
Cheto.
Vámonos.
¿Qué dije yo? Que Supa, ¡para, Supa, para atrás, mogólico!
Huyamos.
Dios mío.
Con Faker,
Imaginen que tiene que ser dice que vaya para atrás soy yo. No.
Qué bien, Guma.
Bien. Mate a Guma. Sí, mate a Faker. Mate a Faker, por favor.
Creo que van a matar a Faker, genial.
Ese Faker, amigo. No.
Bueno, lo tradeó Faker.
Y pero
es muy buena para
ahora lo pudieron haber matado sin que vaya a la venga.
4 por 2.
Muy bien, Koi. Bueno, esta teamfight
Así es.
Pintaba muy mal al principio, ¿eh?
¡Vamos!
En esta zona, en cuanto han llegado todo el Joya, digo,
sí, pero hay
menos mal el subyugar.
Que
lo vio Milan.
Así es como
no, lo dijo Coso.
Acabamos de empatar la partida.
Sí, voy.
No, lo dijo otro.
Mirwin aguantó como un titán.
No se suicidó, Doran.
Lo dijo Rem.
O sea, pase lo que pase, están sudando, ¿eh? Y aquí
Qué bien, Guma acá.
Mirá lo que aguanta Mirwin. Mirá lo que se cura Mirwin con el cielo agarrado.
Se va a morir Guma Yusi.
Bueno, parece pro player, Guma.
Y Faker reventando. Claro, por esa por Yusi.
Qué cadera, bro.
Tiene shutdown, de hecho, diría.
Es que no se mete él.
Que aún se pira.
Che, le robó. Acá hay que.
Dije, bueno, morito, yo vamos a mandar a Honor.
Claro,
¿Por qué no se transportó a Honor?
Nada.
Le robaron a Honor. Que no break.
Gente, Dragón.
Sí, la teamfight. Sí, el Clash.
Tenemos las
Yo,
dos.
el año de Guma.
Faker, es curioso, ¿eh?
Que no nos lo
Pero no break.
atacan.
Hostias.
Porque
Pues lo van a hacer.
no tenemos visión.
Empatados en oro, damas y caballeros.
No vamos a ir.
De hecho, te voy a decir más. No sé yo si nos hacemos el dragón.
De hecho, el dragón, claro, le quedan 15 segundos. Cuidado, se van a hacer la
Tanta TF para que al final el atacante lo haga T1.
El dragón va a ser nuestro, pero no sé si…
Hemos traído a Atacan por posición de dragón.
Hotfix, ahora el atacante da alma ancestral. Oh, qué cagada, Koi.
El atacante es un
Pensaba que tardaban.
buff de mierda, boludo.
Chavales, alma de montaña es injugable. ¿Sabéis cuál es el problema? Que
No, bueno.
con la llamarada solar.
Tibro Sein. A ver las.
No puedo opinar porque no sé qué da, así que.
Va a ser Resai.
Yo tampoco sé qué da, boludo.
Hostia, mensajes de apoyo a Movistar Koi. Bien, Rayos.
Yo tampoco.
Tío.
Pero cuántas.
Aparte de experiencia, no sé.
Igual, macho, que estamos en el
Creo que como medio nivel, ¿no da?
los coreanos
Chavales, estamos.
TV que hagan lo que quieran.
Chavales, estamos a
¿Cuánto daño adaptable?
Calma,
Cuidado aquí, Mirwin.
No, cuidado, Mirwin, por favor.
No sé, depende, se va a adaptar.
Yo, Faker, de verdad, ya está.
Vaya serie está haciendo Faker, la madre que me parió, tío.
De hecho, mucho mejor que ayer.
Vaya serie está haciendo Faker.
¿Cómo se llama la página para ver estadísticas, Nico?
¿Es mérito suyo o de mérito nuestro?
No lo sé. Lo que sé, Ander, es que estamos
Sofascore.
de oro con una mini Casiopella.
Lo que sea.
¿Cuál estadística?
Hemos firmado, ¿no?
Cosas de LOL. La estadística del mundial.
¿DP Olimpedia o DP LOL? Son las que uso yo.
O la de los pro players, decís.
El hijo de la Charo tiene que volar.
Había una antes que no me acuerdo. Que era gamer, más que mierda.
Tú a tú, ¿sabes? O sea, lo que nos ha pasado en bot.
Hombre, Ander, es que es
No, pero no digo del resultado. Digo de lo que nos ha pasado antes en bot, que lo hemos
DP LOL creo que es la que te da. Wikipedia es para los jugadores nomás.
El score de Guma, yo sí.
Estamos, pero estamos.
Habrá un reset.
Ese no es de 127. O 7, 127 Vampire.
Bien, venga, va.
Vale, va, calma. Supa no
No,
tiene
sí,
flash.
mira, 52% de win rate tiene el atacar.
Yoyopi me lo va a recuperar, por favor. Yoyopi.
Es re poco.
Así es de 127.
Bastante poco.
Tiene más win rate el Heraldo.
Ya a todo el mundo. A todo el mundo.
¿Y el Nexo?
¿Cuánto le quedará para el relay?
Ah, no lo dice acá, amigo.
No mucho, no es muy Son 800
Acá que busco un poco
la
mejor.
vara de 40 y los 600. O sea,
Hasta ahora el equipo que se hizo el alma ganó la partida, en todas las
es
partidas.
barato el relay.
Nos están viendo.
¿Cuántas veces se logró el alma?
Todo T1 rota.
23 veces.
Todo T1 rota.
Ah, 23-0.
Pero no vamos a poder tirar. No tiene
Sí, 23-0.
Es raro ese dato.
Son muchas partidas.
Que ninguno haya flopeado.
También
Claro.
les queda
El que tiene
Un
mejor
alma.
KD hasta ahora es Dogo.
Vaine dos ítems, como
El
P,
perrete.
¿cuántos autos?
No, dos ítems y bastante más. Lleva sin vaquear un rato.
Se fue para allá.
Debe tener fervor, me imagino.
Sí.
Pero
Cuidado con eso, sí.
lo que no sé es cuánto le queda para el tercer ítem.
Cuidado con la vara de las áreas de Faker que se va a cargar ya,
Bueno, ya, ¿qué le vamos a hacer?
No, pero te digo-
Paramos el tiempo.
Pues que yo va muy bien. Es que va por delante.
Y Mirwin también va muy bien.
A mí, Casio Bane. Yo creo que estamos en un spot.
Yo am my favorite.
La anterior partida no podíamos ganar a no ser que ellos ya se cagasen encima. Ahora
Relay.
dependemos de nosotros, de verdad. Una buena teamfight y ganamos. Eso sí, hay que ganar una buena teamfight a los mejores, al mejor equipo del mundo.
Relay,
Y creo que la
Tupa con la
que
mayor
hemos
limpiada
hecho
de la
bien,
historia.
Ni siquiera yo
Si ganamos una buena teamfight, ganamos la teamfight.
Como en alguna la cuele.
A ver si yo pienso al 16.
Como en
sería
alguna
importante.
Supa, boludo, posta.
Todos los niveles
Hijo
de
de remil.
experiencia son importantes. Los levels también. casi tercer ítem en Supa, fijaos.
Va, si no hubiese troleado, ya iría 2-0 con
Con azul. Casi level 16.
Se compró las botas de armadura,
También tercer ítem
boludo.
para Mirwin, fijaos que cerca está.
Está bien, ahora pegan 3 básicos.
Molaría tercer ítem en todos
Si
lados.
Koi hubiese ganado el game anterior,
Estamos muy
irían
cerca de
1-0.
tenerlo, tío. Estamos a menos de 1000 de oro en Mirwin y a menos de 1000
No sé, conté uno dudo.
El de Supa yo creo que es clave, ¿no?
La cuestión es, ¿lo podemos tener antes del siguiente dragón?
Cuando le intenta forzar.
Ganaba el game Koi y le contaba la T1, ¿viste?
Sí, nadie, todos fingen demencia, gana este 21. Se termina y lo estoy llorando.
Muy pocos.
Pero se va. Todo, nadie se la.
Cualquiera de los dos. Cuidado. Pero vamos, son unos 400.
Callate y caminá, pelotudo, le dicen al rico.
Tírate arriba la moneda, dijo. Dijo coma.
Tírate arriba la moneda.
Hostia, está muy tensa esta partida.
Ya, total.
Referencia al PSV holandés.
Pero con una teamfight mala ahora te vas fuera del mundial.
Efectivamente.
Esto es así, ¿eh?
Nos queda una vida. Tanto en partidas como en teamfights y en situaciones.
Lo peor es que siento que si perdemos una teamfight perdemos, pero es que si ganamos una teamfight no ganamos, ¿sabes?
No.
O sea, tenemos que ganar 3 teamfights.
Ah, sí, esto
O sea,
es seguro. Cuidado, Álvaro.
Pero como ganemos una teamfight, nos ponemos muy bien, ¿eh?
Qué pena.
Y
Ahí está el 16 de Yoyopin, bien. Todo suma.
De verdad que estamos en situación de podemos ganar la teamfight. Si jugamos bien la fight, se puede ganar. No sé playarles en cuanto a cómo jugar la puta pelea.
Bueno, Mirwin ha elegido Sojin al final, o sea.
Oye, Benala, como si hubiese llegado a Challenge y hubiese jugado
Casi
profesional.
16. Sería importante pillar los levels, tío.
No le queda mucho, debe ser una wave.
Una wave como muchos.
No tiene ni idea de lo que
De hecho,
dice el
a
hijo
la
de
que
puta.
recibe Sojin llega.
Se pone honesto.
Revenala como si no tuviese una mano pocha.
No podemos contestar la prio de medio contra la Civil.
A ver, igual fue él el que tiró la de Doran, ¿eh? Se suicidó Doran y pasó.
Son del mismo gremio, Costa
No
con
el
Reven.
tercer ítem de Supa, ¿eh?
No, y tampoco level 15.
Y level 16.
Reven, sacate la bandera de España que la representas mal.
Estamos juntos.
Ojo, se viene.
Sí, pero cuidado.
Cintia.
Planteen la teamfight bien. mínimo.
¿Quién la
Creo que estamos bien, ¿eh? Cuidado.
Álvaro, voy a tener un formidable.
Ojo.
Sopa.
Faker bien.
Supa.
Háganle, o sea, háganle fútbol buena
Yo piun.
Pará,
Hola, la respuesta.
Le ha pillado a Gumayus, hay que matarlo. Hay que matarlo. Está
No,
muerto.
para, mató Guma, Mirwin. Para.
¿Dónde está
Está matando a
Supa?
Honor, está matando a Honor, ¿está bien?
Vale.
Sí, pero
Vale.
¿3v3?
3 para 3.
Ojito. Está separado.
Con la Vayne puedes quitear, ¿eh?
Vale.
Sí, pero ponen
¿Por qué no se fue Dorne con ellos?
El túnel.
Está ahí para justamente hacer sanguchito.
Cuidado que nos hacen
Claro.
con los tres, Estamos muy juntos. Estamos muy juntos.
Mátanlos.
Tenemos línea.
Qué raro está esto.
Hostias.
Le saca el escudo, la coso.
Yo ya confío.
El Smile lo tiene solo Koi. No tiene Smile.
No, ahora tiene Keria.
Álvaro está muerto, no
pero no es mío.
pero lo quiere el Joya. Llévatelo, chaval.
Oh, Dios mío, casi
Se
lo pierdo. Ya puede perder el Smile. Pega 300 más.
¿Mata Keria?
No.
Vale,
Ay, qué lástima.
Bueno, Drake por 2.
Keria
Kill no hay
estaba
war.
yendo hacia atrás para cambiarse. No
No hay war porque la kill de T1 valen 500.
Tipeo para vaquear.
Porque con el limpiar de Supa.
¿Podemos defender el Nasor siendo 3?
Faker, tipeo para vaquear.
No.
O sea.
Ahora yo me pregunto. ¿En serio la talilla era mucho más ban que Ice?
Pero a ver.
Somos 4 ya,
Son 20 segundos. Van a forzarlo porque
Van a forzarlo.
quieren forzar aunque sea un 5 contra 4.
Bueno, pero sale al menos el Joya en
Sí.
campo.
No, Johnny no se lo
Van
gana.
a ir, evidentemente.
No sé por qué.
Nada, tenemos que dejarlo.
No me sorprende que la primera partida
yo estaba.
Koi deje abierto el campeón más baneado del mundial.
No hay intención.
Nos está enseñando ahora.
Hombre,
Ya se ha
el
enseñado.
dragón, la verdad que sí.
¡Qué hijos de puta, boludo!
No, el arma de cocina.
A ver,
ahora esto hay que aguantarlo, lo único.
¿Qué queréis? O sea, es una jugada
Yep.
mala.
No, flaco. Ay,
Denegamos esa
pero
A ver, te digo.
no lo usó nadie,
Estoy
Rice.
con Quentin. que
Tiene
queremos
15 partidas. Es el sexto personaje más jugado.
Rice.
La ultimate es
Sí.
bastante buena. Llega la llamada.
¿Quién jugó Rice? ¿Quién jugó Rice?
Con Q.
Skill para
De la-
calma. Todo el tiempo que calma. 5 contra 4
En serio, te juro, es la primera vez que veo a Rice en este mundial. Y miré todos los partidos.
Seca no jugó.
Bro, puntito.
Ahí te digo quiénes jugaron Rice.
No, pero si cuando le ha dado la E,
Ya,
¿qué?
no se han entendido. Creo que no se han entendido.
Calma.
No,
Acaban
pero
de
es
perder
un
mucho
puto
Nasor,
juego.
Para sacar Rey jungla,
No hay objetivos en el mapa, No hay dragones.
se hicieron el varado,
No hay nada,
Ahora,
No hay nada.
Vale, lo importante es que igual es un Nasor con el que no nos pueden sacar.
A ver, Rice lo jugó Honkyu 4 veces.
Pero bueno.
Falta mucho Nasor igualmente, también te digo.
Rice es
Ojo.
el mid lane que más se jugó junto a Talilla.
Casi.
Cojo Pion una.
Mierda, no
dos,
se fue nunca Rice.
De un minuto y medio fuera.
Knight y Chovy.
No, ¿sabes cuál es lo bueno, Mellado? Que no hay dragón ahora.
Sí.
Que si en un minuto fuese dragón, esto es una putada.
Supa va a subir al 16.
Bueno, si Supa llega al
de que ya
Jackso,
medio-
tal vez.
Cuidado,
Espera que se suicidó una vez más. No, pero no, farmea el canon, es un cornudo,
Creo que
boludo.
lo que se va a hacer es el Jackson.
Sí, para aguantar mucho más.
A ver, tiene
dura
la
más el
opción de…
dragón. ¿Cómo dura un minuto y medio?
Ya, queda mucho de Nashor, ¿no?
Pero sí,
Cuidado, yo.
¿Qué pasa?
No, que le estaban enfocando.
Tiene un shutdown increíble, Faker.
Estamos a 3.000 de oro.
Lleva 5-0-4, boludo.
La única torreta que podría sacar T1 es la
¿Se juega contra Taliyah o contra Casiopeia, Rice?
Es una amenaza muy grande Mirwin para ellos. Cuidado,
A ver este trap.
Está moviendo a Gomayusi. No nos han visto. No nos han visto. No nos han visto. ¡Ay, el
No, qué mal pilar.
Ay, qué pilar.
Mira, petrificante, yo salto.
Che, pero es buenísima.
Tirado malísimo el escudo Mobius.
Igual, es muy difícil salir. Tira Doran.
¿Doran?
Lo mata Bane. Nada, se lo
Tiene el túnel.
Pero, pará, pero mirá dónde está yendo. Ojo, doble kill.
Puta, o sea, la puta madre. O sea,
Ay,
si vamos a ganar-
Shokirin.
Si vamos a ganar este moro, va a tener razones para culpar a este autista,
Ay,
Dios mío.
ay, Shokirin.
Igual, los fans de T1 siempre tienen una razón para
del equipo, qué puta remada,
¿Qué viene el Yoya? ¿Cómo se ha colado al
Supa está haciendo cositas.
Nashor para un poco.
Siempre tienen una razón para Doran.
Es que logra. Es que
en el cuarto ítem que es Jackso. Va a aguantar.
No le va a decir nada. Siempre dice lo mismo. Guayocho juega mal, pero es que Doran.
Contra Nashor no se puede.
Nashor a la mierda.
¿Qué sabes qué es lo peor? Que Doran lo hace cuando van ganando. Doran lo hace cuando van ganando. Doran lo hace cuando da igual, cuando vale mierda.
Zonias para Yoyo, el Jackson que está a punto de caer.
Para no, ahora no. Pues ahí, por favor. Ahora no hace falta hacer nada raro,
Partida bastante mid la de Doran. esta,
Como nos
igual.
hagamos los ítems de
Como que mid, bastante mierda, Doran.
Perdón, quise ser amable, hermano, se está jugando.
Pero no le queda
Eso está mal, porque te amamos todos
Piensa que
siempre.
se ha llevado el Saturn.
A mí me parece que el peor del mundial está siendo Honor por lejos.
No, Gomayushi de lejos, boludo.
Ojito que,
Level 16 también con el
Siendo,
Jackson.
boludo.
Todo suma. Jackson.
Venga.
4 ítems Summoners y level 17.
De la que se está salvando Faker.
Tiene ese brazalete la buscadora.
Toma, está haciendo los pasos de van.
Faker está jugando bien.
Para Yoya. Importantísimo ese subyugo.
2 mundiales seguidos y está ganando.
Claro, serán 2 mundiales y Gaga, 2 mundiales y chau. Habrá que hacer.
Faker tuvo 2 games muy malos, el de Genji y el de feo. Sobre todo el de Genji, no, el de Genji de Faker.
No, el Genji fue un hijo de puta, la perdió.
Últimas palabras para Mirwin. Zonias, tiene Zonias, Yoyo Pion. Cuidado en medio. Cuidado en medio, todos juntitos.
Planté en la teamfight.
Todos juntitos ahora.
Basta, sí planté en la teamfight y no decís nada más, mogólicos.
Tienen que plantear la team.
¿Qué significa? ¿Qué tienen que hacer?
Posicionarse bien.
Bueno, listo, ser culo.
Eviten el
¿Qué
flanqueo
tienen
de
que hacer?
T1. Está
Plantear.
viniendo Doran por abajo. Por la cola les están…
¡No!
Qué malo que
Yoshito.
Qué bien, Honor. Para. Mientras Supa esté vivo, gana Mkoi esto. Che, para.
Che, sí.
No mata a nadie.
Ah, bueno.
¡Uy, no!
Ahí va.
Pará.
Ahora Chiqui.
Nada,
Dice
tiene-
escudo,
Bien Faker.
No, pero no mató a nadie, boludo.
Por un segundo vi a Lucy.
¡Yo es un hijo de puta!
Por un segundo vi a Lucy del 2014, boludo.
El Yoya como se comió todo
Yoyo Pion perdió la serie solo. Es impresionante, Yoyo Pion perdió la serie solo.
No, el flash ulti no era.
Yoyo Pion perdió la serie solo. Y el son ya es de adorno, es impresionante.
Mira, se lo compró recién, vale que se lo haya comprado recién.
¿Qué hizo Yoyo?
Míralo, mogólico.
Mejor que en ellos.
Y que tenemos supervivencia para que.
Fíjate el flash ulti. No.
Y encima está. Es que claro.
Un animal, boludo. O sea, bastante bien Koi para la mierda de Koi. No, o sea, le pegan le quería.
No sé si
Rek'Sai es muy difícil. Rek'Sai es muy
tiene los
difícil.
túneles de la MT.
Creo que si se enfocaba en pegarle a uno solo, Supa.
Supa, que es una
Sopa acaba de
Y pero es que gastaron mucha utilidad de
ganar la
Y aquí
renovación.
también
de
mata a
contrato con
Ones,
eso.
le quita el ángel de la guarda, empotra a Doran. Oye, pues.
Ahí no mató a nadie, boludo.
El espera que es demasiado.
Siguiente pelea, ¿qué va a ser por el Nashor?
Qué pena esta.
Qué pena esta.
Hijo de puta,
¿Qué
Yoyo.
hace? ¿Qué hace Yoyo Pion? No, la acaban de despedir con esto.
Mi amor.
Yo voy a decir una cosa, cuidado,
Español
lo que le
acogido.
hayamos quitado al ángel de la guarda. Ahora es mucho más importante de lo que parece. Es que es mucho más importante de lo que parece. Vamos a ver ahora.
Ah, otro es yo.
Inicia Honor, buen inquebrantable. Calma, el yo ya abrió un poquito de vida, asegurarlo con un mordisco. Vamos a ver, hay que sacar esa torre de la calle.
No hemos gastado inquebrantable, ¿eh?
Llega también la redención ahora por parte de Álvaro.
Hijo de puta, me vas a ver todo el game, la concha de su madre.
Literal,
Se están haciendo la
es que
pinza,
no ha muerto toda la
sálganme.
serie.
Me quiero ir a dormir.
Venga, va.
El alma de
Yo
Montaña.
casi me
Termina,
duermo.
flaco, quedan 15 minutos como mucho.
Sí, pero bueno, Bane se la fuma, es lo bueno.
¿Oner?
Vamos a ver aquí Oner. Recordamos que no tiene ángel de agua.
Está solo, está solo.
Este es el clon.
Eso, pégale al
Ya,
clon.
No tiene
ey,
ulti.
no,
Ahora
no,
sí,
no,
hay que jugar hacia arriba, hacia
el
Nasor.
pedo.
R de Sivir anti.
Hay Baron y hay Elder en 4 minutos.
Hacia el Nasor, hacia el Nasor.
Dale Medwin, flash ulti.
Obviamente.
Yo diría que
El
baiteen el varón y
pero
que
nos la
peleen
pela
ahí.
bastante. Daño no nos falta.
Sería que tiren
Lo
Nexo.
que necesitamos es teamfightear bien. Daño nos sobra.
Baiteen el varón.
Lo que dice, no, teamfightear bien, dice, no, si querés teamfightear mal.
Pero no comiencen
No nos precipitemos,
ustedes.
por favor, cabeza. No nos precipitemos, por favor, cabeza.
¿Por qué inició Álvaro?
No sé si puede Nashor, no sé si pueden calear no pueden calear Nashor así como si nada, ahora te cogen.
No, mucho menos ahora.
Perdés armadura y te violan, boludo.
No, no podemos.
Ese
No
guarda ahí
podemos
fuera.
hacer eso.
Te quita
Sí,
Cuidado, yo,
porque-
cuidado, yo.
Hostia, la cárcel
Tienes
con el
Daniel.
Faker. Yo se echa para atrás.
¡Ah!
Mira, mira, Dios. Todo buena.
Por favor, qué hijo de
El
puta.
ascensor no entra
Muerto,
nadie.
Mirwin.
Y menos mal.
Bien,
No
Faker.
entra nadie y menos mal.
Han matado a Mirwin.
Otra vez la mirada
Ya, pero se ha tenido que
petrificante.
sacrificar, ¿eh?
Dos, que tiene revolución infinita.
No, o sea, tenía dos
No, no,
objetivos.
es que yo Pium viene, yo Pium viene encendido, yo Pium viene encendido, la teamfight yo Pium viene encendido.
Qué barbaridad.
Sí,
¿No viste
fue
la
una
serie que se hizo
barbaridad.
cuando ¿No viste la serie que se hizo cuando Team Ballena? No, no, yo Pium a Fake lo va a sentar.
Con Rice.
No, ni con Rice ni con Sivir. Si es que tiene mucha limpieza de oleada, pero lo que queremos es sacar medio y a partir de ahí jugar hacia Nasor. Yo creo que tenemos que haberlo jugado en Nasor, la verdad.
Yo también lo creo, meternos al pit del
Porque
Nasor,
es que sacar medio nunca lo vamos a hacer.
Es que es
en un 5 para 5, incluso 4 para 5, igual, si es que está Sivir no se saca.
Con Bane es imposible que tú pegues aluminio más rápido que Sivir. Lo acabas de decir. O sea, ya solo por eso, aunque tuvieras incluso 3 contra 1, Sivir hace auto ricochet y se limpia uno de atrás y uno de
Sí,
atrás.
sí, explícame todo, sí.
La pregunta es, ¿Sopa llega a la
Eso no llega
sanguinaria?
para el Elder, ¿eh? No van a poder combinar las dos cosas.
Venga, va.
Hay que aguantarlo, claro.
Hay que aguantarlo, claro, esa es otra.
¿Por qué se armó
Y tiene un
Jackson?
cetro vampírico.
Antes el Nasor no ha sido nada.
Se armó el Jackson Jumpy porque el Jackson con el otro ítem hace una buena sinergia.
Faker ha hecho flash.
Entre Jackson y el tercer ítem ese que supongo, el raro, le da un montón de armadura y resistencia. Pegar ya pega por la W. Simplemente tenés que aguantar y pegar básico.
Bane no le hace falta daño, Bane no le hace falta daño.
Sí. Seguramente nos tienen tier 2 de bot.
¿Quién dijo eso?
Nasor alma,
Jumping.
somos Jesucristo.
Lo bueno es que.
Ven ya con la W pega. Va, justo ahorita no, porque quedaron todo bien.
La putada es que Oner va a recuperar ahora el GA.
Sigue avanzando, tío.
Pero eso me ha dado es.
Ustedes no me
Tienes dos
entienden.
alternativas. O peleas y flipeas la partida o tienes que ceder inhibidor, yo creo.
Level
O el de
18 para
medio
Mirwin.
o el de side.
Hay que buscar cazar a alguien, Hay que, rollo,
Sí.
enganchar a
Que
alguien.
no te ahoguen, que no te ahoguen.
Con el red, con el relay y comitear.
Tampoco
Bueno,
me parece
Costa, mira ahí.
El dragón anciano sin su Nasor, ¿no? Y que sea lo que Dios quiera.
Espera que está
5 ítems level
triple.
18 y en su
El
Elder.
problema es que van a llegar casi hasta el final, con el Nasor. O sea,
Lo malo es
no van a sacar dos
Uy, se
inhibidores,
viene la más
seguramente, y
legendaria
van a ser
Copa
de
Dimos
las presiones.
Pelea de la
El
historia.
problema que tiene
Vamos a querer jugarlo como tú dices, Ibai.
rango.
Me da igual.
No, va a ser
Tenía que
jugarlo
perder.
al anciano y lo que Dios quiera.
Es
Y en el
No me importa,
anciano
yo que perder,
o
que perder.
morimos o resurgimos.
Yo creo que va a ser.
Supita
Da la sensación, ¿no?
es ahora o nunca.
Cuidado,
No contra de
Jaque
los
mate
peores
para
campeones
nosotros
chinos de la
en base porque No
historia.
tenemos limpieza de oleada. O sea, ¿cómo limpia la wave una Casio
Claro.
y una bait?
No, no.
Tienen que ir minion a minion.
No, cuidado.
Bueno, media vida.
Eso, flash, vale.
Eso, tiene
Ulti
flash.
por ulti porque pensábamos que Oner estaba
a ver,
entrando.
a ver,
Bueno,
chavales,
ulti por
Oner
ulti.
no tiene flash para el dragón
Vale.
anciano. Oner no tiene flash para el dragón
Por favor,
anciano.
juéguensela al Elder, boludo. No tienen otra opción.
hacer es jugar ultra reactivo.
Es robar el Elder.
Yo estoy con Quentin.
Sí, tienen que jugársela. Se va a acabar la partida.
Es robar el Elder. De las dos formas te lo van a terminar.
Mira, nos queda una pelea y hay que saber dónde tomarla.
Es la pelea del mundial, ya está.
Mm.
El Nasor se ha
De ahí
acabado.
depende con cuánta vida queden todos.
Acabar la
Depende
partida, luego
ulti de
no
Yo-Yo
pasa
Pium,
nada.
canales.
Tenías que vaquear, tenías que vaquear. Yo creo que ya tienes la plata.
40 minutos de
La
game. Mamá.
recuperamos
segundos de Nasor.
Keria también la recupera,
Durísimo T1 este suizo.
Ahora que nadie es galero y que no
Te alargó los games sin T y Mkoi.
Ctmr está
Te ganó la mierda a las otras y Shenji.
Salta, Álvaro.
Ah, no.
Vale.
Ya está, el nada se acaba.
Claro, Shenji te violó y Flyco pone
¿El año pasado o el anterior fue que le ganamos a
Solo porque
Mangayo en 15 minutos?
ambos equipos tienen combos de escalada.
¿No fue en el MSI?
Sí, pero la tenemos.
No por otra cosa.
La tenemos.
En 2023, MSI de 2023, por eso.
Y pueden iniciar.
Le queda muy poquito al último.
No sé, me parece que fue un mundial donde.
Media vida le quedaba.
Ya que se separa Uma, yo sí que quiero buscar la
Pega, Uma.
Aguantamos efectivamente. Tenemos dos definitivas. Ellos se han gastado de la base.
Hay que hacer engage.
Vamos a ver qué ocurre. Sí, porque podrían buscar los teleports. Solo lo tiene Doran.
No tiene Uma.
Ya. Mira,
hay que jugar esto prácticamente en un 5
No me gusta esto. Nunca me gustan estas pelotudeces.
Que vaquee a alguien.
¿Esa ulti de Kenia?
Para cortar backs.
Vamos a ver qué ocurre. Tira la primera torreta de afición hacia el
con la boludez ganó T1.
Ganó T1, es terrible.
Hijos de puta. Van a terminar, se mete
¡Hijos de puta!
Vamos.
Qué grande Doran, cómo ganó el solo.
No se lo han hecho ellos.
GG's, chavales. GG's, chavales.
Buena caldora.
La cabra Doran.
Dios mío, no, es que
Me siento sucio por haber ganado así, boludo. No lo puedo creer.
Qué puta guerreada.
En una final te lo hago, pero en un suizo.
Hasta el final, tío.
No pegué un resultado, puse que este ganaba 2-1 T1, que ganaba Flyco y si que ganaba Billy, me quiero suicidar.
No podía ser, se ha muerto el
Todo, le erré todo.
Yo lo único que erré fue el de Top eSport, boludo. Me quiere matar.
Oh, chavales, tío.
Por mucho que tengas buenas intenciones, si eres un campesino no vas a enamorar a la ricachona.
Eso.
Hemos aguantado casi 40 minutos, con el alma, esto.
Es un jam.
A la ricachona. A la rica lechona.
Me ha hecho falta.
Es que es impresionante, Yo creo que ves todo el mundial y no puedes sacar una buena jugada de T1. Que no juegan a nada. No sé nada.
Gente que obviamente estarán jodidos.
Ella ya se quiere matar,
Se han
boludo.
dejado los huevos hasta
¿Y cómo no se va a matar?
Qué lástima.
¿Y cómo no se va a matar Joya? Si literalmente watch total el Joya.
Hay que aplaudir.
Siempre es el único que realmente sufre las derrotas.
O sea, el peor jugador yo sin duda, pero yo ya tampoco está para echar flores.
Sí, no. El peor es Yo-Yo. Los peores son Yo-Yo, Pion y Supa. Y después el Joya.
Ya sabes que has perdido.
Supa media se ha salvado para esta partida, pero...
Y habiéndonos remontado el anterior mapa, que lo teníamos
Así nos quita que la primera mitad de la partida fue culpa suya.
Sí,
Nos ha faltado un poco de
Tengo una gana que me salte una hincha de T1, va a ser como le... Ay, pero vos la viola.
Entre Leona,
El peor es
Te van a no me dir
Un
nada.
par de calentadas.
Que es normal también, Reven, es que es muy difícil. Es que porque luego si la haces eres el héroe, es que es muy difícil.
El que menos la cagó diría que fue Mirwin, pero es que también le di errores.
Mirwin y Álvaro.
¿Cómo es que le dan cámara a este pichamen, boludo? Por el amor de Dios.
Nos hemos quedado fuera del mundial.
Al bicho del medio que está ahí en los casters, boludo.
Al bicho. Pero, ¿qué queréis que os diga?
Ah, no, la de lente.
Sí.
Nah, es la única mujer que sabe.
¿Al transexual?
Transexual, sí.
Sorteo para los cortos, ¿no?
Vos querés una linda hueca.
Van a pasar 10 años hasta que sorteen.
La verdad sí.
¿Qué pasa entonces? ¿Qué pasa? El sorteo... la tabla de Yori, boludo, por fin. Quiero ver en qué puesto estoy.
For his Azir, of course, in game one, but also I think probably
not
the game winning because there were a
Toda
lot of moments
Corea,
for them to win the game, but that game winning
dos
flash
chinos,
onto Jojo to kill
un
him and to get
europeo
the advantage in that late game that was becoming
y un
dicey.
sudaca asiático.
He's just a goat.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell we already talked about why you don't give Faker this Azir,
No
right?
está más variado que el año pasado.
At his stats, I mean, I think the big thing.
Le metieron los 4 coreanos en cuartos.
Pero si viene sucediendo eso en los últimos 3 años.
Positioning because you have a
Los
comp
4 coreanos
from
siempre no.
Mkoi who
Ah,
wants
era
to
bastante obvio los 4
get you down
coreanos.
with the Casio, get you down with the Vayne. His repositioning on this rise, like you're reminded as to how comfortable he is with this pick, why it's a signature pick for him alongside these
They don't like me, they confine me. Come on, try me. Yo voy a fingir que la canción. Star Wars, boludo.
La Jox va a entrar al vestuario de Koi y le va a dar y con un cuchillo va a matar a 3 personas.
Star Wars tiene un timón, boludo, lo lupié cuando salió.
Va a matar a Supa, Yo-Yo Pion y al coach. No, pero el mayor culpable es el coach. Eso no se puede olvidar, el mayor culpable es el coach. Azir Open en 2025.
And then he is the undisputed, like,
best
performance.
Vais a flipar.
14 in a series.
Vais a flipar, ojo cuidado.
Vais a flipar. Deja así, no, A ver, flipar, flipamos.
Le deja Asir open al OTP Asir. Es que Dios mío.
No, decilo bien, Costa.
No, boludo. ¿Te imaginas que ahora Ibai vaya por quad?
We talk about
Cosa.
T1 in this manner, and we know that they're going to
¿Qué?
power up.
Decilo bien.
This was an
Al
incredibly
OTP Asir no.
easy run. So the fact
¿A qué? ¿Al
that
peor
we have
Asir?
question marks
No,
on
al
their
Asir.
performance, I think you have to
Maruchan.
kind of quantify in the fact
No,
that
mira,
some of their
ahora
opponents
que lo pienso,
weren't.
Uy, el primer game estuvo durísimo. El Asir Maruchan. No, como ganó. Bueno, vamos a dejarle a Dice, que ese no lo ha jugado en su vida.
Pero Jax se está casteando en Corpiño, ¿qué onda?
me recalienta
Qué lindo sería
cuando...
escucharla suplicar por su vida mientras se la viola, boludo. Por Dios.
Buen análisis.
Nada, probablemente lo disfrutaría. No te hagas ilusiones.
No. Bueno, vamos a piquear así contra un champ que le haga counter.
Todo violando yo, Costa. Costa.
They get a lead. They are the most aggressive team by a far margin in the region.
Vamos a dormir.
I think we're still not seeing that.
Y Dora nunca
And that
se
is
metió.
why if you are
Vamos a piquearle un counter.
Vamos
Vamos a piquearle Six, Taliyah, para impedir que. No, Oriana. El matchup más favorable para Sid.
Está recogido, Costa.
¿Qué me molesta cuando comete? Es que ¿por qué no hacen
No,
esta
para-
mierda contra Talon? ¿Por qué a Talon no le dan así?
¿Tú qué opinas?
¿Por qué yo me tengo que comer los hijos de puta de Hangu Alive y los hijos de puta de Genji en primera onda? ¿Por qué? Y estos hijos de puta les toca ahí un de equipo que deja Sir Open en
It
2025.
hasn't passed yet, and it needs to pass going into quarters because against a lot of the teams, you do not get away with some of the
Ay,
plays like
sociedad, Dios
Mkoi
mío.
in top 1v2.
Costa, lo más aburrido sería un T1 en Igual Legend, porque puede haber un
A mí me
T1
recalienta
T1 G2, T1 Genji, T1 Hangua. Por favor, que no sea T1 en Igual
que
Legend,
un
que a nadie le
equipo juegue
interesa.
para la mierda. O sea, sepas exactamente qué jugador no está para el nivel que tu equipo necesita.
¡Cállate, Champi!
Y tú vengas a decir, no, hay que renovarles porque hay que confiar en el proceso. Chúpame la bola, boludo. Tuviste un año para ver el rendimiento completo de un jugador y todavía dices que hay que confiar en el proceso. Si un jugador no rinde en un año, olvídate, se tiene que ir. Al menos para las expectativas que tú tienes. Si eres SK, obviamente no vas a ganar la liga. Así que tus expectativas son diferentes. Pero si Mkoi, que tanto dice Ibai que quiere salir campeón del mundo, entonces no puedes tener jugadores como Jojo Pyun
¿Cuándo dijo Ibai que quiere ser campeón del mundo? Así cada vez que habló dijo, pero esto es demasiado para nosotros. Siempre todo con la cabeza baja.
Ese recién de este año. Los 2 años anteriores. Ay, boludo, qué insoportable de mierda.
There was a big cheer from the audience for that, I think, 8,000 damage fight by Supa. Like, the crowd was, there.
Bueno, ahora sí, chao.
And he played Vayne, so that has something to do with it. But yeah, Sovereign for T1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing coming out of Koi, again, this is a really difficult composition to execute, and I do want to give them credit for, again, knowing where they wanted to try to make this.
Igual, el mayor pecado de Mkoi no es haber perdido contra T1, es haber perdido contra G2. Es de lo peor.
I mean, sad to see them go, but we'll see what T1 can do towards the future in the quarterfinals.
Yes, very sad for Movistar Koi.
Ay, qué lindo, qué lindo.
Lore is now standing by with Elyoya in the Verizon post-game interview.
Elyoya, thank you so much for joining me after this one. I'm sorry we have to meet in these circumstances, but talking about this series, talking about your preparation and everything, we know that when it comes to T1, especially,
Hay T1, hay T1.
we saw that in game.
Qué amargado sí.
The draft and what happened.
¿Qué pasa, Costa, si sale el sorteo que decís vos?
Not sure what to say, if it was confidence or I'm not really sure. As of right now, I think we were
I'm not
in
really
a
sure.
good position. But again, when the Atakan came, we struggled to sequence. They got some good picks. They got Atakan. Then the next fight, I mean, we got. Yeah, I think we misplayed overall. So mostly, I think it came up to details today. So yeah.
It's crazy because you say confidence. I feel like you had that confidence, especially coming into this game too, especially with this
confidence too,
that you guys have been able to put in game. Looking back at the Worlds run that you had overall, what do you think you could have done better as a team?
Well, We can think of many things that we could do better, but I would say mainly was the mid-game sequence. I think around Atakan, around these moments, we struggled in the game into KT, in the game into G2 we also did, in the game into T1 today. So I would say for sure it's this one what we should have worked on more, I guess, because yeah, it was still not good enough. So I would say, anyways, these Worlds we did a pretty good job in terms of work and everything. I think we need to reflect more on the summer season that we didn't use as well as we could have used, and we didn't come as prepared as we had to.
Something that I admire, and I told you this many times, is the hard work that you guys have put all year, the fact that this bunch of players, you believed in them from the get-go. You stick with this team and you knew that you could take it as far as you could, and looking at the LEC, you were always a top team. You managed to win Spring. The improvements that I see from MSI to Worlds, they were there. What are you going to draw as positives for Mkoi this year and the progress that this mix of player has made?
Yeah, I mean, positives, I can think of many. I would say this roster has what it needs to win Worlds, and it's what we are gonna work for coming into the next year. I mean, yeah, I love every one of my teammates. I think I wouldn't obviously change anyone. I think the group of 5, if we get to fix some issues that we are having in training coming into next year, I know our time will come at some point. So yeah, I really trust everyone in my team, and I think it's just some individual things we need to change, and we will be in the top.
I love the fact that you know that you guys want to stay together. Any closing thoughts that you have for your fans? Words of encouragement for Europe, maybe G2 being the last one standing for the West?
Yeah, I mean, let's put all of our support into G2 because they are the last hope of Europe, obviously. As of right now, I think they have done an incredible job. I mean, I think it's one of the first time I'm complimenting one of my rivals, but honestly, how much they improved during
1000 años se van a tardar para
and how much
el sorteo.
they are right now.
Quiero ver Twitter.
Coming from a rookie level he has right now, it's pretty mind-blowing. So yeah, I would say
Ay, los cruces que se pueden dar.
Come next year stronger, because we will challenge you and we will take everything if you guys don't.
I believe in you, Yoya. Gracias por todo. Thank you so much.
¿Todos contra todos es? ¿O los 3-2 contra los 3-0?
Thank you so much. We'll immediately go over to the draw show.
KT y en Igual Legends solo puede tocarle Fly Nocturne T1 Topispo.
O sea, no pueden volver a enfrentarse a lo mismo que se enfrentaron.
Sí se pueden, sí se pueden.
¡Gingun!
¡No es que Gingun! Me cago risa sin Gingun, me que está dando las bolas. No, es el cierre de un ciclo, boludo. Creo lo vi por arriba. Mira, ahí, mira, yo que un 3-0 sí o sí con un 3-2 y después un 3-1 con un 3-2 y los 3-0 tienen que ir distintos, tipo uno arriba, uno abajo. Solo pueden enfrentarse en la final en Igual Legends y KT. Después el resto...
Sí, es cine una final KT en Igual Legends.
Soy más de Igual Legends que la mamá de Tarsa.
Ahora, boludo, ni siquiera sabes con quién van a jugar.
¿Es Gingun?
Es Gingun acá.
99% seguro.
No, no es Gingun.
Pero mañana.
Viene el sorteo.
Shaping up to be the hope of the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did look like the most solid and stable team, right? When I think of AL as a team.
No, Alex me pone Xie y después me pone no, ese es Cao. Está ciego, boludo.
Ya lo dije, T1 va a llegar a la final enfrentándose a KT y a las ostras.
Ok, en Igual Legends por arriba, KT por abajo.
And I still don't think we've seen that strength yet, so I'm really curious to see their opponents.
Sara, la chota.
The opponents will
Uy. El que sabe primero es contra en Igual Legends.
CFO, TES, or T1.
There's a 1 in 3.
Here it goes. There's a TS team in there for
1 in 3 chance to get another
real
team kill.
I know everybody here really does not want that team.
Nah, Tobispo.
What do you have for us?
En Igual Legends y que no sea T1.
Straight? What is it gonna be?
Es increíble, boludo. Es increíble. La única serie aburrida.
My God, what a phenomenal LPL
Bueno, T1 es semi porque le toca un chino.
¿Anyone Legends contra T1?
Sí. Fíjate contra.
Gay, tío, tras contra Gay, es lo único que pido. Tommy, pues no, por favor, Tommy, por otra vez no.
Oh god. Who will it be?
¿Qué otra? No, sí, que qué otra.
Las ostras contra
KT, casi seguro. A ver, igual puede fallar.
Nos hablamos de un bodrio.
Bueno, no puede ser, sí. Bueno, no puede ser. Había 5 chances de equipo que le toquen a T1 y
G2 and
te van a hacer mis.
No creo que sea igual el primer chino que elimina a T1.
Va a ser. Y eso que es el mejor chino que hay.
Sí, lo es, pero yo no digo eso. Yo digo que todas tenían lore. Puede que sea buena serie, pero no tiene lore.
Toby por G2, Toby por G2.
Hoy la veo crudo para G2.
El primero que va contra Toby
cualquiera le puede ganar a G2.
Digo, contra.
No quiero un G2. Un G2 Jawa.
That would be ALT1. So that's a pretty, I think if I have to look at
es equipo y su rival, ¿no?
No sé, ahí vemos.
Sí, yo creo que es así,
G2. Pero G2 no. ¿Quién quedó en el 3-2? ¿Quién era el otro 3-2? Topispo. Entonces no es Topispo por G2. Sí.
No, Topispo va contra CFO, Topispo va contra CFO.
No, estúpido.
No, contra KT. No, tienen que arreglarlo así, tienen que arreglarlo en el sorteo aquí.
No. No, Costa, no. Si ya... Para mí es G2 contra... Es G2 contra...
G2 contra T.
Aquí está, G2 contra T.
Ya voy.
Pero... Para...
Agua contra Genji, no, boludo, qué aburrido.
Como Genji, qué ridículo.
No, yo creo que G2 arriba y Toby por abajo, no sé, realmente.
Ahí vemos. Ahí lo va a poner Rayo como...
A ver.
Mucha risa que hacen esta pelotuda de la bola, pero después en la pantalla lo ponen como se les canta el orto.
T1 contra... T1 contra Fnatic.
No explican una mierda, amigo.
No, I mean, this is a position of luxury, obviously, for me to have that many. Not ideal.
Es en el Gingom,
but what are you going to do? That's the risk you run when all 4 of your teams make it through. This was, of course, the LCK.
¡Oh, mi amor, esa chinita!
Pero Gingom es coreano, no creo que inviten un coreano en China.
Es verdad. ¿Quién es entonces?
Sí, la que decía, G2 contra T, Genji contra Hawala.
¿Cómo? ¿G2 T?
Igual con la copa. Igual con la copa más fría de la puta historia, Dios mío.
La única serie interesante es la de Kitty y las otras. Me quiero matar.
Igual con la copa más fría de la historia. Evitó a KT, evitó a Genji y evitó a Hangua, Dios mío.
Posta, si pasa semi, está en la final T1, es increíble. Y abajo está en la final Genji o Hangua, que gane eso.
Por favor, ni modo, habrá que ser de G2, habrá que me tendré que volver musulmán como celote. No puede ganar eso.
Soy más de Hangua que en 2015.
Actually, if anything, if they can best their eternal
Dale, Rayo, te actualizame los que no quiero hacer irme a bañar.
Y si las otras tienen un plan.
It's actually very likely.
I know, it's kind of